Pirates, Dark Capitalist. Chapter 1, A businessman who doesn't want to be a capitalist is not a good swordsman. With money, you can have everything. Lin En stood on the bow and shouted loudly to the back. Come on! Come on! Come on! Work hard! Work hard! Work hard! Make a concerted effort and make a lot of money. The sailors on the deck responded loudly with flushed faces. The devilish chicken blood slogan that was almost a pyramid scheme spread from far to near to the dock. Lin En has been in this world for 25 years. However, he did not choose to be a pirate or a navy, but became a businessman. Although he is tall, more than 2 meters 7, and carries a wild sword that is more than 2 meters long. It looks like a powerful swordsman. Lin En's current identity is just a traveling merchant. He relies on cargo ships to travel between various countries and regions in the East China Sea, purchasing and selling local specialties to make profits. He is still far from being a real capitalist. Real capitalists own a large number of production factors, rely on running enterprises, and suck blood from a large number of workers. Capitalists who can influence the world economy and culture at any time, and even manipulate politics behind the scenes. However, Lin En believes that as long as he persists, there will be countless factories, countless employees, countless means of production, and countless money sooner or later. At this moment, at the Windmill Village Pier. The people on the pier have long been familiar with the slogan of Lin En's cargo ship. Every time Lin En's ship docks, the pier will be full of people. Men, women, and children are waiting for Lin En to dock, just like going to the market. Today is no exception. Lin Luffy is also at the dock, and he jumps while, waving his arms vigorously, shouting at Lin En. Lin En, standing on the bow, waved at Luffy. Lin En, what good things did you bring this time? Lin En, I want a doll. Lin En, I want lipstick and stockings from Rogue Town. The children and women on the dock all asked Lin En with expectant eyes. Lin En's boat slowly docked at the dock. Then, he got off the boat, and the people of Windmill Village were very enthusiastic about him. Behind Lin En, the sailors also moved down the boxes, wine barrels, sacks, etc. one by one. Lin En came to the villagers with a box in his arms and said, "This time we have the Bulgari brand perfume from the South China Sea. Just a little spray will make men crazy. Do you want to try it? The quantity is limited." "Ah! Is it really a perfume that can make people crazy? Oh my God, I want to try it!" The women screamed, and their eyes were full of curiosity. They had no resistance to perfume, lipstick and other cosmetics. 200,000 Baileys for 1 bottle, 10% off for 2 bottles. Lin En took out an exquisite gift box from the box. After opening the gift box, there was another exquisite paper box. After opening the paper box, it turned out to be a perfume bottle made of azure crystal. The packaging alone is the unique texture of luxury goods, which makes people feel that the money is worth spending. Lin En opened the cap of the perfume and gently sprayed it at the women a few times. The mist sprayed out and the fragrance brought by it made the women subconsciously take a deep breath. In an instant, the fragrance of the perfume made people immersed in it. The taste is so wonderful. It's as if the whole person is going to soften. It's hard to describe the magical experience in words. "Lin, can you make it cheaper? This is too expensive. It's just a small bottle, and it costs 200,000 Baileys." The men on the dock spoke one after another. The purpose of their coming to the dock is more to keep an eye on their women. It's not that they are worried about the women cheating. Although Lin is indeed handsome and tall, the men know that Lin and Makina are a couple. In their opinion, Lin deliberately stops at Windmill Village every month just to see Makina. It is rumored that Lin is already with Makina. Therefore, men are more worried about their wallets. If they don't keep a close eye on their wives, they will go crazy shopping. Lin En spread his hands, made a helpless expression, and replied, You also know that the extraction of perfume is a very troublesome process, and it is a high-end product from the South China Sea. I just make some shipping fees. Yes, there are so many pirates now. It is not easy to ship perfume from the South China Sea here. Not only pirates, but also officials from all over the country and the Navy will take the opportunity to blackmail. It's too difficult to be a businessman. Lin En, don't listen to them, I'll buy 2 bottles. I'll buy 1 too. Aunt Mary, let me buy 2 bottles with you. The women ignored the pitiful and desperate eyes of their husbands and paid for the purchases very readily. Although the windmill village is close to the pier, the merchant ships passing by here will not stop deliberately, but continue to the capital of the Kingdom of Gaia. Therefore, the people of the windmill village cherish every shopping opportunity. Lin En's employees displayed and sold perfumes, lipsticks, foundations, pearl powder, and some trendy women's clothing, including sexy underwear and stockings, on the cargo ship. These products are very popular. In addition, there are toys such as dolls, building blocks, puzzles, toy guns, etc. The children in the windmill village also like these. As a businessman, Lin En knows that the money of women and children is the easiest to make. As for the money of men, Lin En did not let it go either. Cigars from the West Sea. Photo albums of female stars with swimsuits and uniforms. The sailors held magazines, waved cigar boxes, and shouted hard. Their wages are divided into basic salary and commission. The more they sell, the more they earn. Ordinary men have almost no resistance to these 2 types of things. Lin En is busy counting goods and money. At this time, Luffy was sitting on a box, holding the watermelon that Lin En gave him. While eating, he asked, Lin En, when can you take me out to sea? Lin En casually replied, you have to ask your grandfather. Luffy muttered, I really want to see the outside world. Lin En did not respond. As a time traveler, he knew Luffy's character very well. However, the reason why Luffy was eager to go out to sea at this time was not because of Shanks, but because of Lin En. Lin En visits Windmill Village every month and stays for a few days. During these days, Lin En would soak in Makina's tavern. During this period, villagers would ask Lin En about his experiences and gossip at sea. Hot-blooded battles, escaping from the extortion of tax officials from all over the country, nobles fighting for inheritance, and duels initiated by lovers. Lin En's answer made the young Luffy begin to be full of curiosity and longing for the world. Lin En raised his hand, rubbed Luffy's head, and said, when you grow up, you can go to sea. Lin En. A gentle female voice like a trickle came into Lin En's ears. Lin En raised his head and looked at the girl standing in front of him. The girl wore an orange plaid headscarf on her head. She put her hands behind her back, and her fingers were placed uncomfortably where Lin En couldn't see. Behind the girl, there was a cart that was specially used to pull wine. Makina, long time no see. Lin En took the initiative to say hello. Makina's cheeks were a little red. He secretly glanced at Lin En's face, then quickly lowered his head and replied, long time no see, is it orange wine again this time? Lin En replied, and shell liquor from the town of Ziz. Lin En loaded all the wine into the car. Lin En, you should marry Makina home as soon as possible. Makina is so happy. The men and women cheered on the side, while Luffy scratched his head. It was too early for him to talk about marriage, and it was a bit difficult to understand. Amid their cheering, Lin En left the employees to continue to deal with the goods, and he went to the tavern with Makina. Chapter 2, Red Hair's Invitation. Lin En, with an orange plaid headscarf on his head and an apron on his body, was busy in the tavern with Makina. There are a lot of guests today, not only villagers from Windmill Village, but also guests from other places. Most of the sailors on Lin En's merchant ship, except for a few people who stayed on the ship, came to the tavern. Boss lady, add an additional teppanyaki. Boss lady, I also want to add a kebab. Boss lady, I also want a portion of the boss's secret pumpkin pie. The sailors kept talking about boss lady, and Makina's face became redder and redder. Lin smiled and did not scold them. It seemed as if he tacitly agreed with this statement. Wow! It's so spicy. Boss, do you want to kill me with the spiciness, boss lady? I want to apply for work injury. A sailor ate Lin's special devil spicy pumpkin pie and performed in an exaggerated manner. Then, Makina brought a large glass of ice water with lemon. After drinking this glass of ice water, the sailor breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Ah, I'm alive again." Ha ha ha. In the tavern, the sailors and villagers laughed, and the atmosphere was full of joy. Pirates, pirates are coming. At this time, a villager ran in. His left shoe had been lost and he looked very panicked. The bar suddenly became quiet. Pirate, this word is not pleasant at all. Although people hate the navy, compared with the navy, pirates are more hateful and fearful. Except for the adventure-style pirate groups like Luffy who adventure treasure hunting, most of the pirates are killing, burning, looting, and doing all kinds of evil. Lin En, who was cutting meat, stopped the knife in his hand. Boss! At this time, the sailors stood up. Lin En said without looking back, "Go and watch our ship." Yes. More than 30 sailors stood up at the same time and left the tavern. Although Lin's ship was a merchant ship, the sailors on board all had certain combat capabilities. After all, with the advent of the Great Pirate Era, the number of pirates on the sea increased sharply, and it was no longer surprising for merchant ships to be attacked by pirates. Linear. Makina looked at Lin. Lin turned around, smiled at Makina, and said, "I'm here, nothing will happen." Yet. Makina nodded seriously. About 10 minutes later, a villager ran into the tavern and said, "Lin, the pirates are coming here, you should hide quickly." Although the pirates have not started looting, the villagers believe that once the pirates see Lin En and the money and goods that Lin En is carrying, they will definitely start to rob him. Just like a shark smelling blood, it will become bloodthirsty. This is an instinctive reaction. However, Lin En did not react at all. With a calm and composed expression, it seems that he is not afraid of pirates at all. At this time, the pirates, under the guidance of a child, have come to the outside of the tavern. Yellow straw hat, black cloak, short fiery red hair, and a conspicuous scar on the eye. When Shanks walked into the tavern, he saw Lin En at first sight. Lin En has short hair and is about 2.7 meters tall, which is particularly conspicuous in the bar. Lin En's eyes also fell on Shanks. The four eyes met. The eyes of a strong man. Shanks instinctively felt that Lin En was not an ordinary person. "Lin En, why are you here?" At this time, Jesus Bulletin behind Shanks took the initiative to greet Lin En. Shanks asked, "Do you know each other?" Jesus Bulletin replied, "Of course I know him. He is a celebrity in our Zebro village and a very good friend of mine. He started doing business at a very young age and was called Honest Lin En. He would never breach a contract, let alone sell fake goods. Everyone trusted him. He was also very kind and would give credit to poor people. He was a very good person." Jesus Bulletin introduced Lin En. From his description, Lin En was an excellent businessman and a good person with noble character. Jesus Bulletin, long time no see. When Lin En saw Jesus Bulletin, he took off his apron and walked over. Jesus Bulletin was about to walk up to Lin En and hug him. According to normal people's logic, it should be like this. However, Lin En punched Jesus Bulletin on the bridge of his nose. Bang! Jesus Bulletin was knocked out. Before Lin En could catch up and punch him again, Shanks had already stood between the two of them. At this time, Beckman, Lakilu, and others also took out their knives and guns. "Aren't you friends?" Shanks frowned and asked Lin En. Lin said calmly, "This punch is for Bankana." Bankana. The doubt on Shanks' face disappeared. When he took Jesus away, Jesus had already married Bankina and had a child. Jesus had abandoned his wife and child and followed Shanks away. Since Lin En was Jesus' friend, he must have known Jesus' wife. Therefore, it was understandable that he beat Jesus as a friend. At this time, Jesus had been helped up by his companions. His nose, the ridge bone, was broken and the face was covered with blood. However, Jesus Bulletin did not look angry at all. At the same time, he asked Beckman, Lakilu, and others to put down their weapons. Lin En said to Jesus Bulletin, "Go back and see them, they miss you very much." The sudden conflict ended quickly. Perhaps to ease the mood, Beckman and Lakilu and others began to take the initiative to joke. Shanks also deliberately cheated in gambling and was discovered, causing bursts of laughter. This is the team atmosphere of the Red Hair Pirates. Every companion is extremely important. Lin En saw all this. Shanks was like a clown. After being punished, he took a glass of beer and took the initiative to come to Lin En and said, "Lin En, do you want to go to sea with me?" Beckman, Lakilu, and others were quite curious. Those who could be invited by Shanks were not ordinary. Of course, this also included them. Luffy listened very seriously. He has always been sensitive to words like going to sea and pirates. Especially when these words are connected together. Lin En refused without thinking, "Thank you for your invitation, but I am not interested in being a pirate." That's a pity. He is such a powerful person. It would be fun for us to be together. Shanks looked at Lin En's hand holding the wine glass. He believed that he would not make a mistake. The look in Lin En's eyes when he looked at him was definitely not that of an ordinary person. Lin En replied, "Sorry, my ideal is to become the richest man in the world and expand my business to all parts of the world. Of course, maybe we will have many intersections in the future." Shanks said, "Well, it's a great ideal, and you are right. We will meet again in the future. If you want to change your career, remember to come to me." Although they just met, Shanks admired Lin En very much. Makina prepared barbecue, desserts, and fruit platters for the two. The two drank and talked, and they all learned about each other. Lin En's understanding of business and Shanks' interpretation of adventure, each of them has his own views. Just when the two were chatting, an accident happened. While joining in the fun, Luffy accidentally ate the rubber fruit and became a rubber man. Chapter 3, Shanks' Shock. Shanks wanted to stay in Windmill Village and was not in a hurry to leave. He planned to use this place as a temporary base camp and travel and explore in the East China Sea. Lin also decided to stay in Windmill Village for a few more days, and the sailors were naturally happy. From dawn to dusk. After nightfall, as the bonfire rose, the bonfire party that was inspired on the spur of the moment began. Makina asked the women in the village to help. Barbecue, beer, and fruit wine were available in unlimited quantities. The pirates of the Red Hair Pirates and the sailors of the Lin Merchant Corps gathered together to drink and chat about each other's experiences. Occasionally, they would brag. When gambling, they would try their best to cheat. Both sides communicated harmoniously. At this time, Shanks suddenly put down his wine glass and said to Lin, "Will you fight with me?" Lin put down his wine glass and replied, "I'm not good at fighting." Shanks raised his hand and touched the base of his palm. Lin looked down at his base of his palm and smiled bitterly, "It seems that I have to remember to wear gloves in the future." The calluses at the base of his palm are proof of holding the sword for many years. As a swordsman, Shanks observed this when he met Lin. Fight! 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 The pirates and sailors began to make a noise. At this point in the banquet, everyone drank a lot and was in high spirits. If you refuse at this time, it will really spoil the fun. Lin hesitated for a while. Makina looked at Lin with some concern. Makina had never seen Lin fight, but Lin did have a lot of scars on his body. Lin once explained that it was a battle encountered when doing business. Lin En said to his assistant Leonard, "Bring me my sword." The scabbard has flower-shaped carvings, and the blade is three-petal-shaped. The moment the sword was unsheathed, the blade was pitch black, and it flashed coldly under the firelight. Shanks opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, "What a rare sword!" Lin En stroked the blade and said, "It's called Huang. I asked my master for a long time to forge it." Lin En's sword is not an ordinary sword. It was made by Shimotsuki Kozaburo himself. And his master is Shimotsuki Kozaburo, a swordsman from Wano country, who once made Yanma and Wado Ikemonji. Shanks also pulled out the western sword from his waist with his left hand and said, "It's really making people look forward to it more and more." A sailor threw the bottle high up. When the bottle fell to the ground, Lin En and Shanks moved at the same time. The knife in Lin En's hand directly slashed at Shanks' left arm. Shanks is left-handed. Lin En was also curious about how strong Shanks was at this time. Bang! The swords slashed heavily together. Lin En exerted force on his waist and back, and at the same time, he stepped forward with his right foot, and pressed the knife towards Shanks. Shanks' eyes were full of shock. He thought Lin En was very strong, but he didn't expect that he would be so strong. "I haven't had a serious fight for a long time." Shanks did not retreat, and began to exert force in almost the same way. Both of them were very strong, and they wanted to overwhelm each other in strength. They started to compete. Lakilo muttered, "This is the first time I've seen a guy who can compete with the boss." Beckman said to Jesus preached, "Jesus, your friend is very powerful. Why haven't you mentioned him before?" Jesus was stunned for a while, and then said with a little embarrassment, "I have never seen Lin fight." "Is that so?" Beckman said thoughtfully. At this time, Shanks and Lin both exerted their strength at the same time. They each exerted their strength, supported the knife with both hands, and pressed hard on each other. Bang! The ground cracked, and dense cracks like a net appeared. The gas explosion caused by each force made people's ears buzz, and Makina subconsciously covered his ears. Then, the two of them jumped back one step, seemingly pulling away. But in the next second, after Lin and Shanks landed, one of their feet stepped heavily on the ground. Boom! The ground under the feet of the two people suddenly shook, and while shattering the surface of the stratum, the shock wave generated had already affected the area of watching the battle. Accompanying the shock wave was smoke and dust all over the sky. So fast! Lakilo widened his eyes. The smoke and dust filled the air, and the two figures were so fast that it was difficult to track them. Ding ding ding! Under the reflection of the fire, the swords kept slashing at each other. The sword light and sword shadow could not be seen clearly. The sparks flying around were thrilling. As soon as they fought, both knew that each other was an experienced swordsman. Therefore, there was no extra movement when attacking. Every slash seemed to split the sky and the earth. Every sword energy seemed to penetrate the universe. The sharpness of the sword energy was dazzling. The speed of the two swords and the speed of movement continued to accelerate. The wilderness was split into deep trenches by the slashes of the two. The deepest part was bottomless. Ding! The sword energy tore through the air. Trees and boulders were cut in response. As the fighting spirit of the two rose again, the swords collided again. Boom! Broken sand and gravel, flying wood chips, and stirred dust. When the smoke cleared, a huge pit with a diameter of hundreds of meters appeared where the two stood. The surrounding wilderness was like a meteorite. The collision caused by the two people slashing completely destroyed everything. This is too exaggerated. Jesus Bulletin widened his eyes. He had known Lin En since he was a child. When Lin En was a child, he never played with them. In Jesus Bulletin's eyes, he was a very quiet person. As Lin En grew up, he became more and more stable. I just didn't expect that Lin En would be so strong. And like Shanks, they seemed to be monsters. Shanks suddenly put away his sword, and Lin En also put down his knife. Shanks said seriously, "If we continue to fight like this, there will be no results in a few days and nights." Lin En nodded and said, "Well, I don't want to get hurt either. Exchanging injuries for injuries may force out the opponent's flaws. But there is no reason to fight to the death." Beckman, Lakilo, Jesus Buletin, and others have been shocked and speechless. Shanks laughed, walked to Lin En, patted Lin En's back, and said, "Let's have a bar fight." Makina was relieved, and hurried to Lin En's side, circling back and forth, worrying whether he was injured. This scene was seen by Shanks and others. Lakilo laughed and said, "Boss, the boss is very powerful, there is no need to worry about him." Makina blushed, lowered his head, and then glanced at Lin En secretly. Lin En stayed in Windmill Village for about 10 days. At the same time, Lin En also purchased a lot of pickled agricultural products in Windmill Village. In addition, the mushrooms in Windmill Village and the mountain vegetables on Dawn Island are of good quality. High-quality ingredients are very popular in the catering industry and are in short supply. Lin En bought a lot this time, and because the purchase quantity was large, he also got enough discounts on the price. Although the price given by Lin En was not high, if they wanted to take it to the Kingdom of Gaia for sale, it would not only take a lot of time, but also pay a lot of taxes. After deducting taxes and the time cost of running around and selling, the price Lin En gave was not bad. Therefore, the villagers were happy to cooperate with Lin En. Lin En loaded the purchased goods onto the ship and then said goodbye to Makina. Shanks and others had already left Windmill Village the day before. They were just leaving temporarily and would come back later. According to Shanks and others, they would complete the expedition in the East China Sea before leaving. Places like the Sea Naval. At this time, the sailors on the ship shouted to the dock, "Boss, the ship is about to sail." Lin En said to Makina, "I'm leaving." "Yet?" Makina nodded. "Such a separation must be experienced every month. I'll be back." After Lin En finished speaking, he turned around and boarded the ship. Set sail. Next stop, Shields Town. Chapter 4, Under the Banner of GARP. The 153rd branch of the Navy is located in Shields Town. Therefore, the public security in Shields Town is still good. Although the overall strength of the Navy stationed in Shields Town is not very good, the Navy is the Navy after all, and it is the dominant force on the sea. Most of the pirates are still relatively rational, and they are not stupid enough to attack the naval base. However, the Navy of the East China Sea is really good at making money. From the governor of the East China Sea Navy to the commander of the branch base, from top to bottom, they try every means to make money. As a businessman, Lin En has to contact the Navy in order to avoid trouble. However, Lin En is not worried about being blackmailed by the Navy. "Lin En, what good things did you bring this time? Are there any new toys? Are there any new styles of skirts?" Shields Town Pier. Although there are many merchant ships traveling to and from Shields Town, there are still many residents asking questions whenever Lin En's ship arrives. Lin En's cargo ship has become famous in various countries in the East China Sea. Lin En the goods are very trendy, and Lin En is good at doing business. He knows what people like. Brought medicines to the elderly, toys to children, photo magazines and cigarettes to men, and cosmetics, clothes, etc. to women. In short, no matter men, women, old or young, they can always buy their favorite goods on Lin En's ship. At this time, Lin En held the railing at the side of the ship and shouted to the dock with a smile, "Of course, Lin En never lets you down." Lin En then turned around and said to the sailors behind him, "Everyone move the goods down, we will make a lot of money today." "Oh!" the sailors responded in unison. Soon, boxes of clothes, medicines, toys, tobacco, etc. were carried to the dock. Lin En and the sailors began to introduce the goods. Goods for women are always the best selling. In the past, although caravans also visited the town of Shields, the caravans would not sell so many complex goods. Moreover, they would not sell new clothes, especially those fashionable clothes that are sought after by female stars and nobles. It was not until Lin En visited here for the first time that he brought the popular culture to Shields Town. Men always like beautiful women. The photos of female stars in photo albums and magazines show the bright and beautiful appearance and attractive curves of women to the fullest. Women dress to please themselves. In order not to be old-fashioned, women will naturally spend more money on makeup and clothes. Men also want their wives to be beautiful. Therefore, the high-end goods brought by Lin En are not only popular, but also become a must-have for women to compare and show off. At this time, a middle-aged man wearing a chef's hat walked to Lin En's side. He took the initiative to approach Lin En and asked, "Lin En, are the wild vegetables you brought last time available this time?" Lin En has been to many countries and regions in the East China Sea, and only found wild vegetables on Don Island. Wild vegetables are plants similar to ferns, and they are very popular when stir-fried or mixed cold. Moreover, wild vegetables can be pickled, and the pickled wild vegetables also maintain a full refreshing taste. The middle-aged man who asked about wild vegetables is called Raoul, the owner of the largest restaurant in Shields Town. Since he made wild vegetables into dishes, he has received good reviews from customers. But last time, Raoul only bought 200 kilograms, and it was sold out quickly. Now if customers order wild vegetables, they can only ask them to change to other side dishes. As the largest restaurant in town, it would be a shame if there were no ingredients. Lin En put down the perfume in his hand and said with a little embarrassment, "Raoul, I'm so sorry, the restaurant in Rogue Town has also been booked. I can't give you the wild vegetables this time. You know, I respect the spirit of the contract." Raoul was anxious on the spot when he heard this. He grabbed Lin En's hand and said, "Lin En, please, help me this time. Captain Kana likes pickled wild vegetables very much. If he can't eat them, then my store can't be opened." Captain Kana is the base commander of the 153rd branch. He is good at blackmailing businessmen and is also a flatterer. He is the same type of person as Colonel Mouse. Moreover, Captain Kana bullies the weak and fears the strong. He is not friendly to the businessmen in Shields Town. Lin En thought about it, hesitated for a while, and then said, "Okay, then I will sell you the portion I reserved for myself." Raoul said gratefully, "Great, it's really a big help." Lin En added, "It can only be this time. My crew also likes to eat it, and it is rich in nutrition and is a very high-quality ingredient. Then next time." Before Raoul finished speaking, Lin En said, "If you want to order it next time, you will need to pay a deposit this time, and the price may increase. You know, the tax in the Kingdom of Gaia has increased again." Lin En, "I can understand, and I believe you." Although the price has increased, Raoul trusts Lin En's words very much. In fact, the Kingdom of Gaia is not only a microcosm of the countries in the East China Sea, but also the same in the whole world. The Tianlong people require countries around the world to hand over the Tianshang gold. The royal families of countries around the world will pass the Tianshang gold to civilians. Although merchants are rich, they are also taxed. After a brief chat with Raoul for a while, Raoul returned to his restaurant. Lin En continued to sell goods at the dock. The price of buying wild vegetables in Windmill Village is 700 baileys per kilogram. The children on Don Island often go up the mountain to pick them. The village chief of Windmill Village will buy them at 500 baileys per kilogram and then sell them to Lin En. The price Lin En sold to Raoul was 8,200 baileys per kilogram. Scarcity makes things valuable. Especially Lin has a monopoly on the sale of wild vegetables. Moreover, because it is a maritime trade, the price of scarce goods is particularly vague. "Hey, boss Lin En!" At this time, a man's sharp voice came from behind Lin En. Lin En turned around and looked. The person who came was a naval captain wearing a naval justice cloak. Lin En was not afraid of Captain Kana. Instead, he took a bottle of wine and cigarettes and came over. "Captain Kana, how are you recently?" Lin En was very enthusiastic and gave cigarettes and wine to Captain Kana. Captain Kana was not polite either. Although a bottle of wine and a box of cigars are not good things in the eyes of Captain Kana. But Lin En is not an ordinary person. Captain Kana has been in the 153rd branch for 2 years and has always wanted to be promoted to the branch. Of course, if he can be promoted to the governor's office, or directly to the headquarters, it would be a dream come true. And Kana will now all hopes were placed on Lin En. Because Lin En knew the big shot in the navy. At this time, Kana came to Lin En, lowered his voice, and asked in a low voice, "Boss Lin En, did you go to Windmill Village this time?" Lin En answered frankly, "Yes, I just came from Windmill Village." "Vice Admiral Garp?" Kana asked cautiously. Garp, a naval hero, a vice admiral of the headquarters. In Kana's view, as long as Garp said a word, Kana would be able to rise to prominence. Lin En replied, "Uncle Garp is not at home this time. I will visit him again next month. Don't worry, I have given your gift to his grandson." Lin En has always been under the name of Garp. Therefore, the Navy of the East China Sea not only dared not blackmail him, but also tried every means to curry favor with him. "Boss Lin En, thank you for your hard work. If I can get a promotion, I will never forget your kindness in my life." Kana bowed deeply to Lin En to express his gratitude. Chapter 5, Shanzai Factory. Whether in the past life or in this life, most people are just vulgar people. What they pursue is nothing more than money, power, and sex to satisfy their desires. Kana is just one of the majority of vulgar people. However, Lin can understand them and does not dislike or reject them. Because Lin can use his relationship with Luffy to develop his business under the banner of Garp. As for helping Kana get promoted? Just talking. Lin is just using Kana, and Kana's value is limited. Kana is trying to curry favor with Lin. Although this matter has not been deliberately publicized, people with intentions have already paid attention to it. Therefore, in the eyes of some people, Lin has been taken care of by the Navy. Or it can be understood that Lin has a background in the Navy. Doing business requires not only brains, but also relationships and background. Lin has a business mind, and he frequently visits Windmill Village, intersects with Luffy's family, and completely opens up the relationship with the Navy and has a background in the Navy. The town of Shields is rich in fruit wine. After Lin En unloaded a batch of goods at the dock, he naturally had to replenish the stock. Tony Winery is the largest winery in Shields Town. Every time Lin En comes to Shields Town, he will come here to purchase goods. The owner of the tavern, Little Tony, is the youngest son of the previous owner. Little Tony is a fat man with a cone head and a big brown beard. He is usually a bit sloppy and focuses on brewing wine every day. When Lin En arrived at Tony's tavern, a servant notified Little Tony. Little Tony immediately came to greet Lin En. After seeing Lin En, he took the initiative to go over and hug Lin En. "Lin, you made a lot of money this time." Little Tony patted Lin En's shoulder, not unfamiliar at all. Lin En smiled and said, "If you can give me more and better quality wine, I can make more money." "Ha ha ha." Little Tony laughed loudly and took Lin En to the wine cellar. "You came just in time. I brewed a plum wine according to your suggestion. Low alcohol plum wine should be popular with women." Lin En drank it once in his previous life, and his opposite-sex friends also recommended plum wine. Therefore, when he visited Tony's winery last time, Lin En casually mentioned this matter. Lin En was also interested when he heard it. "Really? I really want to taste it." Under the leadership of Little Tony, Lin En came to the wine cellar. Tony's wine cellar is very clean, and the classification and storage of wine are in order. This is not the credit of servants and employees, but Little Tony. Although Little Tony is very sloppy, he is more serious than anyone else in brewing wine. Little Tony took out the wine barrel, poured out a small cup, and handed it to Lin En. Lin En first smelled it and said, "This is not just plum wine. The fragrance in it depends on what flowers you put. The flower fragrance is not pungent, and it does not affect the fragrance of plum wine. It is like an auxiliary ingredient, which makes the fragrance of plum wine more layered." Little Tony said proudly, "I used 3 kinds of flowers and 17 kinds of spices. It's amazing." Lin En took a sip and it was very smooth when it went into his throat. It is better to say that it is a drink between wine and tea than wine. In addition, its alcohol content is indeed not high, and it is not easy to get drunk. Lin asked, "Has this wine started to be sold?" Little Tony shook his head and replied, "I'm waiting for your advice, so I haven't sold it in the town yet." "That's good." Lin breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Leave the sales of this wine to me. No matter how much you produce, I will sell it all." Little Tony said excitedly, "Really?" Lin added, "But the premise is that you can't sell it in Shields Town. Wine produced in Shields Town cannot be sold in Shields Town? That's a pity. I also want everyone in the town to drink my wine." Little Tony said with a little regret, resting his head on his head. At this time, Lin put his hand on Little Tony's shoulder and said, "Tony, my friend, I will let the whole world drink your wine, including Shields Town." "Really?" Little Tony got excited again. Lin En patted Little Tony's shoulder vigorously, "Believe me, my friend, Lin En keeps his word." Little Tony nodded vigorously and said, "Lin En, my best friend, of course I believe in you. If it weren't for you, my winery would have gone bankrupt. Don't worry, I will do what you say." Little Tony invited Lin En to dinner, and Lin En did not refuse. However, Lin En asked the accompanying sailor Weiss, "We'll go to Gothic Island tomorrow and tell everyone not to drink tonight." "Okay, boss." Weiss immediately returned to the dock and informed his companions that they couldn't drink tonight, so as not to affect tomorrow's voyage. The next morning, Lin left the town of Shields and set sail for Gothic Island. Gothic Island is a deserted island. In the impression of the people of the East China Sea, only pirates like to stay on deserted islands like Gothic Island. In fact, Gothic Island has always been a pirate's nest in the past. After arriving at Gothic Island and parking the boat, Lin took people off the boat and began to land on the island one after another. At the same time, on the crown of a big tree on the island, a young man was observing Lin and others with a telescope. The young man took out the Den Den Mushi in his arms and said, "The boss is here." The boss in the young man's mouth naturally refers to Lin. Gothic Island is Lin's base. However, many things on the island cannot be put on the surface. "Boss." A middle-aged man with yellow hair came to Lin En with 10 young people. The middle-aged man and the young people were all wearing the same grey uniform and peaked caps. Lin En said to the middle-aged man, "Uncle Vincent, is the island okay recently?" Vincent replied, "Pirates came a few days ago, but we killed them all." Lin En asked again, "Have all the bodies been dealt with?" Vincent patted his chest and assured, "Boss, don't worry, their ashes have been scattered in the sea. With Uncle Vincent here, I feel relieved." Lin En patted Vincent's shoulder and then walked deeper into the island. Lin En's base is located in a cave on Gothic Island. This is a naturally formed karst cave. At this time, the cave was brightly lit, as if it were daytime. In the cave, dozens of workers wearing handcuffs and shackles were working. Some were labeling crystal bottles, some were printing labels, and some were packaging. High imitation and copycat. On Gothic Island, Lin is producing high-end luxury goods day and night. The cost of perfume worth 200,000 Baileys is only a few thousand Baileys, and this is still counting labor. In addition, there is also fruit wine brought from Shields Town. After changing the packaging, it has also transformed into a high-end consumer product. At this time, a silver-haired old man came to Lin. The old man is called Frode, the factory director appointed by Lin, responsible for the operation of goods on the island. Vincent is the security captain on the island, responsible for public security. Chapter 6, Rushing to the Buggy Pirates. Lynn took out the plum wine made by Tony and handed it to Frode. "Uncle Frode, smell it." Frode sniffed lightly, then took a deep breath and murmured, "It smells so good." Lynn said, "Take a sip and try it." Frode nodded and then took a sip. Gurgle. One sip into the throat, that silky smoothness. There is also an indescribable fragrance, which is slightly sweet in the clearness. Lin En said seriously, "I need a bottle that matches it." Frode smiled and said, "Boss, this wine can be sold for at least 300,000 Baileys." "No." Lin En shook his head and said, "Wine is different from perfume, and it can't be sold like this." Frode was stunned when he heard it. Lin En smiled and explained, "It should be sold by year." Year? Frode didn't understand. In the past, they also sold fruit wine, but they never sold it by year. Lin said, "Wine is different from perfume. The longer the wine is stored, the more fragrant it is." Frode seemed to understand. "Should we put a date on it?" Lin said, "We need to mark different dates on the corks. The closer the date, the cheaper it is and the more quantity it has. The older the date, the less quantity it has. We need to make them feel that drinking one less bottle means one less bottle. In this way, the price will naturally get higher and higher." Frode admired from the bottom of his heart, "Boss, you are really a business genius." Lin said, "Of course, the packaging depends on you. I believe in the ability of you and your son to come up with the corresponding design." Frode promised, "We won't let the boss down." Lin said, "Give this bottle of wine to Daryl." "Thank you, boss." After thanking him, Frode turned and went to the office. The door of the office opened. There was a man wrapped in bandages sitting inside. The man was holding a pen and thinking on the drawing board. Lin's factory is not only making knockoff products, but also considering creating new luxury goods. For example, health products. Whether it is civilians or nobles, there is a great demand for health products. In Lin's previous life, the elderly in the neighbor's house regarded health products as panaceas. Even if they were sick, they would not go to the hospital, but take health products that cure all diseases. As for the rich, they really regard health products as health products and take them every day. So far, there is still a blank in this world. This is a business opportunity, and Lin does not want to miss it. Of course, the new wine brewed by Tony will also be a business opportunity. As long as the packaging and publicity can keep up, Urquioto can also be sold as Mao Tai. Lin did not stay in Gothic Island for long. After instructing Frode and Vincent about work, Lin set sail again. However, when he set sail this time, Lin did not take more goods. Scarcity makes things valuable, especially luxury goods. It is necessary to keep the out-of-stock state and cooperate with appropriate promotions to arouse customers' desire to buy. Lin has not learned professional knowledge, so let's think this is a kind of hunger marketing. The sea was calm. Lin's cargo ship was sailing smoothly. The navigator on the mast was holding a telescope and observing the surrounding situation. Each of the crew members on Lin's ship has rich sailing experience. At this time, the navigator Latu came to the training room where Lin was. He pushed open the door and said, "Boss, there are large dark clouds forming in the east, and there will be heavy rain soon. We'd better find a place to shelter from the rain as soon as possible." At this moment, Lin was practicing single-finger handstand meditation under the weight. After hearing Latu's words, Lin opened his eyes and said, "Go to Redstone Town." "Yes." Latu turned and left, ready to inform the sailors. However, Latu just walked back to the deck. Bang! The shells fell into the sea, causing huge splashes. The sudden sound of the cannon was so abrupt. The sailors all looked in the same direction. Black sails. Latu held a telescope. There is also a skull flag. Pirates are coming. Get ready for battle. Without Lin En's order, the sailors took up their swords and guns spontaneously, and at the same time, pushed out the cannon. Although it was a cargo ship, in order to prevent the pirates' attacks, Lin En must equip the cargo ship with naval guns. But before the sailors could calculate the distance of the pirates' next round of bombardment came again. Just when the shells were about to hit the merchant ship, a figure jumped up from the side of the ship, accompanied by a dazzling knife light. Bang! The shells exploded in the air. Click! Lin En landed steadily on the side of the ship. Latu and others were not surprised by Lin En's strength, because Lin En had successfully defeated the pirates on his own in many battles. As for cutting the shells, it was a routine operation for Lin En. At the same time, the guns on Lin En's ship also began to fight back. But the effect of the fight back was not good. Although the guns on Lin En's ship were obtained from the Navy branch base. After several consecutive shells missed, the combatant Eddie said a little frustrated, "Boss, they are too far away from us, our shells can't reach them." Lin En took the telescope and saw the opponent's pirate flag, and said, "Get closer to them. Since it's too far to reach, let's get closer." At the same time, in the distant sea, a pirate ship with an elephant bow was constantly firing at Lin's ship. The huge red nose in the skull of the pirate flag on the mast was so conspicuous on the sea. This ship is called Baikidopu, which Buggy had finally assembled. At this time, Machi ran to Buggy with a panicked look on his face and said, "Boss, that merchant ship is rushing towards us." "What?" Buggy's eyes widened, and he jumped up from his seat in disbelief. Then, Buggy directly snatched Machi's telescope and looked at Lin's cargo ship. At this time, Lin stood on the bow, holding Huang in his right hand, and easily shattered the shells fired by Buggy. Lin had just discovered that it was Buggy's ship. Chapter 7, Where did the monster in the East China Sea come from? Lin had just discovered that it was Buggy's ship. Therefore, he would not easily let go of Buggy at this time. There are many mysteries about Buggy. Lin wants to figure it out. Buggy looked at the approaching cargo ship and shouted, "When it gets close, fire at it and sink it." The cannon on Buggy's bow is specially made, with a long range and great power. In addition, Buggy's pirate ship is equipped with more than 20 cannons of various types. The pirates also picked up swords and guns, ready to kill. Although the East China Sea is called the weakest sea, the pirates of the East China Sea think it is a paradise. Because there are almost no monsters here. It's getting closer. Beiki confidently ordered, "Don't rush to fire, wait for it to get closer." Beiki is a pirate with considerable experience. The other side is a cargo ship, not a warship. If the sailors on the cargo ship fire first, then the second round of loading will inevitably waste a lot of time. Moreover, ordinary sailors are not professional navy, and their shells must have a low hit rate. When the cargo ship misses in the first round, Buggy will let the Baikidopu press on. In this way, the sailors on the cargo ship will definitely panic. The more panicked, the easier it is to make mistakes, and the lower the efficiency of the attack. Like prey that has lost its judgment, it can only be slaughtered. As for the swordsman on the ship, Buggy is not afraid at all. Beiki's idea is very simple. No matter how powerful the swordsman on the ship is, as long as the cargo ship is fired at close range, it will be blown to pieces. By then, how much combat effectiveness can the swordsman exert without the ship? What's more, Buggy is least afraid of the swordsman. However, Lin En did not order the gun to be fired. Lin En said calmly, "Stick to it." The sailors on the ship were all very calm. They had encountered this kind of scene many times. They didn't fire first? What were they thinking? Beiki frowned. Could it be that the other party really wanted to engage in a boarding battle? The guys on this cargo ship were either crazy or stupid. Beiki had been a pirate for so many years, but this was the first time he encountered such a cargo ship. At this time, the distance between them was less than 200 meters, and both sides had entered the best shooting range. The ships were almost parallel. The sailors and pirates on the ship could already see each other. Fire! Baiki was the first to give the order. Bang, bang, bang! The naval guns on the left side of the ship fired in unison. The recoil of more than 20 naval guns fired in unison caused the Baikudopu to tilt significantly. More than 20 shells flew straight to the cargo ship. At this moment, Lin En swung his sword. Wind barrier. Lin En waved Huang and casually through. Looking at the left side of the ship, a sword pressure was drawn. Suddenly, under the pressure of the sword energy, the waves formed a high wall of 100 meters long, 10 meters high and 3 meters wide. The shells hit the high wall and were all blocked. What? Mackay and others widened their eyes, stunned, shocked, and stunned. It was the first time they saw such a scene. Even Buggy opened his mouth wide. How is it possible? It's not that Buggy has never seen this kind of sword skills. Buggy has been with Roger since he was a child. When he was in Roger's pirate group, he fought with Golden Lion many times, and Golden Lion's sword skills were much more exaggerated than this. But this is the East China Sea. When did this kind of monster appear in the East China Sea? This is not the New World where monsters appear. Lin En said, "Fire." As soon as Lin En finished speaking, the cannons on the cargo ship began to fire. Bang bang bang! At such a close distance, the shells accurately hit the Baikudopu. Bang! 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 Pirates blown away, fences shattered. Wood chips flew, and flames covered the deck in an instant. Buggy gritted his teeth and stared at Lin across from him, thinking, "Damn it! Who is this bastard?" Buggy's ship was finally saved by him. Now that he has eaten so many shells, Buggy's heart is in pain. The blood vessels and veins on Buggy's forehead burst at the same time, and he shouted grimly, "Come over and kill them! Oh! Kill them!" The pirates of Buggy's pirate group rekindled their fighting spirit in Buggy's shouting. Lin said, "Come over." Both sides prepared for a boarding battle. As a man on the sea, the close combat in the boarding battle can fully release the wildness of men. Blood, barbarity, violence, the romance of men. The pirates grabbed the ropes and swung high from the mast like a swing, then let go and flew towards the cargo ship by inertia. Some sailors raised their guns and shot, while others held their knives and responded calmly. The two sides began to fight on the deck. Ding ding ding! The sound of swords colliding was endless. Ah! The sailors and pirates who were chopped down screamed in pain before they died. Bang! There were hidden sharpshooters on the masts and cabin windows of each ship, each firing a sneak attack. At the same time, Buggy also drew his knife. Before Buggy jumped over, he saw Lin jumping over. The pirates around Buggy immediately surrounded Lin. Tiger attack! Lin suddenly slashed with his sword, and the sword was as powerful as a tiger clapping its claws. Not only fast, but also powerful. All the pirate minions who surrounded him were chopped and flew away. Cough cough cough! After the minions landed, they kept coughing up blood, and their clothes were all shredded, as if they were really torn by the tiger's claws. This guy is not an ordinary swordsman. Baiki held the knife, his eyes full of vigilance. Suddenly, Lin En rushed over. So fast! But no matter how strong your sword skills are, they are ineffective against me. Baiki grinned, he raised his hand and slashed forward at Lin En. Baiki is the user of the split fruit. The characteristic of this devil fruit is that it is not afraid of any slash. Therefore, Buggy can fight with Lin En without any worries. Of course, the result must be that he is worth it. That's what Buggy thought. The corresponding picture has appeared in his mind. He believed that after this knife, Lin En would lie on the ground, covering his wound, looking at him with his eyes wide open. At this moment, Lin En stopped in front of Buggy, and he was ready to strike. Go to hell! Buggy grinned. However, at this time, a cunning arc appeared at the corner of Lin En's mouth. He was laughing. Buggy's pupil shrank. A sense of uneasiness and crisis arose spontaneously. Demon/underworld wind. A terrifying purple-black sword pressure surged around Lin En, and the sword pressure instantly squeezed out the surrounding air and made the airflow rise. As Lin En swung his sword, the airflow began to rotate. Buggy was directly swept into the air. Rotate. Continue to rotate. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles, 1,000 circles. Until the purple-black whirlwind completely disappeared. Bang! Buggy landed headfirst and fell heavily on the deck. Chapter 8, The Fruit of Splitting into Pieces. Ah! It hurts. Buggy covered his head with a painful expression on his face. He's fine. Now it was Machi and the others who were shocked. Machi had always thought that although Buggy was very powerful and scary, it was limited to Buggy's torture methods and Buggy's devil fruit ability. But he never thought that Buggy's physique would be so strong. He was blown up to the sky for so long just now, and fell heavily on the deck, smashing a hole in the deck. In the end, it was just painful. Lin En looked at Buggy and murmured, "It seems to be about the same as I expected." In fact, Lin En had no mercy just now. If it were a sea king, he would also be knocked unconscious by the dark wind. Of course, ordinary people would definitely die if they took this move. Buggy rubbed his head with his left hand, held the knife in his right hand, and pointed at Lin En. "Asshole, you don't even need to cut." Buggy said it with confidence, as if Lin En was cheating. Lin En said, "I know you ate the split fruit." Buggy was stunned when he heard this, with doubts in his brows. He stared at Lin En with his eyes and carefully observed Lin En's appearance. Strange. Did they know each other? Or did they have any encounters before? Otherwise, how would they know my abilities? But how come there is no impression at all? Lin seemed to see through Buggy's doubts and explained, "I just met Shanks not long ago." Lin did not give a detailed account of how he met Shanks. However, Buggy had already figured it out. It turned out to be him. Buggy has determined that it was Shanks who told Lin about the ability of the split fruit. Lin said, "I have always wondered why you stayed in the East China Sea." After Roger was executed, Buggy explored the East China Sea, looking for treasures, and at the same time looking for crew members to form his own pirate group. This is understandable. Shanks is also looking for powerful companions everywhere. Beckman, Lachilu, Jesus Bulletin, and others are all companions found by Shanks. However, Buggy has always been very low-key. At least compared with Shanks, he is indeed too low-key. Moreover, the crew members that Buggy found only have strong strength and funny at most. Lin believes that Shanks definitely looks down on Machi and others. Therefore, after a slight comparison, Buggy has become a scumbag. Otherwise, when he meets Luffy 10 years later, there will be more than 15 million Baileys in reward. Do I need to explain to you? Buggy snorted disapprovingly. At the same time, Buggy's left hand has quietly grasped 4 throwing knives. Obviously, Buggy is ready for the battle. Lin said, "Indeed, you have no obligation to explain to me, and I am just simply curious. Maybe it may be related to Pirate King Roger? Of course, I am just guessing. Curiosity can easily kill people." Buggy suddenly attacked, and he suddenly stepped on the deck and pounced on Lin. When Lin saw Buggy pounce, his expression was much calmer. "Do you want to fight me seriously? Your current strength also makes me curious. A waste like Kobe can serve as a colonel of the Navy headquarters after following Garp for 2 years. Just think about it, Buggy and Shanks both grew up in Roger's pirates since childhood. Buggy's talent can't be worse than Kobe's. Moreover, Buggy and Shanks are both people that Whitebeard can remember. In the past, when Roger and Whitebeard had conflicts, both Buggy and Shanks would take the initiative to attack Whitebeard. Whether it is courage or strength, they are not worse than Luffy of the same age. Ding! The knife in Buggy's hand slashed heavily at Lin. Lin held the knife horizontally beside him, and at the same time, with the footwork, he easily took a step away, widening the distance between him and Buggy. Buggy used a short knife. An inch longer, an inch stronger. An inch shorter, an inch more dangerous. Buggy is short in stature, and close combat is beneficial to him. Lin accepted Kozabero's kendo guidance, and after years of combat experience, he deeply understood one thing. No matter what kind of opponent you face, you can't fight in the opponent's advantageous area. Pull the distance and use your height, long arms, and the advantage of a longer knife to launch an attack. In this way, Buggy will appear passive. Dang! 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 As expected, Lin was in complete control, and Buggy could only defend passively. Although Buggy tried to get close again and again. However, Lin's footwork was flexible, and at the same time, the sword pressure blocked Buggy's route of advance very accurately. Now Buggy was a bit like a child whose toys were taken away by an adult. Although he was very angry, he could not change the status quo. This guy is really annoying. Buggy's eyes were full of bloodshot. He just couldn't reach Lin. He was a little anxious. However, at this moment, Buggy suddenly threw out his left hand. Fractured into pieces clown flying knife. Buggy's left hand was still holding a flying knife. The clown flying knife shot directly at Lin's throat. Lin held the knife and was about to cut off Buggy's left hand. At this time, Buggy actually flew directly, and posed a heavy chopping posture in the air. The separation ability of the fracture fruit. As long as Buggy wants, he can leave any part of his body at any time. This seems to be a life-saving ability, but in fact, it is very insidious. Because Buggy can control his body at will, it is hard to defend in battle. Shattered into pieces, cannon. Buggy seems to be swinging his right hand to make a slash, but in fact, he is separating his lower body and shooting it at Lin as a cannonball. Boom boom boom. The deck where Lin was blown into powder, and a lot of sawdust was raised. The sawdust, combined with the fire on the deck, billowed thick smoke. Too awesome! Boss, kill him! Machi's eyes were as big as copper bells, and at the same time, his mouth was wide open, enough to dry several eggs. Today, Lin and Buggy brought them too many shocks. However, although Lin is very powerful, Buggy seems to be very strong too. After making such a big noise just now, Lin must have been killed. However, after Buggy recovered his body, his face was solemn. In the thick smoke, Lin held the knife in one hand and stood still. Then, he raised his left hand and flicked off the dust on his body. No way! It's okay like this. Machi and others' eyes were about to pop out. Beiki looked at Lin for a long time without saying a word. He found that the way Lin used the armed color domineering was very familiar. It was somewhat similar to Kojiki Oden. At this moment, Lin suddenly put away the knife and said, "Sure enough, your strength is still not as good as Shanks. Although you haven't used your full strength yet, you can't beat me." Beiki snorted again. However, there was no rebuttal. In the battle between strong men, Lin showed speed, strength, physique, and his use of domineering, which were indeed stronger than Buggy. Moreover, he was more than a little stronger. Buggy was unwilling to admit it, but he could not deny it. He had been in the East China Sea for so many years, and it had been too long since he had fought with a real strong man. The gap between him and Shanks was getting bigger and bigger. P.S. The setting of Buggy's strength has always been a personal opinion. Regardless of whether Oda will slap me in the face, I wrote it anyway. Sorry, I don't like to wait for Oda to update when writing fan fiction, and I prefer to reason about the plot myself. Chapter 9, You Are a Profiteer. Stop it, the storm is coming. Lin En shouted loudly. The sailors and pirates who were fighting each looked at Lin En and Buggy. There was confusion in their eyes. At this time, Lin En looked at Buggy and said, "Let's go to Redstone Town to talk. I have something to talk to you privately." "Talk about things?" "It can only be done this way. If they continue to fight, it will only be more embarrassing." "Stop!" Buggy shouted to his men. The battle ended. The injured sailors and pirates, each supported by their companions, returned to their cabins and received treatment. Then, Lin's cargo ship and Buggy's Bikitopa began to sail side by side towards Redstone Town. Redstone Town is a town that has long been abandoned. This town has been attacked by pirates for many years, and every house in the town has traces of being burned by fire. The residents of the town could not bear the looting of pirates, and finally gave up this small town on the seaside and moved inland. However, although the town was abandoned, it can still provide a sheltered port. If there is a storm, ships at sea will still choose to enter Redstone Town. Lin and Buggy arrived at Redstone Town. After Lin En got off the boat, he took the initiative to come to Buggy and said with a smile, "If you need medicine, you can buy it from me. The price is reasonable. You can take a look at the list." As he said that, Lin En handed a medicine price list to Buggy. Buggy grinned and looked at Lin En with an expression of looking at a madman. This guy is crazy. He actually wants to make money by selling medicine. However, many of his minions were indeed injured, and there were not enough medicines on the ship. Moreover, the storm was coming soon, and it was impossible to continue sailing. If left alone, if the wound was infected, the problem would be more serious. Lin En said sincerely, "Let's take a look. I think you need my help." Buggy suppressed his dissatisfaction and looked at the price list. "Nanny! What does this price mean?" Buggy subconsciously said, "So expensive." The price of a pack of bandages was as high as 50,000 Baileys. Normally, it would only cost 5,000 Baileys to buy it on the island. The price is 10 times higher. Moreover, Buggy usually robs drugstores directly, and drugstores should also give a sum of money. Lin En explained, "Shipping, taxes, and risk money, after all, you are pirates. If the Navy and local officials find out that I sell drugs to pirates, it will be very troublesome." Lin En explained the rationality of the charges very seriously. In addition to the retail price, there is also the wholesale price. However, whether it is the retail price or the wholesale price, the price is 10 to 8 times the normal price. Who is the pirate after all? Why don't you rob at this price? Asshole, you are a profiteer. Buggy was shaking with anger. "Don't be angry, I am good to my friends." Lin En smiled, and then said to Weiss behind him, "Go get bandages, alcohol, and hemostatic drugs, and sell them at half price." "Half price?" Buggy blinked. Lin En said, "Make a friend, if it is someone else, there is no such treatment." "This. Okay, I accept it." Buggy agreed to buy. Asking for a sky-high price, paying on the spot. Lin has been doing business for so many years, and he has almost grasped the psychology of customers. He knows that Buggy needs these medicines. And Lin can give them away for free. But things given away for free will not be cherished. What Lin is doing now is to create a first impression for Buggy. A cunning businessman. Although a little annoying, it is not disgusting. When people interact with each other, the first impression is very important. Only a deep impression can bring better interaction. Just like Lin deliberately beat Jesus in front of Shanks. In fact, Lin and Jesus' wife do not have such a good relationship, and there is no need to stand up for her. It just makes Shanks have an impression of Lin as a good guy from the bottom of his heart. Lin's sailors and Buggy's minions each cleaned up a habitable area in the empty house in the town. At the same time, the chefs on the ship were also busy preparing dinner. "We actually eat with the prey we want to rob. Don't be surprised, I haven't encountered such a thing. Only our boss has this treatment. The boss is really awesome. A group of pirate minions with diligent thoughts began to imagine on their own. At the same time, Buggy and Lin sat face to face. There was a bonfire between them. The meat was roasted beside the bonfire. Lin ate calmly, while Buggy devoured it. Tui. Buggy spit a bone into the bonfire, and then said to himself, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Lin said, "I want to cooperate with you." Buggy put down the barbecue in his hand and asked in a puzzled tone, "Cooperation? Cooperation with pirates? Did I hear it right? I don't know how to do business, and I don't want to do business." Lin put down the barbecue in his hand, swallowed the meat in his mouth, and said slowly, "Don't rush to refuse absolutely, the so-called cooperation is just mutual benefit. I will make a profit and you will not suffer." Buggy frowned and asked back, "Have you also talked about this with Shanks?" Lin En did not hide it and answered directly, "He is not a suitable partner, at least not for me for the time being." Buggy sat cross-legged and supported his head with his left hand. He seemed to be interested and asked again, "Why am I more suitable?" Lin En replied, "You are more shameless." "Ah!" Buggy stretched out his voice. And his face was full of "I want to be unhappy." Lin En said, "Don't be angry, you can take my words as a compliment, and it's useless for you to be angry, you can't beat me." Buggy pursed his lips and didn't know how to answer. This is the fact. What can I do if I am not as strong as Lin En? Is it impotent and furious? However, Buggy also thought secretly in his heart, "I will kill this guy sooner or later." Lin En said, "Look, isn't this your advantage? Knowing how to compromise and give in, not fighting me to death for the sake of face, this is flexibility. If the two parties in cooperation do not know how to adapt, it will not last long." "Humph!" Buggy snorted and said, "Okay, tell me, how do you want to cooperate?" Lin En said, "I want you to expand your power." Buggy replied, "What's so difficult about this, and I don't need to cooperate with you for such a simple thing." Lin En shook his head, "I don't mean just the East China Sea." Buggy looked at Lin En in confusion. Lin En looked at Buggy through the burning bonfire and said, "Your ambition is not just in the East China Sea, and so do I. I think we can understand each other and get along well. What do you think? You are really dangerous." Buggy looked at Lin En, and he felt more and more. Lin En is very dangerous. Like a poisonous snake. Chapter 10, MLM is great. Lin En said to Buggy, "Dangerous? I don't think so. I just have a big ideal. Of course, you can also understand it as ambition." Buggy replied, "Ideal? Ambition? You really don't know whether to say you are treacherous or admit your honesty." Buggy was not disgusted by Lin's confession. There are thousands of people in the world, and there are all kinds of people. Buggy followed Roger and came into contact with many people. Over the years, Buggy has acted independently and has also gained a lot of knowledge. Therefore, for the danger that Lin took the initiative to show, and the treacherousness that could be seen, Buggy was not so worried. Because Buggy knew that the purpose of Lin's cooperation with him was to gain benefits. And Lin was a smart person. At least he would not fail if he cooperated with a smart person. In a very short time, Buggy thought a lot, and finally, he said to Lin, "What should we do first? Or, you haven't planned yet?" Lin En shook his head, "You haven't planned yet? How is that possible? I have been planning since the first day I came to this world." Buggy's pupils shrank for a while, and then he said, "Your answer unexpectedly makes people feel at ease." At this time, Lin En walked to Buggy's side, sat cross-legged beside Buggy, and then he used a branch to draw a circle on the ground. Lin En said, "No matter what kind of ideal you have, it must be based on money in the end." Buggy nodded in tacit agreement. He was so active in looking for treasures, firstly to satisfy his pursuit of treasures. Second, he had the capital to talk about dreams with money. This world is very realistic. It is impossible for people to generate electricity with love. Simply put, you need better ships, more weapons. Lin En said calmly, and the core is inseparable from money. Although Bucky also likes money, Lin En closely connects ideals and money. After listening, Bucky interrupted, "Do you mean to join forces with you to get more money first?" Lin raised his hand, snapped his fingers, and said, "Of course, although it's vulgar to talk about money. I said that money is the foundation." Bucky said, "Then what should I do? I don't know how to do business. It's easier for me to rob a bank vault." Lin said, "Then rob a bank vault." Bucky was stunned. "What kind of operation is this?" Lin said, "If you give me the money you robbed, it will not only increase your bounty and popularity, but also I will use the money you robbed to make more money. 1 Bailey will become 10 Baileys, or even 100 Baileys. This is investment." If he hadn't been unable to beat Lin, Bucky would have jumped up and pressed Lin to the ground and beat him. Why did he feel more unreliable the more he listened? Besides, he is a pirate, how can he work for others? "I know you don't believe it for the time being." "No, not for the time being, I don't believe it at all." "Don't worry, listen to me." Without waiting for Bucky to interrupt, Lin picked up a piece of barbecue and stuffed it directly into Bucky's mouth. Bucky's mouth was full and he couldn't make any sound for the time being. At this time, Lin took out the perfume on his body and said, "Do you know what this is?" Bucky frowned. Of course, he had seen perfume before, but he still cooperated. Nodding. Lin said, "The cost of this bottle of perfume is less than 4,000 Baileys, and the price of a single bottle is 200,000 Baileys. How much is his profit?" Without waiting for Bucky to calculate, Lin continued, "Of course, the sales volume of perfume is limited, and the audience who can afford high-end perfume is not large, but it doesn't matter." Bucky bit the bones and meat in his mouth, and then swallowed them unconsciously. He began to listen carefully. Lin continued to take the class, similar to the MLM class. What Lin En is doing now is telling stories. A good storyteller must not only have a good eloquence and be able to express his feelings. At the same time, he must know how to draw cakes and brag. At this time, Lin took out another small glass bottle. In the glass bottle, there were blue pills. Lin En said, "This medicine is a health product that I am preparing to research. You don't need to ask what health products are. You just need to know that it will be popular in the East China Sea in the future and welcomed by countless men. I estimate that it can sell at least 1 million bottles, and its selling price is 500,000 Baileys per bottle, and the cost is less than 1,000 Baileys. 10 bottles are 5 million Baileys, 100 bottles are 50 million Baileys, 1,000 bottles are 500 million Baileys." Bucky's 2 hands can hardly count. In fact, what Lin En said is a blue happy pill that all men in the previous life knew. After Lin En came to this world, he found that this medicine had not been produced and developed at all. Of course, this medicine should not be difficult. Lin En believes that as long as the funds are in place and research is carried out in this direction, it will be made sooner or later. Moreover, it doesn't matter if it can't be made. With this project and story, there is no fear of not being able to raise money. After all, men have this need when they reach a certain age. These are just a small part, not even the tip of the iceberg. Lin En raised his hand and put it on Bucky's shoulder. "As long as you and I cooperate, you give me enough startup capital, then I can expand my business. In the future, you will get more and more feedback from me. At that time, you can form your own fleet, 50 ships, 100 ships, or even 200 ships, no problem. 50 ships, 100 ships, even 200 ships." Bucky scratched his face and asked, "Do we just need to rob a bank?" Lin En replied, Of course it's not just robbing a bank. Since we are cooperating, we will need more contributions from you in the future. This is relative, reflecting the value of each other's existence. Mutual benefit is the basis for cooperation and trust. Becky felt that what Lin En said made sense. Moreover, Lin En's actions were also feasible. What's more, what's so difficult about robbing a bank? As a pirate, isn't this a routine operation? Buggy asked, which bank do you want to rob? Lin said, you can rob any bank. We will meet here again in 3 months. The more money you rob in these 3 months, the greater the chance of realizing our ideals and ambitions. In short, Lin only wants more money now. Although Lin has accumulated a certain amount of funds over the years, if he wants to become bigger and stronger, he needs more manpower and capital injection. And Buggy is the only pirate with a business mind in this world. In the future, Buggy built a buggy street on the island of Kale Bali in the New World, and the pirate dispatch company Bakey Express founded by him is also located here. Sure enough, Buggy thought for a while and finally nodded. He thought Lin's proposal was very fresh. We can try to cooperate. Besides, if it's just robbing a bank, the Navy won't take it too seriously. As for the Navy in the East China Sea, Bakey really didn't take it seriously. Chapter 11, The Refinery in Orange Town. The next morning. The storm has passed, and the blue sky indicates that today is a good day for sailing. After Lin En and Buggy separated, they each went to their own destinations. Lin En's destination this time is Orange Town. Orange Town is a relatively young town. It is the result of the hard work of the townspeople under the leadership of Mayor Buter. There are many new immigrants in this town, most of whom are young people. The main reason why they came to this new town and started a new life is that it has not yet been governed by the government, and a large amount of taxes can be exempted. Of course, there are pros and cons. This newly established town will also lose its shelter and become the target of pirates looting. If Lin En does not intervene, then in a few years, this will become the base camp of Buggy's pirate group. However, Orange Town is still relatively brave now. They are a group of pioneers, courageous, and yearning for a better life. When Lin En's ship docked at the dock, it was also welcomed. Lin En sold goods at the dock as usual, but the price of the goods sold this time was relatively cheap. Lin En, thank you for bringing us cheap goods. Thank you, Lin En. Lin En, you will definitely make a fortune. The men and women in the town welcomed Lin En with a warm atmosphere. Lin En, long time no see. But all took the initiative to greet Lin En. As the mayor here, it is his responsibility to build a small town and make it more prosperous. Lin En took the initiative to shake hands with Budall and said, Mr. Mayor, the farm tools and machinery you need are already on the ship, you can come and receive them now. Budall said gratefully, Lin En, thank you so much, if it weren't for you, our lives would be even more difficult. Lin En said politely, Mr. Mayor, please don't say that, it's my honor to help you. As a young town, Orange Town needs a lot of resources, farm tools, seeds, machinery, etc., which are the most basic. Of course, what they need most is loans. However, Lin En has no plans to open a bank at present. Although banks are financial money-eating beasts, they can absorb deposits from depositors in a short period of time and lend out funds to make huge profits. However, banks need a high enough reputation and sufficient security. Lin En is instigating Bucky to rob a bank, and he will not be stupid enough to open a bank now. As for reputation, Lin En is also working hard to improve and maintain his personal image. Selling farm tools, machinery, seeds, etc. The profit of these is very low, and they occupy the space in the cabin. However, just like a capitalist who pours milk in a factory while doing charity in an orphanage, reputation is sometimes an asset. Lin En can face pirates with the image of a profiteer, or treat ignorant civilians with a kind appearance. Later, Lin En, accompanied by Butuoer, visited the refinery in Orange Town. This factory was jointly invested and built by Lin En and Orange Town. Lin En was responsible for providing technology and funds, and Orange Town was responsible for providing manpower. The product refined by the factory is the essential oil of flowers. Extracting essential oils from flowers is not a very complicated process. The simplest method is distillation. When the plant raw materials are placed in boiling water, the essential oil containing fragrance escapes with the water vapor. When the steam condenses into water, the oil floats on the water surface, and then they can be collected. This process may need to be repeated several times to obtain essential oils with the highest possible purity. Of course, the process is still being improved. Since Lin En and Butuoer opened the factory together, they have been collecting new distillation methods everywhere to improve the purity of essential oils. However, the production of perfume is not a secret. How to make perfume with a more attractive smell is the key. The blending ratio of perfume is the real core, and Lin En did not let the people of Orange Town know. Similarly, Buter didn't know that Lin En was making fake perfume. Buter always thought that Lin En was selling the essential oils they produced to perfume factories as perfume raw materials. Buter said excitedly, "If the new machine is set up, our production next month can be doubled." The price Lin En paid for the essential oils was not actually high. Of course, compared to simply growing grain, it makes more money. Therefore, in addition to the necessary grain planting, Orange Town is trying to cultivate flower fields as much as possible. Lin En also smiled and gave his blessings at the right time. "That's great, this way, everyone's life will become better." Buter thanked sincerely, "Lin En, we are so lucky to meet a good person like you." After Lin En and Buter left the refinery, they immediately began to visit the newly opened flower fields. Buter proudly introduced their plans. Every piece of land has been contracted. Every resident in the town can have a stable income. It seems that everyone can be happy. However, in Lin's eyes, these people's planting efficiency is too low, and the labor cost is relatively high. If conditions permit, he plans to buy more slaves and build large-scale plantations. However, it is not convenient to buy and sell slaves in the East China Sea. Moreover, it also damages his own good man image. Although the residents of Orange Town are very enthusiastic about Lin, Buter also held a banquet in the evening to celebrate Lin's arrival. However, Lin did not stay in Orange Town for a long time. The next morning, after loading the essential oil, Lin left Orange Town and continued sailing. His next stop is to go to several small towns, where he needs to continue to purchase agricultural products and raw materials, including some rare spices. It was not until 5 days later that Lin arrived at Ziluabyu village. Ziluabyu village is Lin's home in this world. He was born, grew up, studied, and went to sea from here. Of course, before going to sea, he also got a loan from the wealthy businessman Cameron. Cameron is Kay's father. Lin often returns to Ziluabyu village to meet with Cameron. One is out of gratitude, and the other is to maintain contact with Cameron. Cameron is a very famous businessman with strong capital, especially in the relationship between politics and business. At the same time, the Chamber of Commerce to which Cameron belongs also has a certain influence in the Grand Line. In addition, Lin's contact with the Jesus family can also enhance his relationship with the Red Hair Pirates. As an excellent businessman, not only should you set ambitious goals. At the same time, you should try your best to be watertight in interpersonal relationships. Regardless of whether it can be used now, it will not make you suffer in the future. For example, Lin plans to invest in Usopp, just like Cameron's investment in Lin. Chapter 12, Usopp's benefactor in this life. Uncle Linear. Seeing Lin's cargo ship docked, Usopp on the shore shouted loudly. Usopp did not come here to wait for Lin on purpose. However, Usopp would wait for the ship to dock every day. He hoped that his father Jesus would appear on one of the ships. But the daily waiting was in vain. Although Usopp's mother Bankina had advised him many times, Usopp still went to the shore every day. On the slope of the shore, overlooking the dock. When Lin's cargo ship docked, the villagers would also help unload the cargo. Lin En is a businessman who went out of Ziluabu village. Every time he came back, he would bring local specialties. Of course, the price was relatively cheap. Lin En was still very caring for the people in the same village. Usopp also wanted to help. Lin En did not stop him. Although Usopp was only 7 years old, because Jesus left home very early, boys without fathers to take care of them would mature earlier than ordinary boys. Especially in terms of filial piety. Usopp regarded Lin En as a benefactor, because once Bankina was very ill. Thanks to Lin En bringing a ship doctor to treat Bankina, and leaving medicine and living expenses. Otherwise, Bankina might be in danger. Therefore, as long as Lin En's ship docked, Usopp would go to help move the goods, which was also a way for him to repay his gratitude. However, Usopp also understood that this was far from enough to repay the favor. At this time, Weiss saw Usopp moving large cargo and hurriedly reminded him, "Little boy, don't move such large things, you are still too young." Usopp rolled up his sleeves and patted his arms, which were as thin as 2 bamboo poles without any muscles. "Don't worry, uncle, even if it is twice as large, I can easily move it." Usopp gritted his teeth and wanted to lift the box above his head and then carry it on his shoulders. However, the weight was indeed too heavy. If Weiss hadn't hurried to help, he would definitely be crushed by the box. Although Lin's interference allowed Bankina to live healthily. But Usopp still lacked fatherly love. In order to prove that he was a strong man, Usopp still developed the habit of bragging. However, Lin didn't want to correct him at all. Because correcting Usopp was meaningless to Linear, Lin would not waste more time and energy on meaningless things. After the cargo on the ship was unloaded one after another, Lin En shouted to Usopp, "Usopp, come here." "Okay, Uncle Lin En." Usopp wiped his sweat with his sleeve and ran to Lin En. Lin En handed Usopp a delicate box, "A gift for you." After Usopp opened it, he found that it was a pistol. Lin En smiled and asked, "Do you like it?" Usopp trembled, holding the pistol carefully, and asked, "Really, is it really for me?" Since he lacked fatherly love since childhood, and in order not to worry his mother, he deliberately pretended to be strong and disdainful of many things. In fact, it is normal for boys to like toys such as knives and guns. Just like girls like puppets. It's just that Lin En gave a real gun. There is no doubt that the pistol given by Lin En touched Usopp very much. Lin En pinched Usopp's long nose, looked into his eyes, and said seriously, "Use it to protect your mother and the people in the village, understand?" Usopp nodded vigorously, "I will also protect Uncle Lin En." Lin En said to Usopp, "I will also leave the bullets to you. If you have time, you should practice more, understand?" Usopp nodded again. Lin En said, "By the way, take these things back to your mother." While speaking, Lin En gave Weiss a look. Weiss then brought a sack over. Lin took the sack and handed it to Usopp. "There are medicines, clothes, and some money in it." Usopp shook his head, "Uncle Lin, my mother will be unhappy." Lin rubbed Usopp's head and said, "Your father and I are good friends. I met him not long ago and I promised him that I would take good care of you. If you don't live well, I will become a person who loses credit. Do you want your uncle to become a dishonest businessman?" "Uncle Lin, have you met my father?" Usopp suddenly became very excited. "Yeah." Lin briefly described the encounter. Usopp said, "I also want to be a real sea warrior like him. Go back and tell your mother, she must want to know." "I'll go back and tell her now." Lin watched Usopp leave. However, Usopp ran back after a while and shouted to Lin, "Uncle Lin, I will keep my promise and protect you." Lin waved his hand and said, "Go home quickly." Weiss said, "Boss, you are so kind to this kid." Weiss has been following Lin for 3 years. Weiss is in awe of Lin. Because Lin can be treacherous and cruel, or he can be as kind as a saint. Lin glanced at Weiss and said, "This child is a potential stock." Potential stock. Weiss was a little confused. He didn't understand, let alone understand, what criteria Lin used to judge Usopp's potential. However, Weiss didn't dare to ask more. Because unless Lin took the initiative to say it, otherwise, the more you know, it is not a good thing. This is the survival skill that Weiss learned from Lin. The villa of the Cameron family is at the highest point in the village and is very easy to recognize. Lin En brought the specialties he purchased this time, as well as the plum wine brought back from Tony Winery, to Cameron's house. At this time, in the yard of the villa, a girl with light golden hair was holding a book and reading seriously. The girl was Kei, 7 years old this year. When the servant Mei Li saw Lin En coming, he took the initiative to open the door and welcome Lin En in. Lin En was a frequent visitor to the house. Lin En lost his parents when he was young, and Cameron helped Lin En's life many times. At the same time, Cameron also invited teachers to teach Lin En knowledge, including some basic physical skills. Lin En was able to go to sea successfully later, thanks to Cameron's funding of a ship and a sum of money. Therefore, Cameron was very grateful to Lin En. Kea. Lin En took the initiative to greet Kea. Kea, who was reading a book, immediately ran to Lin En with the book in her arms as soon as she heard Lin En's voice. "Lin En, did you bring me a medical book this time?" Kea was very kind to Lin En, without any suspicion. "Of course." Lin En squatted down, took out 2 books from his backpack, and said, "One of them was written by the royal doctor of the Kingdom of Gaia, and it can't be bought outside." "Thank you, Lin En." Kea suddenly kissed Lin En's cheek, then happily returned to the house with the book in her arms. Chapter 13, Kea's Family. Lin En walked into the villa, and Cameron was in the study at this time. Although Cameron is a businessman, he is more like a nobleman. The books in the study are not for display. Cameron takes 2 hours of reading time every day. This is a habit and a manifestation of self-discipline. After Lin En walked into the study, Cameron glanced at him, then put down the book, took off his glasses, and said, "A friend from the past came to visit not long ago, and he mentioned you." At this time, Melly had already walked in with black tea. "Thank you." Lin En thanked him. Melly nodded slightly and turned to leave. Cameron asked, "Your business is very successful, but he is a little confused about how you transported so many perfumes to the East China Sea." The high-end perfumes of the South China Sea are high-end imported products and are very popular in countries around the world. Especially the noble ladies are flocking to it. It's just that the shipment volume of this brand of perfume has never been high. In addition, with the opening of the Great Pirate Era, the risk of shipping increased, and the amount of perfume sold in the East China Sea naturally decreased. The businessman who could get to know Cameron was naturally well informed. He had bought the perfume sold by Lin En and did not find any problems with the packaging and product quality. In this era, there were no defense measures such as anti-counterfeiting labels. It can only be identified from the product itself. Since there is no problem with the product quality, what about the source of goods? Where did Lin En get so many goods? Although Lin En is well known, it is impossible for him to become a century-old perfume agent in a short time. Lin En did not look panicked. He drank black tea and answered calmly, "Goods shipped from the Com Belt." Com Belt. Cameron opened his mouth wide, with an expression of disbelief on his face, but after a while, he regained his composure. Indeed, if it is shipped from the Com Belt, it will indeed greatly reduce the time cost, but how to deal with the Sea Kings there? The Com Belt is the nest of the Sea Kings, where a large number of Sea Kings are entrenched. If ordinary ships enter the doldrums, both the people and the ships will be wiped out. Cameron naturally knows about the doldrums, and it is precisely because he knows the horror of the doldrums that he is even more confused. However, Lin En can say this, which means that he has a way to cross the doldrums. I'm sorry, the source of goods is also one of the commercial secrets. I can only explain this. Lin En put down the teacup. He believed that Cameron would understand the reason and would not ask more questions. I understand. Cameron expressed his understanding, and then Cameron shifted the topic to other places and began to ask about the progress of Lin En's business activities during this period. Lin En said, I have signed contracts with multiple raw material suppliers and suppliers to ensure sufficient supply. Among them, the main business includes wine, medicine, clothing, and cosmetics, but there is still a lack of funds and manpower. Cameron said appreciatively, well, you have done a good job. Cameron admired Lin En very much. When Lin En was 5 years old, Cameron met Lin En by chance. At that time, Lin En started weight training. Every day, he trained at night when everyone was resting. Day after day, year after year, without a break. From that time on, Cameron believed that Lin En's future was extraordinary. Because Lin En had self-discipline and endurance that ordinary people did not have. Cameron was also a self-disciplined person, and he believed that self-discipline could make people stronger. Therefore, Cameron began to support and train Lin En from that time. Lin En's growth did not disappoint Cameron. However, as Lin En grew up day by day, since Lin En went to sea at the age of 12, Lin En became a mystery. Every time Lin En came back, Cameron saw Lin En again, and found that he was becoming more and more difficult to see clearly. Of course, this also proved Lin En's potential and Cameron's vision at that time. At this time, a lady in a purple dress came in. She was Kaya's mother, Cameron's wife, and the hostess here. Lin took the initiative to stand up and greeted, Ms. Daisy. Daisy liked Lin very much. She and Cameron had children very late, and they once thought of adopting Lin. Daisy said to Lin, Lin, stay for dinner tonight. I made your favorite apple pie and smoked steak. Lin said, thank you, Ms. Daisy. After dinner, Lin wanted to go home. However, Cameron kept Lin overnight. The Camerons had a lot to say to Lin. After years of getting along, they regarded Lin as their own child. The three chatted for a long time. Cameron gave Lin a lot of business advice. Lin was naturally grateful. Daisy also prepared desserts by herself. Until 9 o'clock in the evening, the Camerons asked Melly to prepare room. Lin En's room is next to Kaya's. Kaya lies on the bed, kicking her feet in tube socks, and asks expectantly, Lin En, did you encounter any interesting things when you went out this time? Every time Lin En stays overnight, Kaya sticks to Lin En. This is probably the nature of children. Lin En doesn't care. Lin En said, I have encountered a lot of interesting things. Tell me quickly, I want to hear it. Kaya rested her head on Lin En's thighs and asked with big eyes blinking. That was in Cecil Town. There was a homeless man with a birdcage. His birdcage was open, but the bird was not in the cage during the day. At night, the bird would fly back and close the cage by itself. Really? Would the bird close the cage by itself? Well, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Anything else? In Leslie, there was a 6-year-old boy who claimed to be from 1,000 years later and could know what was going to happen in the future. People were skeptical at first, but as the boy told one thing after another about what was going to happen, people began to believe him. Can he really predict the future? Maybe, but later the king summoned him, and all the nobles were interested in him. What happened next? He stole the king's treasure house. Ah! Is he a thief? The king is so stupid. Lin En was telling a story, and Kaya listened very seriously and gave feedback. She liked being with Lin En very much. Because Lin En was very patient with her. Although Cameron and Daisy would accompany Kaya, the company of parents was completely different from that of Lin En. Kaya didn't know what was different, anyway, it was a feeling she couldn't describe. Chapter 14, Wano Country Swordsman, Shimotsuki Kozaburo. Lin En stayed in Cameron's villa for one night. The next morning, he and Kaya's family had breakfast and then left. Time is life. Businessmen value time above all else. Unless it can bring high enough benefits, Lin En will not easily stop and relax. This includes Windmill Village, Ziluabya Village, and Shimotsuki Village. Lin En's next stop is Shimotsuki Village. The island where Shimotsuki Village is located is not too far from Ziluabya Village. Along the way, Lin En did not stop at other towns and went straight to Shimotsuki Village. At this time, Latu on the mast just jumped down. Weiss asked, "Will there be no storm?" Latu replied, "It's been good weather these 2 days." "Good weather? That's a pity." Weiss muttered softly, "We still have a lot of goods on the ship. If we can stop to sell them, we can make a lot of money." Lin En's sales brainwashing has been accepted for a long time. Everyone on the ship, including Weiss, is thinking about making money. Sell more goods and make more money. Although Weiss spoke softly, Latu still heard it. At this time, Latu also lowered his voice, "Why doesn't the boss stop? You have to ask the boss." Weiss also couldn't understand. The East China Sea is very vast. If they stop in every town, it may take them a year and a half to complete the journey to the East China Sea. Of course, if they want to screen out those areas with low consumption power and small population, they can go to many places. However, the places that Lin En focused on were Windmill Village, West Rob Village, and Frost Moon Village. Windmill Village and West Rob Village are understandable. Garp and Cameron can both bring considerable help to Lin. Especially Garp. Although Lin is not very familiar with Garp, he has only met him a few times in so many years. However, Garp is the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters and a naval hero. Lin is under the banner of Garp, and the Navy in the East China Sea dare not blackmail Lin's ship. But why go to Shimotsuki Village frequently? Although Lin's teacher Kozaburo is in Shimotsuki Village, Weiss and Latu have been with Lin for several years. They all know that Lin is a pure businessman. If there is not enough profit, it will not waste time. However, they also understand that unless Lin is willing to say, they dare not ask more. But who doesn't have a little curiosity? Shimotsuki Village, in an inconspicuous bamboo forest. There is a small courtyard deep in the bamboo forest. The courtyard is very clean. An old man wearing a kimono and a towel wrapped on his head is holding a cigarette and picking his feet. Bamboo leaves fall with the wind. Sometimes it spins in the air and starts to rotate at high speed. Sometimes it floats in the air, drawing a strange arc with the wind. Sometimes it falls into the pool in the yard, creating ripples. Of course, the most conspicuous thing in the yard is a furnace for forging iron tools. The furnace is surrounded by hoes, kitchen knives, and a large number of iron embryos. Teacher. Lin En walked in with a roasted pig and a large jar of rice wine. Geng Sanlang glanced at Lin En, frowned, and said impatiently, "Why are you back again? I don't have anything extra to teach you." Lin En put down the roasted pig and rice wine, and said, "Teacher, if you say so, then the disciple will be very sad. The disciple just came back to see you." Geng Sanlang shook his pipe and murmured, "Maybe I shouldn't have taught you kendo in the first place." Lin En was not angry at all when he heard this, "Although you said so. The disciple will be grateful for your teaching all his life." Guide. Kozaburo tapped the pipe in his mouth gently. Lin En came over and put the tobacco he brought into the pipe. Kozaburo pulled out the sword from Lin En's waist, looked at it, and put it back into the scabbard. Kozaburo said slightly angrily, "A good sword is cultivated, and as a swordsman, you should not be so utilitarian, which will affect your swordsmanship. The biggest feature of the black sword is its sturdiness. To make the sword more powerful, not only does the user need to maintain it with armed color domineering every day, but also needs more actual combat. For example, the black sword Kyushui can absorb sword energy, and every actual combat will temper the blade. Lin En looked like he was humbly accepting guidance and replied, "Thank you for your teachings, teacher. As long as the disciple has the opportunity, he will definitely fight more intense battles. If I had known that you would choose to be a businessman, I shouldn't have taught you at the beginning. Why do you want to be a businessman? It would be great to be a samurai." Kosaburo kept complaining about Lin En being a businessman. Lin En has a very high talent for kendo. When Lin En came to Shimatsuki village to become a disciple, Kosaburo saw infinite potential in Lin En. Lin En's training was also very hard, coupled with his natural kendo talent and self-disciplined hard work day and night. His personal talent and hard work are far superior to Kosaburo. Kosaburo had high hopes for Lin En. Unexpectedly, Lin En had no interest in the so-called way of the samurai. After 3 years of training in Shimatsuki village, he chose to leave. When Lin En returned to Shimatsuki village, it was full of the smell of money of businessmen. Although Lin En did not delay his practice, he would take time out every day to meditate and increase physical exercise. However, Kosaburo hoped that Lin En could be absolutely focused and one day, he could return to Wano country for him to complete his regret. The regret of more than 40 years ago. Therefore, because of the reason of being disappointed with him, Kosaburo did not like Lin En to come back to see him. At this time, Lin En had already sat next to Kosaburo and poured wine for Kosaburo. "Teacher, this is the rice wine brewed by Tony Winery in Shields Town. I specially customized it. Please try it. It's just rice wine. There are people brewing it in the village." Although Kosaburo said so, every time Lin En brought good wine, it was good wine. Therefore, once he drank it, he would drink 1 cup after another. Lin En smiled and continued to pour wine for Kosaburo. "Ha!" Kosaburo looked up at the sky comfortably. "This wine is so delicious. It tastes sweet and mellow, much better than the rice wine brewed by Shimatsuki village." After drinking a whole jar of wine, Lin En said, "Teacher, if you like it, I will bring more next time." "Ahem." Kosaburo coughed lightly, "If you have time, bring some back by the way." Kosaburo has the attribute of being a proud and spoiled child, and is often defeated by the law of true fragrance. One of the reasons why Kosaburo doesn't like Lin En to come back is that every time Lin En comes back, he can easily make him lose his composure. "Teacher, I'm going to visit my senior brother." At this time, Lin En got up and put on his shoes and left. "Go." Kosaburo waved his hand, not caring that Lin En went to visit his son Kojiro. At the same time, in the Kojiro dojo in Shimatsuki village, Kojiro, now 41 years old, is instructing the children to practice swordsmanship. Zoro had just become his apprentice not long ago. At this moment, he also held a wooden sword and followed Kojiro to practice chopping movements. Over and over again, repeating the same action boringly and tediously. Zoro was still young, and the children of his age took advantage of the moment when Kojiro turned around to start playing tricks and pranks. Although Kojiro turned his back, he still had a smile on his face. Until Lin En appeared outside the dojo. Chapter 15, Waiting for him. Kojiro is a very powerful swordsman. However, Kojiro is completely different from Lin En, that is pursuit. In simple terms, it is utilitarianism. Lin En wants to gain more benefits. Kojiro is different. He doesn't care much about worldly property, power, etc. Senior brother. Lin En took the initiative to greet. Kojiro turned around and nodded in response with a smile. When Kuina heard Lin En's voice, her 2 big eyes blinked gently, and her attention finally shifted from swordsmanship practice to Lin En. Zoro also looked at Lin En at this moment. Zoro was not unfamiliar with Lin En. Lin En often came to the gym and sometimes guided their practice. "Brother, this is the rice wine I specially customized." When Lin En approached Kojiro, he handed the specialty he brought to Kojiro. Kojiro was not polite. Shimotsuki village was built by Kojiro and dozens of warriors from Wano country. The villagers here naturally accept everyone who comes to drink. Wine culture is also a part of kendo here. Zoro's love of wine may have been influenced since childhood. You can move freely first. After Kojiro asked his disciples to move around, he and Lin-en sat on the tatami. After a while, Kojiro's wife, Mitsuki, came over with tea and cakes. Mitsuki was a quiet woman wearing a kimono. She didn't like to dress up and looked very simple. Seeing Mitsuki coming, Lin-en stood up and handed the prepared gift to Mitsuki. Sister, this is a skincare product brought back from Rogue Town, which can keep the skin hydrated. Although Mitsuki doesn't like to wear makeup, she will still happily accept things like skincare products. Thank you, brother, then sister will accept it without hesitation. Mitsuki was not polite. When Lin-en arrived at Shimotsuki village, he stayed at Kojiro's house. Mitsuki really treated Lin-en as his younger brother. Moreover, Lin-en was very sensible. Before practicing every day, he would finish the housework at home. Kojiro also took out his pipe at this time. Lin-en handed over the prepared tobacco box. Kojiro did not refuse, shook off the original tobacco, and replaced it with the tobacco handed by Lin-en. Hey! Kojiro was smoking, and Mitsuki had gone to the kitchen to prepare meals. At this time, Kuina was not far away, looking around. Lin-en smiled, looked at Kuina, and said, I also prepared a gift for Kuina. Kojiro pretended not to see it. Kuina trotted over. Only in front of Lin-en did Kuina look a bit like a girl. Lin-en handed Kuina an exquisite gift box. Lin-en smiled and said, open it and have a look. Kuina opened the gift box, and the moment the box was opened, beautiful music came out. The cool sound quality makes people feel very comfortable, just like sitting in the jungle, listening to the wind passing through the branches and patting the leaves. It is like walking in the mountains, enjoying the quietness of the valley. Just like wading through the spring barefoot, feeling the water flowing slowly. Lin-en said, this helps meditation. Kendo is not just about personal strength and reaction speed, but also about the understanding of heaven, earth, nature, all things, and the universe. Thank you, uncle. Kuina bowed hard to Lin-en to thank her. Pa Kojiro took a puff of cigarette. Lin-en, you are really good at choosing gifts. Lin-en always knows what people like and need. Although Kuina has no rivals among her peers in the gym. Zoro's three-sword style is more like juggling in front of Kuina. However, Kuina has always been very concerned about her father's evaluation. Because Kuina is not a boy. The gap between women and men makes it impossible for her to be the first. The only person who has a different view is Lin-en. In Lin-en's eyes, if you do everything in the world, you will not have regrets. Even if you fail, at least you have given your all. Instead of judging that it is impossible just based on the evaluation of others. No one is qualified to make a decision for other people's lives. Therefore, Kuina would often ask Lin-en for advice and ask Lin-en for some chicken soup. Coincidentally, Lin-en is the one who has no shortage of chicken soup and is also good at coaxing girls. Breeze, bright moon, bamboo forest, insects. The artistic conception required for meditation is all satisfied here. Lin-en did not stay at Kojiro's house tonight, but chose the bamboo forest near the pier. The reason why he chose this place is entirely waiting for someone to appear. To be precise, the reason why Lin-en frequently visited Shimotsuki village is entirely to wait for that man. Monkey D. Dragon. In Lin's memory, Zoro had seen Dragon's black dragon ship arrive at Shimotsuki village. However, Lin never met it once. Is it because Lin's time of coming is not right every time? However, Lin will continue to wait. Just like he goes to Windmill village every month. He not only wants to wait for Garp, but also Dragon. If he wants to make a difference in this world, Dragon is one of his plans. Therefore, contacting dragon is indispensable. Even in the state of meditation, the armed color domineering is naturally released. If we really want to make a comparison, then Huang is a sword that is better than Yanma. Because Yanma was created by Kozaburo more than 40 years ago, and at that time, Shimotsuki Kozaburo's forging technology had not yet reached its peak. Huang is Kozaburo's last work, which embodies the craftsmanship he has accumulated throughout his life. At the same time, Huang is also a more difficult demon sword to control. When using it, it will not only absorb the user's armed color domineering, but also absorb the resentment of the dead before death, affecting the holder's mentality. If the holder's mentality is not firm enough, he will become a bloodthirsty demon. At this moment, Lin En was completely immersed in the state of obviousness, and the armed color domineering he released was also absorbed by Huang. Meditation is a wonderful state. Focusing the heart, mind, and spirit completely on the original beginning can make people transcend the shackles of the flesh, get rid of the shackles of desire, and not be dominated by ignorance, passion, and kindness. That is the purest state. In this state, realizing the way of the sword is another breakthrough after personal strength and speed reach a certain bottleneck. In meditation, people will imagine countless incredible swordsmanship and moves. Moreover, the deeper the understanding of the way of the sword, the moves used can also trigger unique sword momentum, which makes the opponent feel the same. Just as Lin En was immersed in meditation. At the dock, a ship with a black body and a black dragon on the bow slowly docked at the dock. Hee ha! Will there be merchant ships stopping here? It's really rare. Even at night, Ivankov's appearance is too easy to recognize. He is very tall, with a huge face, and has unusually large dark purple explosive hair, long and thick eyelashes, light blue eyeshadow and purple lipstick, and his clothes are quite weird. At this time, the man next to Ivankov also looked at Lin En's ship. Chapter 16, Inherited Stubbornness. The man was wearing a dark green coat, with a red square tattoo on the left side of his face, short black hair combed back, no eyebrows, an expressionless face. The first impression he gave was ferocious. It was Monkey D. Dragon, who was wanted by the world government and was called the most dangerous man in the world. Today, Dragon came to Shimotsuki village to let Kojiro be responsible for contacting comrades in the East China Sea. For now, Kojiro's identity is still relatively safe. The world government has not tracked Shimotsuki village. And Kojiro's gym can be used in the name of communication righteousness, and normal sparring with swordsmen from all over the world. Revolution is not a dinner party. Once accidentally discovered by the world government, life will be in danger at any time. Even if it is a strong individual, Dragon has to be cautious. Therefore, Dragon and Ivankov and others immediately became alert after landing. There is something suspicious about the merchant ship in front of them. Have to be on guard. After a while, a strong wind suddenly blew in the direction of the bamboo forest. Ivankov asked in confusion, "Why is the wind blowing?" In Ivankov's position, he could not feel the wind at all. However, in the direction of the bamboo forest, the bamboo was swaying violently because of the wind. Dragon's attention has been attracted. This is not an ordinary wind. It is sword pressure. It can also be said to be a kind of sword force. Dragon has met countless people, including many powerful swordsmen. At this moment, he felt the sword force coming from the bamboo forest and murmured, "It is a very powerful swordsman." At such a long distance, Ivankov couldn't feel it. However, Durag had already entered the ranks of the top strong men in this world. Ivankov asked, "Is it Kojiro?" "Not him." Durag shook his head, "Kojiro's sword is not so sharp." Ivankov muttered, "Who could it be?" "His father." Out of curiosity, Ivankov was going to get closer. However, Durag stretched out his hand and stopped him. Durag said, "Ignore him, go find Kojiro first." There was no sound of fighting in the bamboo forest. Obviously, the swordsman was meditating. Meditation is part of the swordsman's training. In the process of meditation, the domineering and sword force are stimulated, which has proved the strength of one's own strength. Out of respect for the strong, he should not be disturbed from practicing at this time. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door is very rhythmic. Kojiro, who was meditating in the backyard, opened his eyes from meditation at this time. His wife Hwaya was already asleep. Kojiro put on a single coat and quietly left the room and came to the backyard of the gym. Opened the door. Kojiro looked at Durag and Ivankov outside the door and said, "Please come in." Durag and Ivankov went into the backyard separately. Durag and Ivankov sat on the tatami separately. "You are lucky." Kojiro took out the rice wine that Lin En gave him and heated it on the stove. Ivankov also loved to drink. As soon as he smelled the aroma of wine, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Where did you buy this wine? The taste is different from usual." Ivankov and Durag would also come to Shimotsuki village in the past. Every time they came, Kojiro would treat them with rice wine, but the rice wine at that time was ordinary rice wine. Kojiro replied, "My junior brother sent it." Junior brother? It was the first time Ivankov heard Kojiro mention it. Kojiro said, he came to Shimotsuki village at the age of 12 and learned swordsmanship from his father. He left 3 years later and started his business journey. He is a man who can endure hardships and has a good business sense. Kojiro briefly talked about Lin En, including Lin En's current occupation. Ivankov said, "Is the merchant ship at the dock also his?" Kojiro replied, "If there is only one, it should be his." Merchant. After learning that Lin En was a merchant, Durag became interested. The person who practiced in the bamboo forest must be him. Kojiro gave a positive answer, "Yes, as long as he comes back, he will practice in the bamboo forest." Durag said, "I want to meet him. Is he really reliable?" Ivankov was alert at the first time. Durag looked at Kojiro and wanted Kojiro to answer for him. Kojiro held his chin with his left hand. Junior brother is a very sincere person. At the same time, he is also grateful. Shimotsuki village has received a lot of care from him over the years. However, he should not be interested in the revolution. Although Kojiro acts low-key, he also knows that it is not easy for the revolutionary army to raise supplies. First of all, the world government's spies are all over the world, and the purchase and transportation of bulk materials are easy to detect. If the world government follows the clues, it will be easy to find the branches of the revolutionary army in various places. Secondly, supplies need to be bought with money, and the revolutionary army is currently short of money. Although the strong in this world can get money by robbing or joining the world government, Dragon wants to change the world, not to go along with the world. If Lin En's identity as a businessman can be used, it will be much easier to buy supplies in the future. After all, the world government and the various member countries need to rely on transportation of supplies. Dragon said, "It's just a meeting, nothing will happen." Dragon. Ivankov wanted to persuade Dragon to think it over carefully. However, Dragon waved his hand, signaling Ivankov not to say anything. He had already made a decision. Once a decision is made, no one can change him. This is the tradition of the Garp family. Garp is like this, Dragon is like this, and the future Luffy is like this. Ancestral stubbornness. About an hour later, Lin En opened his eyes and exited the meditation state. If he didn't hold Hwang, his meditation state could last longer. It's just that Hwang has been absorbing his armed color domineering. In order to avoid exhaustion, Lin En will try to control the meditation time. At this time, Lin En walked out of the bamboo forest and saw the black dragon ship docked at the dock. "Finally, I've waited for it." Lin En sighed softly. Waiting for Durag to arrive and connecting with the revolutionary army was an important step in his plan. Who said that capitalists are all oppressing the proletariat? The friendship between Lao Ma and En's, and En's funding for Lao Ma, are all written into history. Of course, Lin En doesn't really want to be Darag's best friend and help him win the revolution with all his heart. Lin En just wants to get more benefits through Darag. For the sake of benefits, he has been planning for many years and has made long-term plans and layouts. Chapter 17, As long as the money is in place, there will be no problem. After Lin En finishes his training, he will return to Kojiro's gym to rest in the second half of the night. This is a habit. Therefore, when Lin En returns to Kojiro's gym, Kojiro is already waiting for him at the door. Kojiro said to Lin En, "Junior brother, someone wants to see you." Lin En asked back, "Is it a troublesome person?" Kojiro said, "You saw the ship, right?" "Yeah." Lin En nodded. Kojiro hesitated for a few seconds before saying, "It may be a little troublesome. If you don't want to see him, you can refuse him." Lin En is not only Kojiro's junior brother. After these years of contact, Kojiro's family regards him as a relative. Especially his wife Hwayu and his daughter Kuina. Lin En thought for a while before saying, "Let's meet. If it's something I don't want to do, you can't force me." "You're right." Kojiro knows Lin En's character. Lin En has a tough character and never wavers. Otherwise, Lin En would not be able to control Huang and become its owner. Afterwards, Kojiro took Lin En to the backyard. Lin En saw Darag and Ivankov. While Ivankov was looking at Lin, Dragon's eyes met Lin's. When their eyes met, Lin nodded politely. Dragon also nodded. Lin's calmness and composure won Dragon's appreciation and respect. Lin showed the aura of a strong man. Dragon did not deny that if Lin had the intention, he would definitely recruit Lin to become a member of the Revolutionary Army. Dragon said to Lin, "I am Monkey D. Dragon, you should have heard of my name, or seen my wanted poster. I am a wanted criminal of the world government." Lin replied, "I am Lin, a businessman from the East Sea." Jorag pointed to the seat opposite him, "Please sit down." Lin sat down. Darag said, "You should have heard about the rumors about the Revolutionary Army." Lin En replied, "I've read some in the newspapers. There are wanted posters for you everywhere in the capitals of various countries." Darag said, "What do you think of the Revolutionary Army?" Lin En replied, "They are a group of people with dreams and are very brave." Darag then asked, "Do you think what they did is right or wrong?" Lin En replied, "I don't think it's right or wrong." Ivankov frowned when he heard this. Just as he was about to speak, Kojiro dissuaded him. Darag was even more curious about Lin En, so he asked, "I want to hear your opinion." Lin En said, "I'm just a businessman. I only have my own superficial views on political matters." Darag nodded. Lin En continued, "As businessmen, we only have profits in our eyes. Whether the taxpayer is the existing government or the unknown new government, it has nothing to do with us." Dora looked at Lin En with admiration, "You are very honest." Lin En's answer was not sly, and he was much more honest than the businessmen he had met in the past. Lin En readily accepted it and replied, "Some people do business by cheating, and some people do business by honesty. Cheating cannot maintain long-term stable customers. Only honest business can ensure that customers do not lose." Changing the topic, Darag went straight to the point, "I need a batch of supplies." This surprised Lin En a little. Darag did not talk to Lin En about freedom, the dark side of the world, or topics such as miniature of the world. Lin En followed the conversation and asked, "Medicine or food? Or all of them?" Dora said, "Medicine, food, all are needed, and the quantity required is not small. Do you have a way?" Lin En said, "I need cash, and the price will be much higher than the market price." Ivankov's eyes widened. He didn't expect Lin En to be so straightforward. "I didn't expect that Lin En would not even give a preferential price." Of course, Ivankov still hoped that Lin En could give away a batch of supplies for free. After all, the Revolutionary Army was having a hard time, and raising funds was not an easy task. Darag said, Please name your price. Lin En took out a small notebook from his body. This was the notebook he carried with him. He skillfully began to write a list and marked the prices. Flour, rice, disinfectant, bandages, etc. After a while, Lin En handed the price list to Darag. Darag glanced at the price list. There were two price lists on it, one for the market price and the other for the price sold to the Revolutionary Army. After reading the price, Ivankov's eyes almost popped out. Hey, this price is correct, right? The prices were basically tripled. Lin En said, if you are pirates, then my price will be 10 times higher, and I need to bear huge risks to do business with you. No problem, just follow this price. Darag was much more straightforward, and quickly marked the required quantity after the name of the required item. Hey, Darag, this price is too expensive. Ivankov wanted to remind Darag that their funds were not so abundant. After looking at the quantity, Lin En said, I will help you raise the required materials and delivery location within 10 days. It's up to you to decide. 10 days? So fast. Are you sure there won't be any problems? Ivankov stared at Lin En in amazement. Usually, it takes at least a month for them to raise such a large amount of supplies. It's not that the supplies are difficult to buy. It's just that the sale of large quantities of supplies is easy to be discovered by the eyes of the world government. Lin En took it for granted and said, if you need a shorter time, as long as you add extra fees, I can do it. As for the problem you are worried about, it's not a problem at all. As long as the money is in place, any problem can be solved. This is the position of a businessman. What a reliable person! Darag said with emotion, trade in Nelson Island in 10 days. Okay, Nelson Island in 10 days. Lin En took the list and quickly wrote an order. After leaving the order, he stood up and said, sorry, I have to go to rest first. Dragon nodded. Lin left the backyard and went to the guest room. Dragon, this price is too ridiculous. Ivankov used his hands and feet to show an expression of disbelief. Dragon was not interested in money. What he was really interested in was Lin. Dragon said to Kojiro, he is a very reliable person. Kojiro raised his hand and scratched the back of his head with a smile on his face, and said helplessly, it's a pity that he is only interested in doing business, and his dream is to become the richest businessman in the world. Dragon said, there is no shortage of people with dreams in this world. It's just that there are too few people who dare to pursue their dreams. Only those who dare to pursue their dreams have the courage to change the world. Chapter 18, Give me a favor. The next morning, after Lin En had breakfast, he said goodbye to Kojiro's family. Daregu, Ivankov, and others left last night. Then, Lin En went to say goodbye to Kosaburo. Kosaburo looked impatient and asked Lin En to leave quickly. Set sail. The cargo ship set sail again. This time, Lin En's target is Rogue Town. Daregu needs a lot of goods. Among them, 200 tons of flour and 300 tons of rice. 500 boxes of anti-inflammatory drugs and 20,000 packs of bandages. There are also dried meat, disinfectant, medical equipment, etc. The total amount of materials needed is not a small number. If you go to a nearby town to purchase, you will definitely not be able to purchase enough in a short time. Therefore, Lin En can only go to the place where the materials are concentrated. Rogue Town is the intersection of the Grand Route. There are a lot of merchant ships are anchored. All goods going to the Grand Line will be gathered at the dock. There will be special people to check the goods, similar to inspection and quarantine. At the same time, there are tax officials to collect taxes, and gangs will also come and charge a certain fee. When Lin En's cargo ship arrived at the port, two young businessmen were clashing with a group of men in black suits at the dock. Although it was a conflict, the two young businessmen were obviously being beaten unilaterally. However, the two young men were quite tough and still gritted their teeth and resisted. At the same time, there were many people watching, including businessmen, workers, and tourists. Although they were all businessmen, they were watching coldly at this time, and no one went up to help. Everyone should sweep the snow in front of their own door, and don't worry about the frost on other people's tiles. Businessmen themselves are afraid of trouble and dare not cause trouble, so they don't care about it. Latu joked, young people are still too young. Weiss held a cigarette in his mouth and chuckled, according to the boss, these guys have not experienced the beatings of society. These men in suits are from the local gangs. They will charge a certain amount of cargo management fees and dock usage fees. This fee is of course illegal, but it is a local rule and can be understood as an underground order. A navy passed by the dock. 2 young businessmen immediately called for help. Save us! Marines, save us! Hearing the cry for help, the Marines glanced at the gangs who were doing it, and then left as if they didn't see it. They have seen too many such things, and the local gangs have a good relationship with them. There is no need to have unnecessary conflicts over such a small matter. What's more, sometimes they also need the help of the gangs. Lin En watched for a while and saw that the 2 had been beaten to vomit blood, and they curled up like shrimps that were about to die. Give me a face, I will pay for them, don't embarrass them anymore. Lin En then shouted from the boat to the people on the dock. The gangsters who were beating the 2 young businessmen nodded respectfully when they saw Lin En. They knew Lin En. They knew that Lin En was a strong man, not an ordinary businessman, and that he had a good relationship with their boss. Lin En. It's Lin En who's here. Hey, Lin En, how are you doing recently? The merchants on the dock took the initiative to greet Lin En when they saw Lin En coming. Compared to the cold-eyed observation just now, they became enthusiastic and proactive. Lin En has accumulated a lot of fame over the years, and because of Lin En's integrity, Lin En's reputation is quite good. In addition, Lin En is popular in the navy and the gangs, and is familiar with both the black and white worlds. Therefore, the businessmen are willing to interact with Lin En. At this time, a man in a black suit, long boots, a tall hat, and a mustache came closer and asked, Lin En, is there any big deal this time? If so, you must come contact me. This gentleman-like man is called Colin, a local businessman in Rogue Town with a background in the mafia. At least 1/3 of the goods at the Rogue Town dock belong to him. Although Colin is very rich, he stays at the dock every day. The goods that come in and out every day are under Colin's control, including the dangerous goods that cannot be seen in the light. Seeing Colin coming over, the businessmen who wanted to continue to greet Lin En left one by one. For businessmen, the mafia, the navy, and the tax officials are all painful existences for them. Lin En did not show any fear and replied, Mr. Colin, even if you don't ask, I have a big business to find you. Colin is Lin En's largest supplier. For any bulk purchase of goods, he is the fastest. Ha ha ha. Colin patted Lin En's shoulder and said loudly, let's have lunch first and talk while eating. Harold Restaurant in Rogue Town. In the VIP box of the restaurant, Lin and Colin sat face to face. At this time, the waiter had served all the dishes. As the door closed, Colin took the initiative to pour Lin a glass of red wine. Colin asked directly, Lin, what do you mean by big business just now? Lin lowered his voice and said, the Revolutionary Army. They came to the East China Sea. Colin's first reaction was surprise, but he didn't look scared. As a local snake in Rogue Town, Colin has seen the world. On the day when the pirate King Roger was killed, Colin was also in the execution ground. Lin said, well, I met them by chance. Colin asked, do you want to do business with them? Lin said, of course, they are high-quality customers, and I can't refuse. Wherever the Revolutionary Army goes, riots will inevitably occur. There will naturally be casualties during the riot. For businessmen, this is naturally a good opportunity to make money. Whether it is selling food, bandages, or coffins, they can all make a fortune. Colin lit a cigar and said, "Even if I am willing to sell supplies to you, it will be difficult for you to transport them out of the dock. Don't forget, there are not only the Navy here, but also those guys." Those guys refer to the spies of the world government, including spies from the intelligence agency. Although Lin did not show Colin the list, Colin is also an old hand. The supplies needed by the Revolutionary Army must be very sensitive commodities. Food is better. The key is medicine. Purchasing a large amount of medicine at one time will not escape the eyes of the world government. Lin said confidently, "I will use smuggling to transport it to the Leslie area. I heard that there was a riot there, and many people were killed and injured." Colin muttered, "Smuggling." He didn't expect that Lin En would use this method to transport the materials out. However, Lin En has a good relationship with the Navy. Even if the Navy finds out, he should be able to justify himself. What's more, the collusion between the Navy and the pirates is no secret. And it's not the first time that Lin En has been in the smuggling business. But although the materials are shipped out, you can't really trade with the Revolutionary Army in the Leslie area. So many materials will definitely be targeted. Colin is still worried. As long as the matter involves the Revolutionary Army, the world government will investigate. Colin is just a local snake in Rogue Town and can't fight against the world government. If the world government really wants to deal with him, it will be easier than crushing an ant. Lin En said, "Of course I have a way, don't worry, Mr. Colin, nothing will happen." Colin thought for a while, then took a deep puff of cigarette. "The risk is too high this time." Lin smiled and changed the price directly on the purchase list. The purchase price increased 3 times from the market price. Capitalists are afraid of no profit or too little profit, just like nature is afraid of a vacuum. Once there is a proper profit, capital becomes bold. If there is a 50% profit, he will take risks. For a 100% profit, he dares to trample on all human laws. With a 300% profit, he dares to commit any crime, even at the risk of being hanged. After seeing the price, Colin still did not agree immediately, but stared into Lin's eyes. "At this price, you should not have much profit left." Colin has the habit of reading newspapers every day. Although the Revolutionary Army has a lot of pages, it has not yet formed a real climate. Therefore, the Revolutionary Army is not well funded. Lin En does business with the Revolutionary Army, and the price is not that high. "How dare you do business with such a small profit?" Colin is quickly calculating the risks and profits in his mind. Lin En seems to have seen through all this. He said calmly, "Mr. Colin, if we are not here, they may not be able to spend the money. So, we will make more in the future. Now these are just the beginning of cooperation." The Revolutionary Army is a rebel and a riot party in front of the world government and the member countries of the world. Even if the Revolutionary Army robs money, it is impossible to purchase materials directly. It must go through the intermediary of merchants. Colin was thoughtful. He believed in Lin En's vision. Since knowing Lin En, he has not done a losing business. Colin then crossed out the price and rewrote a price. "In the future? It is worth taking a risk. However, I will also participate in future business. If the Revolutionary Army can really become a force to be reckoned with, more supplies will be needed in the future. This is a big deal, and Colin doesn't want to miss it. This opportunity. As for revolution and changing the world, he doesn't care about that. Merchants have no borders. Bailey is the best." Therefore, Colin chose to cooperate with Lin, and Colin also changed the price. He just doubled it, still leaving Lin a lot of profit space. Lin smiled and stretched out his hand. Happy cooperation. Chapter 19, The Midlife Crisis of the Navy Captain. There are risks in doing business itself. The level of risk also determines the level of profit. Lin and Colin have known each other for nearly 5 years. Although Colin is a member of the gang, he has a business mind and knows how to use the background of the gang to make him earn more money. Of course, relationships and background are just plus points in business. If you really want to make a lot of money, you have to grasp the opportunity. Lin believes that Colin will agree to cooperate. Because the Revolutionary Army is an unknown. Although the Revolutionary Army is still very weak, the weak Revolutionary Army has not been immediately eliminated by the world government. On the contrary, the riots caused by the Revolutionary Army in various places have caused considerable trouble to the member states of the world government. Colin reads the newspaper every day, and the gangs also have their own channels to obtain new information. Therefore, Colin also believes that the Revolutionary Army will do something. Regardless of whether the Revolutionary Army can overthrow the world government in the end, the unrest caused by this process is a good opportunity to make money. Who would have a problem with money? Isn't it for money that the gangs fight and kill to grab territory? If they only rely on the docks to collect management fees, they might as well go out to sea as pirates. After all, the gangs also have to support their families. If life is hard, the minions under their hands would have run away long ago. Coming out of the restaurant, Lin En was just about to go to the naval base. In order to successfully transport the supplies out, he still has to make some arrangements. Although the goods are transported out of Rogue Town in the name of smuggling, they may be tracked during the smuggling process. The world government's intelligence agencies are not freeloaders. These spies lurk anywhere in the world. They may be a coder or a henchman in a gang. They may also be a hostess in a nightclub. Or the owner of a clothing store. In short, the spies will lurk as ordinary people, and the lurking time can be several years, or even more than 10 years. However, as soon as Lin En walked out of the restaurant, 2 young men stopped him. These 2 young men were the young businessmen who had just been beaten at the dock. Lin En looked at the 2 young men and asked jokingly, "Are you here to pay back the money?" The 2 men were still dirty, with blood stains on their shirts, and the toes of their shoes were severely worn. This outfit does not look like they are rich. One of the young men, a businessman with blonde hair, took off his cowboy hat, bowed to Lin En and said, "My name is Mickey, his name is Bob, Mr. Lin En, we are here to thank you for your help just now. As for your money, we may not be able to pay you back for the time being." The other young man, called Bob, also looked embarrassed and explained, "Almost all our money was spent on the goods this time. We didn't expect to encounter such a thing. But please rest assured, as long as we sell this batch of goods, we can return the money to you." The 2 young men were obviously rookies. They used all their money to buy goods, and then came to Rogue Town without knowing anything. Although the business is very simple. Theoretically, it is to sell goods from one place to another place and make a profit from it. But it seems simple, and there are many tricks in it. The 2 young men obviously underestimated the profession of merchants. They thought that the money of merchants was too easy to make. Then you guys should do your best. Being a businessman is not easy. Lin En didn't plan to talk more with Mickey and Bob. He and them were just casual acquaintances. The reason why he helped them was to highlight his status. Lin En's dream, or ambition, was no smaller than anyone else's. It's just that he had already made a plan to complete it step by step. While making money, he expanded his influence among businessmen. Helping Mickey and Bob was just a daily routine to enhance his influence. But Mickey and Bob didn't think so. They both thought Lin En was a good person. Moreover, they could see that Lin En was very influential in Rogue Town. The gangs in Rogue Town had to give Lin En face. The businessmen in Rogue Town were all familiar with Lin En. If they could get along well with Lin En, it would be easier to do business in the future. Although the 2 guys were rookies, they had good eyesight and knew how to hug thighs. Mickey caught up with Lin. "Mr. Lin, if possible, can I talk to you?" Bob also followed Mickey and nodded frequently. It can be seen that Mickey is the leader among the 2. Lin glanced at Mickey and Bob, and suddenly had an idea, and didn't bother them, I am going to the naval base now to talk to Colonel Condley about something. You can wait for me at the Buck Hotel first, mention my name to the boss, and ask him to prepare a room for you, some food, and change your clothes by the way." Mickey and Bob looked at each other at the same time. Lin said, "A good businessman cannot be dirty, and there are blood stains on the shirt." "Thank you, Mr. Lin," Mickey and Bob said gratefully. After sending Mickey and Bob away, Lin quickened his pace and came to the naval base. There are a total of 3,000 Navy stationed in Rogue Town. The commander of this force is the middle-aged Colonel Condley. Colonel Condley was promoted from a Marine to a colonel step by step based on his military achievements. He even dreamed of being promoted to the headquarters. However, from the age of 16 to 44,28 years have passed. He also captured pirates and was wounded countless times in battle. He has made great achievements in the war. He licked all the people sent by the Navy headquarters. But what was the result? Those newcomers sent from the headquarters to the East China Sea for internship returned to the headquarters one by one with a bright future. And he still stayed in the East China Sea. If he could not change the status quo, he probably would not be transferred back to the headquarters, let alone be promoted to the governor of the East China Sea Navy. Midlife crisis. How many people in middle age, because they lost the upward channel, began to become decadent and forget their original intentions? The same is true for Condley. He began to make money. Gangster money, businessman money, pirate money. As long as it is money, Condley dares to take it. Condley plans to prepare two paths for himself. Either use money to buy a path to promotion, or retire after making enough money and return to his hometown as a rich man. Until Lin En appeared, Condley saw a glimmer of hope. Because Lin and Garp know each other, and they have a special relationship. In Lin's wallet, there is even a photo of Lin and Garp's grandson. Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, grandson of the hero Garp. If Lin can help him, then Condley believes that he will definitely be promoted to the headquarters. When Lin arrived at the Navy base, Condley was sleeping. "Report. Mr. Lin is here, he wants to see you." Upon hearing the report from the adjutant, Condley, who was sleeping in a daze, immediately stood up. He used the shortest time to tidy up his clothes, and then said to the adjutant, "Hurry up and prepare the wine and food, I want to invite Mr. Lin to dinner." Chapter 20, Deal with the Navy. When Lin arrived at Condley's office, he found that Condley's temples were still wet. There were also water stains at the corners of his eyes. He should have just washed his face. "Colonel Condley, long time no see." Lin took the initiative to go over and shake hands with Condley. Condley also greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Lin, you must have done a lot of big business recently." "Thanks to Colonel Condley's care, otherwise the world is so chaotic and business is not easy to do." Lin and Condley talked and laughed, and then sat down. At this moment, the chefs were busy in the kitchen of the naval base. They first prepared salad, foie gras, caviar, and cream soup. The orderly immediately brought the dishes to Condley's office. As the corkscrew pulled out the cork, the red wine was poured into the decanter. The whole process, whether it was the plating or the tableware, was full of ritual. Condley has made a lot of money in Rogue Town over the years, and at the same time, he has begun to enjoy life. After the orderly left, Conrad asked, "Mr. Lin, do you have any big business to do with me this time?" Lin took a sip of cream soup and replied, "There was a riot in Leslie." "You have heard the news, right?" Conrad said disapprovingly, "These are all too normal in this world now. The riot in Leslie is not under the jurisdiction of the Navy. To be precise, there is an agreement between the world government and the member states. Unless the member states ask the world government for help, the world government will consider whether to help. The current riot in Leslie is only a small-scale riot in the region. It has not really affected the rulers of Leslie. Therefore, the local kings and nobles do not want the Navy to enter Leslie directly. Lin smiled slightly and continued, where there is unrest, a lot of food and medicine is needed. A lot. Conrad smelled a hint of something unusual. Lin replied, whether it's the local rebels who participated in the riots, the pirates who took the opportunity to stir up trouble, or the local nobles, they all need supplies. Conrad hesitated, Mr. Lin, you should know that this kind of thing is very sensitive now. Although he was trying to curry favor with Lin, the matter was related to the rebels. This rebel army was probably organized by the Revolutionary Army. Conrad is now the highest official of Rogue Town, and he also has certain authority and knows and has access to certain secrets. The agents of the world government's intelligence agency may have gone to the Leslie area to investigate. Lin said, Colonel Conrad, don't worry. I have arranged everything, as long as you help a little. Of course, I won't let you help for nothing. Uncle Garp will return to the East China Sea soon, and you and I will visit him at that time. Is it really just a small favor? Conrad's heart became active when he heard Garp is coming back. Although Conrad has been making money, he also wants to continue to be promoted. Garp is his all hope. The wine has been sobered up. Lin En poured wine for Conrad. Colonel Conrad, I am the most honest person. I will definitely do what I said. Conrad clenched his fists and finally nodded in agreement. Okay, what do you need me to do? Lin En said, this batch of goods will leave Rogue Town by smuggling. The purpose of smuggling is to evade taxes. However, smuggling such a large amount of goods may have been discovered by the spies. Kandlay asked, then what? Lin En continued, after this batch of goods goes out to sea, it will be attacked by pirates. Both the goods and the ship will be hijacked by the pirates. 2 days later, the Navy discovered this group of pirates and fought a fierce battle with them at sea. Although the pirates fled, the whereabouts of the goods are unknown. The script designed by Lin En is to make this batch of goods disappear. In the name of the war between pirates and the Navy, the goods disappear. This is also a way to launder money. Through this in this way, where this batch of materials shipped from Rogue Town is shipped to and who it is sold to has nothing to do with Lin En. Because Lin En has lost this batch of goods. Conley admired, so that's the case, Mr. Lin En is really amazing. Lin En took out the already filled check and said, there will be a lot of such business in the future. I hope that we can cooperate happily before Colonel Conley is promoted. The check was written with 5 million Baileys. Colonel Conley was not polite and took the money directly. As expected, Colin transferred a large amount of medicine and food from the dock, which attracted the attention of some people. At the dock, a gangster youth who looked to be in his 20s, wearing a black suit and walking lazily, was sitting on a bench eating bread. Sitting next to the young man was an elderly man wearing glasses. The old man was holding a newspaper and seemed to be reading very attentively. The gangster youth whispered, Colin has transferred a lot of medicines and food to smuggle out. However, so much food and medicine does not seem to be sold to pirates. Although merchants will also sell supplies to pirates, most pirate groups do not need so many supplies. The old man said while reading the newspaper, I know, you continue to monitor them. The gangster youth finished the bread, got up and left quickly. The old man took out the den mushi hidden in his sleeve. Sir, the situation may be related to the Revolutionary Army. At this time, the den mushi imitated the expression of a middle-aged man and said, closely monitor. The old man and the gangster youth who just talked are both agents affiliated with CP4. Not long ago, CP4 received a secret order from the world government to let them investigate Dragon. According to the previous tracking, the world government has discovered that Dragon has returned to the East China Sea. At the same time, Lin En did not return to the Buck Hotel immediately, but found a decoration store nearby. In the store, Lin En used 3,000 Baileys to buy 2 very ordinary masks. After that, Lin returned to the Buck Hotel. Inside the Buck Hotel, Mickey and Bob had washed up and changed into clean clothes. At the same time, they also had vegetable soup, sandwich bread, and some barbecue. They were now waiting for Lin to come back. Inside the Buck Hotel, the employees on Lin's ship were all busy. Some were playing cards. Some were flirting with the waitresses in the hotel. Some were cleaning knives, and some were maintaining guns. Bob sat at the bar, and the female bartender handed him a glass of wine. "Thank you, thank you." Bob was about to go to his pocket to get money. The female bartender said, "No, it's my treat, after all, you are Mr. Lin's people." Mickey took the opportunity to ask, "Is Mr. Lin very powerful?" The female bartender asked back, "Don't you know Mr. Lin?" "Actually." Mickey was about to explain. "Sorry, we just got here not long ago, and we were lucky today to meet Mr. Lin for us." Bob answered frankly. "So that's how it is." The female bartender suddenly realized and said, "You are so lucky. Mr. Lin is a good man." Bob hurriedly said, "Can you tell us about Mr. Lin?" The female bartender wiped the wine on the wine rack and said, "Before Mr. Lin came here, the gangsters here often came to the store to cause trouble, and sometimes drove our guests away as a threat. They are really barbaric and a group of scum." Bob and Mickey nodded each other to show their understanding. Later, Mr. Lin came. I don't know what method he used, but it was really amazing. Since he came, as long as the merchants here abide by the rules, the gangsters will not cause trouble for us. When the female bartender mentioned Lin, her face was full of admiration. "What are you talking about?" Lin came over with a smile on his face and two shallow dimples. After seeing Lin, the female bartender immediately took out the best wine in the store from the wine rack. At the same time, the best cigars were also placed on the counter. "Thank you." Lin En was not polite. He sat down and lit a cigar, then took the wine with ice cubes. "Mr. Lin En." Mickey was about to speak. Lin En stopped him. Lin En said, "Don't worry, after I drink this glass, I have something important to do and I need your help." Mickey and Bob looked at each other and nodded. "P.S. Let's have some flowers and tickets. The new book period is especially needed, and the motivation for updating can also be mobilized." Chapter 21, The Magical Black Market. Lin En brought Mickey and Bob to the room. He closed the door. "Sit down anywhere." Lin En pointed to the sofa in the room. Mickey and Bob sat down. Lin En took out a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet in the room, and said without looking back, "You left your hometown and came here for the purpose of making a lot of money, right?" "Yeah." Mickey and Bob both nodded in agreement. Lin En poured himself a glass of red wine and calmly asked the two, "So, how do you feel? I mean the experience of doing business." "It's okay, but it's harder than I thought." "It's terrible, I mean it's terrible, the taxes here are very high, and my wallet was stolen by a thief, and I was beaten by the gangsters." Mickey and Bob said at the same time. However, Mickey wanted to hide their predicament, but Bob was much more honest. Although Mickey kept pulling Bob, hoping that he would not embarrass himself, Bob still complained. Lin En asked again, Did you know about this place before you came to Rogue Town?" Mickey and Bob shook their heads at the same time. They only knew that this was the entrance to the Great Route. Every day, a large amount of goods would be transported from here to the Great Route. Therefore, they stole all the savings in their homes, purchased goods from their hometowns, and wanted to make a fortune here. Unexpectedly, they did not make the first pot of gold, but suffered a lot. The most important thing in doing business is not only what the customer needs, but also the transportation on the way, the risks during transportation, as well as the laws and policies of various places, and some unwritten rules, etc. You need to know a lot, and what I just said is only the most basic. In addition, you need connections and background. Do you understand all I said? Lin's words were not too complicated, but they did open the door to business for Mickey and Bob. Mickey is very flexible, Bob is very honest, I believe you will succeed in the future. Lin put down his glass, walked to Mickey and Bob, pressed their shoulders, and said, if you want to get into the industry quickly, why not follow me? I will provide you with connections and background. Really? Mickey and Bob asked excitedly. Lin said, of course, but before that, you need to go to a place and help me a little. Are you willing? Mickey and Bob nodded at the same time. Mickey and Lin found a bar without a sign on a street adjacent to the square. This pub is not in a good location, and not many people come here usually. However, guests who come here will not be received if they do not understand the secret codes and rules of this bar. Mickey wore a mask and walked into the bar and said to the bartender, I want 3 glasses of ice beer with sugar. The bartender glanced at Mickey and Bob, and then the man at the door winked. The man at the door went outside to watch the door. Come with me. Mickey's code matches, so they are guests. Also, Mickey and Bob are wearing masks, so they must have been here before. The bartender took Mickey and Bob to the cellar and opened the cellar door. The bartender said, please. Every city has its own underground order, and Rogue Town is no exception. If the Mafia controls the streets and docks, and the Navy controls the sea, then these underground forces conduct dirty and filthy transactions in places that ordinary people cannot reach at all. However, the so-called dark side has no effect on Lin. This time, Lin sent Mickey and Bob to customize the service. He needed a group of people to play pirates and rob his goods. Under this bar is a place similar to a black market. Here, everything can be sold, including human organs and intelligence. Mickey and Bob were here for the first time, and they were nervous and scared. Under the cellar, there was a long staircase that meandered all the way to the underground. The bartender walked in front with a torch. Mickey and Bob followed the bartender for nearly 5 minutes before they stopped. Then, a market came into view. The bartender said, Gentlemen, please help yourself. The bartender then left. Mickey and Bob walked into the market. In the market, both buyers and sellers wore masks on their faces. The two wandered around the market casually, and their eyes were soon attracted by the bounties. The bounty was marked with the time. For example, the bounty of red-haired Shanks. Red-haired Shanks has already made a name for himself on the sea. The bounty for Shanks will naturally not be low. And it is not only the Navy that is opposed to pirates. There are special bounty hunters who also hunt pirates as a source of income. The bounty for Shanks is extremely high, and there may be a bounty hunter who buys his whereabouts on impulse. Mickey muttered, 5 million Baileys, this information is really not cheap. Then, Mickey and Bob continued to visit the stalls. The black market is a magical place. The information sold here is extremely authentic, and the source is very weird. Some of the information has not even been obtained by the world government's intelligence agencies. Therefore, there may be spies lurking in the black market. Mickey and Bob came to a stall and asked, I want to sell a piece of information. Can you help me estimate the price? The stall owner replied, write it down. Mickey picked up a pen and paper and wrote down the name of the goods and the value of the goods on the paper. 200 tons of flour and 300 tons of rice. 500 boxes of anti-inflammatory drugs and 20,000 packs of bandages. There are also dried meat, disinfectant, medical equipment, etc. The total value of this batch of goods is not low. Especially medicines. The world is not peaceful now. Whether it is ordinary people or pirates galloping on the sea, the demand for medicines is not low. After silently estimating, the stall owner said, 10 million Baileys. The success rate of robbing a cargo ship is extremely high. Of course, you have to leave the waters under the jurisdiction of the Rogue Town Navy. The pirates saw this big fish and were willing to pay for relevant information. 10 million Baileys. Mickey was shocked. However, he still followed Lin's instructions and words. Mickey said, 20 million Baileys, but I am risking being hunted down. The stall owner shook his head. Sorry, we can only offer 10 million Baileys. Mickey pretended to be anxious. 15 million Baileys. The stall owner still did not give in and said, 10 million Baileys, if you don't want to sell, please leave immediately. Seeing that the other party had no intention of compromising, Mickey gritted his teeth and said in an unwilling tone, Okay, just 10 million Baileys, I want cash. The stall owner then greeted the people behind him. Soon, someone brought the box. There were 10 million Baileys in the box. Brand new banknotes exuded the scent of ink. The stall owner said, Please write down the time of departure. Let me check the money first. Mickey couldn't wait to take the box and began to count the money. The stall owner and the people beside him smiled disapprovingly. This kind of thing is not uncommon in Rogue Town. There are often employees of merchants, or down-and-out merchants, who make money by selling the departure time of their employers and acquaintances. In their eyes, Mickey and Bob just betrayed their employers for money. After Mickey and Bob finished counting, they wrote down the time and the ship's hull number on the paper. After Mickey finished writing, he urged, Okay, give me the money quickly. The stall owner immediately handed the money to Mickey. They were not afraid that Mickey and Bob would play tricks. When Mickey and Bob took the money, they would send someone to follow them. At the same time, they will send people to confirm the accuracy of the information. If Mickey and Bob deceive them, they will not only take back the money, but also kill them. Chapter 22, The Golden Lion's Men. After Mickey and Bob left the black market, they took the money to the Barn Hotel. 10 million Baileys. This is a lot of money. Mickey and Bob stole their parents' savings and only collected nearly 3 million Baileys. However, after Mickey and Bob arrived in Rogue Town, they saw the world. Although 10 million Baileys is a lot, it is nothing for big businessmen. They all want to follow Lin En because Lin En has background and connections. As long as they can follow Lin En, they can make more money. After Bob and Mickey came back, they handed the money to Lin En. 10 million Baileys is not a small amount. The two did not run away with the money, which is not stupid. Lin took out 1 million Baileys from the box and gave them to Bob and Mickey. This is your reward for tonight. Bob wanted to refuse. Mr. Lin, we still owe you money, how can we ask for your money now? Lin said, the rules of doing business are one thing for another. If you help me do something, I will pay you. You must treat others in the same way in the future. We understand, thank you Mr. Lin. Bob and Mickey looked at each other, and Mickey took the money. Lin glanced at the two and said, Go and rest first. Starting tomorrow, you will study at the dock first. Remember, listen more, watch more, and talk less. In addition, I will say hello to Mr. Colin and let him take care of you. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Mickey and Bob returned to their room with gratitude on their faces. The door was closed, and Lin lay on the bed. He believed that Mickey and Bob, two new and silly boys, would bring him more benefits. Reputation. Reputation among young businessmen. He still needs these silly young people to promote for him. These young people who are not familiar with the world are often used as guns by others without knowing it. It was getting dark. At the dock, only the gangsters were patrolling with flashlights. The policemen who had been to Rogue Town had basically received money from the gangsters and would not go to the dock to cause trouble. However, the agents of CP4 always kept an eye on every move on the dock. They are the eyes of the world government in the dark. As long as they are still there, every move around the world will be under their surveillance. At this time, Lin brought people to the dock. Colin also brought people to the warehouse at the dock. Open it. At Colin's request, the warehouse was opened. The warehouse contained food that had been prepared long ago, as well as medicines and other supplies. Colin smiled and asked, Lin, do you want to check? Lin said, it's better to check it. At the same time, Lin looked behind him. Weiss and Latu nodded, and then brought the box with money to Colin. Lin En said, "This is 200 million Baileys in cash, and the balance will be paid later." The total value of the goods this time is as high as 300 million Baileys. This is the largest transaction between Lin En and Colin so far. Weiss and Latu opened the box. Inside was 200 million Baileys in banknotes. Colin asked his men to take the cash and asked, "Is this all your cash?" The principle of doing business is that money makes money. After making $100, quickly use the $100 to buy goods to make it profitable again. Lin En's copycat factory, the refinery in Orange Town, and the investment in Tony's Tavern have invested a lot of money. In addition, Lin En also acquired a lot of goods during the voyage. It is not easy to take out 200 million Baileys in cash without taking out a loan. Lin En did not deny it, and said frankly, "After this deal is done, there will be no shortage of money in the future. If this is really possible, it would be the best." Colin also wants to earn endless profits from the Revolutionary Army. "Boss, the goods are all gone," a sailor shouted to Lin. "Money is no problem," the assistant behind Colin whispered. Lin ordered, "Load everything on the ship, hurry up." "Don't worry, boss. Weiss and others are not afraid of dirty work, they only care about how much money they can make." The agent lay on a pile of goods, not moving, watching quietly. According to the information they have received so far, Lin and Colin are smuggling tonight. This time they are going to smuggle to the Leslie area. The agents have obtained information about Lin. Lin is a traveling merchant and a habitual smuggler. I heard that he has special channels to smuggle luxury goods from all over the world. Of course, there are pirates all over the world, so what are smugglers? If the smuggled goods this time are not so many medicines, the agents don't need to monitor them at all. With the help of the gangsters and Lin's sailors, the goods were quickly transported to the ship. Set sail. After Lin boarded the ship, a sailor put away the ladder. Anchor and sail. After Colin watched Lin's ship go away, he took people away from the second floor. At the same time, there was also a young man with a mohawk on the dock. At this time, he took out the Den Den Mushi, Boss Griffin, they have already gone to sea, a whole ship of supplies. The Den Den Mushi imitated the expression of a fat man with thick eyebrows, "Follow them." The middle-aged fat man is called Griffin. He is a coder who has just been promoted in the Flying Pirates in recent years. His mission is to come out to collect supplies. When the young man contacted Griffin, the CP4 agent also went back to send a fax. They will let the agents in the Leslie area take over the surveillance. If this batch of supplies does not reach the Leslie area and is obtained by the Revolutionary Army, then Lin and Colin will need to be investigated. The sea is pitch black. At this moment, the lights on Lin's ship are like fireflies on the sea. The sea is windy and rough tonight, and the ship swings left and right on the waves. Lin is meditating in the cabin. Even in an extremely bumpy environment, he still uses an inverted way to put himself in a state of meditation. Latu holds the pointer and always keeps the direction of the ship. At this time, 3 pirate ships are approaching quickly. The pirate flags of these 3 pirate ships all hang pirate flags with devil horns on skulls. The devil pirates are a disguise. Even if it is a vest, Griffin's bounty has reached 26 million Baileys. Of course, if the Golden Lion was still in the New World, the bounty that matched Griffin's strength would not be less than 200 million Baileys. In order to collect supplies for the Golden Lion pirates, Griffin sent people to the black market to buy relevant information. Latu shouted on the mast, "Brothers, there are 3 pirate ships approaching us. Prepare for battle." The sailors on the ship each drew their swords and loaded their bullets. Chapter 23, Wherever the blade points, everything can be cut. The speed of the devil pirates is very fast. They are all narrow and long ships with extremely fast speeds. Therefore, the devil pirates quickly caught up with Lin's ship. Because there were the supplies they needed on the ship, the devil pirates did not choose to fire. They would kill all the merchants and sailors on the ship by directly boarding the ship. They did this in the past. Today is no exception. However, Lin had no intention of firing, because he also wanted these 3 pirate ships. At this time, the 3 pirate ships were almost in a triangular shape, surrounding Lin's ship. There were nearly 500 pirates on the 3 ships. "Little guys, come on!" Griffin waved his huge mace and shouted loudly. "Grab it!" "Oh oh oh!" The pirates grabbed the ropes from the mast and swung towards the cargo ship. Weiss, Latu, and others were ready, and the battle between the 2 sides was about to break out. In addition to him, there were 36 people on Lin's ship. Even the chef on the ship had a certain combat ability. Therefore, even if the pirates had an advantage in numbers, they did not take advantage at the beginning. "Go to hell!" The 2 pirates rushed to Lin. Lin drew his knife directly. The knife flashed, and the cold light was as bright as daylight. Then, the heads of the 2 pirates fell to the ground, and they were still running, until the bodies fell in front of Lin. "What a fast knife!" Griffin stared at Lin En with his eyes wide open. How could it be possible that the target of his robbery this time was so strong? Is there such a strong person in the East China Sea? After a brief moment of daze, Griffin immediately reacted, "Let's go together and kill him." "Don't worry, boss, he's dead." The man who spoke was called Aidon. He was a sharpshooter of the devil pirates, and he could hit the bottle cap at a distance of more than 1,000 meters. "Leave this kid's head to me." A pirate holding 2 sickles in both hands grinned. "His name is Barnett, and he is the 3rd person in the devil pirates. Leave it to me, let me chop him into rotten meat." A man who was 5 meters tall and holding a giant machete in his hand also stared at Lin En. "His name is Andal, and he is the 2nd person in the devil pirates." Bang bang bang! The sharpshooter of the devil pirates fired cold shots from all angles. Dozens of pirates from the devil pirates, led by Andal and Barnett, rushed over. But the strength was too different. Lin En swung his sword and cut Andal in half, along with his weapon. Andal was cut diagonally, and half of his body slid directly onto the deck. Along with the blood and organs in his body, they all flowed all over the floor. However, Lin En did not give the pirates a chance to be shocked or scared silly. Lin En turned around and swung his sword again. Huang fell from the center of Barnett's head, and Barnett was cut directly in half. Lin En's sword power can only be described as sharp. Cut iron? Cut people? Cut everything. It was like a personal show. Lin En's footwork can only be described as gorgeous. He had no expression on his face. His eyes were calm. Even though heads flew up and limbs flew off. Even though the pirates on the deck fell one after another. He still had no reaction at all. Kendo is a skill of killing. Killing the person in front of him is Lin En's understanding of Kendo. Kendo can be simple, or so pure. His state of mind when killing was undivided. There was not a trace of guilt or pleasure in killing. His heart was as calm as water, without any waves. Wherever the blade pointed, everything could be cut. Go to hell! Griffin gritted his teeth, swung the mace in his hand, and hit Lin En heavily. At this time, Lin En had just killed the book name. The moves were exhausted. Griffin felt that the opportunity had come. Although Griffin was fat, he was very good at sneak attacks. Moreover, his strength was not weak. Even a navy ship would be smashed if hit by his mace. However, Lin turned the knife with his backhand and stabbed it upward diagonally. Ah! Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream. Griffin's arm holding the mace was cut off in one piece. Hurry up and save the boss! The minions of the devil pirates rushed forward. Wind bamboo, 1,000 leaves flying slash. In an instant, the sword energy was like bamboo leaves floating. Ah! 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 The pirate minions who tried to besiege were all cut into pieces. Monster, Monster! Griffin looked at Lin as if he were a demon. He had never seen such a terrible person. It was more than just killing without blinking an eye. Lin's wrist shook lightly, and blood beads slid down the blade. Tick, tick, tick. Lin walked towards Griffin step by step. Griffin endured the pain of a broken arm, and his whole body was soaked in sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of the sea. He was afraid, and this feeling only happened when facing the golden lion. At that time, the golden lion just glanced at him, and Griffin felt suffocated. Lin En held Huang Hai, ready to kill Griffin directly. When he killed people, he never talked nonsense. The villains all died because of talking too much, and he knew this very well. Griffin's psychological defense line collapsed, and he shouted loudly, "I am the Golden Lion's man, you can't kill me." The blade fell on Griffin's neck, and he could already feel the chill of the blade. Lin En stopped the knife. "Are you the Golden Lion's man?" Griffin thought that Lin En was afraid of the Golden Lion, and he was finally relieved. He hurriedly said, "I am a cotter under the Golden Lion boss. If you kill me, you will also be killed by the Golden Lion boss." Although the Golden Lion has been out of contact for a long time, his bad reputation still remains on the sea. Legendary pirate, the evil party among the evil parties. However, Latu, Weiss and others did not know much about the notoriety of Golden Lion. After all, people leave and tea is cold, and Golden Lion has indeed been silent for a long time. Griffin thought Lin En was afraid, so he pretended to be calm and said, "If you kill me, you will be an enemy of Golden Lion. Beat the small one and lead to the big one? Will it unfold like this? But maybe it's an unexpected gain?" Lin En suddenly smiled, "Then your death is valuable." You, what did you say?" Griffin looked at Lin En in amazement, thinking that he had heard it wrong. "You don't need to know." As Lin En said, the knife in his hand had fallen. Griffin was cut in half, and his fat body was neatly split into 2 pieces. Lin En ordered the sailors to speed up their work, dispose of the body directly, and move the goods to the pirate ship, and move quickly. Throw the body directly into the sea. At the same time, wash the blood on the deck. Lin En returned to the captain's room and sent a help fax to the navy in Rogue Town. The fax said, "We were attacked by pirates, and the goods were robbed. We need help." Lin believed that Colonel Kondra would cooperate. Chapter 24, Killing and Setting Fire, Destroying the Bodies. Nelson Island is only 200 nautical miles away from Leslie. The riot in Leslie was ostensibly organized by a group of workers. In fact, it was influenced by the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army is now planning riots around the world and intensifying internal conflicts in various countries. Death is indispensable in the process of riots. No bloodshed and sacrifice? What kind of change is there? It's just that Lin is not interested in the corruption and change of the world. He only knows that he can profit from it. That's enough. Whatever a businessman does has nothing to do with justice. The position of a businessman is to make money and gain benefits. Lin used the ship of the devil pirates to pull the goods to Nelson Island. According to the agreed date, it was 1 day ahead of schedule. Nelson Island is a deserted island. There used to be a small town on the island, which was very similar to Redstone Town. They were both frequently attacked by pirates. In the end, all the residents on the island moved away. Now there are more tents on Nelson Island. Durag is in one of the tents. At this moment, Durag is on the current sand table. On the sand table are the locations of countries around the world. Wherever there is a small red flag, it means that the Revolutionary Army has successfully infiltrated. At this time, a young man ran to Durag's side quickly, put his ear close to Durag's ear, and said, "Ships, 3 pirate ships are coming." This young man is called Bobby. Although he is only 18 years old, he is already an excellent soldier in the Revolutionary Army. He knows that anything must be reported to Durag as soon as possible so that Durag can deal with it. At least in terms of organizational discipline, the Revolutionary Army already has its own system. Draeger picked up the telescope beside him. In the telescope, Draeger saw 3 pirate ships with black sails but no pirate flags. Although there were no pirate flags, the decks were full of cargo. Draeger raised his mouth and smiled. It seems that he was not wrong. Lin En is really a talent. At this time, Ivankov came over and asked, "What's wrong?" He was not worried about pirates. Because the pirates in the East China Sea are too weak. Even if a powerful pirate came forward, he might encounter Garp who was going home for vacation. Draeger said, "The supplies we bought are here." Supplies? Really? Ivankov opened his mouth subconsciously. Soon, Lin En's ship was close to the east coast of the island. Lin En said, "Unload." Yes. The sailors on the ship moved very quickly and quickly moved the cargo of the 3 pirate ships to the beach. While the sailors were carrying the goods, Ivankov also brought people to the beach. Darag was in the distance, hiding his whole body under the cloak, quietly watching the transaction, and did not approach. As soon as they met, Lin En said to Ivankov, "Let's check the goods first." Are all businessmen so direct? I will check it carefully. You don't want to cheat us with defective products. Ivankov took out the gauze, unpacked it, and carefully checked it. This is not the first time they have purchased supplies. In the past, they were often cheated by unscrupulous merchants. However, they can only admit their mistakes because they cannot defend their rights through the law. Bobby poured out the anti-inflammatory medicine and gave it to their doctor. As for food, it was checked last. Medicine is more difficult to get than food. Lin En said to Darag, "They are all the best goods, the quality is absolutely guaranteed, and now it's your turn to pay." Ivankov was a little reluctant, because their funds were not easy to obtain. However, Darag had explained it. Therefore, Ivankov and others stacked boxes full of money neatly in front of Lin En. Lin En said to Weiss and Latu, "Count the money." Weiss, Latu, and others began to count. After a long while, Latu said, "Boss, the total is 650 million baileys, 100 million baileys more." This time, the total price of the goods sold by Lin En to the Revolutionary Army was 550 million baileys after deducting the decimals. After deducting the 300 million baileys that needed to be paid to Colin, the net profit was 250 million baileys. Lin En looked at Darag, and Darag turned and left. Ivankov said, "This is the advance payment for the next order." Lin En asked, "Next time? What do you want?" "Still medicine and food." Ivankov took out the den mushi and handed it to Lin En, and replied, "I'll tell you next time." Ivankov left with his men. Lin En put away the den mushi. After Ivankov and others left with the goods, Weiss couldn't help but be curious and asked hurriedly, "Boss, who are they? Are they pirates? Why don't they look like pirates?" Lin En turned and looked at Weiss. "Some things are better not to ask too much." Weiss subconsciously raised his hand and scratched his head. Every time he was afraid, he would instinctively make this move. Lin En took the 3 pirate ships to the preset sea area. "Burn the ship." Following Lin En's order, the sailors quickly poured oil on the pirate ship. Killing and setting fire, destroying the body. The sailors on the ship are very skilled. The purpose of making money is to enjoy. A qualified businessman cannot leave a handle for himself, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, all the evidence that can threaten himself must be cleaned up. Lin En watched the ship begin to burn and gradually sink into the sea. He was still calm in his heart. Because all this is in his plan. So far, everything has been going well. The purpose of visiting Windmill Village and Shimotsuki Village many times was to contact Garp and meet Dragon. Because of this relationship with Luffy, he gained Garp's trust and indirectly obtained the background and relationship of the Navy, which is very successful at present. At the same time, he also successfully connected with the Revolutionary Army. In the future, Lin En will help Lin En expand his business without Lin En taking the initiative. Because Lin En has demonstrated his ability, Dragon and others also recognized Lin En's talent. As the Revolutionary Army ignites wars all over the world, Lin En's business will spread like a dandelion with the war. All these years of layout and planning have not been in vain. However, this time, there was an unexpected harvest. Golden Lion Shiki. It is also a very valuable bargaining chip. Lin En doesn't mind getting a lot of benefits from the Golden Lion. Of course, the premise is to have a careful plan. Lin En is a person who will plan everything in advance. He never does anything he is not sure of. However, before he intersects with the Golden Lion, Lin En will continue his layout. The next stop is to go to Coco West Village. He is going to take someone away. Chapter 25, Nami and Nakiko's Match. Colonel Kondra led the navy and chased all the way from Rogue Town. According to the script set by Lin En, Colonel Kondra found the shipwreck of the Devil Pirates. Colonel Kondra sent Marines to jump into the sea to search. Sure enough, they found some wreckage of the pirate ship. "Sir, there is indeed a shipwreck below." "Okay, go back," Kondra said. This time's navigation record and combat process have already had a template. The Navy determined that the pirates who attacked Lin En were the notorious Devil Pirates. The Devil Pirates often attack caravans. This time, the attack on Lin En and others was also very reasonable. Of course, all this so-called reasonable is an explanation to CP4. The smuggled materials were taken away by the pirates. If the CP4 agents want to verify it, they should first find the pirates to investigate clearly. The premise is that the CP4 agents want to do so. Rogue Town, a branch base established by CP4. At this time, as the head of the branch, Hayden was rubbing his forehead, with a look of "don't bother me" on his face. A young agent asked carefully, "Sir, do you need to continue the investigation?" Because the battle report given by Colonel Kondra was that the pirates had been defeated. However, the Devil Pirates fled and their whereabouts are currently unknown. In this way, medicines and other materials have evaporated. The young agent felt that there was something fishy about this matter. He believed that this smuggling case was related to the recent activity of the Revolutionary Army in the East China Sea. Hayden said disapprovingly, "We are not the Navy, why should we clean up the Navy's ass?" The young agent said, "Sir, isn't it too coincidental? What if this incident is really related to the Revolutionary Army?" Hayden snorted and said in an educational tone, "Do you know how many merchant ships are attacked by pirates every day around Rogue Town?" "But how can there be so many buts?" Bang! Hayden slapped the table and scolded, "Our job now is to investigate the whereabouts of Darag, not to care about this smuggling case. Do you understand?" "Idiot!" The young agent stood up and replied, "I understand." Coco West Village. "Nami, you bad kitten, come down quickly." The village policeman Ajian chased Nami every day. Today, Nami went to steal again. However, Nami did not start stealing because she had no money. It was to exercise her skills. Nami's reaction speed was very fast today. Before Jian caught her, Nami slipped out of the store and quickly climbed onto the roof. Jian chased Nami, but was also worried that Nami would fall. "You can't catch me, you can't catch me." Nami stopped and made a face at Jian. The vendors on the street and the villagers who were buying goods laughed out loud when they saw this scene. Jian catching Nami has become a daily routine in the village. As for the bad boy Nami's stealing behavior, the villagers didn't care much. First, Nami is a child. Second, stolen things will always be paid for. After Nami got rid of Jian, she ran towards the seaside. There is a hillside by the sea, and on the hillside there is a big tree like a giant umbrella. On the trunk of the tree, the names of Nami and Nakiko are written. Under Nakiko's name, there is a string of positive characters. Nami has none. Hehe, I won today. Nami smiled proudly. She picked up a stone and was about to scratch a horizontal line on the tree trunk. Boom! An orange fell on her head. It hurts. Nami gritted her teeth and looked up. Ha ha ha. Nojijo sat on the tree trunk and looked at Nami with a smile. Nami, you lost again. Humph. Nami puffed her mouth angrily. Nojijo jumped down from the tree skillfully. In terms of personal agility, Nojijo, who is 2 years older than Nami, is obviously more flexible. Nojijo patted Nami on the shoulder. Nami, you can't beat me. Humph. Nami turned around. Nami and Nojijo are having a competition. The winner will have the opportunity to become a member of Lin's crew. Nami's dream is to draw a world map by hand. And Lin's merchant ships travel to various places, and in the future they will also travel to all parts of the world. Obviously, as long as she gets on Lin's ship, she will have a chance to realize her dream. Nakago is an independent, brave, kind, and gentle girl. When she was 3 years old, she saved Nami from the ruins of war. She was also very sensible and always cared about Belle-Emile and Nami. Therefore, when she learned that Nami wanted to take Lin's ship, Nakago came up with the idea of competition to improve and train Nami. Although Nakago is only 2 years older than Nami, she knows the dangers of the sea. Merchants are always in danger at sea. When danger comes, if you don't have the ability to protect yourself, it is undoubtedly a dangerous thing. At this time, Nami looked at the sea. The ship is Lin's ship. Nami shouted excitedly. Lin's ship is very special, with an orange sail, which is very conspicuous on the sea. After seeing Lin's ship, Nami ran towards the sea. Nami, wait for me. Nakago quickly caught up with Nami. The island where Coco West Village is located is not a big island. The population here is limited, the economy is relatively backward, and the small-scale peasant economy is the main body. The last time Lin-En went to Coco West Village was half a year ago. When Lin-En asked the sailors to start unloading, Nami and Nokikao had already run over. Lin-En, why did you take so long to come? Nami pretended to be angry and greeted Lin-En. Nami, be polite. Nokikao raised his hand and knocked on Nami's head. Sorry, this is a gift I prepared. Lin-En took out a book and a camera from his bag and handed them to Nami and Nokikao. The book is a sail log. The author is an explorer who has been to many places in the world. Lin-En squatted down, patted Nami and Nokikao on the head, and asked, "Do you like it?" "I'll forgive you this time, hehe." Nami can only be described as loving books related to sailing. Nokikao fiddled with the camera. "Here is the shutter." Lin-En taught Nakago how to use the camera. As soon as Nakago learned it, the villagers rushed to the dock. They all brought their own agricultural products, hoping to sell them to Lin-En. Kokoaxi village is not big, and there are no valuable minerals, so merchants don't like to patronize here. Lin-En's arrival is an additional source of income for the villagers. At this time, Belle-Emile also came to the dock with a cigarette in his mouth. Chapter 26, The Bad Girl Dare Not Talk Nonsense. Lin-En, what good things have you brought this time? Belle-Emile greeted Lin-En without any restraint. This is related to her personality. In the eyes of the older generation of villagers, she is a bad girl. In front of Nakago and Nami, Nakago also does not look like a mother. She always says some amazing words. For example, when she is short of money, she will say to Aegeon, "Don't worry, I will pay you back, and I can pay you back with my body." In short, all kinds of nonsense. Lin-En took out a lipstick from her bag and handed it to Belle-Emile. "Why did you suddenly give me a lipstick?" Belle-Emile didn't expect Lin-En to give her a lipstick. The last time Lin-En gave her was a book about fruit tree planting. Lin-En said calmly, "You should dress up, you will be very beautiful." "Ah? Beautiful?" Do you mean I am not beautiful now? Belle-Emile approached Lin En, and the two were very close. If it was Jian, he would have blushed by now and ran as far as he could. However, Lin En was like Lu Xiaowai, who was not disturbed by the beauty. Lin En replied, "Put on a skirt, put on high heels, and put on lipstick, you will be more beautiful." Lin En's answer made Belle-Emile blush. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been carefree and looked like a bad girl. Every time she teased a boy, the boy would blush and avoid her. But she met Lin En. Lin En never showed a blushing or heartbeat. Like an ancient well without waves, it is unpredictable. However, it is precisely because of this that it is more mysterious. Belmere pursed his lips, adjusted his breathing, and invited, "Come to my house for dinner later. There are seafood today, and you can have a good seafood barbecue. Then I'm welcome." Lin En did not refuse the invitation. "Then I'll go prepare it first," Belmere said, and then looked at Nami and Nakago. "You two, come and help." "Yes. I'm responsible for squeezing juice. I'm responsible for marinating the sauce." Nami and Nakago answered successively. After Belmere left with Nami and Nakago, Lin En continued to receive the goods. The agricultural products of Cocoa West Village do not have too many characteristics. However, the quality is still good and very cheap. Lin En will purchase a batch as supplies. If you encounter pirates, you can also sell them to pirates. Belmere's home is near an orange orchard. At this time, Belle-Emile was processing seafood in the yard. The squid needs to be cleaned and then skewered. The crab also needs to be cleaned and the gills removed. The shrimp needs to be deveined. The fish needs to be killed and marinated one by one. Belle-Emile did it very seriously and hummed a tune. "Only when Lin En comes can we eat so many delicious foods. It would be great if Lin En could stay for a few more days." Nami muttered softly. She was still young and didn't understand the reason for Belle-Emile's personality change. No Kai Gao was 2 years older than Nami. But he knew more. No Kai Gao whispered, "It would be great if Lin En could stay forever." "No." Nami objected without hesitation. No Kai Gao looked at Nami in confusion. Nami said, "If Lin En stays here forever, no one will take me out to sea, and I won't be able to fulfill my dream." Nami's dream? But Belle-Emile should also be happy, right? Nakago was silent. Although Nakago was only 2 years older than Nami, she was much more sensible than Nami. Over the years, Belle-Emile had tried hard to take care of them and suffered a lot for them. Although Belle-Emile was raising them as a mother, she was still a girl. In the eyes of the villagers, Belle-Emile was still a bad girl. She was not married and had never been taken care of by her lover. This was unfair to Belle-Emile. However, Nakago also understood. Nami was still young now, just willful, at most a child's selfishness. How could she blame Nami? At this time, Lin En pushed open the door and walked into the yard. He was holding a large bag of bacon in his hand, estimated to be about 200 kilograms. In addition, there was a large barrel of beer and many cigarettes. Belle-Emile said, "I don't have that much money to buy it." "You can pay with your body," Lin En replied. Belle-Emile blushed instantly. If her opponent is Jian, she will definitely fight back and make Jian feel ashamed. However, when facing Lin En, she is often too embarrassed to speak. "Great, there is meat to eat." Nami likes to eat the bacon sent by Lin En. The last time Lin En came to their house, she used bacon to stir-fry seasonal vegetables. The salty aroma of bacon carries the aroma of charcoal fire, and it doesn't taste greasy. "I'll help you." After Lin En put down the meat and cigarettes, she helped Belle-Emile deal with the seafood. This is how to deal with Harriet, the knife should be cut close to the fins. Lin En is very good at cooking, rather than helping, it is better to say that he is instructing Belle-Emile. Belle-Emile listened to Lin's teachings like a child. Occasionally, Belle-Emile would secretly glance at Lin's serious expression when cutting fish made her stunned for a while. This scene was also seen by Nakago. The seafood barbecue was very happy. Although the seasoning was simple, there were only honey and soy sauce, and some lemon. But Belle-Emile and others drank wine and drinks while listening to Lin's recent sailing stories, which was simply too delicious with barbecue. Lin's sailing trip will never lack interesting stories. Lin is really good at telling stories, and the stories are vivid and can't stop. He secretly glanced at Nakago and found that Nakago was more focused than Nami. Maybe at this time, she has fallen into the fantasy of the outside world. Belle-Emile drank a little too much and got drunk directly. Nami was also drunk because she drank a lot of plum wine. Only Lin and Nakago were left. Lin looked at Belle-Emile and Nami who were drunk in the yard, and then said to Nakago, "Let's get them to the room first." Nakago nodded. With Nakago's cooperation, Lin carried Belle-Emile and Nami into the room, and Nakago changed them into pajamas and covered them with a quilt. When Nakago came out after finishing his work, Lin was already smoking in the yard. Nakago began to clean up the grill in the yard and prepare to wash the dishes. Lin looked at Nakago and murmured, "What a considerate and sensible child." Nakago did not hear Lin's evaluation of her and was still cleaning up the leftovers. Bones, fish bones, fruit peels, seasonings, crab shells, fish heads, fish scales, ginger shreds, etc. were all packed and put away. At this time, Lin stood up, walked to Nakago's side, and helped Nakago clean up together. "I can do it alone." Nakago believed that Lin was a guest and should not let Lin do these tasks. Lin said, "Do you want to see the outside world?" "Ah." Nakago was stunned when he heard this, then shook his head and said, "Nami is more suitable than me." Lin said, "I always think about others, give good things to others first, and never think and fight for myself. However, a sensible and good child should not be neglected, and the world should not bully sensible children." Nakago looked at Lin in confusion. Lin raised her hand and pressed Nakago's head, "I like you very much, and I want to take you to see the outside world." Chapter 27, This World Cannot Bully Honest People. Nakago is a very considerate person, she has the spirit of sacrificing for others. If Lin did not intervene and interfere, then according to the normal trend, Nami would eventually work for the dragon. However, after Luffy defeated the dragon, Nakago actively guided Nami to pursue her dream. And Nakago stayed in the village, guarding the orange orchard of Belle-Emile. From childhood to adulthood, in terms of skills, Nakago is definitely better than Nami. However, Nakago always thinks about Nami. It is Nakago who fulfilled Belle-Emile's last wish. This selflessness, willing to give everything for others. It is exactly the tool man that Lin needs. As for Nami, Nami has her own dream. Maybe one day, her dream will conflict with Lin's ambition. Lin does not need unstable factors. The tool man who can stay by his side must be firmly controlled by him. Nakago looked at Lin. Lin was not joking. At this time, Lin patted Nakago's head and said, "Don't mention anyone. You have to ask yourself, do you want to see the outside world?" Nakago hesitated. Lin said, "Don't deceive your heart. The outside world is colorful and thousands of times more exciting than my story. Don't you also yearn for the outside world?" Nakago clenched her fists. She really yearned for the world described by Lin. It was magnificent and wonderful. Lin continued, "Everyone has the right to pursue their own dreams, regardless of personal ability and talent. As for sacrificing oneself to fulfill others, will there really be no regrets? It is undeniable that Lin is very good at bewitching people. At the same time, he also understands the thoughts of people like Nokai Gao. Because his previous life was exactly the same as Nokai Gao. Living for others, sacrificing everything, just wanting the people he cherishes to live better. until he realized that his efforts were just a joke. Everything he did, whether it was compromise or concession, was never cared about by anyone. And those who he cherished, they forgot him in laughter. Therefore, Lin En had to live according to his own wishes in this life. No one could influence his decision. No one could stop him from climbing to the top. I want to see the outside world. Under Lin En's guidance, No Kai Gao shouted loudly. Lin En raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a satisfied smile, and said, knowing what you want and following your heart is the right way to live your life. The next day, when Belle Emile woke up, breakfast was already prepared on the table. It was bacon and eggs, fried fish, and milk. However, Belle Emile ignored the breakfast directly, and her attention was on the note on the table. The note left by Lin En. I took Nakago away. Looking at Lin En's signature on the note, Belle Emile immediately chased to the dock. However, Lin En's ship had already left Coco West Village. When Nami woke up, she also saw the note on the table. Liar, Nakago is a big liar, we haven't decided the winner yet. Nami cried and kicked the door with her feet. She and Nakago had a date. It is agreed that the winner can take Lin's ship to travel around the world. Although Nochigo has defeated Nami countless times. However, Nami believes that she will win back in the future. However, Nochigo broke the contract. On the sea, Lin's merchant ship is sailing at high speed. In the training room of the cabin, Nochigo is exercising according to Lin's requirements. She is now doing endurance exercises to enhance cardiopulmonary function. Cardiopulmonary function is the basis of everything. Only by coordinating the rhythm of breathing can the fastest speed and the greatest power be exerted. As for Lin, he is still meditating with weights in his headstand. Sometimes Nochigo would secretly glance at Lin. She found that no matter how the boat shook, it would not disturb Lin. He seemed to be integrated with the boat. Of course, although Nochigo was very curious, she still obeyed Lin's instructions and tried her best to complete her training tasks. When Lin opened her eyes, it was already evening. Nochigo asked, "Where are we going now?" Lin replied, "To Windmill Village." Lin goes to Windmill Village every month. This time, Dragon is back, and maybe Garp will come back too. At the same time, located 10,000 meters above the East China Sea. At this time, there are more than 10 islands floating in the sky. These are islands, floating islands. The main island is called Strong World. As the first prisoner to successfully escape from prison. After escaping from prison, Shiki came to an island called Vilmeu. He found that there were many animals on the island that became violent after eating plants with IQ ingredients. So he used his ability to pull the entire island into the sky and move it as his own floating island. Over the years, he and his deputy Dr. Indigo have studied IQ together, and lived on the floating island to plan his comeback. The first thing after his comeback is to release these animals to the East China Sea and let them wreak havoc and show their revenge power to the world government. However, Shiki is not a scientific researcher after all. Dr. Indigo can study IQ every day, but Golden Lion can't stay in the laboratory all day. Therefore, Golden Lion's leisure time every day is a banquet. Although Golden Lion is hiding in the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters, there are still many pirates following him. The supplies of more than 10 floating islands are limited. It is still not enough to provide so many people with enjoyment. Therefore, Golden Lion will be sent to the East China Sea to plunder regularly. In order to keep a low profile, these sent subordinates will not be under the banner of the flying pirates. Just pretend to be pirates in the East China Sea to deceive the Navy. In addition, the combat effectiveness of the East China Sea Navy is weak. Therefore, the people sent by Golden Lion all return with a full load. But at the banquet, Golden Lion, sitting on the throne, was drinking wine. At this time, a man with a blind left eye stood up and said to Golden Lion, "Boss, Griffin has lost contact. Maybe something happened. How is it possible?" Although Griffin is not strong, the navy of the East China Sea is vulnerable. The pirate with the highest bounty in the East China Sea now seems to be called, what's his name? No matter what his name is, if he meets Griffin, he will die. I think he may be obsessed with a woman. Ha ha ha, I think so too. The cotters at the banquet did not believe that Griffin was killed. Golden Lion said disapprovingly, besides Garp, is there any man in the East China Sea who can defeat Griffin? Golden Lion did not believe that the weak East China Sea would have another strong man. However, it does need to be investigated. After all, Griffin is his subordinate. Golden Lion said to the man with an eye patch on his left eye, Eric, go investigate. Chapter 28, Do you want to consider joining the Navy? Windmill Village. Today's Windmill Village is the same as usual. Some villagers went out to sea to fish, some went up the mountain to pick wild vegetables and medicinal herbs, and some worked in the fields. Women washed clothes by the small river that flowed through the village. Young children were placed in the yard of their homes, accompanied by toys such as puppets. The wind blew, and it should have been peaceful. However, Luffy quarreled with Garp in the yard. I've decided, I want to be a pirate. Luffy roared at Garp, opened his mouth wide, and roared at Garp to express his position. Asshole! Garp's iron fist hit Luffy's head directly. Luffy felt pain and held his head. His son Dragon was making a revolution, and now he has become a wanted criminal of the world government. Grandson Luffy wants to be a pirate again? Which pirate is not wanted? It's just. Garp suddenly thought of something, and he looked at Luffy in confusion. Didn't you always want to be a businessman before? I remember there was a businessman named Lin, didn't you always want to go out to sea with him? Luffy answered confidently, arithmetic is too difficult. A week ago, the Red Hair Pirates returned to Windmill Village again. When Luffy came into contact with the Red Hair Pirates, Lucky Lu and others also became familiar with Luffy. When Luffy said he wanted to go out to sea with Lin, Lucky Lu and others laughed out loud. Afterwards, Lucky Lu gave Luffy a few arithmetic problems. Sure enough, Luffy didn't get any of them right. Ha ha ha. After hearing his grandson's answer, Garp also laughed out loud. In Garp's yard, the Navy who followed Garp back also laughed. However, laughing is laughing. Garp still didn't relax his training of Luffy. He threw Luffy into the forest again and started a training that lasted for several days. CCIR Sela June 10, 1510. Lin's merchant ship docked at Windmill Village again. Unlike the last time, there was a Navy ship at the dock this time. This is a Navy ship with a doghead bow. Such an iconic bow is naturally Garp's flagship. Lin, I'm here. Luffy waved vigorously at Lin. At this time, Luffy was wrapped in bandages. He suffered a lot this time. Garp was very serious when training Luffy. After the ship docked, Lin asked people to transport the goods off the ship. The goods shipped off the ship this time included cosmetics replenished from Rogue Town, as well as women's clothing such as stockings and underwear. In addition, there were some toys. These are small commodities that attract traffic, and the profit is not high, but they must be sold. Lin left Weiss, Latu, and others to sell goods, and said to Nakago, study hard, these are all survival skills. Nakago nodded. She is very sensible. She believes that what Lin En said is right. Lin En. Luffy squeezed out of the crowd. Seeing Luffy, who was almost like a mummy, Lin En smiled and said, did your grandpa give you special training again? Yes, grandpa is so annoying. Luffy hung his head. At this time, Makina also pushed the cart and came to the dock. Lin En took the initiative to wave to Makina. Makina blushed and waved back. Lin En loaded the fruit wine on the cart and walked to the tavern with Makina and Luffy. Outside the tavern, Garp was wearing a dog head hat and sleeping on a chair. Inside and outside the tavern, the Navy soldiers were also drinking and having fun. He can eat and sleep, and he doesn't have the airs of a Navy hero at all. Lin En didn't greet Garp directly, but went into the tavern and took a headscarf and apron behind the bar. Every time he came to Makina, he would help prepare meals, cut meat and cook vegetables. Lin En is good at all of them. However, Lin En's knife is so conspicuous. Although it is always placed behind the bar, it still attracts attention. The notaki is not a weapon that ordinary people can use. Those who can use the notaki are basically strong men on the sea. Walker is Garp's adjutant, with the rank of colonel in the headquarters, and is good at kendo. As a swordsman, he is full of curiosity about Lin En's knife. Lin En skillfully drew a cross on the tomato, and then boiled the tomato in boiling water. Then, peel it and divide it into 2 parts. One part is chopped, and the other part is cut into pieces. Put the beaten eggs in the hot pan. Sizzle. The egg liquid is fragrant. Then pour in the chopped tomatoes. Stir fry on high heat for 1 minute. Then pour in the diced tomatoes. Add some soy sauce, salt, vinegar, and other condiments. Pour it on the rice that has already been served. Tomato rice, done. Try it. Lin En said to Luffy. Luffy swallowed his saliva, picked up the spoon, and quickly ate a plate. However, before Luffy could eat the second plate, Garp had woken up at some point. He sat on the bar, picked up the spoon, tasted it with big mouthfuls, and then poured one plate after another into his mouth. The eggs were fried very tenderly. The acidity was also suitable, and it stimulated people's appetite at the same time. I haven't eaten such an appetizing meal for a long time. Grandpa, you ate all the meal that Lin En made for me. Ha ha ha, who made it so delicious? Garp laughed loudly, without any shame. Luffy puffed his mouth and widened his eyes to protest Garp's robbery. After Lin En fried another large pot, he took off his apron. He took out the plum wine and poured a glass for Garp. I have something to ask Uncle Garp for help. Because he was very familiar with Luffy, there was no politeness between Lin and Garp. If there was something, just say it directly. Lin believed that Garp also hated politeness. Garp drank the wine and savored it carefully. This taste is really special. Makina also brought out dried fruits, senbei, etc. Lin said, Captain Kana of Shields Town and Colonel Conrad of Rogue Town have entrusted me to send you gifts. They all want to get promoted. It's this troublesome group of guys again. When he heard about the gift, Garp immediately lost interest. If it was someone else, he would pretend to sleep immediately, and then Walker would drive them away. However, Lin and Garp are very familiar with each other, so he can't do this. Lin En continued, I just helped them convey the message. After all, I still need their care in business. At this time, Garp grabbed a handful of senbei and put it in his mouth to chew. He looked at Lin En and said, Lin En, being a businessman in troubled times is not an easy thing. Do you want to consider joining the Navy? Walker and the Navy in the bar all opened their eyes wide. This seems to be an inquiry, but it is actually an invitation. Not long ago, a pirate also invited me and asked me a similar question. I think since the goal has been chosen, I should stick to it. Moreover, it is precisely because the chosen path is difficult that there will be a sense of accomplishment that will make you regret it for the rest of your life after success. Lin En's answer made Garp and others silent. Luffy remembered Lin En's words deeply in his mind. No regrets for the rest of your life. Garp murmured, and then smiled and said, It's a pity that you didn't get to meet him. He was referring to Roger. Chapter 29, This Fat Sheep is Slaughtered. Whether it was flattery, intrigue, or forming cliques for personal gain, Garp really hated the bureaucracy. However, Garp did note he don't hate Lin. Although Garp doesn't like dealing with businessmen, he gets a similar resonance from Lin. Lin is a determined and pure man. If someone else gets an invitation from Garp, they will be very excited, grateful, and join the Navy without hesitation. But Lin didn't do that. Although it's a bit regretful, Garp respects Lin's decision. Moreover, Garp thinks he can help Lin. Not only does Garp appreciate Lin, he can also see that Luffy admires Lin very much, and Makina also likes Lin. In fact, what Garp is best at is protecting his shortcomings. As long as they are his own people or people he recognizes, he will take care of them. For example, adopting and taking care of Ace, letting Dodon go, etc. Garp is completely different from Akainu. He is not stupid for justice. Therefore, in Garp's eyes, Lin is recognized by him and belongs to the kind of people who can be taken care of. Garp said, "I'll accompany you to Rogue Town when we return this time." Lin stood up, smiled, and said gratefully, "Thank you, Uncle Garp." Having Garp accompany him on this trip, his relationship and background will be fully established, which will make it easier for Lin to travel in the East China Sea. Lin came to Windmill Village. In addition to staying here, he also planned to make some investments. For example, using Windmill Village as a base, building a granary, and collecting grain from the Kingdom of Gaia. In addition, some small workshops can be established to produce cloth. Therefore, Lin found the village chief Slap. Village chief Slap and Garp grew up together and have a close relationship with Garp. After Lin arrived at Windmill Village, he purchased agricultural products from Windmill Village at a reasonable price. He also brought a lot of fresh goods to Windmill Village. At the same time, in Slap's view, Lin will sooner or later become the son-in-law of Windmill Village. Lin can leave a high score in Garp's heart, and Slap's evaluation is also extremely important. At this time, the village chief Slap was smoking a cigar and reading a newspaper. The cigar that Lin En gave him was a good thing, much better than the tobacco he rolled himself. Village chief. Lin En walked into Slap's yard. Slap stood up and asked, "It's Lin En, what's up?" Lin En said, "I plan to set up a gauze workshop in the village to make bandages. In this way, the women in the village can earn some extra money in their spare time. The hourly wage is 800 baileys. What do you think? Gauze workshop? It's a good idea." Spilla also thought it was a good idea. Lin En said, "In addition, I plan to build a granary in the village to purchase grain from the Kingdom of Gaia. I need people in the village to help me manage it. After the grain is transported in, it needs to be maintained regularly to prevent it from getting damp and moldy. Therefore, this also requires hiring workers." Spira asked, "How many people do you need to hire?" "The gauze workshop needs 10 people for now, of course, more people will be hired in the future. As for the warehouse, let's hire 5 people for now, with a monthly salary of 300,000 baileys. The salary offered by Lin En is neither high nor low. However, the job of looking after the warehouse is relatively easy. The old man in the village who has some free time can do it. Of course, hiring long-term employees means increased costs. 5 people, 1.5 million baileys a month, 18 million baileys a year. There is also money to build a warehouse. As for the spinning women, it is also a fixed cost. The hourly wage is 800 baileys, and if a female worker works 10 hours a day, that is 8,000 baileys, 240,000 baileys a month. 10 female workers, 2.4 million baileys a month, 28.8 million baileys a year. Of course, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Although the profit of being a traveling merchant is not low, it is not stable enough. Only by owning real industry and truly starting to produce goods can we make stable profits. Of course, although counterfeiting and high imitation are also real industries, this kind of business should not be made public. With Spra's help, the recruitment of workers in the workshop and granary went smoothly. The rest is to choose the address. The workshop is simpler, and there are some empty houses in the village that no one lives in. Spra directly gave it to Lin En for free. At the same time, there was a barn not far from the village, and the surrounding open space could also be used by Lin En. Spra and others really didn't treat Lin En as an outsider. The rest, Lin En only needs to transport the machines and raw materials into the windmill village, and then he can start production. At the same time, the matter of purchasing grain also requires Lin En to go to the kingdom of Gaia and contact the local nobles. Lin En is very efficient. He went to the capital of the kingdom of Gaia the next day to find nobles to purchase grain. The nobles own a lot of land and have a lot of grain reserves. Although there are merchants who come to purchase regularly, it is not the first time that Lin En has contacted nobles. He believes that he has a way to make a deal. At the same time, Lin En also planned to negotiate the plum wine business with the nobles. The person he chose this time was Autluk III. Autluk III was Sabo's father and a standard noble in the kingdom of Gaia. Although he was a noble, Autluk III was indifferent to family affection. He was more concerned about the status and wealth that the nobles should have. It was precisely because of this that Sabo chose to run away from home. This was not the first time that Lin En visited Autluk III. Autluk III had a good impression of Lin En, a businessman. The kingdom of Gaia was a little remote. In the eyes of the world's great powers, it was just a small country in the countryside. Perhaps, the more humble one is, the more one wants to highlight his nobility. Almost all the luxury goods that Lin En brought to the capital of Gaia were needed by the nobles. Even if they had bought too much, so much that they might not be able to use it up in decades. For the nobles, if they did not buy luxury goods, how could they show their status and wealth? When Autluk III saw Lin En, he asked, "Mr. Lin En, what good things did you bring this time?" If he could buy the luxury goods brought by Lin En as soon as possible, he would definitely be able to stand out in front of the nobles. Lin En took out the plum wine. The moment he opened the bottle cap, the fragrance completely attracted Autluk III. He had never drunk this kind of wine. He guaranteed that the people of the kingdom of Gaia had never drunk it either. Lin En said, "This wine is made with hundreds of precious spices. It is brewed by the world-renowned winemaker Tony Maple himself. It produces less than 10,000 bottles a year." Have you heard of Tony Maple? Who is Tony Maple? Autluk III certainly hadn't heard of it. Autluk III certainly hadn't heard of it, because Tony Maple was the owner of the winery in Shields Town, just an ordinary person. However, Autluk III was a nobleman, and Master Tony was a world-renowned winemaker, so how could he not have heard of it? Of course I have heard of it. I still can't forget the fine wine he brewed. Autluk III answered very seriously, as if he had really drunk it. Lin looked at Autluk II's reaction and smiled. This fat sheep was slaughtered. Chapter 30, Wine is not just for drinking. Let's be honest. The plum wine brewed by Tony is indeed a rare fine wine. Autluk III took a glass of wine and exclaimed, "I have never drunk such a magical wine, it is worthy of being the work of a master. It's like a small can of tea. The taste must be good." However, the key point is the halo bonus of the master brewing. Even people who don't know tea will think it tastes good. Therefore, a drink that tastes good is naturally a rare wine in the world under the premise that things are rare and valuable. Autluk III said with some regret, "There are less than 10,000 bottles of such wine a year." Lin En said, "Yes, one less bottle is drunk, and the longer the storage, the more mellow the wine will be. Phew, things are rare and valuable. Storage, with collection value." Lin En's words revealed a lot of information. Just like the hype of the so-called 1982 law fight. Autluk III can't wait to show this wine. Showing off such a rare thing among the nobles is also showing off one's own status and wealth. Sure enough, Autluk III immediately said, "Mr. Lin En, I want to buy 100 bottles of collection." Lin En said, "Of course, but you have to pay in advance and make an appointment." "No problem." Autluk III replied generously. 100 bottles of wine, each bottle is sold for 300,000 baileys. This transaction is 30 million baileys. However, this is just the beginning of plum wine sales. Next, Lin En will start to hype it. Of course, it cannot be hyped immediately, it needs to settle and brew. Wait for nobles such as Audiobook 3 to spread and ferment in the noble circle, and then promote plum wine. Just like hyping sneakers. Originally just a good quality thing, but it can continue to raise its price through hype. From wearing to collecting. This is the cutting of leaks under capitalism. Lin En sold 100 bottles of wine to Audiobook 3. Later, Lin En bought food from Audiobook 3. Audiobook 3 readily agreed. That night, at the invitation of Audiobook 3, Lin En attended the nobles' cocktail party. Nobles like cocktail parties and other banquets very much. This kind of banquet is more of a display of status than a way to build relationships. Those who can attend the banquet are people of status and position. Countless socialites flock to it just to squeeze into this circle. They are elegant and gentlemen. However, Lin En sneered at this. The so-called aristocratic etiquette is just a deliberate practice to show the difference between themselves and ordinary people. That's all. In essence, it's the same to take off your clothes. After the banquet started, Lin En held a red wine and communicated with the nobles under the introduction of Audiobook 3. During the period, the socialites also flirted with Lin En many times. Lin En is not only tall, but also very handsome. The calm, confident, and mysterious aura he exudes deeply attracts their attention. However, Sabo was not seen at the banquet. I think Sabo should have run away from home. Maybe he is with Ace now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the fine wine I just bought from Mr. Lin. Just when Lin was distracted by Sabo, Audiobook 3 couldn't wait to show off the plum wine. The bottle of sample wine that Lin gave him had been opened. The aroma was intoxicating. And Lin naturally became the focus of the banquet. During the period, many celebrities and daughters came into close contact with Lin and gave Lin enough hints. Lin spent a night in the hotel in the capital. Last night, a baron's daughter spent a night with him. The baron's daughter told him that their family came here on a cruise ship. Although it was her first night, she was not restrained. Lin gave the baron's daughter a bottle of perfume and left. As for her name, Lin didn't think it was necessary to remember it. Is this considered not recognizing people after putting on their pants? For the circle of aristocratic adults, the behavior of the baron's daughter and Lin's performance are very normal. After breaking up, it is the right thing to do not get entangled with each other. Just thinking about it, what is the difference between this and a scumbag? When Lin En returned to the windmill village, the workshop and barn had been cleaned. With the cooperation of the villagers, the walls were also repainted. It is indeed a simple folk custom. Lin En walked to the tavern, and Nakago was helping Makina. Although he was helping, Lin En could see that Nakago was observing Makina. The relationship between Lin En and Makina aroused Nakago's alertness. Although Lin En did not directly show intimate actions with Makina, the villagers thought that Lin En and Makina were a pair. Therefore, she thought that Makina would be a competitor of Belumal in the future. Nakago, thank you. Makina is kind-hearted and will not think badly of people. She did not find that Nakago was observing her. At this time, Makina not only gave double the hourly wage, but also squeezed a glass of orange juice, added ice cubes, and handed it to Nakago. Lin En walked to the bar and said, "Business is good today." Makina kept smiling and touched Nakago's head, "Yes, thanks to Nakago's help." Lin En looked around and asked, "Why don't you see Luffy?" As long as Lin En returned to Windmill Village, Luffy would stay in the tavern most of the time. Either waiting for Lin En to tell stories, or listening to the sailors bragging. Makina was also puzzled, "I didn't see him yesterday. I'll go find him," Lin En said, and did not forget to ask Nakago, "Stay here to help first, I'll be back soon." Yet, Nakago nodded sensibly. Unlike Nami, who was naughty and active since childhood, Nakago has strong self-care ability. There is no need for Lin En to take care of him deliberately. After all, Lin En just wants a trustworthy tool. I don't want to be a dad to take care of the baby. After Lin En left the tavern, he went to Garp's house first. Garp was still sleeping at this time. Although Garp woke up because of Lin En's arrival. But Garp was not worried about Luffy's disappearance at all. I don't know if Garp is big-hearted or has absolute trust in his grandson. However, since Luffy is not in the village and did not come back last night, he can only go to one place. Maybe Luffy has been tied up by Ace and Sabo now. Lin En couldn't help laughing when he thought of this. If I didn't intervene, the meeting of the three brothers was the guidance of fate. Chapter 31, A Monster with a Bounty of 400 million Baileys. Lin En has sent a fax to reserve machines and raw materials from the manufacturer. When the machines and raw materials arrive at Windmill Village, the spinning workshop can start working. 2 days later, Lin En and Garp left Windmill Village together and went to Rogue Town. However, Rogue Town was in extreme panic at this time. Because the naval base in Rogue Town was attacked. There were only 100 pirates who invaded the naval base. Monster, monster! Don't be afraid, he's alone. Let's go together. There were 3,000 marines stationed in Rogue Town. Even if Kandel took the fleet out for a cruise, the number of marines left behind was nearly 1,000. However, facing the 100 pirates in front of them, they were unilaterally crushed. Eric is a swordsman who is good at using double swords. At this moment, any marine who stood in front of Eric would only end up being chopped to the ground. Where is Colonel Kandel? Eric's knife was on the neck of a marine. The marine trembled and was frightened to the point of urinary incontinence. Sure enough, it's the weakest sea, and the marines are so timid. Eric drew his knife lightly, and the marine's head was cut off. Bang bang bang! At this time, the Navy sharpshooter in the distance had raised his gun. Hundreds of bullets were fired at Eric. However, Eric suddenly disappeared from sight. Swish! 6 styles, slash! Swish, swish, swish! Like a ghost, he quickly moved through the naval base. Sometimes he flew onto the roof, sometimes he leaped from the wall. His displacement speed was so fast that the naked eye could not catch it at all. While completely avoiding the bullets, he also chopped down many Navy soldiers. Damn it! Navy Lieutenant Jerry held a gun, his eyes wide open, looking for Eric. However, when Eric appeared again, the slashing waves from his double swords had already chopped down Jerry, who was hundreds of meters away. At the same time, a strong man holding a sledgehammer in both hands laughed unscrupulously and rushed around the naval base. He swung the hammer with both hands and smashed it forward. There was a loud bang. The ground shook violently, and the shock wave blew away all the surrounding Navy soldiers. What a fast speed! Unlike Griffin, Eric is a fighter under the Golden Lion and a powerful cotter. The bounty was once as high as 400 million Baileys. Eric shook off the blood on the knife and said, "Kill all the Navy here." Accompanied by a one-sided massacre. The battle ended soon. The naval base was full of marine corpses and scattered weapons. The sticky blood dyed the blue stone red. Since Roger was executed, Rogue Town has never had such a shocking event. Grand Line, Marineford Naval Headquarters. Sengoku has received news that Rogue Town was attacked. This is not an encounter. It is obvious that the pirates deliberately launched an attack on Rogue Town. Sengoku said to Crane, according to the information provided by CP4, the identity of the attacker may Bateau confirm, it is the one-eyed Eric. Although the presence of the Rogue Town Navy is very low. However, whether it is the headquarters, branch, or branch, as long as they are Marines, they belong to the sequence of the Navy. Prosperity and loss are all together. The pirates openly attacked Rogue Town, which simply did not take the Navy seriously. He said calmly, "If it is Eric, then it is understandable. It is not surprising that the Golden Lion does anything." Jean Guo rubbed his forehead. He has just taken over as the Admiral of the Navy. If this matter is not handled well, it will still affect his prestige in the headquarters. What's more, the Navy is the face of the world government. If the Navy cannot handle it well, the world government will also be held accountable. Zhang Guo asked, "Do you think this is his revenge on the Navy?" As the chief of staff of the headquarters, he needs her to provide advice to Zhang Guo. He said, "If it is just attacking Rogue Town, it is not in line with the style of the Golden Lion. Moreover, he has been hiding for so long and suddenly sent people to attack Rogue Town. I am afraid there are other intentions." "You are right, this matter is indeed not simple." Zhang Guo agreed with his inference. The Golden Lion has been hiding for more than 10 years, and now suddenly sent someone to show up. There must be something hidden. He said, "Garp is still in the East China Sea, let him handle this matter. This is about the Golden Lion, so we can't take it lightly." Back then, the Golden Lion caused a big disturbance in the Navy headquarters, and countless Navy officers were killed. If it's not handled properly, it will be a disaster for the East China Sea. Moreover, the reason why the East China Sea can't produce powerful pirates is directly related to Garp. Zhang Guo sent someone to send a fax to Garp. On the deck of Garp's ship, Lin was playing dark chess with Garp, which is to cover the chess pieces and use only half of the chessboard. Dark chess has entertainment and luck elements, and it also simplifies the difficulty. Lin and Garp went back and forth. However, when Garp's adjutant Colonel Walker handed the fax to Garp, Garp's face changed immediately, and at the same time, he couldn't help rubbing his head, looking like he had a headache. Lin asked, "What happened?" "If it's a military secret, then I won't ask." "This is not a military secret, anyway, you will know it when you get to Rogue Town," Garp said, and handed the fax to Lin. "Golden Lion attacked Rogue Town? Didn't he disappear for a long time?" Lin showed a surprised expression, pretending to understand nothing. Of course, he couldn't tell Garp that it was because of Lin that the butterfly effect caused the attack on Rogue Town. Garp said, "That guy is a complete lunatic. I thought I could lock him up in the city forever, but he still ran away." Garp has come into contact with countless pirates, all kinds of people. However, there are only a few pirates who really give Garp a headache. Among them, Rox is one. And Golden Lion is also one. They are all ambitious and cruel. To achieve their goals, they will do anything, and they are extremely cruel. Lin said, "If you come forward, Golden Lion should be more restrained." Garp shook his head. He is not a person who can judge with normal people's logic, so Sengoku asked me to deal with it. It is not easy to catch the Golden Lion. The characteristics of the floating fruit give the Golden Lion an almost invincible ability to escape. As long as the Golden Lion really wants to leave, Garp and Sengoku may not be able to keep him. It is precisely because of this that Garp is also worried that the Golden Lion will bite everywhere like a mad dog. Chapter 32, The Governor of the East China Sea Who Doesn't Know How to Live or Die. One-Eyed Eric attacked the Rogue Town naval base. When Colonel Condra received the news, he immediately cancelled his return voyage. The bounty for One-Eyed Eric is as high as 400 million baileys. It is not on the same level as the pirates in the East China Sea. It is really monster. If he can be caught or killed, it will be a great achievement. However, although Colonel Condra dreamed of promotion, he was not stupid enough to seek death. Colonel Condra still knew himself. Going after the pirate with a bounty of 400 million berries? That was purely an egg hitting a stone, or a porcelain hitting one. However, it was not all bad news. Because Colonel Condra learned that this matter would be handled by Vice Admiral Garp. Vice Admiral Garp. Conrad's idol when he was a child. Therefore, Condra planned to meet with Vice Admiral Garp first. Not only is it safe, but there may be a chance of promotion. By the way, with the relationship with Lin En, the possibility of promotion will be higher. However, at this time, Louis Gilbert, the governor of the East China Sea Navy, sent a fax. Adjutant Captain Dean handed the fax to Conrad. "Sir, the governor's fax." Colonel Conrad took a look, then crumpled the fax and threw it into the sea. "Don't pay attention to him." Louis Gilbert's uncle, Louis Glenn, was once a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters. He is 10 years younger than Conrad, and has become the governor of the East China Sea Navy with the rank of Major General. Now Louis Gilbert wants to encircle and suppress Eric in order to obtain the military merits needed for promotion to the headquarters. In addition, Louis Gilbert has already mobilized the Navy of the East China Sea to form the East China Sea Expedition Fleet. This includes the Navy of Rogue Town. But in Conrad's eyes, this behavior is like an old man eating arsenic and refusing to live long. "Bulu bulu! Bulu bulu!" the Den Mushi called. Eric was lying resting in the cabin. After he attacked the naval base yesterday, he also kidnapped all the ladies in the nightclub in Rogue Town. As a result, he didn't fall asleep until 5 in the morning. When he heard the call of the Den Mushi, he immediately opened his eyes. It was the Golden Lion who was contacting him. Eric immediately stood up, picked up the phone of the Den Mushi, and said respectfully, "Boss, do you have any instructions?" The Den Mushi imitated the angry look of the Golden Lion. "Eric, you idiot, why did you make such a big deal?" "Ah!" Eric was stunned when he heard it. The Golden Lion cursed, "You didn't just wake up, bastard, go read the newspaper for me." Eric likes to do two things the most. One is to fight with men. The other is to fight with women. Moreover, when doing these two things, he will be particularly focused and almost unrestrained. The Golden Lion knows Eric's preferences very well. Eric immediately asked someone to bring the newspaper. Sure enough, the headline of the newspaper was the news that one-eyed Eric attacked the Rogue Town naval base. I have killed all the Marines in the base." Eric was also confused. Golden Lion yelled, "Idiot!" "Yes." Eric took the scolding honestly. Golden Lion said gloomily, "Deal with Griffin's matter as soon as possible, and then come back quickly. Don't cause me any more trouble and affect my plan. If you affect my plan, you're dead." "Yes." Eric was scared and sweated, and hurriedly replied. Golden Lion is still planning to retaliate against the world government. If the plan is disrupted, what is the meaning of Golden Lion hiding for more than 10 years? When Lin and Garp were about to arrive in Rogue Town, they joined Colonel Kondra's fleet. In order to show strict military discipline and well-trained, the Rogue Town Navy fleet deliberately set up a formation and waited for Garp to inspect. Formalism. Garp was disgusted by this, but he had already gotten used to it. Since the day Garp became a naval hero, he has become an object of worship and pursuit. Including Aokiji, they all became his little fans. Salute. Colonel Kondra's warship was the flagship, and at this time, the flagship's loudspeaker broadcast. The entire fleet consists of a total of 4 warships. 2,000 Marines dressed neatly, stood on the deck in military posture, and saluted. Lin En was beside Garp and said, "Uncle Garp is really popular." Although Lin En was not a soldier, he was invited to the ship by Garp and was also under the gaze of the Marines. Colonel Kondra also saw this scene. Although Colonel Kondra maintained the military salute, he was already very happy in his heart. What one-eyed Eric? What Governor Louis Gilbert of the East China Sea? They are all floating clouds. Kondlay was glad that he chose to cooperate with Lin En, and indirectly hugged Garp's thigh. It seems that he has a chance of promotion. Colonel Kondlay's warship approached Garp's warship with a nervous mood. Although he has not approached yet, the thumping heartbeat of Colonel Kondlay has become clearer and clearer. Lieutenant General Garp. Colonel Kondlay stood 2 meters away from Garp in the most upright military posture in his life. Although his beer belly is prominent due to the enjoyment of these years, his spirit is still there. Garp looked at Colonel Kondlay and hummed. Garp went straight to the point, "Do you know why Eric attacked Rogue Town?" Lin En blinked at Colonel Kondlay. "Is this a reminder?" But how to answer? Now Colonel Kindley is also confused. He doesn't understand why the monster with a bounty of 400 million Baileys wants to attack Rogue Town. Cap did not embarrass Colonel Conrad. Forget it, it's useless to ask, this kind of thing can only be asked by Golden Lion himself. Cap asked again, have you found any clues about Eric's whereabouts? Colonel Conrad's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously clenched his fists. I'm already doing my best to track him down. His palms were already full of sweat. He knew that he did not perform well. He was really useless. Lin En had given him a chance. But he did not seize the opportunity. At this time, Lin En said, although I am not a navy, Colonel Conrad has been dedicated to maintaining the safety of the waterway over the years. I believe he will collect relevant clues in a short time. After hearing what Lin En said, Colonel Conrad almost hugged Lin En and thanked Lin En for speaking well of him. This is simply his noble man in this life. He must repay Lin En in the future. Chapter 33, A Matter of Face. Cap did not mean to embarrass Conrad. After all, Conrad is just an ordinary colonel in Rogue Town. In the Navy sequence, there are many Navy officers like Colonel Conrad. Moreover, it is natural that Conrad has no tracking results. Because the opponent is one-eyed Eric, the monster who once followed the Golden Lion and galloped across the New World. In the cabin of Garp's warship, Garp held an impromptu meeting. Of course, the person in charge of presiding over the meeting was not Garp, but the adjutant Colonel Walker. Although Colonel Walker is only a colonel, the gold content of the colonel of the headquarters is much higher than that of the colonels of the branch and subdivision. The real power held by a lieutenant of the headquarters is even higher than that of the major of the branch. This is the information sent by the headquarters. Colonel Walker distributed Eric's information to the officers present. One-eyed Eric, with a bounty of 400 million Baileys, is a senior cadre of the Flying Pirates. He was once the captain of the Lizard Pirates, and the pirates who followed him were also members of the Lizard Pirates. In the Hibiki Pirates, he is a well-known fighter. The so-called fighter refers to those who use violence or force to implement their own ideas. The group of people I advocate. To put it simply, it means that you should talk as little as possible when you can take action. Walker continued, Eric obeys the orders of the Golden Lion 100%. Unless the Golden Lion orders him to return, he will not stop his actions. At Garp's request, Lin also sat in the conference room to listen. Garp thought that Lin's brain was flexible and he might come up with a solution to the problem at hand. Lin couldn't help but frown after listening to Walker's introduction. In other words, Eric would still launch an attack before he completed the mission. Until he found Colonel Conrad or Griffin. In this respect, Eric is very much like the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion at the time also rushed directly to the Navy headquarters and asked the Navy for Roger. If he didn't give it, he would forcefully rob it. Garp looked at Lin and asked, Lin, do you have a plan? Lin looked very sorry, and he shook his head, Uncle Garp, I'm just a businessman. Dealing with pirates is not my specialty, especially when the other party is such a terrible pirate. The naval officers in the cabin looked at each other, all smiling, and did not mean to ridicule Lin. In their view, Lin was just a businessman, how could he know how to deal with pirates? If Lin could really come up with a plan, he might as well go directly to the headquarters staff. However, in the entire conference room, only Lin knew Eric's purpose best. Not long ago, Lin killed Griffin, and he knew that it would cause trouble. But he didn't expect that trouble would come so quickly. At this time, Garp said, we still need the assistance of the intelligence department, send a fax to the headquarters, and let the local agents support the intelligence. Usually, the intelligence agency can ask the Navy for assistance. Only the headquarters of the Navy can contact the intelligence agency. In terms of authority, CP0, which belongs to the Celestial Dragons, is at the highest level, with authority higher than the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. The authority of CP1 CP9, which belongs to the world government, is lower than that of the Navy headquarters, but higher than that of the Navy branch and division. Yes. Locke immediately executed the order. The strength of the world government and the Navy lies in the perfect intelligence system. Lin En knows this very well. Therefore, in the process of his intersection with the Revolutionary Army, he needs to keep it clean and try not to leave any handle, lest he be caught by the world government's intelligence agency. 10,000 meters above the sky, in the main hall of the floating island Strong World, the Golden Lion was drinking and watching the performance of the geisha boredly. At this time, Dr. Indigo came over. Golden Lion casually asked, "Is there any new news?" Dr. Indigo said, "There is bad news. Garp is in the East China Sea, and he has been responsible for the aftermath. Garp, that bastard, will be killed sooner or later." Golden Lion looked at his sword leg and said coldly. Dr. Indigo asked, "At present, our revenge plan cannot be implemented. Do you want to go to war with the Navy?" The implication is that it is not good for Golden Lion to go to war now. Golden Lion is also thinking about this problem. However, as the boss of the Sky Pirates, a legendary pirate, and a figure who was once the overlord of the New World, it is impossible to ignore the disappearance of his men. This matter must have a result. Otherwise, it will be embarrassing. How can I control my men? Golden Lion asked Dr. Indigo, "What do you think should be done?" Dr. Indigo replied, "As long as we catch the governor of the East China Sea and exchange it with the Navy, I believe Sengoku doesn't want to go to war with us." Sengoku has been promoted to the rank of Admiral of the Navy. With Zhang Guo's character, he really doesn't want to start a war, but to maintain the balance of the sea. "Change people?" Golden Lion said, "Colas, this matter is left to you." Zhang Guo's efficiency is still very fast. He immediately contacted the person in charge of CP4 in the name of the Navy Marshal and asked the CP4 agents in the East China Sea to fully support the Navy. At the same time, Rear Admiral Louis Gilbert, the Rear Admiral of the 8th Branch of the Navy and the Governor of the East China Navy, has assembled a large fleet in the 8th Branch. With the arrival of reinforcements from various branches in the East China Sea, a punitive fleet consisting of 50 warships and 25,000 marines has been formed. Rear Admiral Louis Gilbert is only 34 years old this year and has studied at the Marineford Military Academy. Uncle Louis Glenn is the Vice Admiral of the headquarters, the disciple of Admiral Zifa, and the current chief of the G4 base. If Louis Gilbert did not make a mistake, he would now be the Rear Admiral of the headquarters. It's just that Louis Gilbert is greedy for merit and arrogant. He thought he could easily defeat the Sun Pirates a few years ago. As a result, he was defeated by Jinbei, and all the marines on the ship were killed or injured. Fortunately, his uncle is Zephyr's disciple and the Vice Admiral of the G4 branch of the headquarters, so he was transferred to the East China Sea. However, Louis Gilbert doesn't want to stay in the East China Sea for life. He wants to be promoted, and he wants to return to the headquarters of the Navy. In the base of the 8th branch, Louis Gilbert asked coldly, "Have the Navy of each branch arrived?" Gilbert's adjutant, Lieutenant Colonel Malone said, "Governor, only Colonel Condra has not arrived yet." Gilbert said, "No need to wait for him, go directly to Rogue Town." Lieutenant Colonel Malone asked again, "Do you need to contact Vice Admiral Garp?" "It's just Eric, there's no need to trouble Vice Admiral Garp," Gilbert said disapprovingly. In the years since he was transferred to the East China Sea, Gilbert has not forgotten to practice. He believes that he has enough to rival the strength of the main admiral. Even if he meets Eric, he can still fight. Not to mention that there are so many Navy to help. However, at this moment, there was a loud bang. The fortress of the 8th branch base exploded. Chapter 34, Sengoku was so angry that he laughed. Smoke billowed. Fire snakes raged. Accompanied by flames and smoke, a group of pirates appeared in the sight of the Navy. Among them, the most conspicuous was a man wearing a black tuxedo and green hair. The man had pale skin, his lips were painted with black lip gloss, and his fingers were painted with bright red nail polish. Just looking at him, he felt gloomy and terrifying. "I am the Pale Baron Colas, some of you may have heard of my name." The man introduced himself. Gilbert was furious. He didn't care what kind of baron the other party was. "This is the 8th branch fortress, his command post, and someone dared to launch an attack here? It was simply a move against the will of God. Catch them!" As Gilbert roared, the surrounding Marines rushed forward. However, on the top of the fortress, a man carrying a bazooka on each shoulder pulled the trigger with a grin. There was also a short man who was pinching his nose. He pinched his nose and threw it down, and it exploded. Bang! 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 Boom! Boom! Just 2 people blew up the base of the 8th branch. Colas drew the rapier from his waist. "It seems that I have stayed in the East China Sea for too long, and the Navy has forgotten me." As Colas spoke, blood-red wings spread out behind him. Pale Baron Colas, a cotter under the flying pirates. Although he is just an ordinary animal-type bat fruit ability user, not a mythical beast. But his bounty is as high as 350 million Baileys, and he is also a strong man. Golden Lion accepted Dr. Indigo's advice. If they wanted to capture Gilbert directly and exchange him for Griffin, they could resolve the dispute. The Navy headquarters had no intention of fighting the Golden Lion with all their strength. After all, the flying pirates still had a strong fighting force. With the opening of the Great Pirate Era, the Navy needed to stay in various parts of the world. Especially the rise of Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, and others in the New World. The warring states would consider the overall interests and make certain compromises with the Golden Lion. However, Gilbert was obviously unwilling to cooperate. Gilbert also drew out the saber at his waist. At the same time, the armed color domineering was wrapped around the saber. Gilbert was able to become the governor of the East Sea not only because of nepotism. Gilbert's strength was not weak, enough to be a major general of the Navy headquarters. Ding! The saber in Gilbert's hand chopped together with the saber of Colas. The surrounding Navy saw this and immediately rushed forward. Dozens of naval colonels, lieutenant colonels, and majors each swung their swords at Colas. From the sky, the colonels and lieutenants wearing the cloaks of justice surrounded them. Although Gilbert was conceited, his point of view was not wrong. He was strong, and he had so many Navy men to help him. However, Gilbert underestimated Colas's strength. I saw the flesh wings behind Colas flapping vigorously. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew up. The gust of wind directly blew a group of Marines away. Even the colonels and lieutenants wearing the cloaks of justice were blown away by the wind. "It's worthy of being the weakest sea." Colas sneered repeatedly, and the sword in his hand shook instantly. In the blink of an eye, he stabbed dozens of swords. Gilbert could only block and dodge. Even so, he was pierced in the left shoulder and right abdomen. Colas brought the sword to his mouth and licked it gently. The smell of blood made him even more excited. At this time, a naval colonel holding a big axe in both hands jumped up from behind, trying to chop Colas back. However, Colas turned around and pierced him with a sword. "Colonel Mark! Colonel Mark! Damn it! Revenge for Colonel Mark!" Although the Navy of the East China Sea is weak, it still has backbone. The determination to fight to the end against the pirates urged them to fight. More and more Marines gathered. The pirates in the fortress easily suppressed them at the dock with the power of the explosion fruit, and they could not get close. The strength is so different. At this time, Gilbert has realized the gap between him and Colas. Colas's strength may be enough to match the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. "Don't resist any more, you are not my opponent." Colas swung his rapier, and then stabbed out hundreds of sword flowers again. In an instant, many Marines died tragically under his sword. Although Gilbert continued to resist, it had no effect except adding more wounds to his body. Colas was like a cat playing with a mouse, bleeding Gilbert a lot. Gilbert was not taken away until he fell into a coma. At the same time, Colas also left a letter for the Navy to exchange for Griffin's letter. Roguetown Naval Station. The burial of the remains is in progress. At this time, Carp was in Colonel Condra's office. The man in front of him was Brown Hayden, the head of CP4 in Roguetown. Carp was a naval hero, and Hayden was no stranger to Carp. Carp asked, "So far, have you obtained any information about Eric?" Hayden nodded, and then took out a stack of photos from his suit. "This is what we took." Hayden the photo was handed to Garp. After looking at the photo, Garp asked, "Where are they now?" Hayden replied, "I am also tracking their whereabouts at the moment, and it will take some time." Garp and Hayden were chatting. Meanwhile, in Marineford, inside the Navy headquarters fortress. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door outside Sengoku's door. "Come in." Sengoku shouted at the door. At the same time, Sengoku threw a discarded document to his goat and let the goat eat it. He pushed the door open and said to Garp, "Just now there was news from the 8th branch that Gilbert was captured." Sengoku heard this, and the veins on his forehead bulged and jumped. Obviously, Sengoku was already very unhappy. What does the Golden Lion want to do? It's not enough to attack the Roguetown naval base, but now he dares to attack the 8th branch fortress? Is he addicted to attacking the Navy? Does he really treat the Navy as mud? Crane said, "They need to exchange a pirate named Griffin, otherwise they will continue to retaliate." Continue to retaliate. The veins on Jean Guo's forehead continued to throb. But he suppressed his anger and asked, "Who is Griffin?" He replied, "He is a coder newly recruited by Golden Lion in recent years. I heard that Colonel Cantley defeated him, but his whereabouts are currently unknown." A coder who defeated Golden Lion. Jean Guo was angry just now, but now he laughed instead. He was angry and laughed. The strength of Colonel Cantley in Roguetown can defeat the coders of Golden Lion? Isn't this a joke? Will Golden Lion not use his brain to think about it? This is obviously impossible. Wait. Jean Guo suddenly felt something was wrong. Jean Guo hurriedly said, "Let Garp ask Colonel Cantley, I want to know the details." At the same time, Lin En was colluding with Colonel Cantley. Chapter 35, Capitalists will not talk about conscience. Colonel Cantley sat opposite Lin En. He was grateful to Lin En. Because of Lin, he was able to have close contact with Vice Admiral Garp. However, the trouble is getting bigger and bigger now. "Mr. Lin, has Griffin been killed by you?" Colonel Condra lowered his voice and asked carefully. Lin didn't even blink, "Of course not me." "Then who could it be?" Condra asked doubtfully. Lin said, "Colonel Condra, if Vice Admiral Garp asks you again, then tell him the truth that Griffin's ship had sunk when you arrived. As for Griffin and the Devil Pirates, they have long disappeared, and their identities can only be determined from the wreckage of the pirate ship." "Will this work?" Colonel Condra muttered. "Why not?" Lin patted Colonel Condra on the shoulder and said, "The focus now is the face problem between the Navy and Golden Lion. What is the most important thing when you are out there?" "Of course it's face. Golden Lion wants to find his men back. Moreover, things have become a big deal now. They will definitely not let this matter go. As for the Navy is the overlord of the sea and the face of the world government. Can the Golden Lion attack the Navy's East China Sea naval base be easily resolved?" Lin En estimated that the two sides would continue to fight until they paid a price for each other before considering stopping. However, this period of time would be an opportunity for Lin En to make a profit. Sure enough, Colonel Condra was called in for questioning by Garp. In fact, the person in charge of the questioning was not Garp, but Sengoku. When Colonel Condra faced the Den Den Mushi, his legs trembled a little. Navy Marshal Sengoku. At this time, the Den Mushi imitated Sengoku's voice and expression. Colonel Kondra, I want to know the cause and effect of defeating Griffin. Sengoku's voice was majestic. Although Kondra was uneasy, he still stated the truth according to what Lin En told him. The cause was that Griffin attacked Lin En's merchant ship and hijacked the cargo on the ship. Then, Lin En asked Kondra for help. Cantlay led the navy to chase Griffin, but when he arrived, he only found the wreckage of the pirate ship that was almost sunk. Griffin's whereabouts were unknown, and the cargo on the ship was missing. Cantlay's answer was not false at all. Garp could see that Cantlay did not lie. You go and rest first. After asking questions, Sengoku asked Cantlay to leave. Cantlay breathed a sigh of relief and left quickly. In the Admiral's office at the Marine headquarters in Marineford. In front of Sengoku's desk, there was a Den Mushi. Tsuru sat opposite Sengoku. At this time, the Den Mushi imitated Garp's expression and voice. Cantlay should not have lied. Sengoku hummed and said, although he didn't lie, how to solve the problem of Golden Lion. Griffin's whereabouts are unknown and missing? Golden Lion will not give up unless he is handed over to him. When the time comes, the problem will be very serious. Garp folded his arms over his chest and murmured, unless the Golden Lion appears in front of me, I have no way to deal with it. Garp knew the key to the problem. The Golden Lion's floating fruit allowed the Golden Lion to do almost anything he wanted. Unless the Golden Lion came down from the sky and appeared in front of Garp again, there was almost nothing he could do to him. Zhangguo, he and others were actively trying to find a way to deal with the Golden Lion. At the same time, Lin En found Colin again. However, this time Lin En and Colin did not meet in the restaurant, but chose to meet in Colin's office. Lin En brought 100 million Baileys in cash. Colin accepted the suitcase with cash. It seems that the deal was successful. Lin said, although there was a little trouble, we can take the opportunity to make a fortune. Colin took a bottle of red wine and 2 glasses from the wine cabinet and poured a glass of wine for Lin. Colin asked, did you do the Griffin thing? Colin knew the relationship between Lin and Colonel Condley. And Lin returned to Rogue Town this time, and he was with Cap. Lin's background and relationship with the Navy made Colin dare not look down on Lin. Lin replied, this is an accident, and I didn't know he was a member of the Golden Lion. Colin said, whether it is an accident or not, this incident will cause chaos in the East China Sea. In fact, Colin already had a general answer in his mind. Although it was a guess, Lin dared to do business with the Revolutionary Army. The men who killed the Golden Lion did not surprise Colin. Lin En smiled and said, there are a lot more goods on the dock recently. Colin replied, yes, it's so chaotic now. The Navy has gathered together to prepare for the revenge of the Golden Lion. The waterway lacks the protection of the Navy. How dare the merchant ships go out to sea? Lin En said, so, our chance to make money has come. Colin asked, what opportunity? Lin En said, send someone to spread the word that the Golden Lion is going to launch a devastating revenge on the East China Sea. Merchants will definitely sell their goods at a low price because of fear, and we can take the opportunity to buy them at a low price. Of course, merchants dare not sail, and materials cannot flow. Market prices will definitely soar. We can sell them at a high price and make a lot of money. Capitalists will not talk about conscience. Speculation, hoarding, and taking the opportunity to drive up prices are all routine operations. Colin's expression was first astonished, and then he looked at Lin En with admiration. Lin En, is this really an accident? Because of Griffin's disappearance, the conflict between the Navy and the Golden Lion was triggered, causing a crisis in the East China Sea. Because of the East China Sea crisis, merchants dared not sail. In order to reduce losses, merchants must sell goods at low prices. And between different places, without the medium of merchants, the flow of goods is difficult, which will inevitably cause prices to rise. Simply put, This is also making war money. Lin En said, of course it is an accident, but since the opportunity has come, we must seize it. When Lin En killed Griffin, he had already calculated today. Although it is risky, there is no doubt that this is a rare opportunity to make money. Colin rubbed his forehead and calculated in his mind. Colin said, this requires a lot of money, and the strength of the two of us is far from enough. Lin En said, then let's pull some people in to make money. Anyway, the smell of blood will attract more flies sooner or later, and we have the dominant power this time. Lin En believes that this relationship between him and Carp is the basis for dominating all this. Chapter 36, Let's start spreading rumors. What Lin En has to do now is to spread rumors. First, it is to exaggerate the sense of crisis and make the merchants in Rogue Town feel a sense of crisis. Lin En thought of Mickey and Bob. So, Lin sent Weiss and Latu to find the two. Inside the Buck Hotel, Nochigo was still doing endurance training in the backyard. After leaving Coco West Village, she followed Lin to many places. The outside world was indeed wonderful, but it also made Nochigo aware of the danger. Lin was right, she needed to become stronger. Only after becoming stronger, she would be qualified to live a better life. Lin did not force her to do anything. Just proper guidance allowed Nochigo to think for herself and eventually exercise self-discipline. Nochigo was exercising in the backyard, while Lin was at the bar, waiting for Mickey and Bob. Mickey and Bob walked into the hotel. Mr. Linear. Mickey and Bob were excited when they saw Lin. Lin said to the female bartender buddy, give them 2 beers. Mickey and Bob did not sit down, but chose to stand beside Lin. People are tempered. Mickey and Bob are no exception. After being beaten by social reality, the two of them have understood that there are classes between people. Although Lin is very good to them, they cannot ignore the fact that Lin is better than them. Lin said to Mickey and Bob, you have seen the more goods on the dock. Yet. Mickey and Bob nodded at the same time. Mickey said, no one dares to go out to sea recently. Now the goods are piled on the dock. Every day is a high cost. Bob also said, yes, the cost has increased a lot, and everyone's life is not easy. Because of their strong relationship with Lin, Mickey and Bob have met many people these days. Mickey and Bob also went to the pub where young businessmen gathered. There they exchanged business experiences and various gossips. Lin said, if you have stored goods, sell them as soon as possible. Ah! Sell! Mickey and Bob's expressions were both stunned. Selling means losing money. Some people do business that will get them killed, but no one does business that will make them lose money. Lin En shook the wine glass in his hand, I'm already selling it. If I don't sell it soon, it will be even less valuable tomorrow. Why? Mickey's expression was a little unnatural. Bob was the same. He was still hoping to make money and go back home. If he sold it, he would definitely lose money. Lin En looked at Mickey and Bob and asked, have you heard of Golden Lion? Mickey and Bob shook their heads at the same time. How could they, 2 young people from a small place, know the name of Golden Lion? Lin En was not in a hurry to introduce Golden Lion, and asked again, do you know who attacked the other day? Did they attack the Rogue Town naval base? Mickey replied, One-Eyed Eric is a pirate with a bounty of 400 million berries. Lin said. He is a subordinate of Golden Lion, and Golden Lion has a large group of such people. Will they attack again? Bob spoke frankly and expressed his concerns. The attack on the Rogue Town naval base has caused them great panic. If the attack continues, there will be no business at all. At least for a long time, merchant ships will not be able to leave Rogue Town. The goods are piled up at the dock, and the storage fee alone is a huge cost every day. Lin did not answer Bob's question, but began to introduce Golden Lion. Golden Lion was once the overlord of the New World. He attacked the Marineford Navy headquarters and killed countless navy. In the end, it was the Navy hero Garp who joined forces with the current Navy hero Sengoku to defeat him. Gurgle, Bob and Mickey were so scared that they swallowed their saliva at the same time. They were so scared that they didn't know how to express themselves. At this time, Lin said to Bob and Mickey, "I am very familiar with Mr. Colin, and I know about this matter." Mickey and Bob were like chickens pecking at rice, just nodding. Lin continued, "Mr. Colin told me that the gangsters want to increase the storage fees at the dock." "How much?" Mickey asked. Lin said, "At least more than double, maybe more." "Double? My God, why don't they just rob us of our money? If the storage fees are increased by so much, we will have no profit." Bob and Mickey both understood. Business is not just a simple matter of purchasing goods and then selling them. Among them, there are taxes to consider, as well as storage fees, transportation costs, workers' loading and unloading fees, etc. As long as one link is not properly considered, it is possible to lose money. If the current storage fees soar, and Rogue Town has to stop sailing indefinitely, then not only will they not make money from their goods, but they will also have to pay a large sum of money. This will lose everything. Mickey and Bob left immediately. They were going to sell the goods. At the same time, they went to the pub they often went to recently to inform their good friends and let them prepare early. After Mickey and Bob left, Lin shook his glass and smiled slightly. People are full of uncertainty about unknown things. Full of fear. The notoriety of Golden Lion now allows Lin to spread rumors smoothly. I believe that Mickey and Bob will spread the rumors soon. As long as a selling spree is triggered, Lin can take the opportunity to buy at a low price. So, Lin returned to the room and took out the Den Den Mushi. He contacted Colin. Lin said, "Mr. Colin, please notify the brothers in the gang and ask them to post a notice tomorrow to increase the dock storage fee and berthing fee by at least double. Then send people to nightclubs, bars and casinos to spread the word, and it may continue to increase." The Den Den Mushi imitated Colin's expression and voice. "Lin, you are really a genius in business." Chapter 37, Let's Start Harvesting Leeks. The Grey Cloak Tavern is a tavern that Mickey and Bob often hang out in recently. The guests in this tavern are all a group of young businessmen who left their hometowns and wanted to make a fortune. They huddled together in the tavern to keep warm, often chatting about their views on business, and occasionally talking about the current situation and changes in the world. In addition, the tavern provides cheap beer 24 hours a day, as well as food that is not delicious but very cheap. If you get drunk, there are caring bartenders who will drag the drunk to the stable to rest. Therefore, many people usually like to hang out in this tavern. Coincidentally, the Rogue Town naval base was attacked, so more people gathered here. Mickey and Bob were not slow. They sold all the goods to a grocery store at the fastest speed and the most favorable price. Afterwards, Mickey and Bob hurried to the Grey Cloak Tavern again. "Mickey. Bob. Why did you two come here just now? Is he following some young lady?" "Ha ha ha." In the pub, the young merchants who were familiar with Mickey and Bob burst into laughter. Mickey and Bob didn't have time to joke with these people. Mickey said to one of the young merchants wearing a black coat, brown leather pants and marten boots with a serious face, "Jim, we don't have time to joke with you now." Jim, who was about to get a beer for Mickey, was suddenly stunned. Jim asked in confusion, "What happened? Why do you look like a disaster is coming?" Mickey lowered his voice and said as quietly as possible, "Sell your goods as soon as possible, the sooner the better." "Ah? What did you say?" The voices in the pub were a little noisy, and Mickey deliberately lowered his voice, so Jim didn't hear clearly. At this time, Bob whispered Mickey's words to Jim's ear. Jim heard it. "But why did he do this?" Mickey said, "We just came back from Mr. Lin, and he notified us to sell the goods as soon as possible." A businessman named Jane asked back, "Why did he only inform you?" Jane is a fairly successful businessman. Although he has just arrived in Rogue Town, he has already earned his first pot of gold. In this tavern, he is considered a representative of success. Bob said, starting tomorrow, the storage fees at the dock and the berthing fees for ships will more than double. Jane asked, did Mr. Lin tell you that? Yes. Bob nodded affirmatively. Another merchant asked Bob, have you sold all the goods? Bob nodded in response. Jane was silent for a while, and then asked, did Mr. Lin sell it too? Bob nodded again. At this time, the herd mentality began to take effect. Even self-proclaimed shrewd businessmen were no exception. What do you think? Jane asked the people around him. A merchant said, my goods are horseshoes. If I sell them to a grocery store, the price will be much lower. Another merchant said, my goods are a batch of fishing nets. I originally wanted to ship them to the Kingdom of GIs for sale. The demand for fishing nets in Rogue Town is very low. These young merchants only have some single goods. They can sell them to grocery stores. But the grocery stores only buy limited quantities, and they recycle them, so the price will definitely be kept low. In this way, they will definitely lose money. Mickey said, you'd better make a decision quickly, otherwise the price will be lower tomorrow. This. Jane was a little hesitant. He just made his first pot of gold, and used the first pot of gold to buy a batch of honey and brown sugar in Rogue Town again. If you sell it in Rogue Town, you will definitely not make money, and you will definitely lose money. Bob reminded, you have to believe in Mr. Lin, he is a good man. The merchants looked at each other. Finally, Jane gritted his teeth and said, okay, I'll sell the goods too. Soon, the merchants who knew Mickey went straight to grocery stores, tool shops, and other shops. They started selling their goods. The prices were lower than the market purchase price. And this was just the beginning. Mickey and Bob notified Jane and others, and Jane and others also had friends who notified each other. Soon, more and more young merchants began to sell their goods. They are all young people, and they are less resistant to stress and risks. The news that storage and berthing fees will increase tomorrow quickly spread from the Grey Cloak Tavern. The panic spread like a virus. Boss, I want to return the goods. Sorry, if you want to recycle them now, you need to discount them. It doesn't matter, I accept the discount. Jane sold the honey and brown sugar to the owner of the business at 80% of the purchase price. However, Jane was still thankful. Because more and more merchants came after hearing the news. The owner of the business also noticed something was wrong. Early the next morning. In the hotel. Lin En was meditating in the room. No Kai Gao followed Lin En's example and meditated cross-legged. She was very sensible and tried not to make any sound or movement. At this moment, the armament haki in Lin En's body was naturally released and was constantly absorbed by Huang, nourishing the sword body. He had been doing this all night. The amount of armament haki in his body was appalling. Knock knock knock. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Boss, it's me, Latu. Latu's voice sounded outside the door. Lin En still had his eyes closed. Latu said, people are going crazy outside, and there are merchants everywhere who want to sell their goods. Latu spoke very quickly. It was the first time he had seen such a scene. Since the gang raised the storage and berthing fees at the dock, the streets were full of merchants who wanted to sell goods. Lin En said, well, I see. Go prepare 2 breakfasts. Okay, okay. Latu wanted to say more, but now he had to stop and prepare breakfast honestly. Lin En opened his eyes and said to Nochigo, no matter what happens in the future, you must stay calm. Excitement, fear, worry, and panic cannot solve the problem. I understand. Nochigo replied. Lin En walked to the windowsill, opened the window, and looked at the shops across the street. The shops were crowded inside and outside, and a large amount of goods had been piled on the street, causing chaos. These merchants have one characteristic, that is, they are young. And, judging from their dress, the coats on them are all made of relatively cheap fabrics, and their shoes are also relatively old. Obviously, they don't have much money to dress themselves up. Lin En smiled slightly and murmured, "This is just the beginning." Chapter 38, Fame and Bailey, I want them all. The commercial street was in chaos. At this time, a green-haired boy with a cigarette in his mouth looked at the commercial street with a puzzled look on his face. "Hey, what's going on the street today? Why are so many people carrying goods into the store? Are they going to return the goods?" The boy's name is Bartolomeo, and he is the leader of a young force that has just emerged in Rogue Town. Bartolomeo has a vicious and cruel character and a bohemian personality, but he attaches great importance to loyalty. Therefore, a group of fearless young people gathered around Bartolomeo. Although their current number is not large, they are already well known in the slums of Rogue Town. Out of curiosity, Bartolomeo pointed to a boy. "Reese, go over and take a look." "Leave it to me, boss." Reese had just joined and had been hoping to be reused. Even if it was just a spy job, he took it very seriously. Soon, Reese came back with a lot of news. "Boss, because pirates attacked the naval base, the gangs doubled the storage and berthing fees at the docks, and now merchants are in a hurry to sell their goods." After listening to Reese's report, Bartolomeo raised his hand and shaved his chin, which had not grown hair yet. "Hey haha! That is to say, they now have gold." Bartolomeo's brain reaction speed is still very fast. In fact, before Bartolomeo became Luffy's crazy fan, the gang he led had already controlled 150 streets in Rogue Town. If they didn't have the corresponding brains and force, they would have been killed by other gangs long ago. "Boss, we can rob them easily. These guys are very weak." Reese and others were eager to rob these young businessmen. Young gangs robbed young businessmen. This kind of thing didn't happen often in Rogue Town in the past. Because most young businessmen would use their money to buy goods, leaving only a small amount of money on them. After Lin En had breakfast, he took Nojigo to the Rogue Town naval base. The gate of the Rogue Town naval base was already full of people. These people were not ordinary people. They were officials such as the mayor, tax officer, police chief, as well as wealthy businessmen and celebrities. Colin was among them. They came to see Cap. Rich businessmen are different from young businessmen. They have strong capital and a rich fortune. The increase in storage and berthing fees at the dock is still within their tolerance. What they are more concerned about now is about One-Eyed Eric, and Eric the Golden Lion behind. Will the Golden Lion attack Rogue Town again? Also, will the Golden Lion retaliate against the East China Sea countries? These are the issues they care about. However, they want to see Garp, but Garp doesn't want to see them. Moreover, even if this group of people are powerful, they can't go through the back door in front of the Navy hero Garp. Lin En gently patted Colin's shoulder from the crowd. Colin nodded to Lin En. The two of them have a tacit understanding. Lin En came to Garp today not for the Golden Lion, but purely to show off his relationship with Garp. He wants to walk into the Navy base in full view of everyone. He can do what others can't do, which can highlight his extraordinariness. Extraordinary people, their farts are fragrant. As for what he said, it is naturally a wise saying. Please make way. Lin En took Nojigo's hand and squeezed out a path from the crowd. The Marines standing guard at the door had been replaced by Garp's men. These Marines were all from the headquarters and were the elite among the elite. Lin En said to the major guarding the door, "I'm here to talk to Uncle Garp about something. Please notify Uncle Garp." The major looked at Lin En and said with an apologetic smile, "Mr. Lin En, just go in directly. Vice Admiral Garp and we all welcome you." Lin En said, "Then I'll go in first and ask someone to bring you some wine later." "Thank you so much, Mr. Lin En." The major knew that Lin En had a good relationship with the Garp family, so naturally, he was polite to Lin En. This scene was seen by officials, wealthy businessmen, and celebrities in Rogue Town, including Colin. Colin sincerely admired Lin En in his heart. Not only was he smart, but his communication skills were also first class. He was able to establish such a friendly relationship with the Navy hero Garp. Lin En took Nakago's hand and entered the Navy station. Officials, wealthy businessmen, and celebrities in Rogue Town could only watch Lin En go away with envy. Inside the Navy station, Garp was lying on the sofa, with his feet up, eating senbei. He had no majestic image that a lieutenant in the Navy headquarters should have, nor the majestic appearance of a Navy hero. When Garp saw Lin En, he asked, "Lin En is here, what's the matter?" Lin En and Nakago sat opposite Garp and replied, "Now there is bad news." Garp frowned and asked, "What bad news?" Lin said, "Merchants in Rogue Town have started to sell off their goods, and of course, I have sold all my goods as well." Garp heard this and said naturally, "Are you worried that the Golden Lion will attack Rogue Town again and cause losses to Rogue Town?" Garp was not surprised. He had seen this situation many times in the past, especially when Rox was still alive. Lin said, "If the threat of the Golden Lion cannot be eliminated in a short period of time, the price of the goods will fluctuate violently. Moreover, Rogue Town is an important cargo distribution center in the East China Sea, which will affect the entire East China Sea. It sounds like it is really serious, so do you have any solutions?" Garp poured all the senbei on the plate into his mouth and chewed them. He didn't understand business matters. Besides, the Navy is not a production unit and does not collect taxes. How can he understand market price fluctuations, let alone the life difficulties of ordinary people caused by commodity fluctuations? Lin said, "I want the Navy to send a fleet to help escort supplies. At the same time, I will also participate in transportation, so that the supply of urgently needed materials can be ensured. In the name of the people of the East China Sea, they obtained the qualification to carry goods in and out of Rogue Town. In this way, even if Lin En's funds are not the most abundant, however, he has the initiative to cut leaks this time. How to cut and at what price to cut, it is up to him. Moreover, fame and Bailey can be earned at the same time. It really kills two birds with one stone." Chapter 39, The Cruel Bartolomeo. Mickey, Bob, Jane, and others sold the goods. Although the sale of goods will inevitably cause a certain loss, but compared to those who lose more, they feel that they are still lucky. Tonight they are going to have a good drink in the tavern and get drunk. Anyway, Rogue Town cannot sail in the near future, so get drunk and it won't delay work. However, there are uninvited guests in the Grey Cloak Tavern tonight. Bartolomeo and his young men rushed directly into the tavern. Bartolomeo held a stick in his hand. Leaning against the door and toasting to talk about things, the merchant who was in love with Luffy was knocked unconscious by a stick. Although Bartolomeo was a fan of Luffy, he was not a good man. If Lin had not intervened, he would still have bombarded and set fire to innocent citizens in a city, and even spread images of pirates being burned and tortured. Then, he became a crazy supernova known as the #1 pirate in the real-time ranking list who is most wanted to disappear. At this time, Bartolomeo entered the tavern and beat everyone he saw. The stick was swung down mercilessly. From entering the tavern, in just a few tens of seconds, more than a dozen merchants were knocked to the ground by the head. The merchants who were drinking and talking were collectively stiff. The whole tavern was silent for a moment. Everyone looked at the teenagers who broke into the tavern with doubts and fear. Bartolomeo looked at the young merchants in the tavern coldly. Although these young merchants were much older than him, he didn't care. Because he knew that power determines everything. Bartolomeo said, "I'm here to collect protection money. If you don't want to suffer, you'd better cooperate." Everyone has seen Bartolomeo's methods just now. He has the ability to commit crimes. If you don't cooperate, you will suffer. At this time, Johnny, the owner of the tavern, came over and came to Bartolomeo. We have paid money to Brother Hawk Nove. The Hawk Nove he mentioned is a very famous gangster family in this area. Colin belongs to the Hawk Nove family. Because the Hawk Nove family controls this area and collects protection money. Therefore, thieves and robbers dare not commit crimes easily. If you commit a crime in the territory controlled by the Hawk Nove family, the consequences will be more serious than being caught by the police. Bang! Bartolomeo didn't talk nonsense with Johnny at all. He directly swung the stick and hit Johnny's forehead heavily. Johnny's forehead was bleeding and his body fell backwards. Bartolomeo said with a ferocious expression, "Hand over the money, or you will be like him. This is no longer collecting protection money, but robbery." Mickey, Bob, Jane, and others were so scared that they trembled. This group of teenagers is much more brutal than the gangs they have encountered. Mickey whispered, "Let's go out the back door." Mickey, Bob, Jane, and others wanted to slip away. However, the back door of the tavern had been blocked long ago. As soon as they went out, they were knocked to the ground by the teenagers. "Boss, these people want to escape from the back door." Reese even reported to Bartolomeo. Mickey and others were pulled by their hair and forced to kneel on the ground. Bartolomeo kicked Mickey on the bridge of the nose and broke it on the spot. Then, he kicked Jane in the stomach again. Jane's face flushed, he vomited blood, and fell to the ground, in pain, his body curled up like a cooked shrimp. Bartolomeo did not let Bob and others go, and beat them. Bartolomeo ordered Reese, "Go take their money." Reese began to turn over the clothes of Mickey and others. Mickey and others resisted, they did not want to hand over the money. This was their hope, they did not want to give up. However, in the face of punches and kicks, in the end, they were robbed of all their money. In the hotel room, Lynn was holding a sword and was showing it. Outside the hotel, Mickey and Bob supported Jane and came to the hotel in a mess. Weiss and others happened to be playing cards in the hotel lobby. When they saw them coming in and covered with injuries, they asked them, "What happened to you?" Plop! Jane fell directly to the ground and was unconscious. Mickey and Bob were also miserable, with blood all over their faces. Mickey coughed violently, we were attacked by a group of teenagers, cough cough, they took all our money." "Teens? They took yours?" Latu and others looked at Mickey and others with doubtful eyes. At this time, Latu looked at Weiss and asked, "Should we tell the boss?" Wes nodded and said, "You take care of them, I'll go inform the boss." Wes quickly went upstairs and came to the outside of Lynn's room. Knock knock knock. Wes asked, "Boss, Mickey and Bob were robbed of their money and beaten by a group of teenagers. Do you want to take care of this?" Lynn opened his eyes and stood up. Nokai Gao also looked at Lynn. Lynn said to Nokai Gao, "You come with me." Lynn intended to cultivate Nokai Gao. Because she is very sensible, she understands the cruelty of the world and will not be a saint. Nokai Gao nodded, followed Lynn out of the room and went downstairs. At this time, the hotel waiter brought hot water, undressed Mickey, Bob, and Jane, and wiped the blood off their bodies. Lynn came over and asked directly, "Who attacked you?" "Lynn, Mr. Lynn." Mickey struggled and wanted to sit up, but he pulled the injured part as soon as he moved, and he couldn't help clenching his teeth in pain. Lynn said, "No need to get up, lie down and talk." Mickey still sat up straight and said, "Tonight we were drinking in the Grey Cloak Tavern, and suddenly a group of teenagers rushed in, led by a teenager with green hair and a mouth full of sharp teeth. They are very cruel, they beat anyone they see, and they also robbed us of our money directly." Hearing Mickey's description, Lynn frowned. "I will investigate this matter." Lynn didn't want to ruin his reputation. Since Mickey and others came to him for help, he couldn't just sit back and watch. After all, personal reputation is extremely important in future planning. Lynn wants to be a leader of merchants all over the world, their leader. Therefore, now we must take responsibility. So, Lin En took out the Den Den Mushi and contacted Colin. Chapter 40. Split half of the street. Lin En asked Colin for help, and Colin would definitely not refuse. Therefore, Colin immediately contacted the top leaders of the Hocknoff family. Brother Maple, this is roughly the situation. Do you know who attacked the tavern? Colin relayed the information provided by Lin En. When Maple heard that it was a group of teenagers, he thought of Bartolomeo. Maple said, the leader of this group of teenagers is called Bartolomeo. He has a great influence in the slums in the past 2 years, and it is not the first time that he has caused trouble for us. Colin said, in this case, let's get rid of them all. Maple was a little embarrassed, this may be a little difficult. The slums are not under our jurisdiction. Rogue Town is also a microcosm of the world. On the surface, it is ruled by the government, with the navy on the sea and police on the streets. However, gangs occupy the main streets, including the commercial streets. At the same time, the slums have another set of order. That is the violent groups born in the slums. Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes, and poor mountains and bad waters produce unruly people. The gangs are also unwilling to go to war with the violent groups in the slums. Colin said coldly, if Brother Mapel can't handle it, then I can only send someone to handle it myself. The relationship between Lin and Cap has shown great value. Colin wants to maintain cooperation with Lin. Cooperation is two-way, and it is necessary to show self-worth. If you can't even deal with the juvenile violent groups in the slums, it's really embarrassing. Mapel said, Colin, don't blame me for not reminding you, these little devils are a group of lunatics. However, Mapel's advice was directly ignored by Colin. Colin is also a gang member, but he has spent more energy on making money in recent years. Therefore, he is less involved in fighting and killing. However, this does not mean that Colin has no people under him. Colin said to his gang members, 5 million, kill Bartolomeo. 5 million Baileys is really not a small number for civilians. However, when Colin's men entered the slums, they were immediately targeted. Bartolomeo and his juvenile gang had already ambushed. They jumped off the roof, dug out of the trash can in the alley, and rushed out of the alley. All of Colin's men were dealt with. In the hotel, Lin En was planning the next wave of rumors. Rumors must be spread in waves to achieve the greatest panic effect. Lin En's idea is very simple. The first step is to cause merchants to sell off goods. For the goods sold, Lin En plans to join hands with Colin and others to buy as much as possible. The second step is to cause panic among the people of Rogue Town and make them think that there is a shortage of supplies. At the same time, they began to cooperate with the shops in Rogue Town to slowly raise the prices of goods. At present, the first step has been halfway completed. Lin was waiting for the price of goods to plummet, and then he would enter the market to buy at the bottom. Brew brew. Brew brew. At this time, the Den Den Mushi on Lin's desk rang. It was Colin. At the same time, Colin was at the dock. Colin looked at his men lying on the ground, his face livid. Den Den Mushi imitated Lin's figure and expression, did you catch them? Colin said, sorry. This group of kids exceeded my expectations. Lin was silent for a while before saying, I understand, can you tell me their names? Colin said, the leader of the juvenile gang in the slums is called Bartolomeo. Thank you, Mr. Colin, please contact someone you trust next, we will have lunch together tomorrow at noon and discuss the next action. Lin ended the call after he finished speaking. Bartolomeo? It turned out to be him. No wonder he was so brave. However, this is a good opportunity. We can take advantage of this incident to establish a chamber of commerce. Rogue Town slums. No matter where in the world, slums are very similar. The houses here are low, densely packed, and narrow passages. The air is filled with the stench of feces and rotting plants and animals. It was also the first time for Lin En to come to the slums of Rogue Town. His first impression of this place was not good. There was no order here, and it was full of violence and crime. Lin En came alone. However, he carried a knife with him. Huang was too conspicuous. Even if Lin En did not deliberately make a noise, he had already become the focus. Moreover, Lin En was wearing a neat suit and shiny leather shoes. His shirt was clean, and he was wearing a tie at the collar. If you don't look at his clothes, he definitely looks like a wealthy businessman. Lin En asked, "I'm here to find Bartolomeo. Can you take me to find him?" At this moment, Bartolomeo was on the rooftop in the distance, observing Lin En with a telescope. "Boss, who is he?" The teenagers were not ignorant, but they did not care about politics and current affairs, and they cared even less about businessmen. Therefore, none of them knew Lin's identity. Bartolomeo didn't care who Lin was, his eyes stayed on Lin's knife. He wanted Lin's knife. Bartolomeo said, "Bring him in, leave the knife and clothes, strip him naked and throw him out." Yes. Reese and others have done similar things. Trick the rich into coming in the alley, they were suddenly hit from behind. Just now, they used this method to solve the gangsters who came to cause trouble. This is a slum. They have lived and grown up here since childhood. No one is more familiar with the terrain than them. "I know where he is. Come with me." Reese took the initiative to approach Lin En, and at the same time, took Lin En to the ambush place. Lin En didn't care and followed Reese slowly. As Reese walked, he didn't forget to look back at Lin En to confirm that Lin En was still following him. At this time, they came to an alley. There were 3 trash cans at the entrance of the alley. There were already 3 teenagers hiding in the trash cans. As long as Lin En passed by, the 3 teenagers would suddenly stand up and hit Lin En's back with a club. When Lin En walked to the trash can, the 3 teenagers suddenly stood up, they swung the sticks in their hands, and were about to start. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew by. What was just now? Before the 3 teenagers could figure it out, the 3 teenagers embedded in the wall. At this time, Lin En stopped and said, "Don't hide, the cat and mouse game is meaningless." Reese was frightened when he saw this scene, and he wanted to run away. Lin En kicked the stone on the ground lightly. The stone shot at Reese's right knee like a bullet. Reese's knee was shot through by the stone. Reese fell to the ground. "Do I need to repeat it again? Bartolomeo! Are you a coward who dare not even save your own brothers?" Lin En said loudly, as if questioning Bartolomeo. "Boss, that guy is too powerful, don't go out." "Boss, just bear with it." Bartolomeo's men hugged Bartolomeo. They knew Bartolomeo's character and knew that he was individualistic. "It's just..." Before Bartolomeo shook off the people around him, Lin En suddenly drew his knife. The moment he drew his sword, time and space seemed to have stopped. Lin En kept swinging his sword. The sword energy split half of the street in the slum, including the building where Bartolomeo was, which was also split in half. Chapter 41, The power you take seriously and possess is too small. Bartolomeo was stunned. He looked at the cut floor at his feet in disbelief. It was less than 5 centimeters away from cutting his feet. Was it a coincidence? No, how could this be a coincidence? But from the alley across half a street to the house where Bartolomeo is now, this distance is hundreds of meters away. How did he do it? And how did he find himself? Bartolomeo was not only scared silly now, but also full of question marks. Lin En retracted the knife and walked step by step towards the building where Bartolomeo was. Along the way, the teenagers who were just about to ambush Lin En were so scared that their hands and feet were weak. Lin En only gave a look, and one of the teenagers was so scared that he peed his pants. The so-called monster is a powerful existence beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Obviously, Lin En is a monster in the eyes of the slum teenagers. Lin En came to Bartolomeo's house. He just swung his knife. The roof was cut diagonally. The roof slid down diagonally, and Bartolomeo in the house was completely unable to move. His hair was also cut into a trapezoid. Lin En's strength has made him speechless. He has never seen such a terrifying person since he was a child. Lin En jumped lightly and jumped into the house. Bartolomeo and others looked at Lin En, and they didn't dare to move. Lin En said, "I don't like to solve problems with violence." Bartolomeo gritted his teeth, and his heart was terrified. Are you going to kill us?" Lin En shook his head, "Although I can kill you, I am different from you." Bartolomeo didn't understand what Lin En said. Violence can solve problems directly, but in this world, people who like to use violence to solve problems directly are usually pirates, the navy, or other violent groups. It's the same if you like money. Pirates can rob. However, the ending of most pirates is execution by the navy, even as powerful as rocks. And I don't need to commit crimes directly, I can get money, even more than them. Different ways to get money, different results, different treatments, they will be wanted, but I won't. Lin En said this, and patted Bartolomeo's shoulder with the scabbard. "Do you understand what I said?" Bartolomeo still shook his head. "Yes, how can you understand the feeling of walking in the sun, being welcomed, praised and admired? And you seem arrogant, but in fact, facing the sanctions of justice, you are still like rats crossing the street. If I were a law enforcer, I could have beheaded you." Lin En said to himself, and then knocked Bartolomeo unconscious, dragged him out of the slums, and took him back to the Barn Hotel. Weiss, Latu, and others also arrived later and dragged this gang of violent teenagers out of the slums. Lin En sent people to notify the robbed merchants and asked them to come to the hotel. Soon, the robbed merchants came to the outside of the hotel with injuries all over their bodies. In addition to them, there were many merchants who were not robbed. They came to join in the fun, and at the same time, they also wanted to find an opportunity to get close to Lin En. Especially after this incident. They are more determined that Lin En is their biggest reliance. Lin En took back the money that was robbed from the merchants from Bartolomeo. In addition, Lin En tied up the hands and feet of Bartolomeo and other teenagers and displayed them in front of the hotel. The merchants who came to the hotel saw Bartolomeo and others tied up, and they felt so happy. At the door of the hotel, Lin En asked Mickey, "What are you going to do with them?" Mickey, Bob, and others looked at each other. They were beaten badly and all their money was taken away. In theory, they all wanted to kill Bartolomeo and others directly. But they couldn't do it. Merchants are just a branch of civilians. Merchants will not commit violent crimes directly. Moreover, Mickey and others are also afraid of being retaliated. Bartolomeo looked at Mickey and others with fierce eyes. Mickey and others dared not approach. Lin En said, "I know what you are worried about, so I've prepared it for you." At this time, Latu, Weiss, and others put a sack on Bartolomeo's head. Lin En said, "This way they don't know who it is." Mickey stepped forward and kicked Bartolomeo hard. Bob did the same. The surrounding merchants also gathered around and kicked Bartolomeo and others hard. Bartolomeo and his men were kicked to the point of vomiting blood and dying. Lin En said to Mickey and others, "Okay, let's stop here. If we beat them again, people will die." Mickey and others stopped. Lin En said, "Go back and take good care of your body." "Thank you, Mr. Lin En." "Thank you, Mr. Lin En." Mickey and others thanked him repeatedly before slowly dispersing. After they left, Lin En asked someone to take off the bag on Bartolomeo. This is the anger and power of the civilians. You think they are weak, but they just lack an opportunity or someone to lead them. The truly powerful people are those who know how to use any power, not just themselves. So, the power you take seriously and have is too small. After Lin En finished speaking, he turned around and went back to the hotel. Bartolomeo looked at Lin En's back in a daze. Lin En's words echoed in his ears. Compared with Lin En, he is really too small. Chapter 42, Crime Protected by Justice. Bartolomeo and others were thrown back to the slums. They were already dying. After Colin learned the news, he sent someone to finish them off, adding insult to injury. In the end, only Bartolomeo managed to survive, and all his other brothers were killed by the gang. At this time, Bartolomeo was really like a street rat, hiding in smelly trash cans or sewers to avoid the gang's pursuit. Lin En did not waste too much energy on Bartolomeo. The reason why he said those words to Bartolomeo was not without intention. Lin En believed that Bartolomeo would survive tenaciously like Xiao Qiang. The surviving Bartolomeo would come to him again. Bartolomeo was not bad, and was a young man worth cultivating. Moreover, Lin En did not need to waste any energy. However, what Lin En has to do now is, first, to send people to deliver medicines to Mickey and others. Second, to participate in the Cutting Leaks conference. Lin En always believes that true darkness is always accompanied by light. That is, the dark under the lamp. The truly evil people are often high above. They do more hateful things than pirates, but they will not be wanted. For example, profiteers who hoard supplies and speculate on commodity prices. The meeting address is in Colin's villa. Lin En does not need to introduce himself. Those big shots invited by Colin can't wait to shake hands with Lin En. Lin, this is Taylor Neal, who monopolizes the tap water supply in Rogue Town. This is Sean Ford, the largest mailing company in Rogue Town was founded by him. This is Bell Rat, the president of the Meat Products Association in Rogue Town. Colin introduced the tycoons of Rogue Town to Lin En one by one. Each of these people is wealthy and can monopolize their respective industries. They can even influence multiple regions in Donghai. After everyone sat down, Colin asked people to serve the dishes. Lin En raised his glass. "Thank you Mr. Colin for the cocktail party. Today I have a great opportunity to meet you all. Let's raise our glasses together and toast Mr. Colin." Everyone in the restaurant raised their glasses together. There are a total of 16 tycoons who came to participate in the Cutting Leaks conference today. They are usually the best in their respective industries and are respected. When encountering disasters, they are willing to contribute to charity. Donghai newspapers and magazines have even done personal interviews with some of them. However, it is this group of high-ranking people who are ready to plunder the wealth of Donghai people through the method of cutting leaks with capital. Eat the flesh and blood of ordinary people in another way. And their crimes are protected by the law. There will be no wanted orders for them in newspapers and magazines. There will only be their majestic image of doing charity. They will be praised, worshipped, praised, and flattered. However, they are the real evil ones walking in the sun. Lin En knows all this, and this is the life he has chosen, the way to realize his ambitions. After all, killing and arson will bring you a golden belt, while repairing bridges and roads will bring you no corpses. Lin En and Colin and others discussed the plan while toasting. This time, Colin and others will pool their funds and act together. They will spread the word at the same time, causing the price of goods to plummet. When the price drops to a certain level, they will secretly purchase a large amount and push it up. Of course, the time to push up the price is decided by Lin En. Because of the relationship between Lin En and the Navy, the price fluctuation factor is directly determined. Price fluctuations in Rogue Town. Garp doesn't care much about this kind of thing. They are the Navy, and their specialty is to fight pirates. Of course, they are also dealing with the Revolutionary Army now. As for the rise in prices, they all think it is a normal market price fluctuation. Even if it is caused by the Golden Lion. But even so, the Buddha Warring States, who is known as a wise general, did not notice the darkness lurking in Rogue Town. And they are even protecting this group of real evil. The fifth day when the Golden Lion asked for a hostage exchange. In just 5 days, the price of goods fell again and again. Under the promotion of Lin En, the media industry in Rogue Town asked the Navy every day when the problem of pirates could be solved. However, the Navy did not give a clear explanation. The Golden Lion is a very tricky existence. Unless he shows up again, like he attacked Marineford that year. And he is still unwilling to leave. Otherwise, Garp really has no way to deal with the Golden Lion. The Navy did not give a specific deadline. The gang once again raised the storage fees and berthing fees at the dock. Some businessmen with some capital also felt that the situation was not right and began to sell off their goods. Everything was as Lin En expected. However, the price of food in the market was still relatively stable. Boiling a frog in warm water. Lin En, Colin and others were not in a hurry to stimulate the people. Therefore, the market will still provide a stable supply of affordable food. The daily life of the people in Rogue Town was not affected. 10,000 meters above the sky. In the laboratory on the main island, Golden Lion listened to Dr. Indigo's report. As Golden Lion's assistant, Dr. Indigo's daily task is to focus on graduate students in IQ. So far, great breakthroughs have been made. However, Golden Lion has become more and more irritable recently. Why hasn't the Navy responded yet? Golden Lion asked Dr. Indigo. In fact, Golden Lion also wanted to attack the Navy directly. But he held back. Yes, he was enduring. He has endured for more than 10 years. As a pirate, the Admiral of the Sky Pirates. Golden Lion's personal force and power have reached the peak. But it is not enough. Far from enough. Want to defeat the Navy and compete with the world government? But it is still far away. He needs ancient weapons. But Roger refused to give them to him. Therefore, he can only hope for IQ. This is also the way for Golden Lion to achieve his ambition with the help of external forces. In this respect, Zakuro is the same as Golden Lion. After being defeated by Whitebeard, the young Zakuro also wanted to achieve his ambition by finding the ancient weapon Pluto. Because only when you are strong enough, you will understand that a person's power has its limits after all. Dr. Indigo knew that he was going to enlighten Golden Lion again. Maybe we can put some more pressure on them. As long as you don't show up, they will be uneasy. Golden Lion took out the Den Den Mushi and contacted Eric and Colas successively, asking them to continue attacking the East China Sea Navy. Chapter 43, The Secret Action of Two Admiral-Level Forces. Under the order of Golden Lion, the East China Sea continued to be attacked. Colas and Eric have caused panic in the Navy of the East China Sea. In the face of this situation, there is only one solution. The Navy must withdraw its forces to the East China Sea. After all, the target this time is Golden Lion. Sengoku is also in a difficult situation. If he could launch a demon-killing order against Golden Lion, he would have launched it long ago. However, the demon-killing order requires an accurate location. However, the ability of Golden Lion's floating fruit is too bug. Floating islands at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Unless the Navy becomes an air force. Otherwise, it is impossible to effectively attack. However, Sengoku still responded. Sengoku has sent Aokiji and Kizaru to the East China Sea to support Garp. Aokiji and Kizaru both have the strength of admirals. If Garp is added together, the Golden Lion will not dare to act recklessly. But Sengoku has other concerns. Now that Aokiji and Kizaru have been transferred away, there is a gap in the Navy's combat power in the Grand Line. If Charlotte Linlin, Kaido and other bastards take the opportunity to make trouble, it will be troublesome. Although there are the 7 warlords of the sea, Sengoku does not believe that the 7 warlords of the sea will really work for the Navy. Therefore, this time sending Kizaru and Aokiji to the East China Sea is a secret operation. The 151st, 157th, and 166th branches of the East China Sea Navy have all been attacked by pirates. Oh my god, what on earth do they want to do? When will the Navy catch this group of pirates? As time goes by, panic begins to spread to the public. Merchants are most sensitive to crises. When merchants notice that something is wrong, they will run away the fastest. Most ordinary people react relatively slowly. When they react, it means that the atmosphere of crisis is almost visible to the naked eye. Because it is all reflected in prices. Since yesterday, Lin and others have begun to push up prices. In the market of Rogue Town, all fruits and vegetables are out of stock. Rice, flour, and other staple foods are also sold in limited quantities. Have you heard? The grain transport fleet was attacked, and now no one dares to transport grain to Rogue Town. The pirate who attacked the navy this time is the Golden Lion. I heard from my father that this pirate is very powerful. Even the navy hero Garp can't deal with him at present. Taverns, newspapers, markets, restaurants. Everywhere is full of information related to pirates and Golden Lion. The panic spread quickly to Rogue Town like a virus. Starting with the wave of selling goods, the wave of hoarding food also began. The residents of Rogue Town spread the news and began to buy food. The price of food soared. The market price of rice was originally 300 baileys per caddy. Now it has been hyped up to 1,500 baileys per caddy. It has increased 5 times. The same is true for flour, all of which have soared. Meat, vegetables, eggs, etc. are also rising in price. Moreover, they are also limited in supply. Behind the price increase, there must be someone who is deliberately pushing it. At this time, Lin was eating in the restaurant with Colin. Colin liked the feeling now too much. They are now almost lying down to make money, and those leaks are still rushing to send money. Lin cut the bloody steak and said, "There are more and more violent cases in the town." Colin smiled and said, "It proves that many people can no longer maintain their lives. This is good news." Lin smiled. He hated people like Colin the most in his previous life. But now he has become the person he hates. Because in this world, only this kind of people live the best. Colin said, "Other places are in chaos, and we can make more money." The juice of the steak flowed from the corner of Colin's mouth. He looked so greedy. Lin shook his head and said, "Mr. Colin, we should stop while we are ahead. We have made enough money." Colin asked puzzledly, "Are you going to stop?" Colin didn't believe that Lin would suddenly be kind. Lin explained, "The Navy headquarters should have come up with a solution." Colin disagreed. What solution can they have? In Colin's opinion, if the Navy headquarters can have a countermeasure, the pirates will not be so reckless. Now only 2 subordinates of Golden Lion have messed up the East China Sea. Golden Lion himself has not shown up yet. Lin did not despise Colin. Although Colin has a business mind, he is still just an ordinary person. Mr. Colin does not understand the Navy. The quieter they are, the more they are taking action. Colin asked puzzledly, "What do you mean?" Lin said, "The Navy's reinforcements should be rushing to the East China Sea, and they have even been deployed in the East China Sea." Colin frowned. Can that effectively deal with Golden Lion? The crisis caused by Golden Lion has now become a tool for Colin and Lin to make money. They hope that Golden Lion will continue to make trouble. Lin picked up the napkin and wiped the corner of his mouth. "Don't underestimate the Navy. If Golden Lion underestimates the Navy, he will still suffer." Lin just walked out of the restaurant and found someone peeping at him. He pretended not to notice and continued to walk forward. Until Lin walked into an alley, he suddenly stopped. Lin said, "Come out, don't hide behind the trash can." "How do you know I'm hiding behind this?" Bartolomeo walked out from behind the trash can. Now he is alone. Because of Lin, he lost his men in the slums. Now he is also hunted by the gang. However, Bartolomeo followed Lin not to retaliate against him. Lin asked directly, "Do you want to follow me?" Bartolomeo immediately knelt on the ground, prostrated himself, and said earnestly, "Please give me a chance to follow you." He admitted that Lin had left a deep impression on him. Especially the sentence, "The power you take seriously and possess is too small." Bartolomeo also admires the strong. Just like when he saw Luffy facing death calmly at the execution ground. He was shocked by Lin. Not only Lin's strength, but also what Lin said. It was too profound. At least he didn't understand it at the moment, but he wanted to understand it. Because of curiosity and because he wanted to figure it out, he began to approach Lin. Recently, he has been secretly observing Lin and collecting all the information related to Lin. This desire for knowledge has gradually transformed into worship in these days. Lin is both powerful and mysterious. Lin said, "Then follow me." "Thank you, big brother, for taking me in." Bartolomeo was grateful from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 44, A Hypocrite Full of Lies. When Bartolomeo appeared in the hotel, Weiss, Latu, and others were stunned at first. However, they did not ask much. Because Bartolomeo was brought back by Lin En. Lin En has his own ideas about everything he does, and others cannot stop him. Time is the only thing we can freely control and control. So, as long as we have time, we should use it in a useful place. Such as practicing. Lin En took Bartolomeo to the backyard and let Bartolomeo train with Nochigo for a while. Start with the most basic. After mastering it, you can let it go. As for whether it can become a talent, that is Bartolomeo's own business. Lin En is not a nanny, he has no obligation to train anyone. Nochigo or Bartolomeo. Their future is decided by themselves. Yes. I will definitely follow the arrangements of my eldest brother. Bartolomeo answered loudly. Lin En did not stay in the hotel, but went to the naval base instead. In front of the naval base, a group of people had already been replaced. The people and civilians were blocking the door, hoping that the Navy could give an explanation. Although such a request was illogical, it reflects the hardship of life. Lin En walked to the gate. At this time, a female reporter trotted up and stopped Lin En. "Mr. Lin En, I am Hannah, a reporter from Donghai Economic News Agency. Can I ask you some questions?" Hannah belongs to Donghai Economic News Agency, which is a subsidiary of World Economic News Agency. The news of the Golden Lion's comeback in Donghai has now spread widely. Morgans will naturally not miss this big news. Therefore, they tracked the movements of the Navy through Donghai Financial News Agency. At the same time, they also found that Lin En is a person who cannot be ignored. Because Lin En has a close relationship with Cap. Although Lin En is just a businessman, he can enter and exit the naval base freely. At the same time, Lin En has a very high reputation among the merchants in Rogue Town and is considered a well-known figure. Hannah's perfume smells familiar. It is the Margaret perfume that Lin En sold to Donghai. Lin stopped and said to Hannah, "Sorry, I still need to talk to Vice Admiral Garp about something. If you need to interview me, I will accept the invitation." "Really? Thank you so much." Hannah didn't expect Lin to cooperate so well. After Lin gave Hannah a smile, he entered the naval base. "Garp, you are not allowed to act rashly before Kuzan and Borsellino arrive." The Den Mushi imitated Sengoku's voice and expression. "I know, I will do as you say." Garp dealt with Sengoku casually with a perfunctory attitude. Sengoku was really worried about Garp, because Garp was too chaotic. It was not the first time that Garp acted on his own. It's just that the opponent this time was quite cunning. Under the order of the Golden Lion, Colas and Eric adopted a guerrilla warfare method. Carry out sneak attacks everywhere in the East China Sea. Sometimes they attack the naval base, and sometimes they attack at sea. Not only that, if they encounter merchant ships along the way, they will also attack them. It put great pressure on the Navy. However, Garp was not really able to bear it. It was that Garp had no better way at the moment. The intelligence provided by CP4 was too little. It was impossible to effectively lock the specific location of Eric and Colas. Moreover, Eric and Colas were not together, and the two launched attacks separately. If Garp left Rogue Town, then Rogue Town might also be attacked. If Rogue Town was attacked again, the pressure on the fishing reels of the Navy would be even greater. Knock knock knock. Lin En knocked on the door. Come in. Garp shouted. Lin En walked in and saw Garp's appearance, and he was no longer relaxed as usual. Lin En said, Uncle Garp, it seems that the Golden Lion has caused you a lot of trouble. Garp said, since he broke his leg, he has become more cunning. Garp does not like to deal with difficult and cunning pirates. If the opponent is Roger, Whitebeard, Lao Cai, and others, then just confront them directly. Garp changed the subject and asked, by the way, you came to me, do you want to go to sea? Lin nodded and replied, yes, the prices in Rogue Town continue to rise, and the people are under great pressure. I want to try to transport a batch of supplies in, which can also relieve the pressure in Rogue Town. Garp finally smiled. He is not deaf or blind. He has also seen the recent newspapers, as well as the reporters and people who block the door every day. As a navy, it is the most uncomfortable to face the doubts of the people. Although he can send people to drive them away, Garp did not do so. Now that Lin is willing to stand up and solve the thorny problems, he is naturally willing to cooperate. Garp asked, how many warships are needed? Lin replied, let Colonel Condley assist. Garp said, well, if you know each other, it will be easier to cooperate. After Lin left the naval base, Hannah caught up with Lin again. Mr. Linear. Hannah caught up with Lin. Lin said to Hannah, there is a nice cafe in front, let's go there and chat. Okay, thank you. Hannah said excitedly. Lin and Hannah soon came to the cafe. There were no customers in the cafe today, and it seemed very deserted. Lin and Hannah found a seat and sat down. At this time, Hannah took out a notebook and a pen. Hannah asked cautiously, can we start? Of course. Lin replied. Hannah asked, may I ask what Mr. Lin came to the naval base for just now? Lin replied, the prices in Rogue Town are soaring, and the people's lives are very difficult. As a businessman, I feel that I need to do something. So I proposed to Vice Admiral Garp to prepare to sail with the Navy to transport a batch of supplies back. Lin's answer made Hannah admire him. Hannah said, you are such a hero. Lin En said, I am just an ordinary businessman, but businessmen also have their own responsibilities. As businessmen, our responsibility is to serve the people well and provide them with better and more convenient services. When saying this, Lin En's expression was very natural and sincere. If it was in the previous life, Lin En would definitely feel disgusted. However, now I am really used to it, because hypocrisy has become the norm of life. It came out of my mouth very naturally. Chapter 45, Underwater Monster. On July 26, 1510 in the Haiwan calendar. Under the escort of the Navy, Lin En and the Merchants' Association of Rogue Town, as well as hundreds of cargo ships, left the port at the same time. On the day of leaving the port, Hannah came to see Lin En off. She took a photo of Lin En. Of course, it was from the perspective of candid photography, and in the newspaper of the day, Lin En was described as a merchant hero. In Hannah's opinion, what Lin En is doing now worthy of the title of hero. The fleet left Rogue Town and sailed for nearly 3 days. They are now heading to the Bronte region. The Bronte region provides nearly 70% of meat products to Rogue Town every year. Among them, beef and chicken account for more than 90%. Only when the meat price in the Bronte region is stable, the meat price in Rogue Town can be stable. This is Bartolomeo's first time going out to sea. His personality is completely different from Nakago's. Bartolomeo is very noisy. Wow, wow, wow. On the deck, Bartolomeo looked around and kept asking Weiss, Latu, and others the names of various sea beasts and flying birds. Although he was a curious baby, Bartolomeo felt the extraordinariness of the sea when he looked at the sea. The sea is really too vast. It's endless. Being in it, feeling the wind and waves. People are really too small. Lin-En and Nakago were both in the cabin. Nakago was doing strength and endurance training. Lin-En was meditating with weights. The master led the way, but the practice was up to the individual. Shimotsuki Kozaburo taught Lin-En swordsmanship, the use of armament haki, and the corresponding training methods. This was enough. All that was left was a self-disciplined and strong heart. Perhaps Kabi's personal talent was average. But Kabi's desire for strength made him complete his transformation in just 2 years. Nakago put down the dumbbells and glanced at Lin-En quietly. Lin-En was still in a one-handed handstand position, and he didn't even move his eyelids. On the deck, Bartolomeo had climbed up the mast. He was like a monkey, full of energy. At this time, Rato was observing the weather in the distance. Bartolomeo also looked into the distance. However, the work of a navigator is boring. Bartolomeo soon lost interest and went to find Weiss and others again. Night fell. Today's voyage was smooth. As long as the current speed is maintained, the destination will be reached the day after tomorrow. Colonel Kindley was lying on a recliner. He was nervous these days, worrying about being attacked by the Golden Lion day and night. However, he received a fax today saying that 2 naval fleets were attacked, and the attack site was far away from him. In this way, he could rest assured temporarily. At least one day would be safe. The sea tonight was also surprisingly calm. There were no big winds and waves. Whether it was the Marines on the naval warships or the sailors on the cargo ships, they couldn't help yawning. At this time, a huge dorsal fin appeared a few miles away from the fleet. The dorsal fin was rushing towards the fleet at a very fast speed. Although it was getting closer and closer to the fleet, the people on the fleet still didn't find anything. Bang! With a sudden loud noise, an entire cargo ship was smashed. The hull was knocked away and dismembered in the air. What sound? The surrounding cargo ships and nearby warships were finally alarmed. However, everything was just the beginning. Bang! 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 The huge dorsal fin continued to rampage on the sea. Any cargo ship that was hit would be smashed. What is that? It's coming. Shoot! Turn left and avoid it. The sailors on the cargo ship shouted in fear. The sailors held flashlights and searchlights and shone them underwater. However, the dorsal fin moved too fast. The chaos at the rear of the fleet finally spread to the front. Latu frowned and muttered, "What happened back there?" At this time, Colonel Cantle was awakened. He quickly came to the deck and asked about the situation with a Den Mushi. "Hey, what happened?" There was a warship escorting behind. Den Mushi imitated the expression and voice of Major Rossi. "Colonel, we were attacked." Colonel Cantle asked, "Is it a pirate?" Major Rossi replied, "I don't know, it's in the sea and moves very fast." Underwater. What is that? A sea monster? Colonel Kendall was confused, but he still issued a warning through the radio. The fleet was attacked by unknown creatures, everyone be alert underwater. Underwater. Where is it? Did you see it? Latour, Weiss, and others, each holding a searchlight and flashlight, lit up the lights on the ship at the same time. In an instant, the sea where the fleet was located was like a sky full of stars. Lin-En had also come to the deck. He had also heard Colonel Kendall's broadcast just now. Bartolomeo said, "Brother, what could it be?" Lin-En did not answer, but closed his eyes. Nokai Gao glared at Bartolomeo, "Be quiet." Bartolomeo stopped talking. At this time, Lin-En's observation haki was exploring. He could see a lot of carnivorous fish and sea beasts have gathered underwater. They should be attracted by the movement of the fleet and the smell of blood of the drowning people. But it shouldn't be them. Here it comes. Then, Lin En opened his eyes. It turned out to be a fishman. Looking at the physique of this fishman, it should be a whale shark man. Under the attack of the whale shark man, the fleet suffered huge losses. Shoot quickly! Shoot! Bang bang bang! The bullets shot towards the sea, but all missed. What should I do? Ah, it's coming! However, with a terrified scream, the whale shark man could not be stopped. The head of the golden shark man was very hard. Bang! The cargo ship was smashed again. Colonel Conley, think of a solution quickly. The representatives of the Rogue Town Merchants Association could only ask Conley for help. Colonel Delay. However, Colonel Condra had no experience in this area. There is a pirate ship approaching. Yes, it is the flying pirates. At this time, Captain Baird shouted in panic on Colonel Condra's warship. On the pirate ship, one-eyed Eric folded his hands in front of his chest with a ferocious smile on his face. Little ones, kill them all. Chapter 46, Respect between Swordsman and Swordsman. Just when everyone's attention was attracted by the underwater whale shark, Eric's ship was approaching. With the speed of the pirate ship, the cargo ship would definitely not be able to escape. Prepare for battle! Colonel Condra shouted loudly. Although Colonel Condra accepted bribes, he was still a navy with rich combat experience. At this moment, Colonel Condra had drawn his sword. But the hand holding the sword was shaking slightly. He was timid. He really had never heard of Griffin's name. The world government's bounty list only includes the Devil Pirate's Griffin, but not the Sky Pirate's Griffin. However, the bounty offered by One-Eyed Eric is real. A monster with a bounty of 400 million berries. Even the Rear Admiral of the headquarters cannot fight it. What's more, it's him. However, Colonel Condra did not retreat. He was afraid of death. His years of military experience told him that he would not survive even if he surrendered. He took a deep breath. Colonel Condra shouted, "Fight to the death! Load the shells!" The gunner on the warship shouted. The Marines quickly pushed the shells into the barrel. Aim straight ahead. Fire! Bang bang bang! The sound of the warship's cannons was like the roar of a giant beast in the dark night. The shells fell on Eric's pirate ship. Eric drew out his double swords and slashed straight ahead. Boom boom boom! The shells exploded in the air. Eric said coldly, "Idiot, Griffin and I are not on the same level." Although Eric didn't know who killed Griffin, Griffin was just a new cotter in the Sky Pirates. In terms of strength, he couldn't compare with senior cotters such as Eric and Colas. Eric, Colas, and others were strong men who followed the Golden Lion and could fight against the Whitebeard and Roger pirates on the sea. Fire! Eric ordered to fire. The artillery on the pirate ship began to attack the fleet. Some of the shells hit the warship. The cabin is on fire. Put out the fire. The Marines were moving in the cabin amid flames and smoke. At this time, Eric jumped into the air and stepped in the air. 6 styles, moon step. How can he know the Navy's physical skills? Colonel Candlay had the honor of seeing a colonel of the headquarters use it more than 10 years ago. At that time, the colonel of the headquarters mentioned it briefly. But he had no intention of teaching Candlay at all, and Candlay did not dare to ask, so he could only envy him secretly. Bang! Eric landed on the front deck of the warship. When he fell, he deliberately increased his strength. The whole warship tilted up. The Marines on the ship who were waiting for battle all slipped. At the same time, Eric slashed out 2 sword waves, and the 2 surrounding cargo ships were directly dismembered. What a terrifying strength! Colonel Candlay was stunned. Is this really the power that humans can have? Colonel Candlay looked at Eric in a daze. Hey, you are not scared, silly. Eric looked at the stunned Colonel Candlay and asked with a smile. He was not in a hurry to kill. For Eric, it was only a matter of time before he wanted to kill everyone in the fleet. Colonel Candlay bit his lip hard. The bitten lip bled. The pain kept him sane and reminded him that he needed to fight to the end. I am Colonel Candlay of the 149th Navy Branch. Candlay reported his name. Eric said, not bad, quite courageous. Ah! Colonel Candlay roared, holding the sword in both hands and rushed up. About 5 meters away from Eric, Colonel Candlay jumped up suddenly, using all his momentum and strength to chop with all his strength. Dang! However, Eric just swung the sword casually. The sword in Candlay's hand was knocked away. And Candlay himself was also blown away by a huge force. The sword spun in the air at high speed. Colonel Candlay was also spinning. It was like a baseball being hit hard by a baseball bat. Bang! Colonel Candlay's body was embedded in the cabin. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. His injuries were like being hit by a heavy truck at high speed. Many bones in his body were broken. This is the gap between the ordinary navy in the East China Sea and the monsters in the New World. Everyone, come together! The Marines rushed forward. You are so brave! Eric casually swung his sword and a sword wave slashed out. Nearly 100 Marines were directly cut in half. But, damn! Colonel Candlay gritted his teeth and tried to struggle to get up. Really tenacious. But the Marines of the weakest sea are just a joke. Eric didn't even look at Colonel Candlay, and casually swung his sword in the latter's direction. A sword wave could split him in half. Bang! But there was an explosion in his ears. Eric frowned and stopped turning around. His sword wave was blocked. There was actually someone in the East China Sea who could block the sword wave he slashed. You must be one-eyed Eric. Eric turned around and looked at Lin En, who was standing in front of Candle. Lin En still held Huang in his hand. The knife was not unsheathed. Eric asked, "What's your name, what's the name?" Lin En replied, "Lin En, a merchant from Zebro village in the East China Sea. Captain of the number 6 ship of the Flying Pirates, One-Eyed Eric." Eric and Lin En reported their origins and names to each other. This is the respect between swordsmen. It is also the recognition of each other's strength. However, after Eric said the name, his eyes changed. His eyes became sharp. The swordsman who can block his sword wave is definitely not an ordinary person. Swish! Eric disappeared on the spot. 6th style, slash. Eric moved continuously at high speed, and after images kept appearing in front of Lin En. Lin En held the hilt of the knife in his right hand, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and murmured, "He is a powerful guy." Reverse slash, 1st style. Lin En drew his sword with his backhand, and the moment it was unsheathed, the blade flashed across Eric's eyes. Eric dodged immediately. It was also thanks to Eric's quick reaction that he dodged in time. Otherwise. Chapter 47, Is this the power that humans can possess? The sea is cut open. Bartolomeo exclaimed. Latu stared at the scene in front of him in a daze. Although Latu, Weiss, and others knew that Lin En was very strong, it was too exaggerated to cut open the sea. Is this really something that human power can do? Bartolomeo held a telescope and looked at Lin En's back. The sea in front of him was indeed cut open. However, for Eric, cutting the sea open was not difficult, and he could do it too. Flying Dragon Attack. When approaching Lin En, Eric swung the 2 swords in his hands. When his arms were spread out, it was like a flying dragon flapping its wings. This is the sword force Eric created for people. He once practiced on an isolated island in the New World. The overlord of the island was a huge flying dragon. Eric observed the flying dragon hunting, flying, etc. All the movements of the flying dragon, including the momentum of the flying dragon, were integrated into his own swordsmanship. However, the flying dragon missed. While Lin En dodged, he took a big step back with his right foot, and his body naturally moved back. Reverse slash Ling Yuan. Lin En swung the knife in his hand and slashed it out. The sword was unstoppable, like jumping from a cliff into a bottomless abyss. Confident, determined, and decisive. Eric frowned and swung his knife to meet the attack. Dang! The moment the two knives slashed at the wild sword, a huge force flowed along the two knives and fed back to Eric's hands. This time, Eric was repelled. However, he had rich practical experience. Eric quickly adjusted his stance and unloaded the force. However, Lin En had already caught up, and he swung his arms. Dang! Lin En's right hand raised Huang above his head and chopped it down. Eric jumped sideways. The deck where Eric was just now was completely shattered and turned into powder. Large-scale sword pressure. Hey! Don't be so arrogant. Eric stepped on the side of the ship with both feet and jumped up. Eric's body spun at high speed in the air, and then shot down like a bullet. Flying dragon attack. Like a flying dragon spreading its legs, it grabbed Lin En fiercely. Lin En waved the wild sword and blocked it above his head. Dang! The two swords chopped heavily on the wild sword. Bang! Under the heavy pressure, the entire warship was pressed into the sea. The waves around the warship were pushed away. Reverse slash piercing the clouds. Accompanied by the release of Lin En's own armament haki, a magnificent sword force came from bottom to top. The sword force broke through the sky, nothing could stop it. Eric's eyes were full of murderous intent, and armament haki was poured into both swords at the same time. 3 swords filled with armament haki, under the blessing of huge power. The deck under Lin En's feet, in an instant, appeared densely packed with cracks. Bang! Finally, the entire warship could not withstand the terrifying impact and shattered. In front of everyone, it was disintegrated. At the same time, a circular wave wall rose around. The wave wall was more than 100 meters high. The wave wall dissipated, and the sea was filled with the remains of the warship. The remains of the ship and the bodies of the marines. Lin En stood on the wreckage of the warship and looked at Eric calmly. At this time, Eric's hands were still holding the knife. But his knuckles were cracked. Blood flowed along the handle and the blade. He lost in strength. Lin En's strength was 1 level higher than his. His armed color domineering was stronger than his. His knife was stronger than his. Moreover, Lin En's breathing was still smooth. In other words, he still had some strength left. How could such a monster appear in the East China Sea? Eric asked, "Are you really a businessman?" "Yes." Lin En nodded in response. "Don't joke." Eric seemed to be half fooled. He clenched his 2 knives and roared, "I have never seen such a powerful swordsman choose to be a businessman. There are powerful swordsmen among samurai, navy, pirates, bounty hunters, and assassins. There are no businessmen." Lin En replied, "Then you have seen it now, haven't you? No matter what your intention is, I will chop you." Eric prepared to jump up again and attack Lin En. A powerful swordsman must have a fearless heart. Even if the enemy in front of him is stronger than himself, he must fight to the end. Bulu bulu! Bulu bulu! At this time, the den den mushi in Eric's arms rang. Lin En said, "You take care of your things first, I'm not in a hurry." Eric frowned and took out the den den mushi. At this time, the den den mushi imitated the voice and expression of the golden lion, "Retreat immediately and stop attacking the navy." "But Eric was about to say him encountering a powerful swordsman, he wanted to have a good fight. But Golden Lion ignored him, "Don't do unnecessary things, come back immediately, idiot." "Lin, I remember your name." "Gladys!" Eric shouted loudly. At this time, the whale shark man who was frantically destroying the fleet suddenly stopped. "Let's get out of here." Eric looked into Lin's eyes and ordered the whale shark man Gladys. Gladys dived into the sea. Eric stepped hard and soared into the sky with the moon step. Lin didn't intend to chase him. The fleet suffered a heavy attack. Nearly 1/3 of the 100 cargo ships were damaged. Although there were still 2/3 of the ships, the representatives of the Rogue Town Merchants Association had no intention of purchasing supplies. If they were attacked again on the way, wouldn't they lose more? Therefore, they decided to rest in the Bronte area for a while before returning to Rogue Town. Colonel Condley was seriously injured. He had multiple broken bones and pierced internal organs. It seemed impossible to recover in a short time. However, the day after Lin En arrived at the port of Enkister in the Bronte area. At the dock of Rogue Town, a merchant ship docked. From the merchant ship, a man with black curly hair, wearing a light grey suit, a black hat, and a face that looked like he deserved a beating came down first. Then, another man with a turban, sunglasses, and a cold face came out. Brew brew. Brew brew. Soon after the man got off the ship, the den den mushi on his body rang. He began to search his body and finally found the den den mushi in his bag. The den den mushi imitated the voice and expression of Sengoku. Sengoku said, "We have contacted the Golden Lion. You are ready to catch him outside of Rogue Town as much as possible, and don't destroy Rogue Town." Kizaru took the den den mushi, glanced at Aokiji who yawned and walked off the ship, and then looked at the time. "It's lunch time. Let's have lunch first. As for the Golden Lion, that's not just his job." Chapter 48, Those who play tactics have dirty hearts. The Navy headquarters has contacted the Golden Lion. Sengoku has agreed to exchange prisoners with the Golden Lion. However, Griffin is already dead. The body was sunk into the sea by Lin En. Sengoku naturally couldn't complete this exchange. Therefore, this exchange is just a delaying tactic. The purpose is to make the Golden Lion stop temporarily. At the same time, it is also a way to find the location of the Golden Lion. However, what if the Golden Lion is not caught? What if the Golden Lion takes greater revenge after being fooled? Sengoku naturally has his own considerations. Those who play tactics have dirty hearts. Sengoku used various means to get many big pirates into the Impel Down. The most typical one is Bondi Wald. This time, maybe Sengoku also has a backhand. Rogue Town Naval Station Restaurant. Garp, Kizaru, and Aokiji were eating. There were many empty plates in front of them. Perhaps, the size of the appetite also indirectly reflects strength? The orderly in Rogue Town kept delivering the freshly prepared meals to the table. Garp grabbed a large piece of barbecued meat and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling and cursing. Sengoku is getting more and more chaotic. Aokiji picked up the ramen in front of him. Tun tun tun. Drank all the noodle soup. Ahaha. Aokiji burped, and then said helplessly, "It is precisely because the location was chosen in Rogue Town that the Golden Lion is more likely to be fooled, at least that's what Marshal Sengoku thinks." Garp rubbed his forehead, "There are too many civilians here. If the Golden Lion is angered, the consequences will be disastrous." At this time, Kizaru put down the cutlery in his hand and interjected, "That's why Marshal Sengoku sent Kyuzan." Kizaru meant that Sengoku didn't send Akainu, which was already a leniency. If Akainu was sent, would Rogue Town still exist? Garp looked at Kizaru and was silent for a while. This time against the Golden Lion, Garp is naturally the main force. Aokiji is to control the battlefield and minimize the damage to Rogue Town. Kizaru's mission is to contain the Golden Lion and prevent him from escaping. There is no doubt that Sengoku's combat power configuration this time is already luxurious. Above 10,000 meters in the sky. The main island Strong World. Shiki the Golden Lion is holding a cadre meeting. The cadres are seated according to their status. Captain of Ship Number 1, the Abyss Crocodile Kadi. Captain of Ship Number 2, the Violent Double Gun Palmero. Captain of Ship Number 3, the Crazy Widow Brittany. Captain of Ship Number 4, the Death Penalty Officer Grosso. Captain of Ship Number 5, the Sea Serpent Yorkton. Captain of Ship Number 6, the One-Eyed Eric. Captain of Ship Number 7, the Pale Baron Colas. Captain of Ship Number 8, the Red Devil Hunter Raffinho. From Ship Number 1 to Ship Number 60. Except for Captain Griffin of Ship Number 59, all the cotters are present. The flying pirates inherited the system of the rocks pirates. The captains of each ship are cotters, and they have their own subordinates. And the Golden Lion is the admiral, controlling all the captains. The higher the number, the stronger the strength. If you want to rank higher, you need to defeat or kill the person in front of you. This is the same as the rocks pirates, strength is respected. Before the ranking is stable, it is normal for the internal fighting to happen. The Blackbeard pirates also similarly, after being rescued by Blackbeard, the King of Evil wanted to seize the position of admiral. However, as long as the admiral is strong enough, he can still control his subordinates. Of course, even if he is controlled, there is still a hidden danger of division. For example, after Rocks died, the Rocks pirates immediately disbanded. There will be no question of who will inherit. After Whitebeard died, the Whitebeard pirates will be led by Phoenix Marco. At this time, Grosso said with concern, "Boss, will the Navy really exchange prisoners?" Palmero snorted coldly, "If you don't agree to the exchange, then we will go out together to destroy the countries in the East China Sea." In fact, Griffin is only the captain of ship number 59. Since the Golden Lion was captured and taken to the Impel Downs, some people have withdrawn from the Flying Pirates. Many cotters of the current Flying Pirates are newly promoted. Their mission is to collect supplies, or it can be understood as doing dirty and tiring work. Griffin is just a small figure. If it wasn't about the face of Golden Lion and maintaining its prestige, Golden Lion wouldn't have gone to war. Eric and the others were bored and tired of staying on the floating island. They had long wanted to find an excuse to make a scene. As pirates, life would be boring without fighting and plundering. It would be boring. If Griffin could be exchanged, that would be good. Can't be exchanged for Griffin? That would be a good reason to start a war. Golden Lion said coldly, "If Sengoku dares to play tricks on me, he will have to pay the corresponding price." Dr. Indigo was on the side, and he wanted to interject. "Boss, we're ready. As long as they dare to cheat, we'll have a big fight. Destroy Rogue Town first." The cotters of the Flying Pirates were eager to rush to Rogue Town right now. Before returning to Rogue Town, Lin En had already notified Colin and the others to continue to raise prices. Golden Lion asked Eric and the others to retreat. There must be a factor of the Navy in this. Lin En guessed that the Navy had reached an agreement with the Golden Lion. Sure enough, since Eric retreated, there has been no attack on the Navy in these days. However, the Navy did not disclose the relevant inside information. Therefore, Lin En can still make another fortune during this period. At least this time, the fleet did not bring back supplies, and the people of Rogue Town did not improve their living difficulties. Of course, Lin En had a hunch. This time, the East China Sea may suffer a disaster. The Golden Lion cannot underestimate the strength of the Navy. Similarly, the Navy cannot underestimate the destructive power of the Golden Lion. In order to confirm his guess, Lin En went to the Rogue Town naval station after getting off the ship. He wanted to find carp to test the waters. Chapter 49, Thinking about the Golden Lion's Things. Lin En came to the Rogue Town naval station. At this time, all reporters and civilians in front of the naval station had been driven away. Is it a bit abnormal? Carp should not do such a thing. Although reporters and civilians were chattering outside the station, noisier than sparrows. But Garp's carefree personality didn't care even if he was cut, let alone being noisy. At the same time, the officer guarding the station gate was directly replaced by Colonel Walker. Lin En walked up to Colonel Walker. "Is it convenient for me to go in now?" Walker smiled bitterly and said, "Maybe not recently. Marshal Sengoku issued an order. The news that Kizaru and Aokiji arrived in Rogue Town is already the top secret at present. It must not be leaked. If the Golden Lion noticed it, it would not show up easily. Excuse me, I'll go back first. Lin En didn't stay for long, turned around and left. Although he didn't see Garp, Lin En had already received enough information. First of all, the Navy's reinforcements must have arrived in Rogue Town, and the reinforcements were in the station. Secondly, the Navy has formulated a combat plan and is ready to ambush the Golden Lion. The current reliable combat power of the Navy, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru will bear the brunt of the attack. However, since the people are arranged in Rogue Town, the battlefield site this time must also be in Rogue Town. Sengoku knows Akainu's character. If Akainu is sent, Rogue Town will really be destroyed. After excluding Akainu, Aokiji and Kizaru are both possible. Aokiji followed Garp during his internship and is very likely to partner with Garp. However, Aokiji's ability cannot limit the Golden Lion's float fruit. You can't freeze the sky directly, right? Moreover, even if it is frozen, the float fruit can still make the frozen objects float. If you want to gain an advantage in air combat, Kizaru is more suitable. In other words, the possibility of sending Kizaru this time is higher. However, in order not to destroy Rogue Town, Sengoku is likely to send both Aokiji and Kizaru. Aokiji is still kind and will protect the safety of civilians. Assuming that Garp, Aokiji, and Kizaru are present, the possibility of taking down Golden Lion by surprise is indeed very high. But everything is based on the fact that Golden Lion shows up. Lin En shook his head. If he is Golden Lion, he will not show up. Just send a cotter to exchange prisoners. But, think about it. Golden Lion is not Lin En. Although Golden Lion has been in hiding for more than 10 years, news of his comeback has spread all over the world. Since he has come back, it is unlikely to be low-key. With Golden Lion's personality and the momentum of the former overlord of the Flying Pirates, there must be a show. Sengoku is sure that Golden Lion, if Zi and the Haiku Pirates want to show up in a high profile, they will definitely send Kizaru to the East China Sea. Buddha's Sengoku, a wise general of the Navy. We really can't underestimate Sengoku. However, this is not in my interest. Lin En doesn't want the Golden Lion to be caught by the Navy. If the Golden Lion is really to be killed, it won't be the Navy's turn. Lin En also wants to get the ability of the floating fruit. However, Lin En can't contact the Golden Lion directly. Moreover, Lin En doesn't want to directly intervene in this war. What should I do? Lin En's mind turned quickly, and a person's name appeared in his mind. Maybe he can help. So, Lin En hurried back to the hotel and found the Den Mushi. Then, Lin En began to contact Dragon. The Black Dragon ship sailed quickly on the sea. Brew brew. Brew brew. At this time, the Den Mushi on Dragon's desk began to call. Dragon looked at the shell of the Den Mushi. It was a Den Mushi with a white shell. It was the special line he left for Lin En. Dragon asked, "What's wrong?" Den Mushi imitated Lin's expression and voice and said, "The Navy might destroy Rogue Town." Dragon asked doubtfully, "How do you know?" "I just went to see Vice Admiral Garp." Lin briefly described what happened and his speculation. However, it was normal for the Golden Lion to be caught by the Navy since he had done so many evil things. Although the Golden Lion had a very strong destructive power, Sengoku would not make any mistakes. Lin En continued, "In fact, Golden Lion is researching a terrible weapon called IQ." Drager asked, "What kind of weapon is it?" Lin En said, "It can make creatures violent and frenzied. It has terrible attack capabilities. If this weapon is put into Rogue Town, the people of Rogue Town will not be able to survive. What's more terrible is that if the Navy gets it, the Navy will definitely accelerate its actual combat." Drager believed that Lin En would not lie to him, but he still wanted to confirm the source of the information, so he asked again, "Where did you get the information from?" Lin En replied, "Griffin, the captain of the Devil Pirates, is a coder of the Golden Lion Pirates. Before he died, he used IQ's information as an exchange. Anyway, Griffin is dead and there is no evidence. Put all the IQ issues on Griffin. Durag understood. I understand. I thank you on behalf of the people of Rogue Town. Lin En smiled and said, actually, I just want my own business. I have stockpiled a lot of goods in Rogue Town. If Rogue Town is destroyed, my business will be over. Durag thanked again. I understand, but without your reminder, our revolutionary army will suffer huge losses in the future. Durag was not disgusted by Lin En's honesty. On the contrary, he thought Lin En's motives were reasonable. Because he was worried about his own interests being damaged, he hoped that Durag and the revolutionary army could intervene. The call ended. Lin En knew that Durag would intervene. With Durag's intervention, it would definitely be more lively. However, IQ is indeed an interesting thing. The person in charge of this research is Dr. Indigo. His research materials should be in the laboratory. If the experimental products and corresponding materials can be obtained, it would be equivalent to taking advantage of Golden Lion's efforts for more than 10 years. Chapter 50, Shrouded in the Shadow of Destruction. The exchange day agreed by Golden Lion and warring states. On this day, the entire Rogue Town lost the sun. There are more than 10 floating islands floating in the sky. As long as the Golden Lion is willing, these floating islands can fall at any time and destroy the entire Rogue Town. Gee ha ha ha. The Golden Lion floats in the air. He just appeared in the public eye like this. Loki? Not at all. Although it is not his plan to come back at this time, since he has come back, let the world tremble again. The Golden Lion's laughter is very special, and his appearance is even more special. Especially the rudder on his head and his blonde hair, which looks like a big rooster. However, no one dares to laugh at him. Because the Golden Lion's legs, the pair of prosthetic limbs composed of the famous sword Yingshi and Muku, make people dare not look directly. When the former sea overlord appears again, the whole world is quiet. Garp is on the dock. Seeing the floating island floating in the sky, Garp has a headache. When the floating island falls later, he needs to destroy it as much as possible. Then cooperate with Aokiji's ability to save Rogue Town as much as possible. It seems simple, but in fact, the operation is too difficult. The Golden Lion looked at Garp below and laughed wildly. Garp, long time no see. Thanks to your care, I left my 2 legs in the city of Impel Down. Garp snorted coldly. Stop talking nonsense, Shiki, let's exchange prisoners. The Golden Lion made a gesture. Quest. Quest is the captain of ship number 36. Under the control of the Golden Lion, Quest brought Gilbert to the dock. On the dock, Griffin was covered with a head and his face could not be seen. However, Griffin's figure is somewhat similar to Griffin, but he is thinner. Quest did not doubt it. After all, Griffin must be detained after being caught by the Navy. It is reasonable that the poor food during the detention will lead to weight loss. Griffin. Quest grabbed Gilbert's collar with one hand and shouted to Griffin at the same time. Griffin responded, but he seemed to be gagged. Quest said, I'll count to 3, and we'll release him together. Walker nodded in agreement. 3, 2, 1. Quest let Gilbert go and kicked Gilbert in the ass. Gilbert stumbled, stood up, and ran to Cap without caring about his image. And the same goes for Griffin. Quest received Griffin and was about to take off Griffin's hood. At this moment, a golden laser beam suddenly shot from the air. The laser beam shot directly at Golden Lion. Golden Lion turned his head and dodged the laser beam. At this moment, the moment Quest took off the hood, Walker also attacked Quest. Whoosh! Walker rushed to Quest with a razor and slashed with his sword. Quest narrowly avoided it, but was still cut in the shoulder. Walker's strength is not weak. Although his rank is only colonel, like Garp, he just doesn't want to be promoted. Walker just wants to follow Garp. Boss! Boss! Despicable Navy! Kill them! The pirates of the Flying Pirates were instantly enraged. Golden Lion was also in a state of rage. The Navy actually attacked him first. In terms of meanness and scheming, Golden Lion didn't want to lose to anyone. Originally, Golden Lion planned to drop the floating island and directly destroy Rogue Town after the transaction was completed. However, before he took action, the Navy actually took the lead. Damn Sengoku, damn Garp! Golden Lion had long hated Sengoku and Garp, so he directly controlled the floating island. The floating island fell. The floating island fell from a height of 10,000 meters, and the destructive power of this fall was comparable to that of a meteorite impact. At the same time, Kizaru directly elementalized and turned into a beam of light, shooting at Golden Lion. His mission was to contain Golden Lion. Golden Lion raised his foot and kicked the beam of light. Bang! The beam collided with the famous sword on Golden Lion's right leg, causing a violent explosion. Accompanied by a dazzling bright light, the beam condensed into a human form. It's really scary. I thought I was cut open. Kizaru pretended to be scared. Little boy, were you the one who attacked me just now? The Golden Lion kicked out again and slashed out a sword wave. Kizaru did not show weakness. Beam kick. Kizaru condensed photons on his calf and kicked out a sweeping kick at the speed of light. Kizaru shot out a laser from the sole of his foot. The sword wave and the laser collided and exploded. Sword of the Clouds! You monsters are really scary. If you are not careful, you may be killed. When Kizaru spoke, he not only avoided the continuous sword wave slashes of the Golden Lion, but also condensed the Sword of the Clouds. The Golden Lion is not an ordinary pirate. Kizaru dare not be arrogant. Although Kizaru usually fights casually, he can do a 50-50 match when facing a strong man. Anyway, his task is just to contain him. In the air, the Sword of the Clouds, Sakura Toki, and the dead tree kept colliding. Thanks to Kizaru's ability. If it were someone else, they would not be able to maintain an air battle with Golden Lion. Moreover, Kizaru deliberately moved the battlefield to the floating island. Golden Lion chased to the main island. At this time, the floating island in the air had already fallen. Lin En was waiting not far from the dock, and his eyes moved to Garp. Garp took a deep breath, and the armament haki condensed on his fist. Iron Fist Garp, the hero of the Navy. Garp jumped up, and the height he jumped was incredible. How terrifying is Garp's physique! Ah! With Garp's roar, the Iron Fist blasted out and hit the falling floating island firmly. Crack crack crack! A point at the bottom of the floating island was stressed, and the terrifying fist force was completely poured into the floating island. Destroy the floating island from the bottom. Bang! Accompanied by a burst of sound, the floating island burst open. Although this island is not very big, it is still an island. Garp actually smashed him with one punch. Mom, look at that grandpa! It's incredible! That uncle flew up. Almost at the moment when the floating island shattered, Aokiji also jumped up, and his whole body exuded white frost. Chapter 51, Exceeding the Scale of the Crusade of the Demon Slayer Order. Ice Age. In an instant, Aokiji released all the frost into the air. The moment the frost was released, it froze and solidified above Rogue Town. Under the continuous output of Aokiji, the frost formed a huge ice mushroom above Rogue Town. Bang bang bang! The fallen fragments of the floating island slammed violently on the umbrella of the ice mushroom. After each hit, a deep pit would be smashed out, and at the same time, ice chips would be produced after the impact, raising ice mist. It's so cold! What on earth happened today? The residents of Rogue Town have never seen such a destructive scene. Although many of them were witnesses of Roger's execution. But, they just watched the excitement back then. Today, they might be destroyed. The temperature in Rogue Town dropped instantly. People began to look for clothes and quilts to wrap their children and themselves. At this time, Garp rushed to the floating island in the air with the moon step. The battle between Golden Lion and Yellow Monkey became more and more intense. The sword of Aim no Kyusu in Yellow Monkey's hand fought back and forth with Sakura Ten and dead wood under Golden Lion's feet. Golden Lion! At this time, Garp's voice came from behind. Garp! Lion's Might Earth Scroll. Enemies are particularly jealous when they meet. Golden Lion was imprisoned in Impel Down because of Garp and Sengoku, and lost 2 legs. This account has long been wanted to be settled. The entire ground was lifted up, and it turned into multiple earth lions in the shape of lion heads, pressing towards Garp and Kizaru. Facing the lion pressing towards him, Garp swung his fist and hit it head-on. Bang! The earth lion was smashed into pieces by a punch. Powder. However, the moment the earth lion was shattered, the golden lion kicked again. Each kick would send out a sword wave. Each sword wave cut the sea. The floating island was torn into pieces by the golden lion. The golden lion was reckless and reckless. Seeing this, Kizaru directly used elementalization to not only successfully avoid the attack, but also took the opportunity to distance himself. Obviously, Kizaru wanted to paddle. He thought he had completed the work of containment. However, Kizaru wanted to paddle, but the others did not let him. Captain of Ship Number 1, the Abyss Giant Crocodile Kadi. As his clothes shredded, the giant Kadi, who was more than 15 meters tall, turned directly into a crocodile man. The huge crocodile head, the hands also became claws, and although the feet still maintained the human form, there was a thick and long tail behind him. The armed color domineering wrapped around Kadi's body, and he pounced on him fiercely. If he was bitten, the consequence would be torn to pieces directly. Captain of Ship Number 2, Furious Double Gun Palmero. Palmero's weapons are 2 pistols with knives inserted in them. He has never been afraid even in close combat. Each of his bullets is wrapped with armament haki. When Kizaru dodges Kadi, he must also be alert to Pamelo's sneak attack. Captain of Ship Number 3, Crazy Widow Brittany. Brittany took a deep breath, and her body suddenly swelled up. Her originally fat body was suddenly full of muscle lines. The fat woman turned into a muscular woman, and her weapons were 2 huge iron bars. Navy, let me give you a hot hug, and then beat you into a meat paste, ahahaha. Brittany grinned and pounced on Kizaru. Under her violent attack, Kizaru turned into an element again and flew away. Captain of Ship Number 4, Death Penalty Officer Grosso. Grosso's weapon is a huge axe, which he used to kill countless strong men. Seeing Kizaru's elementalization and distance, his axe was infused with armed color domineering. Go to hell, Navy! Guillotine! Boom 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 boom! The slashing blows of the giant axe mercilessly destroyed the grasslands and hills on the floating island. Captain Number 5, the Sea Snake Yorkton. Yorkton is a sea snake man with the snake fruit. He directly turned into a huge sea snake and sprayed venom from his mouth that could instantly corrode any living thing. Hiss! Accompanied by the sea snake spitting out its tongue. The venom sprayed out. The forest where Kizaru just stood was completely rotten. More than 10 years ago, the 5 people were all powerful sea warriors with a bounty of more than 500 million berries. In the Haiku Pirates, they were the top 5 and their positions had not changed. At this moment, the 5 people collectively killed Kizaru, which also put a lot of pressure on Kizaru. Kizaru saw the 5 people rushing towards him and transformed again. Yellow Monkey turned into countless points of light and floated into the sky. They are all monsters, so scary. Although Yellow Monkey pretended to be scared, the laser beam in his hand had already accurately shot at Palmero. In Yellow Monkey's eyes, sharpshooters like Palmero are more threatening. Continuous laser beams shot at Palmero. In battle, you need to make calm judgments. Prioritize attacking enemies with greater threats, and then maneuver. It's simply a textbook one on many. At the same time, Captain One-Eyed Eric of Ship No. 6, Captain Pale Baron Colas of Ship No. 7, and others also began to attack Aokiji. Eric swung the double swords in his hand. Flying Dragon Attack. The moment he spread his arms, the sword was like a flying dragon flapping its wings and soaring. Death Sword Dance. Colas turned into a residual image, as fast as a ghost, as if he had turned into 7 clones, and attacked Aokiji. Seeing this, Aokiji first released a large amount of freezing air in front of him. The freezing air solidified into a hard iceberg when it met the air. Bang! The iceberg exploded. Ice Saber. Aokiji condensed an ice saber in his left hand and swung it at the enemy. He fought head-on with Colas. The ice saber touched the rapier. Colas felt a huge force feedback in his hand holding the rapier. Aokiji was much stronger than him. However, Eric had already rushed over. The Golden Lion pirates were numerous and powerful. In comparison, the navy in Rogue Town seemed to be weak. Ha 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 ha. Garp, I won't show mercy this time. I will defeat you and make you despair. You can only witness me destroying everything here. The Golden Lion laughed triumphantly. He raised his foot again and kicked the Golden Lion hard while releasing the floating island under his feet. The floating island lost control and fell again. In the eyes of Golden Lion, Garp and the others were all restrained, and no one could stop the floating island from falling. However, you can't destroy anything. The other day, on the merchant ship that Aokiji and Kizaru were on, Sengoku's voice suddenly rang out. It was a loudspeaker. On the merchant ship, a huge Den Mushi imitated Sengoku's voice and expression, and there was a loudspeaker in front of the Den Mushi. At the same time, a tall, slightly revealingly dressed beautiful Vice Admiral came down from the merchant ship and appeared in everyone's sight. Vice Admiral Daotu of the Navy headquarters. Then, a man dressed in a slovenly manner, like a street thug, followed closely behind. Vice Admiral Shaitan of the Navy headquarters. This is not over yet. Vice Admiral Hwashaishan of the Navy headquarters, Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel of the Navy headquarters, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider of the Navy headquarters, Vice Admiral Daubman of the Navy headquarters, Vice Admiral Keisha of the Navy headquarters, Vice Admiral Gumir of the Navy headquarters. These Vice Admirals of the headquarters came down from the merchant ship one after another. Such a lineup. It has surpassed the Demon Slayer order. Chapter 52, Destroy them all. Crazy Admiral. As the Vice Admirals appeared, huge warships emerged from the sea in the distance. The giant Vice Admirals standing on the warships were all ready to fight. After the coating, are they lurking in the sea? Such a huge force. It's almost catching up with the war on the top. Lin En frowned and looked at the warships that kept surfacing. They actually mobilized such a large number of troops? It seems that Sengoku doesn't want to break the balance of power in the new world. Sengoku's majestic voice roared through the Den Mushi and echoed throughout the entire Rogue Town through the loudspeaker. Shiki, your era is over. Great, the Navy is here. So many Navy. Dad, what a big ship. The residents of Rogue Town near the pier were fortunate to watch a live broadcast. Some people even wrapped themselves in quilts and climbed onto the roof. Nothing else. The scene of a large-scale naval battle between the Navy and pirates is rare. Go Navy! Come on, kill them! Navy go! The children were even more excited. For the children, the Navy, which represents justice, is their idol. Zhangguo. Golden Lion gritted his teeth, his eyebrows twitched, and the muscles of his two steps twitched. He turned his head and looked down. Warships, one after another, the decks of the warships were full of Marines. Obviously, Zhangguo gave Golden Lion enough face. Zhangguo deliberately let Kizaru and Aokiji go to Rogue Town first. Shiji is scheming, and after suffering losses, he will definitely be more vigilant. Zhang Guo believes that Golden Lion will definitely send people to keep an eye on Rogue Town. If a suspicious fleet appears, he will definitely find it. Therefore, he simply let Aokiji and Kizaru go to Rogue Town in advance. Let Aokiji and Kizaru be exposed to Golden Lion's vision. Golden Lion waited for a few days and did not find anyone else, so he thought Zhang Guo wanted to raid him. Unexpectedly, Zhang Guo was very stable, and he had already set up an ambush. Moreover, the ambush soldiers boarded a merchant ship with Aokiji and Kizaru and arrived at Rogue Town. It was just that the merchant ship was docked at the dock, and Daotu and others did not get off the ship at all. Lin En looked from a distance, and he also underestimated Sengoku. Sengoku was known as a wise general of the navy, and it was indeed unexpected. Even a cunning man like Jinchaiza was calculated by Sengoku. However, the mantis stalks the cicada, and the oriole is behind. Lin En believes that his foreshadowing can give Sengoku a surprise. As long as Dragon can disrupt the situation, today's melee will be more interesting. Daotu, Shitun, Ghost Spider, Hua Shaishan, and others joined the battle. Ghost Spider directly activated the life return, his hair, like an arm, controlled, waving the knife in his hand, and easily chopped down the captain of the 56th ship, Mosoni. And the captain of the 52nd ship, Larry. The same is true for Doberman and Hua Shaishan, and they each choose their opponents. In an instant, it put great pressure on the flying pirates. Daotu and Shitun leaped into the air and slashed at the falling floating island. Although they could not break the floating island like Garp, the floating island was still cut. Just like cutting a cake, the floating island was cut into pieces. The cut floating island was quickly frozen by the freezing air. Aokiji's task was not easy. Not only did he have to deal with a group of senior cotters, but he also had to pay attention to the floating island. Jahahaha! Not enough, not enough. It hasn't started yet. The Golden Lion had a ferocious face and sneered. He quickly flew to another floating island. While continuing to release the floating island, the Golden Lion also took out the Den Mushi and said coldly, "Brother Indigo, release them." The Golden Lion has decided to release the giant beasts that ate IQ in advance. Although IQ has not been fully developed, the number of these giant beasts is as many as thousands. Most of these giant beasts are ordinary herbivores, good at reproduction. Therefore, the number can almost be mass-produced. If it falls into Rogue Town, can the Navy stop it? Golden Lion doesn't think so. The Navy can only watch helplessly as the people of Rogue Town are eaten. Roar! Ho! Giant beasts as high as tens of meters roared one by one and appeared in everyone's sight. These giant beasts were locked in cages. The cages were hung on both sides of the floating island. Following the order of the Golden Lion, Dr. Indigo gradually released the cages. As the cages were thrown out one by one, there were parachutes above the cages. Airdrop IQ monsters. Hey, what is that? Monsters. As some monsters fell to the ground, they began to attack the town and the people in the town. A huge giraffe. Shake its neck fiercely. Boom 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 boom. A whole row of houses were shattered. A huge bison, with red eyes, was rampaging on the street. It ran rampant, destroying the street and the house. Run! Mom, Mom! It was like a doomsday disaster movie. Civilians must escape from their houses as soon as possible, otherwise the houses will collapse and they will be buried alive. However, they just escaped from the house and were swallowed by the ferocious beasts. In Rogue Town, after seeing this scene, Durag frowned. Ivankov muttered, "It seems that guy is right." Lin En told Durag about the information of the IQ weapon. At first, Ivankov was a little resistant. He thought that Lin En would not be so kind and the threat of IQ weapons would not be so great. However, Ivankov knew he was wrong. If the IQ weapon continues to be developed and eventually put into the battlefield, it will cause huge losses to the Revolutionary Army. Imagine that the originally weak, how can the weak armies of the kingdoms of various countries suddenly have a group of violent soldiers? This must be stopped. Damn it! Aokiji looked at the monsters rampaging in the town and wanted to stop them. But Eric, Colas, and others kept pestering Aokiji. Navy, don't underestimate me. If you dare to be distracted, I will cut you into sashimi. Eric, Colas, and others joined forces to besiege. Aokiji ignored them. Frozen time capsule. Aokiji's right hand released freezing air at a super long distance. The freezing air directly hit a beast and completely froze it. Golden Lion. Garp caught up with the Golden Lion, and his furious iron fist hit the Golden Lion's face heavily. The Golden Lion raised his foot and kicked Garp's fist. Ding! Crack, crack! The armed color domineering collided. This is all Roger's fault. If he had been willing to join forces with me, this wouldn't have happened. Golden Lion shouted at Garp. You idiot! Garp, in a rage, punched again. This time, Golden Lion was hit in the cheek by a punch. After flying a distance, he laughed instead of being angry. Ha ha ha! Garp, are you feeling desperate? Although IQ is not yet complete and is far from enough to destroy the East China Sea, it is more than enough to destroy Rogue Town. Ha ha ha! I want to destroy this place, and I will destroy the new era with my own hands. Golden Lion's face was full of madness. He felt sorry for Roger, or hated him. It made him completely twisted. And he transferred this twist and hatred to the East China Sea. In the final analysis, he wanted to deny Roger. Only by denying Roger could he represent that he was right. Chapter 53, Enraged Garp. Garp clenched his fists, and his bones and joints made a creaking sound. His anger soared. As we all know, Garp doesn't get angry easily. Once he gets angry, the consequences are serious. Shiki, I'm going to kill you. Garp attacked Golden Lion. At this time, the armament haki wrapped around Garp's body. Boom! His fist hit the ground heavily. The fist force poured into the ground. Boom boom boom! In an instant, the ground was directly shattered. The entire floating island was collapsing. There are not many people in this world who can anger Garp and force Garp to have the idea of killing. If you count carefully, Rocks in the past is 1, and Akainu in the future is also 1. The current Golden Lion is also 1. When Golden Lion looked at Garp, he saw his bloodshot eyes, full of murderous intent. When Garp and Rocks fought back then, they had this look. Ha 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 ha! That's how it should be. What a bullshit new era! It's so boring. Roger was wrong. Not only was Golden Lion not afraid, but he was even more proud. In the Great Pirate era opened by Roger's surrender, there were no real tough guys. The news on the sea every day revolved around Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, and others. There was no more fierce conflict like the encounter on the sea. Boring. In the air, Golden Lion and Garp were fighting fiercely. Garp's heavy punches had hit Golden Lion several times. Golden Lion also chopped Garp. However, the two kept clashing head-on, and the battle became more and more fierce, and neither of them had the idea of giving in. Even if Golden Lion was knocked out, he would attack again. However, Sengoku had calculated everything, but he didn't expect Golden Lion to have the IQ Beast as a secret weapon. After the IQ Beast was deployed, if it was left alone, then Roger Town would be destroyed. However, if the IQ Beast was cleaned up, the encirclement and suppression of the flying pirates could not be completed. If Golden Lion escaped, there would definitely be endless troubles. At this moment, Marine Headquarters, Marshal's office. Crane glanced at Sengoku and said, "You can't be blamed for this." The IQ Beast appeared too suddenly. Crane didn't expect that Golden Lion had a secret weapon. Sengoku shook his head, "I underestimated him. Since Golden Lion escaped from prison, the Navy headquarters has almost stopped caring about Golden Lion for more than 10 years. Instead, they focused their attention on Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, and others. Therefore, they did not continue to send undercover agents. The undercover agents who were lurking in the Sky Pirates had already returned to the Navy headquarters. Crane lowered his eyes and asked, "What should we do now?" Sengoku rubbed his head, "We can only do our best to encircle and suppress Golden Lion, and we can't let him escape." Crane was silent. Now Sengoku is facing a choice. To besiege Golden Lion with all our strength, or to save Rogue Town with distraction. If we distract ourselves to save Rogue Town, Golden Lion is very likely to escape. However, if we do our best to deal with Golden Lion, Rogue Town will be destroyed. When justice faces a choice, then we have to care about the issue of trade-offs. However, Sengoku is different from Garp. Sengoku is quite rational, just as he personally ordered the destruction of O'Hara. He knew that the existence of O'Hara would bring greater disasters to the world. Therefore, in order to maintain stability, he can only do this. Sacrifice a small number of people in exchange for the safety of more people. Today's Rogue Town is also an object of sacrifice. I'll contact Gumier. Crane was about to pick up the Den Mushi. Sengoku said to Crane, "Little Crane, this kind of thing must be announced by me." As the Admiral of the Navy, Sengoku must be aware of taking on everything. This is also the difference between Sengoku and Garp. Marshals and admirals, the higher you go, the greater your power, but power the greater the benefits and responsibilities, the greater the benefits. Sengoku knows this very well, so he will take the responsibility. Although Garp refused to be promoted to Admiral again and again, it seemed cool, but in fact he was evading responsibility. Garp became the hero. However, in the O'Hara incident, it was Sengoku who had to bear the infamy. If Garp was an admiral back then, he would have to face O'Hara. Sengoku's voice was transmitted through the Den Mushi and then echoed in Rogue Town through the radio, "Encircle and suppress the flying pirates with all our strength, and never let the Golden Lion escape." What did Mr. Sengoku say? Shitun was stunned for a moment, he had just chopped down 2 beasts. "Yalala. Red Demon Hunter Rafanyo said in a mocking tone, "It seems that the Navy has not changed. I want to see Rogue Town destroyed, Yalala." Rafanyo was also a Navy, but later he saw through the Navy's pedantry, so he chose to defect. "Shut up, you bastard!" Shitun caught up with Rafanyo and swung his sword to chop hard. Swish! Rafanyo used his razor to avoid the slash. The slash instantly destroyed the entire street. Shitun's strength is not weak, but he is not as dazzling as Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji. However, he and Daotu are both candidates for the general. Rafanyo knows that Shitun is very powerful. However, you must never go head-to-head with someone who is stronger than you. Hua Shaishan, with the cigar in his mouth, looked at the beasts raging in the town, gritted his teeth, and stopped looking at them. Hua Shaishan was not participating in the Demon Slayer order for the first time. Therefore, he knew that he had to make some choices. Fight the Golden Lion with all your strength. Ghost Spider stepped on the moon step and rushed to the floating island in the sky. Daotu glanced at Rogue Town and also stepped on the moon step and rushed into the sky. Momosegi, Doberman, Ghost Spider, and others all rushed into the sky. Their target is Golden Lion. To capture a thief, first capture the leader. Chapter 54, Here comes the chance to seize the floating fruit. Pirates are not without the organization and discipline of the Navy. Moreover, the loyalty of the Sky Pirates to Golden Lion is not high. When Golden Lion was captured, some cotters quit the group. Therefore, as long as Golden Lion can be captured, the Sky Pirates will disintegrate. As Momosegi and others appeared on the floating island, Yellow Monkey's pressure was greatly reduced. Although Yellow Monkey seemed to be hard-working, so far, Yellow Monkey had no injuries. Kadi and others could no longer besiege Yellow Monkey, and instead fought with Momosegi and others. In the air and on the ground, the navy and the sky pirates fought together with all their strength. Except for Aokiji, who was still under siege, who did not forget to seal the streets with freezing air and freeze the beasts, no one in Rogue Town cared about the civilians in the town. At this moment, Durag watched the beasts rampaging in Rogue Town and secretly clenched his fists. Ivankov couldn't help it. Durag, we can't wait any longer. Durag didn't bring many people today. Moreover, the cadres in the Revolutionary Army are now scattered all over the world. Without gathering, the strength of Durag, Ivankov, and others is too weak. Lin En looked at the situation in the town from a distance and muttered to himself, Durag, what will you do? If Durag chooses to save Rogue Town and directly shows up to deal with the beasts, he will inevitably be targeted by the navy. Even if he can retreat in the end, he will miss IQ. If the navy gets IQ in the future, the Revolutionary Army will be in big trouble in the future. On the contrary, if Durag takes advantage of the chaos to enter the floating island, it is possible to destroy IQ, and the Revolutionary Army will have fewer hidden dangers in the future. Of course, the premise is that Lin En does not intervene. In this battle, Lin En's combat power is not counted at all. A huge mad bull smashed a row of houses and was chasing a group of civilians. It seemed that these civilians were about to be trampled to death by the mad bull. Dragon Claw. A figure jumped high and appeared in front of the mad bull. In the air, the index and middle fingers of Durag's right hand were bent and put together. The distance between the ring finger and the middle finger was separated, the ring finger and the little finger were bent and put together, and the thumb was slightly bent. The gesture was the same as the posture of 3 dragon claws. The dragon claw hit the top of the mad bull's head. Crack! The skull of the mad bull was shattered, and the claw force poured into the brain. The whole mad bull fell to the ground in an instant. Human Demon Fist Dream Strike. Ivankov also appeared. After Durag and Ivankov took action, they quickly rescued hundreds of civilians. Durag said to Ivankov, lead them to take refuge. I see. Ivankov nodded, and then said to the panicked civilians, you all follow me. At the same time, CP4 Chief Hayden had already found Durag. This is a great achievement. If Durag can be caught, then his promotion and wealth are a foregone conclusion. Therefore, Hayden immediately contacted the Navy, and he hoped that the Navy could assist him. Boom boom boom. After Durag appeared, he showed great strength. He moved quickly between the roofs to deal with the beasts. Under the leadership of Ivankov, the Revolutionary Army quickly organized the residents of Rogue Town to take refuge. Lin En looked in the direction of Durag and muttered, it's still not cruel enough. If Lin En was Durag, he would never take action. A little intolerance will ruin a big plan. The Revolutionary Army is too soft-hearted. However, this is also one of the results that Lin En wants. As long as Dragon appears, Lin En will have the opportunity to seize the power of Golden Lion and the information of IQ. Sure enough, after learning that Dragon appeared in Rogue Town, Sengoku's attention also began to shift to Dragon. Brew brew. Brew brew. At this time, the Den Den Mushi in Aokiji's arms began to call. Aokiji took out the Den Den Mushi. The Den Den Mushi imitated Crane's expression and voice, pay attention to the more rag, don't let him escape. This is the order of the world government and cannot be disobeyed. Aokiji frowned and looked at Drago, who was moving around the town to deal with the beasts and save civilians. However, he was allowed to do such a thing. Too despicable. How dare you be distracted? Colas sneered. I'll take your head. The rapier in Colas's hand, wrapped in armed color domineering, was aimed at Aokiji's heart. At the same time, Eric also jumped up and slashed the back of Aokiji's neck with the knife in his hand. However, the rapier pierced Aokiji's chest. But Aokiji had no reaction. Eric's knife even split Aokiji in half. Aokiji grabbed Colas's rapier and Eric's knife. What are you going to do? Kolas and Eric felt something was wrong. Ice Age. Instantly, a huge amount of freezing air visible to the naked eye surged out, spreading in all directions like an avalanche. Not only did it freeze Kolas and Eric, but it also completely froze several streets around Dragon. The opportunity to seize the floating fruit has come. Chapter 55, Fishing in Troubled Waters, a big bargain for free. Aokiji doesn't want to attack Dragon. At least not now. However, as a navy, he can't disobey the orders of his superiors. Why does justice force him to do something he doesn't want to do? He also wants to be like Garp. However, as Aokiji spends more and more time in the navy, he finds that behind Garp's smile, there is also helplessness. Compromise, give in, avoid. This is the price you have to pay for enforcing justice. Aokiji's freezing air is very terrifying, but what's more terrifying is that Aokiji control of the freezing air. The freezing air spread until it reached a little girl, then stopped. Aokiji's heart is gentle. He couldn't bear to harm civilians. If it was Akainu, he wouldn't consider these. Like Sengoku, Akainu believes that justice requires sacrifice, and sacrificing some people. As long as the goal can be achieved, the sacrifice is valuable. At this time, Eric, Kolas, and others were all frozen. Even Dragon was no exception. With Aokiji as the center, the surroundings were completely frozen. Bang! 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 The frozen Dragon, Eric, and Kolas burst out their own strength one after another to break the ice end. At this moment, Dragon looked at Aokiji. It's not that they don't know each other. But now they are enemies. Seeing this, Lin-En immediately carried the backpack with pineapples on his back and quickly left Rogue Town. He didn't want to leaving Rogue Town, but quietly using the moon step to go up to the sky from an unnoticed position, entering the floating island in the air, on the ground, and on the sea. The flying pirates and the Revolutionary Army have successfully attracted the attention of the Navy. Therefore, Lin-En came to the main island of Golden Lion smoothly. At the same time, no one noticed Lin-En at all. Main island strong world. After Lin-En landed, he flew towards the palace. There was no one in the palace. All the pirates of the Flying Pirates went to participate in the battle. Lin-En went straight through the main hall and came to the back. He was looking for IQ's laboratory. Soon, Lin-En found the IQ laboratory. In the laboratory, there are a large number of test tubes, flasks, culture dishes, and other experimental equipment, as well as various types of experimental subjects in cages. At the same time, on the walls of the laboratory, with a lot of chemical formulas and related calculations. However, Lin-En couldn't understand it at all. Lin-En found Dr. Indigo's experimental records on the laboratory bench. It was thick and densely packed. How many experiments did Dr. Indigo do in the past 10 years? You can find out by looking at these experimental records. Lin-En put the experimental records into his bag. This thing is very valuable. As long as you find another scientist and let him continue the research, I believe you can get relevant results. Selling it to pirates at that time will definitely make a lot of money. At the same time, Lin-En also found one sample from the laboratory and took away 3 copies. IQ samples and drive. Indigo's experimental records were all in hand. The rest was to find a suitable opportunity to kill the Golden Lion and seize his floating fruit ability. However, just as Lin-En was about to leave, there was a panicked sound of footsteps outside the laboratory. It was Dr. Indigo. He was packing up and preparing to escape. When Dr. Indigo saw Lin smiled at him. Who is this guy? Before Dr. Indigo could shout, Lin glared. Dr. Indigo fainted. What a bargain, buy one get one free. He took over the legacy of Golden Lion. Bang! The punch pushed out the air, shaking the eardrums. Garp punched again. At this time, Garp had several sword marks on his body, and the cuts were deep and bleeding. His military uniform was stained red with blood. On the other hand, Golden Lion was also in a bad state. Golden Lion's cheeks were swollen and one of his front teeth fell out. It was obvious that he had been hit by Garp's heavy punches. However, Garp and Golden Lion seemed fine. Golden Lion didn't want to run, and Garp didn't want to let Golden Lion go. Ha ha ha. The Golden Lion continued to taunt, Garp, you just heard it, Sengoku didn't want to save this place at all, this is the justice you uphold, ha ha ha. Just beat you up quickly, you idiot. Garp was not surprised at Sengoku's decision. This is Sengoku, everything is based on the overall situation. However, not being surprised does not mean not being angry. If the war ends now, Garp really wants to give Sengoku a punch to the country. And what Garp can do now is to defeat Golden Lion as soon as possible. As long as Golden Lion is defeated, the flying pirates will be defeated. At that time, they can also save Rogue Town. This is the only thing Garp can do. Ha ha ha. Golden Lion spread his hands and continued to sneer, I am different from rocks. My subordinates will fight to the death for me. Although Shaitan, Daoto, Ghost Spider, Hwashaishan, Doberman and others have all arrived at the floating island, they still cannot give Garp support. The reason is the senior cotters of the Golden Lion pirates. Golden Lion can encircle Roger not only because of its large number of people, but also because the strength of its subordinate cotters is not weak. If it were not for the successive experience of the Battle of Etwol and Golden Lion being captured and taken to the Impel Downs, which led to many cotters withdrawing from the group, the overall combat power of the Golden Lion pirates would still be higher than that of the Whitebeard pirates. Of course, the senior cotters who can still stay now are still relatively loyal to Golden Lion. Don't even think about it. Brittany stopped Ghost Spider. Ghost Spider controlled his hair and swung 6 knives, and at the same time, he swung the 2 knives in his hands, then you go and die first. 8 swords style. Facing the fierce attack of Ghost Spider, Brittany was injured, but she became even crazier. Come on, attack faster. Brittany has a serious masochistic tendency, the more she is injured, the crazier she is. Therefore, the cotters in the Golden Lion pirates dare not provoke this crazy woman who doesn't care about her life. Bang! A mountain was directly blown away by the iron rod. Brittany swung the 2 iron rods in her hand and continued to hit Ghost Spider fiercely. If you have the ability, you can cut me with 8 knives, and I will hit you with 1 stick. It's a completely life-changing fighting style. Ghost Spider also fought with Brittany for the first time. At this moment, he finally realized the terribleness of the flying pirates. There are so many people blocking the way. Daoto swung the knife hard and slashed at the death penalty officer Grosso. The sword slashed on Grosso's giant axe. Boom! Grosso's feet sank into the ground. Dang! 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 Daoto chopped continuously. It's unbelievable that a woman has such a strong power. Grosso is 5 meters tall, but she doesn't have an advantage in strength. Damn Navy! Grosso pressed down with his axe, and he gritted his teeth, trying to crush Daoto. However, Daoto directly used her knife to push away. It's really difficult. Mamoto's eyebrows were furrowed. Mamoto was also surprised by Grosso's strength. She didn't expect that Grosso, a clumsy big guy, was so flexible. And Lin En's attention shifted from the escape to Kizaru. Sure enough, this guy could fight with Kizaru so naturally. Chapter 56, Enter the Field to Harvest Heads. If Akainu was here, the battle would be different. Lin En saw the battle situation on the floating island and couldn't help but sigh. Only when the war is at a stalemate can you realize the value of Akainu. No matter justice or evil, only Akainu's fighting attitude is the most correct. Kizaru can slack off, but he will never fight seriously. And he pretends to be serious. It looks like he is fighting Palmero seriously. This won't work. If Rogue Town is really destroyed, I will really lose a lot of money. Lin, Colin, and others purchased a large amount of goods. However, before the war, they had moved from the dock to the villa area where Colin was. However, if the battle cannot be resolved as soon as possible, the damage to Rogue Town by the Golden Lion will be further expanded. At that time, the entire Rogue Town will not be spared. Not to mention Lin's 50 to 20 goods. Lin thought about it, dug a hole in the ground, and buried Dr. Indigo, as well as the eye samples and experimental records found, in the pit. Of course, Lin N reserved ventilation holes to avoid burying Dr. Indigo alive. After doing all this, Lin N decided to do it himself. Although this will expose his strength to the public, there are pros and cons. The most obvious benefit is that after participating in the war, the attention of the Navy can be diverted to Darag as much as possible. And Lin N can go along with the benefit is to kill Golden Lion and seize the fruit ability of Golden Lion. At the same time, Lin N's name will be publicized because of this incident. Of course, the disadvantage is that it will enter the vision of the world government. However, you can't have your cake and eat it too. There are gains and losses. Lin N really likes the fruit ability of Golden Lion and doesn't want to miss it, let alone leave it to the world government. After making the decision, Lin N waited on the side. He was waiting for the battle between Golden Lion and Garp, waiting for Garp to consume Golden Lion as much as possible. As long as Garp can consume the physical strength of Golden Lion, then Lin N will take the opportunity to enter the field and harvest. At this time, Ghost Spider was blown away by Brittany with a stick. When the Flying Pirates and the Roger Pirates confronted each other head-on, almost all of them were Douglas Barrett who took the initiative to deal with Brittany. Only the madman is most suitable to deal with the crazy woman. Come on, I'm not satisfied yet. Brittany went crazy and continued to pounce on Ghost Spider. Dobman on the side was also distracted when he saw Ghost Spider being suppressed. What are you looking at? The sea snake Yorkton pounced at this time, and the snake venom in its mouth sprayed out. Although Doberman reacted in time and jumped away immediately, his suit and the corroded. Bang! Just then, there was another loud noise. Along with the loud noise, the entire floating island was shaking violently. The land was covered with dense, spider web-like fine lines, cracking inch by inch. It was Garp's fist. This time, Garp's fist the head hit the Golden Lion again. The Golden Lion was blasted into the ground, and its body was embedded in the ground. A huge pit appeared in the ground around the Golden Lion, with a diameter of more than 500 meters. It can be seen how terrible the power of Garp's punch is. The Golden Lion supported the ground next to him with both hands. Without waiting for Garp to pounce again. Lion Power Earth Scroll. The ground around the Golden Lion, under the control of the ability of the Float fruit, turned into a huge lion again. The lion was 500 meters long, with a huge head and a huge mouth, and suddenly pounced on Garp. Useless Shiki. Garp's attack was simple and rough, just a fist in a hard fight with armed color domineering. Regardless of the ability of the Golden Lion, it was still a slash. However, the price of this was that Garp's injuries were getting worse and worse. The person who dies before me will definitely be you. Lion Chikiri. The sword energy kicked out by the Golden Lion was enough to cut through hundreds of kilometers of sea surface. At this time, the purpose of continuously kicking out sword waves with full strength is to aggravate Garp's injuries. Although Garp is good at the 6 styles and is also proficient in the moon step, he is definitely not as good as the Golden Lion in air combat. Therefore, if Garp wants to defeat the Golden Lion in a short time, he can only use the method of exchanging injuries for injuries, and hit the Golden Lion's attack hard, and at the same time, cause damage to the Golden Lion. The sword wave is enough to cut the sea. Garp chooses to use armed color domineering and body hard. If it were someone else, it is estimated that only monsters like Charlotte Linlin and Kaido could do such a thing. However, for Lin N, this is good news. Because the more serious their exchange of injuries, the higher the success rate of his sneak attack. Like Kizaru, Lin En did not want to fight with the Golden Lion when the Golden Lion was in good condition. However, Lin En also knew that as long as he participated in the battle and showed strong strength, Kizaru would be transferred to deal with Dragon. Kizaru against Dragon would also be a good test. Lin En also wanted to know the result. Lin En waited quietly. The floating island was already in ruins. The Golden Lion's breathing became heavier and heavier. The corners of his mouth, eyes, nose, and ears were bleeding. The blood made the Golden Lion's vision a little blurred. Obviously, the Golden Lion's brain was hit hard. He shook his head hard to keep himself awake. Garp was also breathing hard. At this time, Garp had taken off his shirt, revealing a body of muscles like steel. Although there were hundreds of sword wounds on his body, the wounds were bleeding continuously. However, before the Golden Lion launched an attack, a magnificent slash suddenly came from behind. Although the Golden Lion was very tired, he was still responsive. He immediately turned his body to avoid it. The purple-black sword wave directly cut a mountain. At this time, Garp, Golden Lion, Kizaru, Daotu, Shitun, and others all focused their attention on Lin En. Lin En held Huang and calmly came down from a mountain. Lin En said naturally, "I'm sorry, if I can't end the battle as soon as possible, I might go bankrupt." "What are you talking about, kid? What does going bankrupt mean?" Golden Lion was confused. He didn't know Lin En. He didn't know why this guy was here. 4.6 Looking at Lin En's dress, he didn't look like a navy. He was wearing a suit and holding a 2-meter-long wild sword. It was neither fish nor fowl. Lin En said to Garp, "Uncle Garp, I hope you don't mind, I just want to end the battle as soon as possible." Kizaru, Daotu, and others looked at Lin En, and they were also confused. However, the slash that Lin En just made has proved that he has the strength to participate in the battle. Garp wiped the blood from his cheek. "You have to be careful, this idiot is not that easy to deal with." "I know, so I waited for a long time. Now I should be able to ensure safety." Lin En meant that he had been watching the battle for a long time. And, the deeper meaning was that he thought now was the best time to join the battle. The opponent was the Golden Lion. Even the warring states would not dare to say such a big thing. Chapter 57, You will pay the price for your ignorance. Haha. Countless people used to be terrified when they heard the name of Golden Lion. Then, Golden Lion suddenly stopped smiling and looked at Lin En with murderous eyes. "East China Sea is really a place that makes me unhappy." Golden Lion thought he was looked down upon. Just like Roger looked down upon him. Sure enough, the people of East China Sea are a bunch of ignorant bastards. Reverse slash, lightning. Lin En didn't waste any more time talking to Golden Lion, but rushed to attack Golden Lion first. He was running quickly, as fast as a ghost flashing. He actually attacked Golden Lion first, instead of waiting for Garp to attack first. Daotu and others were stunned. Lin En was too reckless. Obviously Garp was the main attacker. Lin En should be a supporting one at most. However, Daotu and others could understand it. After all, Lin En had never been exposed to new monsters of the world. "I don't know how terrible they are, especially the legendary pirates of the level of Golden Lion." Dang! Lin En swung his sword with his right hand and slashed directly at Golden Lion. "Boy, you will pay a heavy price for your ignorance." Golden Lion grinned, kicked out the sword energy, and slashed at Lin En. Dang! Yingzhu and Huang slashed together. The power transmitted from Yingzhu made Lin En frown subconsciously. Golden Lion's strength is really strong. Even though he fought with Garp for so long and suffered such a serious injury. However, the power transmitted from Huang to Golden Lion also made Golden Lion frown. He knew that Lin En was not weak. From the perspective of a swordsman alone, Lin En is already qualified to challenge him. Strength and speed are not bad, but it's not enough. Of course, just having the qualifications to challenge is still a long way from defeating him. However, Golden Lion is not only strong in swordsmanship. With the ability of the floating fruit, he can exert even more powerful strength. The Golden Lion floated up and raised his right foot again. This time, it was the dead tree that was slashing at Lin. Downward chop. Lin raised his sword above his head to block. Boom, down, down. Under the fierce slash, the ground beneath Lin's feet shattered. Boy, do you know the difference? The Golden Lion was about to finish Lin off in one go. However, Garp had already arrived. Garp also thought that Lin was no match for the Golden Lion, so he immediately supported him. The Golden Lion floated up again. Lion mighty earth roll. The surrounding soil layer fell and turned into several huge male lions. The male lions pounced directly at Lin and Garp, facing the attacking earth lions. Lin was not panicked. He swung his sword in front of him and slashed. Wind barrier. The sword pressure pushed away the air, forming an invisible wind wall. The earth lion crashed into the wind wall and turned into powder in an instant. However, the Golden Lion's attack was not over. Possessing the ability of the float fruit, he makes the sky his home ground. As long as his physical strength is not exhausted, he can continue to attack. Lion Chikiri Valley. The sword wave fell again, slashing towards Lin from the top of his head. Swish! Lin used shaving continuously to dodge quickly. And the place where Lin was just now was directly cut by the sword wave. There is something wrong with this kid. Kizaru's eyes stayed on Lin. He found that Lin dodged the Golden Lion's slash very easily. It was completely different from the melee with the Golden Lion just now. It seemed to have suddenly become more agile. However, Kizaru did not have time to observe more, because Sengoku had contacted him and urged him to deal with Dragon. At this time, Garp stepped on the moon step again, rushed into the air, and tried to fight with the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion also temporarily ignored Lin. At the moment when the Golden Lion turned his back, Lin's eyes were stern. The opportunity has come. Reverse slash through the clouds. Lin held the sword with both hands and accumulated power. The sword pressure shattered the ground, and the sword energy soared into the sky and pierced the clouds. The magnificent sword energy went from bottom to top, as if nothing could stop it. The Golden Lion was dealing with Garp. In his opinion, Garp was the real threat. At this time, the sword energy attacked from behind, and he turned around to resist. I thought he could easily block it. After all, he had just tested Lin's strength, and it was not threatening to kill him. But... boom, down, down. The sword energy shook the earth, and the Golden Lion was swept away for several kilometers by the sword energy slashed by Lin, smashing several peaks. The two swords under the feet of the Golden Lion kept sparking on the rock wall, igniting the dead branches and leaves in the surrounding forest. At the same time, the clothes on the Golden Lion were torn apart by the sword energy. The flames burned rapidly, trapping the Golden Lion in the sea of fire. Damn it! This kid just hit his strength. Golden Lion's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that he was tricked by 553. Lin's slash just now had revealed too much information. Lin's previous attack was deliberately not full force, giving Golden Lion the false message that Lin was not a direct threat. Only the slash just now was full force. Golden Lion was about to float up. Unexpectedly, Lin had already caught up. Dang dang dang. Lin swung his knife and slashed at Golden Lion continuously. Golden Lion blocked and counterattacked, fighting and retreating. Lin is a businessman. Businessmen are best at observing opponents and hiding their own strength. Of course, businessmen are also good at seizing opportunities. As long as an opportunity appears, it will not be missed. Therefore, after using all his strength, Lin could not give Golden Lion a chance to catch his breath. Despicable boy! Golden Lion was furious and used all his strength to push Lin away. However, Garp had already pounced on him. After being hit by 2 heavy blows in a row, Golden Lion suddenly felt that the world in front of him was shaking. Lin En flipped in the air to adjust his body shape, and at the same time, he held the handle of the knife with both hands, and poured all his armed color domineering into the blade. Reverse/Ling Yuan. The inky black blade fell, and the purple-black sword wave slashed heavily on the chest of Golden Lion. Ah! Golden Lion screamed, and blood spurted out of his chest. Chapter 58, The Falling Floating Island, The Last Madness. Golden Lion fell to the ground. He stretched out his hand and touched his chest. When he raised his hand again, the blood had dyed his palm red. He had never been injured so badly. He had just wrapped his body with armed color domineering. But it was pierced. Lin En slash actually caused such a deep wound to him. Impossible, impossible. Golden Lion didn't believe this was true. He didn't believe that he would be seriously injured by a young man from the East China Sea. Golden Lion didn't know Lin En. Lin En practiced the sword art that came from Wano country. The sword art of Wano country originally took cutting things as the training indicator. For example, cutting iron. Kojiki Oden left a lifelong scar on Kaido. The sword art that Lin En practiced was not fancy. The ultimate he pursued was to cut everything in front of him. Garp didn't continue to attack Golden Lion. Because his mission this time was to capture Golden Lion and then put him in the city of Push. However, this mission was going to fail. At this time, Garp said to Golden Lion, "Surrender, everything is over for Shiki, don't make mistakes anymore." The lethality of Lin En's knife just now was indeed beyond Garp's expectations. The sword energy had penetrated Golden Lion's chest, causing serious injuries to his heart, lungs, and other internal organs. It was a fatal injury. Moreover, Golden Lion and Garp had been fighting for so long, and they were still fighting to the death with injuries in exchange for injuries. He was already seriously injured, and lost a lot of physical strength. Coupled with this fatal blow, his physical strength loss was accelerated. In this case, how long can the Golden Lion live? Ha 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 ha. The Golden Lion suddenly laughed. Surrender? Garp, it's not over yet. The Golden Lion widened his eyes full of resentment. Even if he died, he would destroy Rogue Town and everything here before he died. He wanted to make Garp feel powerless. He wanted to humiliate Roger. Lion Vi Discroll. The Golden Lion once again made the surrounding strata float up and condense into huge lions, constantly rushing towards Garp and Lin. Garp and Lin crushed the Earth Lions each. I thought the Golden Lion would take advantage of the situation to continue attacking. Unexpectedly, the Golden Lion actually floated to the surrounding floating islands. Then, the floating islands were released. Immediately, the surrounding floating islands began to fall. Not only Rogue Town, but also the navy in Rogue Town will be attacked. What a lunatic! Lin frowned when he saw this. On some floating islands, Golden Lion's subordinates were still fighting with the navy. He actually threw the island down? It seems that he really underestimated the madness of Golden Lion. Now Golden Lion just wants to destroy. It can also be described as the last madness before death. Is the boss crazy? Boss, we are still on the island. What does the boss want to do? Go to the beast cage. Everyone run. The floating island began to fall, and Kadi and others were stunned. The pirates on the island ran towards the parachute on the island. Those parachutes are specially responsible for hanging the beast cage. And on the floating island, there are a large number of looted people. Let them all fall down. Destroy Rogue Town together. As all the floating islands fell at once, Drag, Aokiji, and Kizaru, who were fighting, stopped. Look at the sky. They all fell down. On the sea, the residents of Rogue Town who had already fled to the sea for refuge shouted subconsciously. And the residents who were waiting for the boat to take them out to sea at the dock looked ashen at this moment. Yasakani no Megatama. Kizaru turned into an element, flew into the air, and fired countless dazzling light bullets at the falling floating island. This was a large-scale attack. At this time, Kizaru did not hold back. All the light bullets hit the floating island. The floating island suffered a heavy bombardment. After accumulating power, Durag blasted a claw towards the floating island that was about to fall. Dragon's Breath. Dragon's Breath is not at the same level as Sabo's Ice Age. This is the third time Kuzan has used the Ice Age today. The freezing air all over Aokiji's body surged into the sky, trying to freeze the floating island again. Mamotoji, Shitun, and others are also racing against time, each trying their best to destroy the floating island and reduce the impact of the floating island on Rogue Town. Gee ha ha ha! Golden Lion stopped at a high place, looking at Garp and others, with a smug smile on his face. He wanted to witness all this with his own eyes. After Garp and others tried their best, they could not change the ending of being destroyed. Sure enough, even with the help of Durag, Aokiji, Kizaru, and others. However, Rogue Town still could not avoid the fate of being destroyed. Li Hao. Part of the wreckage of the floating island fell on the execution ground, and the execution platform of the former pirate King Roger, along with everything in Rogue Town, completely disappeared. In the end, Rogue Town was razed to the ground. This result was within the expectations of warring states. Of course, the purpose of warring states this operation was to capture Golden Lion while saving Rogue Town as much as possible. It can only be said that there was a mistake in the intelligence and underestimated the attack of Golden Lion. Fortunately, some residents of Rogue Town fled to the sea by boat. When the floating island fell, they were not buried alive, so they escaped. It's just that the Navy lost a lot of people this time. Warring states may have to review this matter. Moreover, what made Zhang Guo more concerned was that Golden Lion died and Dragon was missing. Chapter 59, Investment from Buggy. Many people died in Rogue Town. However, what was surprising and ironic? Before Golden Lion destroyed Rogue Town, Colin and others actually wanted to transport their property. At that time, everyone in Rogue Town was in danger, just like O'Hara, everyone wanted to get on the ship. However, Colin and others chose to transport their property, including some famous paintings, antiques, etc. They would rather load the ship with property than let civilians get on board. However, Lin was not qualified to blame all this. Whether it was Zhang Guo who was encircling the flying pirates, or the rich and powerful who were selfish and did not care about the death of civilians. Because Lin was the initiator of all this. After he learned that Griffin was a subordinate of Golden Lion, he wanted to gain benefits from Golden Lion. But he didn't expect that Zhang Guo would choose the battlefield in Rogue Town. At the same time, he still had a way to stop all this, as long as he told the Navy in advance about IQ. However, Lin En did not do so. Although a lot of goods were lost, it also caused a lot of losses to Lin En. But it doesn't matter, Lin En still got what he wanted. The pineapple in the backpack has changed. The purple pineapple has floating lines on it. Lin En took it out and ate it directly. Lin En doesn't need to give up his own interests for anyone, and it's enough to get what he wants. Karp and others did not stay in the East China Sea. They left the East China Sea with a ship full of wounded soldiers and returned to the Grand Line. Colin found Lin En. Colin and others not only lost a lot of goods, but also lost a lot of fixed assets because of the destruction of Rogue Town. On Lin En's ship. When Lin En saw Colin, Colin seemed to be 20 or 30 years older, and his hair was completely white. Lin En, we lost a lot of money, a lot of money. This was the first thing Colin said when he saw Lin. Money is always the favorite thing of people. Lin could understand, after all, Colin and others not only lost goods, but also lost a lot of fixed, such as nightclubs, bars, restaurants, clothing stores, etc. In addition, there are a lot of real estate. This is more painful than killing Colin. Colin asked seriously, I plan to leave here and develop in Saro country. Lin, do you want to go with me? Although Rogue Town was destroyed, he still has other industries in the East China Sea countries. Colin believes that as long as Lin is willing to join him, they can make a comeback. But Lin shook his head and said, sorry, I already have a plan for the next step. Okay, good luck. Colin remembered that most of Lin's money was used to stockpile goods. Colin's goods are gone, and Lin's goods can't still be there. However, since Lin has his own choice, Colin will no longer persuade him. If you need my help, you can come to Tozero to find me. This is my address there. Colin took out a pen and paper, left his address, and said goodbye to Lin. Colin and others represent the superstructure of Rogue Town. With the departure of Colin and others, Rogue Town is doomed to lose hope. Therefore, the survivors of Rogue Town also left with grief and went to live in other countries and regions. At this time, Bartolomeo asked Lin, brother, where are we going next? Lin replied, let's get the money first, we still have to pay the workers' wages. Acton has now become a paradise for pirates. The Buggy, BCAA, pirates took advantage of the chaos in the East China Sea to seize this place. The Buggy pirates plundered here wantonly, and at the same time, they also wantonly destroyed the town. Bakey is particularly interested in developing large-caliber artillery. Every time he is in the mood, he will fire a shot at the town to test the power of the new artillery. In the town, the pirates are having fun, and the residents of the town, especially the women, are hiding at home and dare not come out. Now the navy of the town cannot come here. Before Lin's ship docked, Bartolomeo on the ship pointed to the pirate flag on the town and said, brother, this place has been occupied by pirates. Lin replied, well, I know, that's why I came here. Bartolomeo asked again, but this place has been robbed by pirates, can we really get the money? Nochigo secretly kicked Bartolomeo and reminded him, watch more and talk less. Bartolomeo muttered softly and stopped asking. Baikudo Buggy asked, I didn't expect you to find this place. Lin said, I came to get the money. You should have robbed a lot during this period. Lin reads the newspapers of the East China Sea every day. Although the Golden Lion occupies a large number of versions, Buggy has not been idle during this period. He took advantage of the chaos to rob a lot of places. Buggy looked at Lin and then gestured to his minions. The minions carried out boxes of money. Lin En looked at the boxes of banknotes and gold. Sure enough, robbery is the best source of the first bucket of gold. Okay, this is your investment certificate. Lin En asked people to count the money and gold, and then wrote a receipt for 1 billion Baileys. Buggy accepted the receipt and couldn't help asking, can you really make 10 times or 100 times the profit? Lin En's story is very good. Buggy was really moved. Of course, but I still need your help. Lin En took out the Den Den Mushi and left it to Buggy so that they could keep in touch. Bartolomeo also carried a box in his hand. He really didn't expect that Lin En could get 1 billion Baileys from the pirates so easily. No stealing, no robbery, no violence, no criminal record. KV. Chapter 60, New Product Development Team. In the cabin, Dr. Indigo is reading a newspaper. He is now a prisoner. Lin En's prisoner. Lin En took Dr. Indigo away from the eyes of the Navy and transferred him to his own ship. Dr. Indigo's adaptability is quite strong. He knows very well that Lin En will not kill him, at least not for now. Therefore, he did not refuse the food sent by Lin En. Every day, he eats and drinks enough, reads the newspaper, and lives a leisurely life. The only drawback is that he cannot go to the deck to bask in the sun. However, Dr. Indigo also understands. Dr. Indigo is now a wanted criminal. After the death of Golden Lion, all members of the Flying Pirates are being hunted down. Therefore, hiding in the cabin and not coming out is the safest way. At this time, Lin En came down. R. Indigo put down the newspaper. Lin En said to Dr. Indigo, "We are about to reach the destination, and I need you to help me when the time comes." Dr. Indigo asked, "What do you need me to do?" Lin En said, "I know that IQ is developed by you, so I hope you can help me make some medicine." Dr. Indigo asked again, "What is the use?" Lin En replied, "Enhance men's ability in some aspects. As a man, you should understand what I mean." Dr. Indigo frowned, "Which aspect? Speed? Or strength?" In Dr. Indigo's daily life, there is nothing related to men. It seems that when communicating with scientific research, you can't use words like men understand. Lin En said, "Enhance reproductive ability and prolong the mating process. This is easy to understand." Dr. Indigo understood it, but he didn't understand what the value of making this thing was. Can it be used for fighting? Can it be used for destruction? However, Lin En is now his employer, and Dr. Indigo is cooperative. After Lin En arrived at Gothic Island, he introduced Dr. Indigo to Frode, Vincent and others, and then kept Dr. Indigo. Dr. Indigo is now the leader of the new product development team. Although he is the only one in the entire team, he doesn't mind. It was the first time for Nochigo and Bartolomeo to visit Lin En's copycat factory. The production of perfume bottles. The production of cigar boxes. The production of plum wine bottles. Under the leadership of the factory manager Frode, Lin En took a look at the warehouse. In the warehouse, there were boxes of packaged finished products. There are so many. Bartolomeo was stunned by the mountain of inventory in front of him. At this time, Lin En suddenly asked, "How can we sell the goods here as soon as possible?" Nochigo was thinking. Bartolomeo rushed to answer, "Of course, sell it in crowded places. When you encounter a problem, think first and answer it when you are sure." Lin En knocked Bartolomeo's head with the scabbard, and then waited for Nochigo. Nochigo replied, "Let more people help us sell." "That's a good answer." Lin En praised Nochigo. Bartolomeo scratched his head, puzzled, "Who will help us sell the goods? Didn't Colin and the others leave?" Nochigo said, "Mickey, Bob, Jane, and the people around them." Bartolomeo asked, "Why them?" Nochigo replied, "Because of trust, because they want to make money, because they lack resources and background, they should also be looking for Lin En now." Roger Town was destroyed, and the small merchants who made money from Roger Town lost their most reliable source of income. If they do nothing, they will be left with nothing. But the East China Sea is not peaceful now, and it is easy to encounter pirates at sea. Therefore, they need a stable source of goods. Well said. Lin En did not choose the wrong person. No Kai Gao was calm and composed when encountering things. She could not only observe but also think. During the time she followed Lin En, she did grow a lot. Perhaps, this is what it means when a master leads you to the door, but you have to practice it yourself. As for Bartolomeo, in addition to his increasing admiration for Lin En, he was still a fool. In the next month, Lin En's merchant ship continued to travel back and forth between the Kingdom of Gaia, Windmill Village, Shields Town, Ziluabu Village, and other East Sea villages and towns. It was almost the same as usual. Today, Lin En met Mickey at the dock in Wasnady Town. Mickey looked a little embarrassed. Mickey had just left the 157th branch of the Navy. He went to report the case. His goods were robbed at sea. What made him laugh and cry was that the pirates who robbed his goods were only 15 or 16 years old. "Mr. Lin En." When Mickey saw Lin En, he took the initiative to run over. Lin En asked, "Why are you here?" "It's a long story." Mickey briefly described their experience. After the destruction of Rogue Town, he and Bob and others followed a cargo ship to leave Rogue Town. They also began to travel around as peddlers like Lin En. Although the profits of peddlers are high, they are also subject to extortion by gangs, robbery by pirates, and extortion by the Navy. In addition, there are tax rates and laws in various countries. The life of peddlers is not easy. After a batch of goods was robbed today, Mickey contacted the Navy immediately, but the Navy ignored him. So that's the case. You should be more careful in the future. Lin En said, and was about to leave. Mr. Lin En. At this time, Mickey caught up with Lin En, and he hurriedly said, in fact, we have been looking for you. We want to set up a Chamber of Commerce and ask Mr. Lin En to be the president to lead us forward. The Chamber of Commerce is not the first. There is a rogue Chamber of Commerce in Rogue Town. However, Mickey and others are not eligible to participate. When Mickey and others were in Rogue Town, they discussed the establishment of a Chamber of Commerce. But they didn't expect that after Rogue Town was destroyed, they would be separated from Lin En for a short time. They really? Bartolomeo widened his eyes and was about to speak. No Kai Gao was right. No Kai Gao said coldly, shut up, 0. Chapter 61, The Rapidly Growing Chamber of Commerce. Chamber of Commerce President. Lin En pretended to be hesitant. In fact, if Rogue Town had not been destroyed, the Chamber of Commerce would have been established. Mickey was afraid that Lin En would refuse, so he hurriedly said, Lin En, please first, we really need your leadership. Leadership is just a nice word. In fact, the Chamber of Commerce is an organization like a gang. Joining the organization will naturally get the protection of the organization. If something happens, the organization will not ignore it. Mickey and others now have no connections, no resources, and no background. Naturally, they hope to hold on to Lin En's thigh. Lin En said, okay, in this case, then I will set up a Chamber of Commerce. You need to join the Chamber of Commerce 553, give me a list, if you encounter trouble, then deal with it in the name of the Lin En Chamber of Commerce. Thank you, Lin En. Mickey thanked again. Lin En said, my boat is in front, come to my boat for a drink. Mickey naturally agreed and got on the boat with Lin En. In Lin En's cabin, there are samples of various luxury goods. In addition, there are quite a few goods. Boxes are piled in conspicuous places. Mickey has seen Margaret perfume, he knows that it is an extremely expensive luxury. Nobles usually like to use it. At the same time, it is also a symbol of status. Mickey asked curiously, Mr. Lin, how come you have so many goods? Lin replied, I have my own channels, shipped from the South China Sea. After hearing Lin's answer, Mickey's mind became active, and he hurriedly said, Lin, can you sell me some goods first? Perfume is different from food and medicinal materials. Perfume is a luxury product, and there will be audiences wherever it goes. Nobles, wealthy businessmen, and relatively wealthy civilians are all happy to buy it. Lin asked, how much do you plan to buy? 20. 20 boxes. 20 bottles. Mickey's answer was a little unconfident. Ha ha ha. Latour, Weiss, and others laughed out loud. Bartolomeo even hummed, we have sold 50 bottles in this town. Lin said, okay. Mickey thanked, thank you. Lin said, since the Chamber of Commerce has been established, you are also a member of the Chamber of Commerce. How about this, I will give you a bottle of 150,000 Baileys. Normally, one bottle is 200,000 Baileys. 2 bottles are 10% off. You can at least make a profit of 30,000 Baileys. The profit of 30,000 Baileys is not low for luxury goods. Mickey thanked, thank you, Mr. Linear. The profit of 1 bottle is 30,000, and the profit of 20 bottles is at least 600,000 Baileys. Moreover, he can carry the weight of 20 bottles of perfume by himself. If he runs more goods a month, he can accumulate more capital. Mickey went back to Bob, and the two of them raised 3 million Baileys and bought 20 bottles of perfume. Later, Lin told them, if you want to order in the future, go directly to Windmill Village to place an order. At the same time, Lin En also used a special notebook to register the names of Mickey and Bob, and a membership application form. The form was designed by Nokai Gao with reference to the Navy recruitment form. Just a few words were slightly changed. Mickey and Bob left with the perfume. After the two divided it, each of them could still get 300,000 baileys. Moreover, this was only the money earned from carrying goods once. The monthly income of ordinary people in Donghai is only more than 200,000, 300,000 baileys. Therefore, they made enough. Bartolomeo muttered, "Brother, you are too kind, aren't you giving them too much profit? If they sell it themselves, they can make an extra 30,000 baileys." Lin En asked Bartolomeo, "Do you know why there are so many stocks?" Bartolomeo shook his head. Lin En said, "Because we can't sell all, we need them to help us develop new customers." Lin En's perfume is generally only sold in ports or towns near ports. In this way, the inland areas cannot be covered at all. Mickey, Bob, and others will definitely go deep into the inland areas at higher prices in order to sell more goods. This is to develop the market. If the profit is not high, how can Mickey, Bob, and others have the motivation to sell goods? It seems to make sense. Bartolomeo muttered with his chin in his hand. Life is long, don't just look at the gains and losses in front of you. Being a businessman is the same as being a human being. Some places are too calculative, and the business can't be big, the network can't be broadened, and the pattern can't be improved. Lin En finished speaking and ignored Bartolomeo. Bartolomeo is not really stupid, but he is often impulsive. Lin En is not teaching Bartolomeo. Some words are well-intentioned when said once, but if they are said too much, others will find them annoying. Whether Bartolomeo can listen to it is his business. Whether Lin En wants to talk or not is his mood. Nokai nodded frequently. She is smart and has understood a lot. Lin En's Chamber of Commerce has expanded rapidly. Mickey has become a full-time purchasing agent for perfume. Now he and Bob go out to sea directly in the name of Lin En's Chamber of Commerce. Lin En 0.0 has a close relationship with Carp. With the background of the Navy, the East China Sea Navy will naturally not embarrass Mickey and others. Therefore, Mickey's business is going smoothly. Water, after carrying goods several times in a row, funds are also accumulating rapidly. Now in Windmill Village, Makina helps Lin En sell perfumes, cigars, and other goods. Mickey and others have made a lot of money by purchasing on behalf of others. Mickey and others invited young businessmen to join the Chamber of Commerce and revealed the internal price of perfumes. Therefore, more members of the Chamber of Commerce went to Windmill Village. With the increase in the number of members of the Lin En Chamber of Commerce, the sales of perfumes and luxury goods such as cigars continued to increase. The reputation of the Lin En Chamber of Commerce is also rapidly expanding in the East China Sea. Chapter 62, Ask for Kuina. Lin En basically no longer does retail for luxury goods such as perfumes and cigars. He is now equivalent to a manufacturer, distributing these goods to members of the Chamber of Commerce for sale. Mickey, Bob, Jane, and others joined the Chamber of Commerce relatively early. Therefore, in order to reduce competition, they also began to set up thresholds for joining the Chamber of Commerce. First, to join the Chamber of Commerce, you need to verify your identity. Second, you need an observation period. Only merchants who have verified their identities and passed the observation period can become formal members of the Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, Mickey also took the opportunity to collect an introduction fee. If you are willing to pay an introduction fee and treat Mickey to a meal, it will naturally be easier to pass the observation period and become a formal member. Is this considered a dog relying on the power of others and a fox taking advantage of the power of the tiger? In fact, it is all human nature. Newcomers hope to join the Chamber of Commerce and get the goods and network of relationships organized by the organization. Mickey and others restrict the entrance to prevent too many people from coming in and triggering internal competition in the Chamber of Commerce. However, Lin En did not intervene in this. Although Lin En had the idea of establishing a chamber of commerce from the beginning, the establishment of power and hierarchy requires more people to participate in it. Lin En doesn't need 12 to do anything. He just needs to master the core resources, connections, and networks. Then, Mickey, Bob, Jane and others will gradually mature and help him handle everything. If Mickey and others really go too far, then Lin En can deal with them. Not only can he kill the chicken to scare the monkey, but he can also establish prestige and get a better reputation. In short, Lin En can gain both fame and fortune without doing anything. And if something goes wrong, there are people to take the blame. This is one of the manifestations of capital. Merchants who do not master the core of capital are all fragile. In the 1511th year of the Heian calendar, Lin En came to Shimokatsuki village again. In the first half of last year, he could guarantee to come to Shimokatsuki village once a month. This year, the number of times he came to Shimokatsuki village has obviously decreased. Because Lin En has more things to do. In addition to increasing the production lines of perfumes and cigars, Lin En is also inspecting various places in the East China Sea to find suitable pharmaceutical factories. Although the Revolutionary Army has not provided any orders since last year, it may be worried that the world government will shift its attention to the East China Sea. However, Lin En believed that the Revolutionary Army would cause trouble in the East China Sea sooner or later. Therefore, it is better to prepare for a rainy day. The Revolutionary Army is the future big customer and an important stepping stone for Lin En to go global. Shimotsuki Village, Kozabero's yard. Lin En walked in front, Bartolomeo followed with 2 large barrels of rice wine, and Nojigo also carried barbecue. Nojigo is now Lin En's assistant. Bartolomeo also looks like a follower. Teacher. After Lin En walked into the yard, he took the initiative to greet Kosaburo. Kosaburo saw Lin En and snorted involuntarily. He looked like, "Don't bother me." Lin En had no reaction. He asked Bartolomeo to put the wine in the yard. Lin En said, "Teacher, I want to ask you for something." "What is it?" Kosaburo asked directly. Lin En pointed at Nakago and Bartolomeo, "I want you to make 2 swords suitable for them." Kosaburo looked at Bartolomeo, "He is not suitable for swordsmanship." Then, Kosaburo looked at Nakago again, "She is quite suitable for ninjutsu, but there is no one here who can teach her." Kosaburo is very good at judging people. When Kosaburo saw Lin En for the first time, he saw Lin En's kendo talent. Nakago was agile at first glance, but her strength limited her kendo achievements. As for Bartolomeo, he was a person who was easily impetuous at first glance. And impetuous people often have low achievements in kendo. At this time, Lin En asked Nakago and Bartolomeo, "Do you want to practice swordsmanship?" "Yes," Nakago nodded seriously. Bartolomeo blurted out, "I also want to be a great swordsman like my elder brother." Lin En said, "This is their wish. I hope the teacher can help. If you don't help, it doesn't matter. I will find a knife shop to buy 2 good knives. If you are not afraid of wasting time on swordsmanship, then it's up to you." Kozabero's words meant that he had agreed. "Thank you, teacher." Lin En looked at Bartolomeo and Nakago again. Bartolomeo and Nakago, bow to thank you. Kosaburo said impatiently, "Okay, I'll take the wine and meat. You can get out of here quickly. Come back to get the knife next time. Then I won't bother you, teacher." Lin En stood up and left. Bartolomeo and Nojigo quickly followed. Lin En came to Kojiro's gym. At this time, Kojiro was watching the disciples' actual combat. Kuina was still the strongest among all the disciples. And because Lin En gave her the music box, Kuina would take a lot of time to meditate every day. Perhaps because Lin En interfered with Kuina's life, Kuina did not look for 11. Falling to death at the age of 11. 553 AT this time, Kuina defeated Suojiang again. This was the 2264th time Suojiang was defeated by Kuina. Snap, snap, snap. Lin En stood at the door of the gym and applauded the courtyard. Lin En said, "It was a wonderful contest. Suojiang has improved a lot. He can already last 10 rounds." At this time, including Kojiro, everyone looked at Lin En. Kuina nodded to Lin En and took the initiative to serve tea. Kuina is not usually so sensible, and only when Lin En comes does she get this special treatment. Kojiro said to his disciples, "Keep practicing." At this time, Lin En and Kojiro were sitting on the tatami in the courtyard, chatting about trivial matters. Kuina knelt beside them and poured tea for them. Miyuki soon came out and brought delicious chestnut cakes. However, Miyuki did not stay. After a few words with Lin En, she returned to the kitchen to cook. When Miyuki after serving the food and sitting down, Kojiro asked, "Lin En, do you have anything else to do with us this time?" Lin En did not beat around the bush. "To be honest, senior brother, I came this time because I hope you can let Kuina go to sea with me to practice. Of course, this depends on Kuina's wishes. If she disagrees, then just pretend I never said anything." Chapter 63, Cut Things, and Cut Nothing. At this time, Lin En looked at Kuina. "From last year to now, you should have felt their growth." Lin En looked at Suojiang and others. Kuina nodded. Suojiang thought Lin En was praising them and scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Lin En continued, "As boys grow physically, their bones grow larger, and the corresponding skeletal muscles will be stronger than girls. And as time goes by, this physical gap will become larger and larger, and the gap between you and the future will gradually narrow." Kuina lowered her head. She knew that what Lin En said was true. Suo had been trying to catch up with her. Of course, it was not Suojiang's growth that made Kuina feel a sense of crisis. It was Kuina who felt a crisis and hesitation about her future. Her progress was getting slower and slower. Lin En said calmly, "Going to sea may not necessarily make you stronger, but changing the environment will also change yourself. Do you want to try it?" Kuina is already 12 years old this year. If it is an ordinary family, 12 years old is just a child. However, Shimotsuki Kojiro's family is from Wano country. Shimotsuki Kozaburo is even born as a samurai. As the child of a samurai family, Kuina has been strong since she was a child. Moreover, her goal is to be the world's #1 swordsman. From her personal dream alone, she is stronger than more than 9.999999% of girls of the same age in the world. Therefore, after listening to Lin En's words, Kojiro did not get angry, but looked at Kuina. If Kuina was a boy, he would have gone out to experience now. Kojiro looked at Kuina. "Kuina, what do you think?" Kuina looked at her father Kojiro, and then at her mother Mitsuki. Then, she said seriously, "I have heard from my mother since I was a child that my uncle chose to go to sea after learning from my grandfather for 3 years. And my father also said that my uncle's strength has surpassed you and grandfather." Kojiro did not deny it. Although Lin En had never formally competed with Kojiro, every time Lin En went to Shimotsuki village to practice, the sword energy he exuded had made Kojiro understand how powerful Lin En was. At this time, Kuina looked at Lin En. "I am willing to follow you to the sea, and my goal is to become the world's #1 swordsman." Kuina. Suojiang was stunned. In fact, not only Suojiang, but also Zhou's students were at a loss. All along, Kuina has always been the best among them in the direction they are chasing. Now Kuina has decided to leave, leaving them feeling empty. Of course, it was more about not wanting to leave his friends. "Well." Kozaburo was silent for a while. "Okay, I'll leave it to Lin En." Lin En said to Kozaburo and Mitsuki, "I'll take good care of Kuina." When Lin En and Kuina left Shimotsuki village by boat, Zoro, with tears in his eyes, shouted to Lin En's boat, "Kuina, I will definitely surpass you and become the world's #1 swordsman." When they parted, not only Zoro, but also Mitsuki and others were quietly wiping tears. Kuina waved goodbye to everyone on the dock. Until the boat left Shimotsuki village. Lin En and Kuina sat face to face. Nochigo and Bartolomeo were each training on the deck. Lin En asked Kuina, "How do you think you can improve yourself?" Kuina replied, "Increase strength and endurance training, increase the number of actual combat, and continue to comprehend the way of sword." Lin En asked again, "Then do you know what the way of sword is?" Kuina shook her head. Although she had already comprehended stronger sword moves through meditation, the word "the way of sword" was still too mysterious. In my opinion, the way of sword can be understood separately. When it is separated, the sword is just a sword, a weapon used to hurt others and protect oneself. And the 3,000 ways of the Great Way seem complicated, but in fact, the way is just a choice in life. The way of self-sacrifice is to protect others. The way of self-interest is to harm others. I chose the way of self-interest, so my way of sword is purely to pursue sharpness. When I cut things, I have no worries and no guilt. Therefore, the sword is sharp and decisive, and I move forward without hesitation, and I can cut everything. Lin En's words are very popular and mysterious. In fact, what Lin En is pursuing now is no longer to cut things, but to cut nothingness. Any object in front of him is like nothing. Therefore, the ability to break defense is particularly high. The Golden Lion underestimated Lin En, which caused a fatal blow. After listening carefully, Kuina fell into thought. Lin En continued, "Kendo is ultimately the choice of life goals for the sword holder. Practicing sword is also cultivating the mind. So I brought you out to give you more choices. After years of training and baptism, you may be able to find a way out." Kina sat up straight, supported the tatami with both hands, and bowed deeply, "Thank you, uncle, Kuina has learned from you." Lin En's guidance to Kuina is more like giving her a life experience than guiding, Li Hao. Lin En's actual age is much older than his current body. Not only is he a first-class storyteller, he can also give inspirational quotes. At the same time, Lin En's most valuable thing is his understanding of life. Selfishness and self-sacrifice. There is no such thing as intelligence. Is it the difference between wisdom and stupidity? Unless you are really mentally retarded, it is impossible not to understand the literal meaning. Understand but don't choose. In the final analysis, it is just a personal choice. After people have choices, their hearts will be pure and will not be confused. They can do evil or good. After integrating into the kendo, the state of mind has improved by leaps and bounds. Naturally, one's own attainments in kendo have also risen. Chapter 64, Sponsoring the Restaurant on the Sea. Kuina has benefited a lot from Lin En. However, Kuina understands that kendo practice is her own business. Lin En can provide her with a platform and reference, which is not easy. The future path still needs her to walk by herself. In this regard, Lin En did not interfere. Lin En has always believed that only by focusing on one's goal and moving forward firmly can one become a truly strong person. A typical example is Douglas Barrett on Roger's ship. Otherwise, once one's will is shaken, one will be like Shaq Crocodile, Moria, and others. Choosing a side path will eventually lead to complete loss. Gina stayed on Lin En's ship and began her formal kendo training. Gina is different from Nakago. She is not only self-disciplined, but also very pure. She has never thought about considering others. Because as Lin En said, how to make oneself stronger requires one to think and explore. She is groping on this road, without relying on others, and has no time to care about others. Therefore, after Kuina boarded the ship, she did not have a good interaction with Nakago. Although Nakago would try to care for and take care of Kuina's daily life. However, Nakago soon discovered that her doing so was just a waste of effort. As time went on, Nakago finally gave up. It's just that when cooking, I will leave some more food for Kuina, or prepare more snacks, so that she won't be hungry when practicing at night. Compared with Nochigo, who always thinks of others, Bartolomeo seems to be stimulated. Especially a month ago, he saw with his own eyes that Kuina easily killed the pirates without blinking. This stimulated Bartolomeo. It also made Bartolomeo realize that he might be the weakest of the three. Therefore, Bartolomeo has been more focused on practicing recently. Lin En did not intervene in the whole process. Everyone should be responsible for their own people. Whether it is laziness or striving to move forward, it is their own choice. Of course, although Lin En did not intervene too much, it was because of his influence that Kuina, Nochigo, and Bartolomeo were able to find their own direction. The sea restaurant Barity opened. Redfoot Zeph, a pirate who was once notorious in the New World, chose to retire in the East China Sea. He and Sanji are using all their enthusiasm to run the restaurant. Their purpose, BCAA, is to provide food for people who have nothing to eat at sea. However, everything is difficult at the beginning. The current sea restaurant has just opened, and its reputation is not loud enough, so not many people come here to eat. Fortunately, Jafo and Sanji do not want wages, and their original intention is to generate electricity with love. Otherwise, the business would have been closed long ago. If it weren't for the chance encounter of the members of the Chamber of Commerce, Lin En would not know that the restaurant was open. Lin En's merchant ship was docked next to the restaurant. As soon as the ship was parked, Sanji took the initiative to receive guests. Although he was not very old, Sanji was very skilled and enthusiastic in greeting guests. These, and these. Give me 3 servings of all. After Lin En sat down, he picked up the menu on the table and didn't look at the price at all, but ordered all the dishes. Latu, Weiss, and others also found their seats. Okay, please wait. Sanji didn't want to neglect big customers like Lin En, so he immediately went to the kitchen to help. There are only 2 people in Barity now, Tetsuo and Sanji. Tetsuo is responsible for cooking in the kitchen. Sanji is responsible for reception, serving food, collecting money and other tasks. When all the dishes were served, Lin En said to Sanji, "Go find the boss, I have something to tell him." Sanji was stunned when he heard this, and his heart became more alert. Lin En took out a business card from his arms and handed it to Sanji. "This is my business card, you should have heard of Lin En Chamber of Commerce, President Lin En." After seeing Lin En's business card, Sanji immediately remembered the merchants a month ago. Those merchants stayed in Barity for 3 days and 3 nights and thought that Barity's food was delicious. Before leaving, the merchants also said, "We are from Lin En Chamber of Commerce, and we will go back to promote your restaurant to everyone." But Sanji didn't expect that it was President Lin En who came in person. In the following days, Sanji also asked some tourists and learned more about Lin En Chamber of Commerce. "Please wait, I will go to find the boss." Sanji returned to the kitchen and found Tetsuo. Tetsuo's pupils shrank slightly when he saw Lin's sword. Some people may use the katana as decoration. However, the 2-meter-long notaki is completely different. Generally, swordsmen who use this weapon are swordsmen who gallop across the sea. But this is the East China Sea. It's rare to meet a swordsman here, and a swordsman who uses a notaki. "Hello, I'm Tetsuo, the boss here." Tetsuo adjusted his state and greeted Lin. Lin said to Tetsuo, "Please sit down and talk." Sanji brought a chair to Tetsuo. Lin said, "I plan to sponsor your store." Tetsuo didn't understand it at first. The word sponsorship? He was unfamiliar. Lin said, 3 million Baileys a month, the contract is signed for 10 years at a time, and the sponsorship fee increases by 10% every year. 3 million Baileys. And it's a 10-year contract. Sanji's eyes widened. Although he was born in the Vinsmoke family, the little prince now wanted it more than anyone else. Money. Because without money, the restaurant will not be able to survive. Without a restaurant, how can we provide food to people who have nothing to eat? Jafar recovered and asked again, what do we need to pay? Lin En said, first of all the wine in the restaurant is provided by us. Of course, in terms of price, we guarantee your profit, and the wine money is settled once a month. If it is not sold, you can return it to me. Okay. Jafar nodded in agreement. Lin En said, in addition, cigarettes, cigars, fruits, vegetables, meat, etc. are also provided by us. Just like wine, you don't need to pay if it is not sold. It is equivalent to putting it here for consignment. Jafar felt that he would not suffer a loss, so he was willing to agree. Lin En said, finally, the decoration of the restaurant, we will add the name of the Lin En Chamber of Commerce after the roll call. In addition, some billboards will be set up, etc. Monopolize the supply of wine, food, etc. in the restaurant. Give the restaurant a naming fee. Jafar didn't think so much, and he didn't think that the Sea restaurant would become one of the landmarks of the East China Sea in the future. He is quite short of money now. Lin En can provide 3 million Baileys every month and help him promote the restaurant. This is naturally a good thing, which solves the current dilemma of the restaurant. However, Jafar and Sanji underestimated the value of the internet celebrity store. Chapter 65, its name is Excalibur. Sanji and Jafar's cooking skills are guaranteed. Especially Sanji's cooking skills in the future, which is even better. However, good wine is afraid of deep alleys. The Sea restaurant itself is ahead. Of course, to show off this gimmick, it is necessary to mobilize the power of the Chamber of Commerce. At the request of Lin En, everyone in the Lin En Chamber of Commerce will promote the Sea restaurant bar wherever they go. At the same time, Lin En also published an advertisement for the Sea restaurant Barity in the newspaper. In addition, Lin En printed a lot of posters and asked the Chamber of Commerce members to post them in various regions of the East China Sea. As long as the advertising volume is large enough, the Sea restaurant will soon become famous. Of course, there is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Lin En's investment in Barity, the restaurant on the sea, is also for further sales. In Lin En's plan. In the future, Barity, the restaurant on the sea, will become a fixed tourist attraction. At that time, there will be navy, cruise ships, merchant ships, and even pirate ships coming here. Selling wine, cigarettes, cigars, and even the blue pills that are about to be put into production, etc. The restaurant on the sea will be a very good new product experience store. Create internet celebrities, and then use internet celebrities to attract traffic, and in the process, set off the bullish intention of bringing goods. This is the usual means of capital. Let's put aside the long term. Lin En's promotion of the restaurant on the sea was very successful. Soon, guests came to Barity to experience it. Barity, the restaurant on the sea, is exclusively named by the Lin En Chamber of Commerce. On the signboard, the Lin En Chamber of Commerce is particularly obvious. Every guest who comes to the restaurant can see it clearly. In this way, the reputation of the Lin En Chamber of Commerce will spread more widely. However, what Lin En is concerned about now is the experience area in the restaurant. Lin En set up a counter in the most conspicuous place in the restaurant. There is a marble counter on the counter. 2 crystal bottles are particularly eye-catching on the counter. Each of the 2 crystal bottles contains 10 small blue pills. There is a moon symbol on the pills. This small pill is just the first version developed by Dr. Indigo. After taking one, it will take effect immediately. The duration is 120 minutes. Lin En originally wanted to call it Night Fierce. However, he thought it was not tall enough. Therefore, Lin En changed its name and called it Excalibur. At the same time, he engraved the story of the Holy Sword on the marble table. The high-end name and high-end packaging also have the magical ability to make men regain their confidence and win. Lin En believes that it will sell well. However, Lin En set its price at 500,000 baileys. This is obviously not affordable for ordinary people. Only wealthy businessmen and nobles will favor these. However, generally only this kind of people will have the energy and financial resources to spend on more women. Excalibur, plum wine, perfume, and cigars are the 4 luxury products launched by Lin En. They are mainly aimed at nobles and rich people. In 1512 of the Haiwan calendar, the sales records from proved that Lin En's decision was correct. In the sea restaurant Baratine, the monthly sales of wine and Excalibur are rising sharply. Passengers who have the money and time to go to the sea restaurant are all rich people. They are not short of female companions. Even the navy of the headquarters will come here for vacation and buy some when they go back. Whether it is for personal use or as a gift, it is very suitable. Of course, for Lin En's ambition, these are not the beginning. What he is doing now is just the accumulation of capital. It is too early to become a real capitalist. Because whether it is perfume, Excalibur, or luxuries such as wine and cigars, these are not necessities of life. It cannot be eaten or drunk. It can only be a toy for the rich and powerful to increase the fun and quality of life. Of course, Lin En is very clear about this. Therefore, after selling Excalibur, plum wine, cigars, and perfume, he began to expand and adjust the production line. At the same time, Lin En began to produce perfumes that can be provided to civilians, and Lin En increased his investment in Orange Town and expanded the scale of the perfume refinery tenfold. The expansion of the perfume refinery requires more jobs and the raw materials naturally increase. Therefore, the scale of the flower field also expands, and at the same time, the employment rate of the town's population has greatly increased. Because of the large number of jobs, it also attracts new immigrants. Orange Town developed rapidly in 1512. Because of the increase in the town's population, the town not only has pet shops, farm tool shops, and bookstores, but also has a real hospital and a decent restaurant. In addition, the erotic industry and gambling industry have also entered the town. However, these are all normal. When the scale of the town reaches a certain level, these grey industries will definitely appear because people live here. As long as they have money, they must consume. In June 1512 of the Haiwan calendar, the residents of Buda and Orange Town spontaneously erected a statue for Lin En. They all believe that it was Lin En who brought them jobs and the good life they have now. Although they are grateful to Lin En, they have forgotten one thing. If Lin En leaves here, whether it is closing or relocating the perfume refinery, the town will quickly decline and fall. This is the power of capital. It can make a small fishing village quickly develop into a metropolis of luxury, or it can make it become Purgatory Zero on Earth. Chapter 66, Teach Them a Lesson. On June 16, 1512, Haiwan calendar, after seeing the statue in Orange Town, Lin En returned to Ziluabia village. In the past 2 years, Lin En's return to Ziluabia village has obviously decreased a little. However, he still comes back once every 2 months or 3 months. Uncle Lin En. Usopp waits for Lin En at the beach every day. Over the years, Lin En has taken great care of their family. Without Lin En, his mother Bankina would have died of illness. Of course, thanks to Lin En's help, Usopp has grown a lot. 2 years ago, Lin En gave Usopp a pistol and a lot of bullets. In the following days, Lin En asked Weiss to send a lot of bullets. Now Usopp can shoot more than 300 meters with a pistol. In fact, the effective range of most pistols is 50 meters. Beyond the effective range, the accuracy is much worse, and the power is much smaller. However, there are some people in this world who are gifted. They have a talent for shooting. Usopp inherited Jesus Bulletin's shooting talent. Therefore, the shooting accuracy is very high. Moreover, Usopp can also calculate the arc and landing point of the bullet, and can still accurately hit the target beyond the range. Lin En patted Usopp's head and asked, "How is your mother? Have you helped her with things recently?" Usopp patted his chest and said, "Of course, this is what a man should do." Lin once told Usopp that a qualified man must protect his family. Usopp listened to this and has been doing it. Lin's influence on Usopp is huge. Integrity, keep your word. Usopp thinks it's cool and thinks that men should be like this. Although Usopp still admires his father, after all, his mother always praises his father. But Usopp thinks that a man like Lin who is responsible is a real man. By the way, I'll give you a gift. At this time, Lin turned his head and looked at Weiss and Lotto. Weiss took out a sniper rifle with a scope and a large bag of bullets. Lotto brought a bag. The bag was full of nutritional supplements. Lin said to Usopp, "Its range is 1000, you have to use it well." "Thank you, Uncle Linear." Usopp took the sniper rifle. Lin said, "Take these nutritional supplements back." Usopp did not refuse, but thanked him seriously, "Thank you, Uncle Linear." After Lin En and Usopp parted ways, he took Kuina, Nokago, Bartolomeo and others to Cameron's villa. Kaya was reading a book on the balcony on the second floor. When she saw Lin En, she ran downstairs happily. "Lin. Kaya is 9 years old this year and has obviously grown a lot taller. Where's my gift?" Kaya blinked and asked around Lin En. Lin took out a book from his bag. "It's more like a notebook than a book. This is written by Dr. Indigo." When Dr. Indigo was on Gothic Island, in addition to work, he would record the flora and fauna on the island in his spare time. All their medicinal value was recorded. Lin made a copy and brought it back this time as a gift to Kaya. Kaya looked through the notebook and asked, "Who is Dr. Indigo? Is he a great medical expert?" Lin En replied, "Yes, he is a great medical expert." Kaya held the notebook in both hands, "Then I must study it well." Lin En rubbed Kaya's head and pointed at Kuina, Nakago and others, "Now you should entertain them first." Of course. Kaya prepared tea and cakes for Kuina and others with the help of servant Melly. Lin En went to meet Cameron and Daisy. In the past 2 years, Lin En's business has been growing bigger and bigger. The name of the Lin En Chamber of Commerce has become more and more famous in the East China Sea. It is rumored that Lin En has a naval background. Therefore, the old chambers of commerce in the East China Sea are wary and distant from the rise of the Lin En Chamber of Commerce. However, some merchants who focus on tobacco, alcohol and perfume business are already very sensitive to the expansion of the Lin En Chamber of Commerce. Although Cameron is unemployed at home, he has a wide network of contacts and has heard a lot of news. In the study, Daisy and the maid have left. Now only Lin En and Kame are left, May and the others. Kame put down the book and took off his glasses. "Lin En, you should remind your members that when they are doing business, try not to offend others." Lin En said, "Business competition is inevitable." Although Lin En's perfume, cigarettes, and alcohol are luxury goods, Donghai also has its own luxury brand. Lin En is squeezing the market of Donghai's high-end perfume with the Nanhai perfume brand. Of course, as Lin En said, business competition is inevitable. But who wants their cake to be eaten by others? If there is no Lin En Chamber of Commerce to intervene and bring luxury goods from all over the world, then Donghai's high-end goods will still be popular. Moreover, the sales rights of these high-end goods are in the hands of the old Chamber of Commerce. Kame sighed and said, "Lin, you should understand how crazy businessmen will do for profit." Lin asked, "Uncle Kame, is someone threatening you?" Kame shook his head, "It can't be said to be a threat. However, someone did come to me and hoped that I would talk to you and let you restrain your members." Lin asked, "Can you tell me their names?" Kame thought that Lin wanted to solve them by force, so he reminded Lin, "Since they contacted me first, they must have already started the action. 5.5 If you attack them at this time, they will definitely sue you and prohibit your Chamber of Commerce from doing business. And don't forget that some of them are nobles or even royals, and have close ties with the world government. Lin smiled slightly and was very calm. If they can really do it, then I would like to teach them a lesson. Lin got the list from Kame. At night, Lin contacted Buggy. Lin is not only closely related to the Navy. Moreover, he has a wide network of people in the pirates. Let Buggy help him attack the countries on the list, creating the illusion of being attacked by pirates. In this way, Lin En can retaliate without worrying about dirtying his hands. Chapter 67, Real Collusion Between Officials and Businessmen. Donghai Economic News. In today's newspaper, the news about Buggy's pirate group was on the page again. However, most people don't care about this news. Because the news of being attacked by pirates is published every day. It's like it rains in Springfield, not surprising at all. However, for the Chibaman Chamber of Commerce, today's news headlines are very eye-catching because their warehouses in the harbor were burned. At the same time, the ships docked at the dock were also burned. The direct economic loss exceeded 600 million baileys. Damn pirates! Duke Gars is the president of the Chibaman Chamber of Commerce, and his brother is the head of the Chibaman Kingdom. The Chibaman Kingdom is rich in tulips. Tulips are the symbol of the Chibaman royal family. Perfumes made from tulips are not only noble and elegant, but also popular among nobles, wealthy businessmen, and celebrities from all over the East China Sea. It can be said that in the field of East China Sea perfume, the tulip fragrance 12 water produced by the Chibaman Chamber of Commerce has already monopolized the market. Until the past 2 years, the Margaret perfume from the South China Sea has not only impacted the market, but also caused the sales of tulip perfume to drop drastically. Nobles, wealthy businessmen, and celebrities are willing to spend more money to use Margaret perfume. Because Margaret perfume is more famous and belongs to a world-class brand. Even civilians are rushing to buy it and use it as a display of identity. Just when Gars wanted to give the Lin Chamber of Commerce a good beating and told it not to cross the line. Unexpectedly, the pirates attacked the port first, burned the ships and warehouses. Contact Admiral Wilson immediately to eliminate this group of pirates. If you hold back for a while, you will get angrier. If you take a step back, you will lose more. As a member of the royal family, Duke Gars immediately contacted Admiral Wilson of the 8th branch of the Nuqian East China Sea. Duke Gars is a member of the royal family, and the Kingdom of Chibaman is also a member of the world government. Wilson should have made some statement. However, on the 3rd day after Wilson sent out the fleet to look for the Buggy pirates, the Buggy pirates attacked the port of Boton in Silber again. All the ships and warehouses in the port of Boton were burned. Port of Boton is the largest trading port in the northeastern region of the East China Sea, 200 nautical miles away from the Kingdom of Chibaman. At the same time, the Boton region is also the largest wine production area in the East China Sea. First it was perfume, then it was wine. It seems to be the work of pirates, but there is a close connection. Because the Chibaman Chamber of Commerce and the Wine Association of the East China Sea have reached an agreement to jointly suppress the Lin Chamber of Commerce. My Lord Duke, this must have been instigated by the Lin Chamber of Commerce. President Reynard, we are going to take revenge. Gars met with Leonard, the president of the Wine Association, and discussed revenge. On the sea. The Bikutopui floated on the sea. At this time, Buggy drank plum wine and looked at Den Den Mushi. I did what you said. I did everything I should do. Den Den Mushi imitated Lin's expression and voice. This is just the beginning. It's just the beginning? Hey, I'm not working for you. Do you know how many places I have been to in the past few days? Buggy was a little excited and began to complain. Although Lin is really good at making money, especially the blue pill called Excalibur, it is indeed very attractive to many men. But Buggy is a pirate. Even if he burns less and robs, he has to take a breath. He will be tired, and when he is tired, he will be irritable, and irritability will make him unhappy. Lin said, this time, there is no need to burn the port and warehouse, just cooperate with you to deliver a batch of goods. Beiki asked, delivery? What bad idea are you coming up with again? Lin En said, I will trade a batch of medicines with you in the name of the Kaibaman Chamber of Commerce, of course. This batch of drugs is to be handed over to the Revolutionary Army. Hey! Beiki asked, will the Navy believe it? Lin said, I reported it myself, and I am very familiar with the Navy. You guys are really bad to the core. But it's quite interesting. Beiki smiled wickedly. If he was asked to continue attacking ports and burning warehouses, he would not do it again. This kind of work is too boring. However, what Lin En was going to do next made Buggy interested. July 6, 1512, Haiwan calendar. Lin's merchant ship docked at the harbour where the 8th Division of the Navy was stationed. Before docking, Lin En had entrusted Commodore Condley to contact the Navy in the port. Major General Wilson is 46 years old this year. Because of Major General Gilbert's stupidity, Major General Wilson got a chance to get promoted successfully. However, Major General Wilson had learned about the relationship between Lin En and Garp from Commodore Condley. Major General Wilson also wanted to be promoted to the headquarters. Therefore, he was naturally polite to Lin En. When Lin En saw Major General Wilson, he said, Major General Wilson, I'm sorry to bother you. This is a little gift from me. Please accept it. Lin En handed the prepared check of 10 million Baileys to Major General Wilson. This. Major General Wilson did not expect Lin En to be so direct. For bribery, can't the adjustment be lowered by 570 points? What's more, they just met. To be honest, I have encountered some troubles recently. Lin En informed Major General Wilson that he was threatened by the Kaibaman Chamber of Commerce and the East China Wine Association. Major General Wilson couldn't help but sighed when he heard it. It's not easy for businessmen either. Then, Major General Wilson looked at Lin En again and asked, what does Mr. Lin En need me to do? Lin En said, I got the news that the Kaibaman Chamber of Commerce may have a secret deal with the Revolutionary Army in the near future. Major General Wilson immediately became alert when he heard the word Revolutionary Army. Mr. Lin En, do you have any evidence? This is obviously a frame-up. Wilson is not stupid. The Revolutionary Army wants to buy supplies, so it must be investigated by the world government's intelligence agencies. However, the Navy has not received any news now. Evidence is not important. Brigadier General Kondra said, as long as we find this batch of goods, it will be fine. Because of Lin's relationship, Kondra was promoted from Colonel to Brigadier General. In fact, it was not Garp's original intention to promote Kondra. It was Colonel Walker who did a favor to help Lin. Therefore, Kondra is now holding on to Lin's thigh. Chapter 68, Having a Thigh is Arrogant. Port Lauren, located on the east coast of the Kingdom of Kaibaman. After Lin's merchant ship arrived at Port Lauren, it went directly to the capital of the Kingdom of Kaibaman. Not long ago, the Navy just checked a batch of prohibited goods was seized. The goods included anti-inflammatory drugs, disinfectants, and other medicines. This batch of goods was found in the warehouse of the Kaibaman Chamber of Commerce, and the trading partner was the Revolutionary Army. Of course, the Kaibaman Chamber of Commerce would definitely not admit it. Moreover, Gars has used the relationship of the royal family to appeal to the Navy headquarters. However, the Navy headquarters has not responded yet. Gars is now temporarily staying at home. He is now on bail. This is still his brother who came out to guarantee. Duke, the president of the Lin Chamber of Commerce is here to visit you. When the servant informed Gars of the news that Lin was coming to visit, Gars smashed the teacup on the table on the spot. Drive him away. The servant nodded hurriedly and was about to leave. Wait. Gars took a deep breath and said with a strong temper, let's bring him in to see me. Under the guidance of the servant, Lin met Gars in the courtyard. "Hello, Duke Gars, I am Lin, the president of the Lin Chamber of Commerce." Lin En took the initiative to greet him. "Hee hee." Duke Gars sneered, and then asked Lin En to sit down. Lin En knew that Duke Gars wanted to kill him right now. However, he didn't care. Lin En said, "My Lord Duke, I think there should be some misunderstandings between us." Duke Gars sneered, "Is burning my cargo ship and warehouse and framing the navy a misunderstanding?" Lin En said, "I know that this has caused my Lord Duke to lose a lot of money, but my Lord Duke has no evidence to prove that I did it, right?" If Gars had evidence, he would report it directly to the world government. If you want to prove that Lin En bribed pirates, you need to catch the pirates. Now it is obvious that Lin En has a naval background, and the navy must favor Lin En. It is estimated that catching pirates will not be done in the short term. Therefore, Gars was sulking at home. Lin En said, "Actually, I don't like to use violence as a businessman. If I want to use violence, then look at this crystal bottle." When Gars' eyes stayed on the crystal bottle in Lin En's hand, bang! The whole crystal bottle was turned into powder. Gars' eyes widened. "I don't like to show off my strength, especially my strength, because I just want to be a law-abiding businessman. But sometimes, I have to prove that I have the ability in this area, otherwise I will be despised and think I am easy to bully." Lin En poured the powder on his hands on the table. "Actually, whether it is burning the warehouse or framing, it is just a matter of losing a little money, and it will not cause death. If the conflict continues to expand, it will not be good for you and me. I say this, you can understand it." After Lin En finished speaking, he got up and left. After Lin En left, Gars was shocked and sweating when he left Lulin Port. "Brother, why don't you just kill them?" Bartolomeo asked with a puzzled look. No Kai Gao was cooking. Dina was still practicing. Lin En said, "If you kill Gars, you must also kill King Chibaman. Chibaman is a member of the world government. It is very troublesome, and we are businessmen." No Kai Gao and Dina did not react much after hearing this. They are used to it. A few days later, the Chibaman Chamber of Commerce was the first to compromise with Lin En. Gars promised not to retaliate against Lin En's Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, the president of the East China Sea Wine Association and the relevant chambers of commerce in the tobacco industry also invited Lin En to dinner through the relationship of Cameron. This conflict, which should have broken out, ended early because Lin En took action in advance. Although the cargo ship and warehouse were burned, and a lot of money was lost, at least the conflict was not intensified. With Lin En's active attack this time, the reputation of Lin En Chamber of Commerce has been improved again. Moreover, joining the Lin En Chamber of Commerce can get the protection of the Navy. Originally thought it was just a rumor. However, Lin En did use the relationship with the Navy to lock up Duke Gars for a few days. Therefore, the merchants who joined the Lin En Chamber of Commerce are no longer just young vagrants. Some merchants who have accumulated a lot of capital also hope to join the Lin En Chamber of Commerce and get Lin En's protection. However, Lin En has not managed the expansion of the Chamber of Commerce for the time being. Mickey, Bob, Jane, and others will naturally handle it. Of course, Mickey and others will definitely become more and more arrogant. This is also a matter of course. After all, Lin En's thigh is too thick. Then again, Lin En is also mentally prepared. If Mickey and others can't handle the affairs of the Chamber of Commerce, then Lin En can, Li Zhao's, deal with them and then take over again. Now Lin En has to focus on using the money earned to acquire factories and hire workers. Use factories and workers to create products, sell products, make profits, and expand capital. He has different ideas from Chi Buman and others. They just want to monopolize a specific industry. But Lin En wants everything. As long as it can be produced, he wants to produce it, so that all industries can't do without him. Lin En's previous life was a die-hard supporter of the Industrial Party. XXXX. Just as Lin En continued to acquire factories and stockpile food and medicine, the Revolutionary Army, which had disappeared in the East China Sea for 2 years, contacted Lin En again. This time, the person who contacted Lin En was not Dragon. It was the commander of the Revolutionary Army's East Army. Chapter 69, The Dragon Pirates Are Here. Dragon has understood a truth, that is, you can't put all your eggs in one basket. Therefore, starting this year, Dragon has established cadres with independent command in the 4 seas. They are the commanders of the 4 armies in the East, South, West and North. Of course, the current East Army uniform is not Balo Betty, but a middle-aged man named Green Dave. Green Dave was also a Navy, with the rank of Rear Admiral. He was sent to a military court for disobeying the Demon Slayer order in order to protect civilians, and was finally expelled from the Navy. It was also because of Green Dave's sense of justice. Dragon chose Green Dave as the commander of the East Army. The current Revolutionary Army not only needs strong people, but also people who dare to sacrifice for the weak. Obviously, Green Dave is such a person. Clark Island. Lin En transported the supplies of the 3 ships to Clark Island as agreed. Unload. Lin En said to the sailors around him. Latu, Weiss, and others started working. Bartolomeo was the same, he did not have the privilege of being lazy. At this time, Dave had arrived at the 570 beach of Clark Island with the Revolutionary Army. When all the goods were moved to the beach, Lin En said to Dave, "The medicines and food are here. You can check the goods and make sure that there is no problem with the goods, then you can pay." Dave nodded to the Revolutionary Army behind him. They began to count the food and medicines and checked them very carefully. It's not that they haven't found other merchants to buy supplies. However, they were either reported or cheated. Those profiteers would mix sand and soil into the food, and would also sell gauze with serious quality problems, completely expired disinfectant, and even pills without any effect. Therefore, Dave could only follow Darag's instructions and look for Lin En again. It's just that the price of the goods sold by Lin En is too expensive. 3 times the price. How many comrades need to shed blood and sacrifice to conquer a city? And the gold, silver, and jewelry in the city will go into Lin En's pocket before they can warm up. Lin En said to No Kai Gao and others, "Check the money." No Kai Gao and others began to count the banknotes. Both parties confirmed that there was no problem with the money and goods. Lin En took the initiative to extend his hand. "If you have business in the future, just take care of us. Our Chamber of Commerce is the most honest in the East China Sea, and it is also the safest. It's also the most expensive." Dave shook his hand and added, "It's a bit expensive, but we are reliable." After Lin En finished speaking, he took people away. This time, the business with the Revolutionary Army made a profit of 500 million baileys. Moreover, such business will not be less in the future, but will only increase. Today, a group of uninvited guests came to the village of Koko Yoxi. Black sails, black flags. There is a sawtooth nose on the bow. There is a pattern of a black sawtooth shark on the skull flag. It is the dragon pirates that have been frequently burning, killing and looting in the East China Sea in the past 2 years. Today, the dragon pirates came to Koko Village. The current Koko Village is different from the past Koko West Village is slightly different. Because Lin En and Lin En Chamber of Commerce patronize the village, the fruits, grains, and vegetables produced in the village are purchased by people, and the village's economic level has improved a lot. At least Belle Emile no longer has to eat oranges, and Nami can wear new clothes, and Belle Emile can pay for her if she steals something. Ga. A. The cartilaginous fishman Crowbobby said to the dragon, "Brother along, this island looks pretty good." They sailed all the way. The geographical location of Koko West Village is indeed very good. It is relatively remote. There should not be many fleets passing by, and the navy will not come here often. The dragon raised the corner of his mouth and showed a ferocious smile. Go ashore. The dragon was once a cotter of the Sun pirates. In the East China Sea, there has been no opponent. Therefore, when the dragon and others went ashore, they did not do any reconnaissance at all. Pirates, pirates are coming! At this time, the children playing on the beach shouted loudly. However, it was too late. The dragon, the fishmen of the pirate group, have begun to go ashore in large numbers, and have begun to capture people in the village. Seeing this, Bellamar immediately took Nami back home. There were rifles and swords hanging on the closet in her house. However, this group was aggressive and there were many people. She alone was no match for them. Ah! At this time, screams were heard in the village. Some villagers had been chopped to the ground to protect their families. Bellamar gritted her teeth. In the past, she would have fought the pirates with a gun. But now she can't do that. Because she is no longer alone, she still has to take care of Nami. The only thing to be thankful for is that Nakago is not in the village. Nakago must be safe with that guy. Thinking of this, Bellamarumal put down the gun again. She didn't intend to resist. However, she still let Nami hide first. Soon, the people in the village were driven to the streets by the pirates. The children were separated and guarded. Children are the best hostages. With children in hand, even if the navy comes, they dare not act rashly. At this time, the evil dragon asked, "Where is the village chief?" Village chief Darcy came to the evil dragon. The evil dragon said to the village chief and everyone else, "From today on, this place is occupied by us. You have to pay for your life every month. 100,000 for adults and 50,000 for children. If you can't pay, you will be killed." Hee hee. The fish people smiled maliciously and scared many children to tears. Kami VX. Chapter 70. This is a group of arrogant businessmen. Inhale to accumulate power, exhale to exert power. Very good, continue to practice for another hour. On Lin's merchant ship, Latu, Weiss, and others are training sailors. On Lin's ship, the sailors are not absolutely safe. Because most of the time, Lin does not participate in the battle at all. But leave the opportunity to fight to the sailors. This is a kind of tempering and also a kind of screening. If you are killed in the battle, it can only be said that you are lazy at ordinary times. On Lin's ship, there is no need for undisciplined people. Of course, this also includes Bartolomeo and others. If they don't work hard enough and are killed in future battles, then Lin will not feel sorry. Because he has given them a chance, it is their problem if they don't seize the opportunity, and it has nothing to do with him. At this time, Nokai came to the top with the freshly made pie, apple pie, and orange juice. The orange tree was brought from Kokoyasi village. Lin drank orange juice. Gina ate apple pie. After following Lin for so long, Gina has learned to arrange her time reasonably. She knows that she can't practice blindly. Because of her blind practice, her mind will be narrow. She can't see the mountains and the sea, can't feel the changes of the sun and the moon, can't see the stars. These will be missing, making her lack the understanding of the sword. Therefore, every day, Kuina will take time to accompany Lin En for afternoon tea. You can rest and think. For example, the wind blowing from the sea is sometimes strong and sometimes weak. The waves on the sea are sometimes high and sometimes low. The birds flying over the sea and the big fish jumping out of the sea. Such as this, I am deeply touched. Lin En put down the orange juice and looked at today's news. The newspaper is the World Economic News. The front page headline is the news that the 4 sea trains in the water city have been built and opened to traffic. Lin En is quite interested in the sea trains in the 10 water city. To get rich, build roads first. The more convenient the transportation, the higher the efficiency of goods flow, and the more money can be made. However, the real value of the water city is the design of the Ming Gan in Tom's hand. Of course, Lin En is not in a hurry now. Because in his memory, the 5 elders have already targeted Tom and sent Spondam to investigate and bring back the design drawings of Ming Gan. At this time, Nochigo said, Lin En, I want to go back to the village to see Nami and Belumal. Under Lin En's guidance, Nochigo will finally express his ideas. If you want to do something, do it, and never hide it in your heart. Lin En looked at Nochigo and said, well, let's go, it's on the way anyway. Although Lin En and Nochigo have returned to Kokoyasi village in the past 2 years, Nami's attitude towards them is not good. Of course, the so-called bad is a manifestation of a child's anger. In Nami's view, Nochigo is a traitor and violated their agreement. And Lin En didn't take her out to sea, but took Nochigo away. This made Nami feel that Lin En was partial. Lin En's business has been busy in the past 2 years. Visit various areas in the East China Sea. Therefore, sometimes Lin En would not choose to stop at Coco West Village. The dragon pirates have occupied Coco West Village for 2 months. During these 2 months, everyone in the village can pay for their lives on a monthly basis. This made Dragon feel that he might have collected too little money. Therefore, Dragon thought that he could consider raising the fee next month. At this time, the octopus fishman Xiao Bie and his companions were fishing on the shore. Suddenly, they saw a merchant ship approaching. Another merchant ship is coming. Everyone get ready. Xiao Bie and others were very excited, because the merchant ship docking meant that there was something to rob. They thought this was a remote island. Unexpectedly, merchant ships would dock every now and then. Of course, the people and goods on these merchant ships have been intercepted and seized. However, the merchants on these merchant ships all claimed to be members of the Lin Chamber of Commerce and warned Ilong and others that they would not only release them, but also compensate for their losses. Ilong and others had come from the Grand Line to the East China Sea, and this was the first time they had encountered such arrogant merchants. Therefore, all the merchants were arranged to work in the fields. There were also fishermen to watch over them. If they were lazy, they would be beaten and kicked. Today should be no exception. Sure enough, Xiao Bie and others saw a blue flag with white and gold borders hanging on the merchant ship. There was a Lin symbol on the flag. This is the logo of the Lin Chamber of Commerce, which is now very common in the East China Sea. Sure enough, it's them again. Another big fish. Xiao Bie and others were ready. At this time, Lin's ship was docked at the dock. Bartolomeo looked in the direction of the village. It's so quiet today. This was not his first time here. The last time he came, the village of Coco was very lively, with children playing and making noises on the beach, and fishermen mending their fishing nets. But today, no one was seen. Lin En looked at the direction of the village calmly, thinking to himself, the dragon is coming again. Just then, several figures suddenly jumped out of the sea. These shirtless fishermen stared at Lin En and others with ferocious expressions. Don't try to resist, or you will suffer. You are not the first batch of merchants to be robbed. Your companions are all on the island. The fishermen threatened Lin En and others arrogantly. Lin En said to Nochigo and Bartolomeo, leave it to you to deal with. Yes. Nochigo and Bartolomeo stood up and drew their swords. The sword in Nochigo's hand is called Yukiana. The sword in Bartolomeo's hand is called Kawaise. Both Yukiana and Kawaise are the names of monsters. Especially Kawaise, a monster who likes to play pranks. When Kozaburo forged this sword, he was hinting at Bartolomeo's character. Sending a child to deal with us. This guy is crazy. Just when Xiao Bie and the others were about to attack, Nochigo had already launched an attack. She cut off one of Xiao Ba's arms with one knife. Chapter 71, This knife light is a bit cold. Nochigo's swordsmanship was completely taught by Lin En. Moreover, when Lin En fights, Nochigo will also observe carefully. When Lin En fights, he doesn't like to be the last one. He always attacks first. Lin En's first knife is very fast. so fast that the opponent may be chopped before he can react. Sharp and decisive. No probing, the knife must be chopped. Therefore, Nochigo's almost unreasonable knife completely stuns Xiao Ba. Ah! As Xiao Ba screamed, Nochigo swung his sword again. The second sword. The third sword. Before Xiao Ba could use his so-called six-sword style, Nochigo chopped off 4 of his arms. On the other side, Bartolomeo chopped people more decisively. The fishmen were chopped to the ground one after another. Lin En watched silently on the side. Gina was also calm. Limbs were chopped off, warm blood was spilled, and even the stomach was ripped open. Kuina had seen similar scenes. During the time she followed Lin En, Kuina saw too many deaths. This is the tempering of the state of mind. Only when you temper your heart to be calm, can the swordsmanship be pure. Like a piece of iron. Only by constantly beating can it become an indestructible sword. Xiao Ba was killed by Nakago. Then, Lin En led people to the direction of the village. The dragon pirates are now temporarily staying on the street. The shops along the street are completely occupied by them. At this time, Dragon was drinking with Krubi, Ju, and others. At this time, a spherical object was suddenly thrown over. A fishman caught it subconsciously. It was a human head, Xiao Ba's head. When Dragon saw Xiao Ba's head, his eyes widened instantly. Krubi, Ju, and others were also in shock. After the shock, they were furious. Their companions were killed. However, it was not over yet, and heads were thrown one after another. Who is it? Dragon has already grabbed the Zhanfeng in his hand. The saw-like giant blade, combined with the expression of Dragon, was murderous. It's me. Bartolomeo was the first to jump down from the roof. Although Bartolomeo was only 14 years old, he was originally a gangster in the slums. In the past 2 years with Lin En, Bartolomeo not only practiced swordsmanship, but also strengthened his physique. At the same time, he became more and more decisive in killing people. If he didn't take action, it would be fine, but once he took action, he would kill people. Therefore, Bartolomeo's character became more and more arrogant. Ah! The dragon roared, swung the sword and pounced on Bartolomeo. Bartolomeo waved his sword to block. Dang! The swords chopped heavily together. This knife slashed Bartolomeo back dozens of steps. Bartolomeo's shoes rubbed against the ground, and he slid for a long distance before he stopped. As a cotter of the Sun Pirates, the strength of the dragon is not bad. Moreover, the strength of the fishman is amazing. Lin En said to Kuina, "Kuina, leave it to you." Kuina slowly walked towards the dragon holding the Wado Ikemonji. "Hey, my fight with him hasn't started yet," Bartolomeo protested. But Kuina didn't pay any attention to him at all. Tap tap tap. Kuina stepped forward, and her speed increased again. Faster and faster. 50 meters away, she came to the front of the dragon in an instant. "Go to hell, little girl." The dragon hated humans, so there was no hesitation or mercy when he swung the knife. But... ho ho ho! Zanfan's continuous slashing did not hurt Kuina at all. Kuina easily dodged the dragon's continuous slashes just by coordinating her steps. Lin En said to Nakago, "Watch carefully." Nakago nodded. Kuina actually closed her eyes. Similar to the observation haki, it is a kind of control over the changes in airflow. Just like when the wind blows, you can feel the direction of the wind. Damn it! Go to hell! The continuous attacks failed, making the dragon even more angry. He held the knife with both hands and slashed forward with force. Boom! The house opposite collapsed in response. But... it still missed. Picking the moon in the water. Kuina jumped up and dodged the dragon's slash, and at the same time passed over his head. The dragon subconsciously raised his head, and Kuina flipped in the air. The sword light on the Wado Ikemonji fell on the dragon's face and stopped at the center of his eyebrows. This sword light is a bit cold. Kuina fell to the ground and calmly put the knife back into the scabbard. This is her kendo direction. There is no need to confront head-on. As long as you find a flaw, you can choose to kill with one blow. Of course, the reason for not confronting head-on is that Kuina knows that her current strength is definitely not the opponent of the evil dragon. Therefore, since she does not have an advantage in strength, she should avoid weaknesses. Facts have proved that Kuina's choice is right. At this time, Lin En gave an order, kill all these pirates. Yes. Latu, Weiss, and others started to act, and the sailors were very efficient in cleaning up the pirates. Although Krobi and Ju wanted to resist, they were also killed by Kuina with one knife. Lin En said, clean up the street. Under Lin En's order, the street was quickly cleaned up. Afterwards, the children imprisoned in the room and the kidnapped merchants were also rescued. Thank you, President, for saving us. Thank you, President. The merchants saw Lin En, and they cried with snot and tears all over their faces. They thought Lin En came to save them on purpose. However, this was purely an accident. Lin En really didn't know they were arrested. After all, there are nearly 300 members in the Chamber of Commerce now. It is impossible for Lin En to grasp the dynamics of everyone. Lin En handed a handkerchief to one of the merchants. I'm glad you're okay. The merchant took Lin En's handkerchief and choked again. Steve will never forget the kindness of the president in his life. Chapter 72, Establishing the Chamber of Commerce Security Force. Steve is a very emotional young man. His purpose of being a businessman is just for freedom. If Niu Yi fails, he can only go back to his hometown. There are shops and fields at home for him to inherit. However, Steve doesn't want to go home. He wants to live in this world in his own way. Therefore, he joined Lin En's Chamber of Commerce. Lin En's Chamber of Commerce is composed of young people, and President Lin En is also a young man. All the regulations in the Chamber of Commerce are decided by everyone after discussion and negotiation. This makes them feel a sense of belonging to the Chamber of Commerce, as well as a sense of accomplishment that the Chamber of Commerce is gradually growing. However, after this incident, Steve wanted to talk to Lin about the security of the Chamber of Commerce. The dragon pirates were destroyed. When the bodies of the fishmen on the street were carried away, the blood was diluted. A grand bonfire banquet was held that night. The villagers used the most abundant ingredients to entertain Lin. For them, Lin was their lifesaver. He was much more reliable than the world government and the navy. Bellamur sat next to Lin and poured wine for him. Nami ran around in front of Lin, trying to show her presence as much as possible. At this time, Steve said, President, I have a suggestion. Tell me. Lin put down the beer in his hand. Steve said, we were intercepted by pirates this time, thanks to the President's rescue, but there is not always such an opportunity. At this point, Steve found that his wording was inappropriate and might cause misunderstanding, so he immediately explained, President, I don't doubt your ability. Without you, we would probably die. Lin En said, I understand what you mean, please continue. Steve said, President, we should establish a special fleet, unify the route, and go to the same area to do business together. At the same time, we should set up a liaison station. If we fail to arrive on time, we can find and rescue in time. Lin En said, well, this is a good idea. After getting Lin En's affirmation, Steve said, the fleet also needs to be equipped with a certain number of combatants, so that the safety of the fleet can be protected to the greatest extent. We can't trouble the President every time. Steve also saw the combat capabilities of Lin En's men today. Therefore, Steve thought it was necessary to arm and protect the Chamber of Commerce. Of course, Steve also knew that this would cost money. Otherwise, who would work hard for the merchant ship? Let's do this, I will be Lin N. In the name of the Chamber of Commerce, we are recruiting security guards for the Chamber of Commerce. You can also help promote it. As for the selection of the captain of the security team, it will be temporarily handed over to Weiss. He will be responsible for leading and training the team. The cost of recruiting personnel and the cost of the process will be paid by the membership fee. When Lin En spoke, he had already looked at Weiss. Boss? Do you want me to take care of it? Weiss pointed at his face. Lin En said, you are more experienced. But I want to follow you. Weiss didn't want to get off the ship. Lin En said, it's temporary. If there is a suitable candidate in the future, I will change you back. Okay. Wes nodded. Steve thought he had made a good suggestion. However, in Lin's view, this was just training private soldiers in the name of the Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, the cost was paid by the Chamber of Commerce. Every member of the Chamber of Commerce had to pay a membership fee. It was equivalent to the Chamber of Commerce paying for Lin. As for the suggestion of the contact station, it would also be an important intelligence transfer station in the future. These would be beneficial to Lin. Lin stayed in Cocoa West Village for one night. Still at Bellamel's home. However, maybe he drank too much last night, or Bellamel stayed in Lin's room under the pretext of being drunk. It was so natural for a single man and a single woman to be in the same room. After waking up the next day, Bellamel hid in advance. She was afraid of being seen by Nojiko and Nami. Lin En was very calm. Completely different from his previous life. Now, he does not see the relationship between men and women as complicated. It is consensual, and no one owes anyone anything. As long as it is not forced, and there is no deception. Anyway, they are all adults, and he is not the active party. Of course, this kind of thinking is indeed getting worse and worse. 940. Lin En took a cold shower in the bathroom, washed up, and went downstairs to have breakfast. Bellamel pretended to be calm and sent Lin En and others to the dock. Come back often when you have time. Barumura shouted at Noki. However, her eyes were on Lin En in the end. In fact, she hoped that Lin En would come back to see her more often. Just don't think that she is a bad girl, she is particularly timid in terms of feelings. Last night, she mustered up her courage and made such a bold move with the determination to fight the enemy to the death. Now that I think about it, it's really embarrassing. Lin En smiled at her and waved goodbye. Nami didn't make trouble this time. She said proudly, I don't need to take Lin En's ship to achieve my dream. Of course, if Lin En took the initiative to invite her, she would reluctantly agree. However, Lin En did not invite Nami, which made Nami a little angry. Set sail. Lin En continued sailing. Their next stop was Barity, the restaurant on the sea. Lin En planned to add an advertisement for recruiting security guards in the restaurant on the sea. Chapter 73, The Future Commander of the East Army. Barity, the restaurant on the sea. The restaurant on the sea is now much more lively than before. It is not only the unique gimmick of the restaurant on the sea. At the same time, the delicious dishes in the restaurant have also received unanimous praise from gourmets. Of course, there is also a magical holy medicine here. As long as you take this holy medicine, men will regain their confidence. Here is the man who needs this kind of medicine. Because Barity is becoming more and more famous. Therefore, more and more people come to Barity to work. Lin En did not interfere with Barity's management rights. Jafo can hire anyone he wants. And this time, just like in the past, he hired some vicious pirates. He himself was once a pirate. So his understanding of vicious is slightly different from that of normal people. Lin En and others got off the ship, and Sanji took the initiative to greet them. Mr. Lin En, welcome to come, please come this way. Sanji's attitude towards Lin En is very good. Because of Lin En's help, Barity's cattle are so good. Of course, the current parity is slightly different from what they expected. They originally just wanted to provide food for people who had no food on the sea. Now it has become a scenic spot and experience store. However, it is precisely because of the change in passenger flow. Parity now has a special VIP box to entertain VIPs. At the same time, this can distinguish ordinary guests and avoid unnecessary trouble. On the way to the VIP box, Lin En will definitely see the booth. At this time, there are several wealthy people on the booth who are trying drugs. As long as you spend 200,000 Baileys in the restaurant, you can experience it for free. After the guests have tested the effect, they will consider whether to buy it. Anyway, it's all about eating. Order a bottle of plum wine, with a table of seafood and mountain delicacies, and a meal will cost more than 300,000 Baileys. After eating and drinking, go to the experience area to experience Excalibur. After a process, it is really comfortable. Therefore, companies operating cruise ships will promote this set of services. Lin En sat down in the VIP box. Soon, Sanji started to serve appetizers. Latu and others were downstairs. They preferred to sit in the hall. Because the hall was not only lively, but also full of beautiful girls. Now parity is getting better and better, and more young girls come here. They don't just come to parity to eat delicious food, but to find opportunities. If they can be noticed by the nobles and rich businessmen on the cruise ship, they will have a good life in this life. Of course, this is their personal opinion. Most of the results are that after sleeping with them a few times, the nobles and rich businessmen get tired of them. Some women talk about money with poor people, but talk about love with rich people. But in the eyes of the rich, they are the ones who came to the door. Moreover, there are many younger and more beautiful ones than them. Lin En was in the box, and from their perspective, he could see clearly what was happening below. At this time, a woman flirted upwards. Lin En smiled slightly, as a response. At this time, several men in black suits walked in. The man in the lead was Hayden. Bartolomeo asked, "Who are they?" Hayden and others were very arrogant. Moreover, they were obviously not pirates and gangsters. Lin En didn't know Hayden, but he had a guess in his mind. Hayden and others should be agents. Because Hayden and others were dressed exactly like CP6. After Hayden and others entered the store, Sanji immediately came up to entertain them. Sanji smiled and said to Hayden and others, "Excuse me, do you need a box? We have a VIP area." Hayden ignored Sanji, but ordered, "Surround the store and don't let anyone go." Hayden just received news that an intelligence officer of the Revolutionary Army came to the East China Sea. Moreover, now in parity. Sanji frowned and was about to speak. However, Hayden did not give Sanji a chance to speak, and took out a gun from his arms. "I am a special envoy of the world government. I suspect that there are rebels hiding here. Everyone here must be checked now. If you refuse to cooperate, you can only be treated as a traitor." A special envoy of the world government? It seems that he is really a spy. Lin En was not in a hurry to go downstairs. He was also curious about which cadre of the Revolutionary Army would actually go to parity to eat in broad daylight. This is too ostentatious. Under Hayden's order, the CP4 agents began to search the entire restaurant. At this time, an agent entered Lin En's box. An agent asked Lin En, "Who are you? What do you do? Hand over your ID." Identity proof is not an ID card, but generally a certificate issued by the village or town in your hometown. Of course, this is something ordinary people would do. If Meng Xiang, Li Qunhao, was a pirate or defected to the Revolutionary Army, he would basically not have an ID. Lin En cooperated, and he always carried his ID card with him. Lin En, Ziluabia Village. Gina, Shimatsuki Village. Nokijao, Coco West Village. Bartolomeo, Rogue Town. The agents checked the ID card and wanted to question Fang a few more times. Bang! It was the sound of a door being kicked violently. The sound came from the next room. "Don't disturb me while I'm eating," a woman said domineeringly. The woman was dressed very strangely, with short purple hair, sunglasses, and a cigarette in her mouth. She looked like a bad girl. She was the future commander of the East Army, Balo Betty. Recommend and share. Commas. Chapter 74, Traitors in the Revolutionary Army. Balo Betty, the user of the encouragement fruit, have a very strong role in the Revolutionary Army. Because the encouragement fruit can boost morale and make cowards brave and full of courage. It is an excellent team support ability. Lin En looked at Betty. He liked this kind of support aura. However, Betty and others are willing to join the Revolutionary Army, and they will definitely not jump to Lin En's side. Therefore, if necessary in the future, they can be snatched away. Of course, Lin En doesn't want to do it now. After all, the growth of the Revolutionary Army is absolutely helpful to Lin En. I have to say, the combat effectiveness of CP4 agents is really poor. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 people have been knocked down by Betty. Betty clapped her hands, and then looked at the next box. Lin En smiled at Betty. It was a smile like a passerby. Betty knew Lin En, and he had seen Lin En's photo. He also knew that Lin En was the supplier of the Revolutionary Army in the East China Sea. But the price that Lin En sold it for was too expensive. 583. Betty didn't plan to have much contact with Lin En in public. Therefore, after just exchanging glances, Betty turned over and jumped down the stairs. "Catch him!" Hayden shouted. He believed that Betty was the rebel he wanted to catch. Bang bang bang! Gunshots rang out. CP4 agents began to shoot at Betty. And Betty hid behind a wall. At this time, Betty took out the Den Den Mushi and said, "My whereabouts have been exposed." The Den Den Mushi imitated the expression and voice of Dragon. Dorage said, "I understand, you have to be careful. These running dogs can't catch me," Betty said, and blew a whistle. Then, more than a dozen men who looked like tourists in the restaurant suddenly rushed to the agents. Launched an attack. They shot at the agents. The attack came too suddenly. Because Hayden and others were completely attracted by Betty, Cat, the agents were caught off guard. Seeing that the situation was not good, Hayden contacted the Navy and retreated immediately. He originally wanted to take the credit alone. After all, if the Navy was dispatched, the credit would be shared with the Navy. But now there is no way. Not only can they not complete the mission by staying here, but they are also in danger of being shot. A gunfight broke out suddenly, but it didn't last too long. After the CP4 agents retreated, the Barati restaurant returned to peace. But the guests didn't dare to stay and continue to eat. They all returned to the boat and quickly left this place of trouble. At the same time, Betty also left with his subordinates. Watching Betty and others' boat go away, Lin En murmured, "It seems that there is a problem within the Revolutionary Army. The whereabouts of the cadres of the Revolutionary Army should be very secretive. But the agents she has been tracked down. This means that Betty's whereabouts have been leaked. Whether it was leaked accidentally or betrayed by a traitor. This is something that needs to be investigated within the Revolutionary Army." However, this also makes Lin En more vigilant. If his cooperation with the Revolutionary Army is exposed, the world government will not let him go easily. Although the world government has not found him yet, it is better to be safe than sorry. Lin En still needs to be prepared. At the same time, future transactions must be more covered to avoid leaving a handle. In the evening, the setting sun dyed the sea surface golden. At this time, Lin En was meditating in the cabin. An excellent swordsman will definitely use time. For example, when rappelling, he will use the time of sleeping to restore his physical strength. Brew brew brew. The Den Den Mushi called. Lin En opened his eyes and picked up the microphone. At this time, the Den Den Mushi imitated the appearance and voice of Dragon. Lin asked, "What kind of goods do you need this time?" Drag said, "I need your help." Lin asked, "Help find the traitor?" Drag did not deny, "There are traitors or undercovers in the Revolutionary Army. I am currently investigating." Lin said, "So, you want to pretend to trade with me to lure out the traitors and undercovers?" Drag said, "Lin, you are very smart, so I hope you can help. If Lin can join the Revolutionary Army, then Durag will definitely appoint him as Chief of Staff." Lin said, "Okay, the time and place are up to you." After Durag and Lin agreed on the time, place, type, and quantity of materials, they ended the communication. September 7, 1512 in the Haiwan calendar. In the kingdom of Gaia. Betty met Durag. Drag asked Betty, "What do you think of him?" Betty replied, "A very strange man, I can't see through him." Drag said, "If he can join the Revolutionary Army, we will be much more relaxed." "Will it be like this?" Betty was a little unconvinced. Although Lin En provided supplies to the Revolutionary Army in the East China Sea and it was always stable without any mistakes. But this does not mean that Lin En has the ability to change the world. Duragyo did not want to argue with Betty. After all, everyone has their own opinions. At this time, Durag asked Betty, "Who do you think is the undercover?" Betty said, "It should not be someone from the East China Sea branch, they have not yet grasped his whereabouts." Duragyo thought for a while and said, "I plan to let you take over as the commander of the East Army." "Ah! This line of thinking is too jumpy. Aren't we talking about how to find traitors or undercovers? Besides, Betty has always been a firefighter in the past. She goes wherever she is needed. As for the commander of the Revolutionary Army of the entire East China Sea, can she really get fat?" Chapter 75, The peak season is coming. Undercovers are definitely the most hated objects. However, Lin En knows very well that the most lacking thing in the pirate world is undercovers. Whether it is pirates, navy, or the world government, they all like to send undercovers to spy on intelligence. Now Dragon has discovered the problem and wants to eliminate the hidden dangers as soon as possible. Dragon's idea, the law is correct. Because the current Revolutionary Army is just a seedling, still very immature. If it is destroyed at the seedling stage, how can it change the world? Lin En returned to Windmill Village by boat. Because the Lin En Chamber of Commerce gathered in Windmill Village, the village is becoming more and more lively. There are more family hotels in the village that can provide food and accommodation. Directly and indirectly, it promotes the development of the tertiary industry. In this regard, Garp is calm. Although Windmill Village is more lively than in the past, it is still relatively simple. At least there is no power struggle here. And the villagers are indeed living a more prosperous life. Lin En, how have you been recently? Lin En, I read in the newspaper that your Chamber of Commerce is recruiting people. What do you think of our gym? At the dock, villagers took the initiative to greet him. Some chatted about family matters, while others were looking for jobs for their children. Lin En's polite return made him feel more friendly. Most businessmen leave people with a treacherous stereotype. Only Lin En is a good person in the eyes of the villagers. If someone says that Lin En's perfume is fake, then the villagers will stand up first, defend Lin En, and criticize the other party fiercely. Ma Qina waited for Lin En to arrive. After Lin En greeted the villagers, she came over. However, when she came over, the villagers were all saying that Ma Qina and Lin En should get married soon, and that they should have a child. Ma Qina blushed. Although she knew that she would be teased every time she came, she still couldn't help but wait at the dock. At this time, Lin En handed the gift bag to Ma Qina. This time I went to Barity and brought back their signature desserts, as well as the production methods. Ma Qina looked at the cake in the gift bag and accepted it happily. Recently, Ma Qina has spent more time on the shipment of the Chamber of Commerce. Plum wine, perfume, cigars, etc. All the records of goods leaving the warehouse are confirmed by Ma Qina alone. When Lin En entered the warehouse, Ma Qina handed him the account book. Lin En took the account book and flipped it open casually. Ma Qina's handwriting is very neat, and the records of entering and leaving the warehouse are all well documented. He is a very reassuring assistant. Lin En put down the account book and said to Ma Qina, "Thank you for your hard work and helping me so much. I'm glad I can help you." Ma Qina said with a smile. "She is a good woman." Lin En asked, "Why didn't I see Luffy just now?" Ma Qina said, "Luffy is rarely in the village recently. He should be. You must have made new friends outside the village." Although Ma Qina didn't follow Luffy, when Luffy returned to the village, he would often go to Ma Qina's tavern and ask for a lot of food. According to Luffy's past habits, he would definitely eat the food as soon as possible. However, Luffy left the village with food. Obviously, Luffy found someone to share with. Lin En said, "Well, this is also good. It's better than being alone." Ma Qina thought he remembered his childhood when he heard Lin En say this. Lin En started to work as a peddler at a very young age, and his childhood must have been very bitter. Therefore, Ma Qina felt more pity for him. Ma Qina said seriously and gently, "I will accompany you in the future." "Yet," Lin En responded calmly. Lin En stayed in Ma Qina's tavern overnight. A natural outcome. This is Lin En's current view on love. He never pursued Ma Qina. He didn't try to please her deliberately. Everything was so natural. He made no promises to Ma Qina, no vows or sweet words. Ma Qina also knew that Lin En would not stay in the village. However, Ma Qina could understand that Lin En had a dream, and was willing to support him silently. She hoped to do something for him and not cause him trouble. The next morning, Lin En went to see the village chief Slap again. Now Slap has a lot more work. He needs to buy agricultural products and food for Lin En. At the same time, he is also helping Lin En recruit workers. Lin En's gauze workshop is expanding. Originally there were only 10 workers. However, with the increase in the number of orders, a large number of temporary workers are needed. These temporary workers have a higher hourly wage and can get 1,000 baileys per hour. However, there is work only when there are orders. At the same time, temporary workers do not need to pay overtime pay, and there are other benefits. Of course, Lin En has not mentioned the issue of benefits to employees so far. Benefits will definitely increase production costs. Therefore, as long as Lin En does not mention it, there will be no benefits. Labor in exchange for compensation. Moreover, the hourly wage is not bad. Even though Lin En had cut his labor force, he was still grateful to Lin En. When Lin En found Slap, he got straight to the point and said, "Uncle Slap, I'm going to trouble you again recently to recruit a group of workers for me." Slap asked, "Are there a lot of orders again?" Lin En said, "It should be the peak season soon." Peak season? What does it mean? Bandages and hemostatic cotton also have a peak season? Slap was stunned when he heard it. The season of the Revolutionary Army. Lin En believed that Betty was transferred to the East China Sea, which meant that the Revolutionary Army in the East China Sea would have a big move soon. Of course, after clearing up the internal hidden dangers, Durag also urgently needed external benefits to boost morale. Therefore, the Revolutionary Army's orders would naturally not be less. And what Lin En needs to do is to stock up as many parts as possible.